All right. Okay, get the call going. And of course, feel free to give us feedback on the quality of sound. Thank you. So Jameson
Hello.
is with us. God bless you. So that was an interesting sound to start off with. Everything as well as can be.
Yeah, I did not pay, and I managed to get the sound on this laptop. Now that I have Windows 11, because there was a problem with Windows 11 cutting the sound. I'm going to be adding people as I speak, just to
Solomon and
have,
Sammy in particular. Yes, that's right. Thank
just to
you.
have a good round table.
And Pack One if he's available. Oh my God. So thank you, Jameson. Bless you. Solomon, please introduce yourself as always.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas. I come with the greetings of peace and love for you, Brother Chamo, Sammy, Brandon, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. I come with peace, greetings, and love for all.
Wonderful. That's beautiful as always. And it starts us off on just such a right note of peace and tranquility. And let's see if the other gentlemen who are with us, let's.
Hello.
Yes. Oh, Sammy, say hello, and then we'll follow up with
Hi,
Pack One and
hi,
Brandon.
Jason. Also, man. Hi, Pack One.
Yes.
Greetings,
Good
brother.
evening.
Yes.
Yo,
And Pack One, do say hello to everyone.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
sorry,
yeah,
there's been a
yes.
death.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm having throat issues. Good
Jesus.
evening. Good evening, everybody. No, yeah. It's been a really long weekend.
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
No,
Is there
it's
something you want to share about that while you can still
oh
talk?
god. Yeah. No, it's yeah. I just it it goes back a couple months ago, probably to like September, like the week after that's like initially how everything that escalated this weekend started.
Mhm.
After I sold the taco truck, the week after I had went out that weekend, and I previously on the program I've spoke of a guy I used to hang out with. We called him D. He got me involved in a lot of iffy, messed up situations. The one that gave me the knife and everything.
Yeah.
So I had ran into him that weekend at a bar, and I knocked him out.
Oh shit.
Um, so I see it. I reacted and I just left. I didn't want Um, so we've avoided that bar, and actually I've always been, past couple months I've been, steady going to Red Line, and last week, past couple times we go there and get a lot. I know if people drink, they've heard of like an Irish car bomb, and we'd get those there, but they have different flavor beers, so they have like a peanut butter beer, and they have like a peanut whiskey, so we get it with that, and it's not their menu typical item, but they've always made it for us. It's never been an issue. And last week we were there, and they made us one. Past couple times we went, they tasted really off, almost like I don't know, just it didn't taste good. And so our buddy who works up there had mentioned, to the owner, hey, they remember, he told, his exact words were, Doug, remember last week at the meeting you said to give them rum in their car bombs from now on because they couldn't tell the difference between that and whiskey. Well, they can tell the difference. So
Jesus, of course. Oh,
yeah, so it really offended me. I mean, I did get mad. I did, and it was me and my brother-in-law, and we were kind of like, that's bullshit. Like, we still go up there and spend money, and like, even if it's like $1 more for the fucking car bomb, give me what I want, man. I drink, I'm sorry, but I'm a fucking functioning alcoholic. So if I want something to drink, I'll pay for it. It's fine. And so, spite them, I said, I know there's this place in Flint called the Flint City Hard Cider Brewery, and they brew their own ciders and meads and whatnot.
mhm.
So I said, let's go check it out Friday. So me and my brother-in-law, we went, and they had dart tables. They had a hockey table, like not air hockey, but like the old school, almost like foosball table, but it had the hockey guys that would go up and down and shit.
Right.
It was real.
Was that
it was real
magnets?
retro.
Was that working on magnets?
No. It was just exactly like
Because I
like
got the
foosball.
photograph. I saw the photograph. I downloaded it.
Yeah. No, they were just regular handles, knobs.
Okay.
And so we drank and we got pretty lit. It was, but we had a good time. We left there and we were hungry. So we went to like a pub and we ordered some burgers and a couple more drinks. We leave there and we were supposed to be going home. And we were like, we just, the drinks that we had at the pub didn't sit with us. We were like, let's just get, one more drink at a bar. And we were like, fuck it, let's hit Red Line. And when we were pulling up, we seen that Sean, which was one of the guys that was giving us rum, was there. So we were like, fuck Sean, let's just go. Well, against my better judgment, I suggested we go to a bar called Captain's Quarters, which is where I knocked out D. And, my brother-in-law said, don't. No. I was like, let's just go. I was like, if they say something, we'll leave. Let's just order our drinks. We went in and we sat down at the bar, ordered our beers, and the DJ walked over and said something to my brother-in-law and said, hey, don't I know you? And he said, yeah. And he looked at me and said, do I know you? I didn't say shit to him. I just kept drinking my beer. He was like, oh, yeah, I do know you. You're that motherfucker that knocked out Chico. And my brother-in-law was like, yeah, that was him. But, and I told him, yeah, it was me. So fucking what? Like, let me just drink my beer. I'll fucking leave, man. So he went and got security. And my brother-in-law, he's the type of guy, like, he's not a confrontational person. He doesn't like conflict. He's not one of those types of people. He's not
He's been on the show, right?
Yeah.
Go on.
And so I told the bouncer, like, hey, man, I just bought my beer. Let me finish my beer and I'll leave. I'm not starting no shit. It's cool. So to make everybody feel better, I stood next to security and drank my beer. But my brother-in-law, he was like all riled up over it. And we get in the car and he started yelling at me and talking shit, and just like, and I really just, I kept telling him, just leave me the fuck alone, just chill out. Like nothing happened, like he kind of blew it out of proportion, because there wasn't a conflict. Cops weren't getting called, nothing. They said, finish your beer and leave. And then he started, like, I know he was drunk, so he just, whatever, just to talk shit. And we get home and we get outside and we're outside yelling and I seen because I have security footage, security cameras on my home. I pulled the security footage up and, I guess I grabbed him and I told him, either you ride with me or you die, man. Like, don't act like I'm putting you in a position to fucking fuck you over. Like, I wouldn't put you in, whatever. And he's a bunch of fuck yous and, just all sorts of shit. I come inside and he says something about me being a father. I don't know. And I said, say it another fucking time. And he repeated it. So I hit him 2 times and I shattered his jaw in like 6 different places. So his mouth he had to go in surgery and get all wired shut and shit. And I feel horrible about it. I mean, I feel like I remember the night, and so like I can't be like, well, I'm not one of those people who are gonna say I was drunk and I don't remember, but I was inebriated. So like, I reacted to that rage inside me. It's like once it shows up, it's just like, and then not even 10 minutes after that happened and he left, it's like 3:00 in the morning. I get a call from one of my she's like my sister, and she's not but we grew up to, and her little brother who was, I watched him grow up, everything. He just died of COVID. Her husband, everybody, they all caught COVID, and her brother ended up dying from it. He went to the hospital, said he couldn't breathe, and they gave him like blood pressure medicine or something like that, or like anti-inflammatory something, and told him go home. And he went home and died.
Jesus. Christ.
And then that same night, a really good friend of mine whom I used to do music with was at a bar, and he broke up a fight between this guy and his girlfriend, and the guy came back in and shot him 3 times, shot him through the knee,
Oh,
Shot him through the knee and the ass, and right by, like, it was like just so close to a spinal cord, and he got rushed to the hospital from a whole nother city to Flint, like 20-minute fucking drive,
oh my God.
and they had to do emergency surgery. He almost died because the gunshot went through his knee,
Mhm.
hit his femoral artery. And so, like, he literally almost died. They put him. He was in surgery for 18 hours on Sunday. Well, between Saturday and Sunday, and he still has to want to get the bullet out of his bag, but they're gonna wait till tomorrow to do it because they didn't think he could take it, and they have him laying on his back right now with his stomach cut wide open, like he can see all his own intestines and everything right now. They had like that wound back on it.
What?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's
What's the
fucking
logic
crazy.
behind this again?
I have no idea.
Oh, what happens is if you get shot in the butt, like that perforates the area of your pelvis. That presents the risk of sepsis.
Uh-huh.
So they have to take those precautions, because your colon is right there,
Yeah.
anatomically speaking.
Okay.
So-
And so
So
why
we-
do you have to spend time looking at your own innards?
I don't know. I do not know, but it's probably because those are. Well, he's lucky to be alive. I'm just gonna say that.
He is. He's very lucky. He's very lucky. Yeah. That today, man, I woke up today. All day today, I just felt just so just angry. So just like, man, like I just wanted to hurt someone. And I think about myself because I've came a long way in life. And like the way I acted on Friday night with complete disregard to somebody who I love and, is my brother, so when we call each other, I'm the sword, he's the shield, but like, that's what we always say to each other. And it's like, how can you be ready for war if you're slamming your sword on your shield and breaking your fucking shield, man?
Right.
It's just like, I don't know. It's really got me fucked up because it's like, I don't like feeling like that. And that feeling right there, man, it penetrated everything inside me. And that's how I felt all day today. And then I leave and I talked to JMO earlier, man. I really was just checking up on him.
Uh-huh.
And I ended up dumping my shit on him. And thank you, JMO, for, dealing with that with me, man. But
Man.
as I was talking to him, I went into Aldi and I said and I had like a beanie on and a mask and everything, and I seen that Wiccan priestess, man, and she recognized me. She recognized. She
You're
looked
talking
right
about
at
the one
me.
we've spoken of in the past. And you actually ran
she's-
into her.
Yeah, today, and it just made. I was like, man, I feel like I'm just like I cracked myself open. I'm just like drawing all this old fucking
How did she
bullshit.
respond to you? What did she?
She recognized. She waved, and she said, she was like, "Oh, how you doing?" But I just kept going. I kept walking. I was like, I don't have time to talk. Didn't even acknowledge it.
Right. Now, try and understand that what you're dealing with is, of course, a lot of
Servitor.
what you're dealing with is a lot of guilt, grief, and personal responsibility. So I understand what you're going through because the kind of combat contracts that I served as a mercenary, I have, of course, this is just collateral damage, and it's to be completely disambiguated from war crimes or intentional atrocities. I have killed my share of innocent people. This is simply what happens. So understand that you're haunted right now, and this is what left you open. So just remember that you're going to be feeling very spacey, very, and at other times you're just going to crash, and this is going to be what you're contending with. It's very similar to someone like Alec Baldwin, except of course don't think of him as the person. Think of the act. Think of what he did, because obviously in his case we're dealing with a psychotic and a sociopathic, but who claims he feels no guilt, which in and of itself renders him culpable. But in your case, You're similar to somebody whom you're driving and an 8-year-old boy dashes out in front of your car, and it doesn't matter if you try to swerve, you just wind up hitting him, and he dies before he reaches the hospital. So there are things like this that happen, and you're dealing with the aftermath of experiencing a very terrifying event. It's similar to being an unintentional killer, but the beauty of it is you haven't killed anyone. So you're way ahead of the game in that regard. Understand that there's no need to develop full-blown post-traumatic stress disorder over this, but you are experiencing the symptoms that come with it. You're haunted by images of the incident. You're experiencing fear, shame, guilt, grief, and anger, and you'd better be glad that you experience all that, because it's much better than experiencing legal repercussions. I presume, of course, that your brother-in-law is not going to legally pursue this, and in that, again, you're light years ahead of the game than someone like Alec Baldwin. Certainly I didn't have legal ramifications because I was in foreign countries, war zones, so understand that this will, of course, be something that'll take a while to get over, but unlike shall we say, it's not something that there's no coming back from, like, yeah, and then I killed my brother-in-law.
And we've talked, like we texted, he forgives me, and he says shit like this happens, but I know my, like, I'm not talking shit, but I know my strengths, and I really wish I'd just like hit him in his stomach or his ribs, or I don't know. I don't know. And that, like, I don't mean to sound like a victim, because 100% I am not, like, yeah, I feel bad, and I think that's probably the reason why I feel like this, but he is the victim. Like, I should have did that. It was all a bad situation all the way around, man. And it's like,
well, like I said, here's what's going to happen. Even if you're surrounded by loving friends and family, you're going to feel all alone in the world about this, because just in a split second, you're reminded of how capricious life can be and how we have far less control over ourselves and our world than we like to believe. So you're still in the grip of shock right now. You're traumatized. So the images of what happened are dominating your consciousness right now. And there's the numbness and the spaciness that keeps crashing back down to earth into what basically is a sea of despair. So understand that all of this is healthy, because if you didn't feel any of this, you would be psychotic. That you would truly be an irredeemable person who would just be wreaking havoc all around him and not caring for the consequences. So understand that there's about, just to put this into perspective, there's about 30,000 people in the United States alone who accidentally kill someone each and every year. And they keep their thoughts and feelings to themselves because they don't believe they deserve support. And they also fear retaliation, or they simply cannot find support. Well, you've got that here. So you're, again, quite privileged. You're way ahead of the game. Now, the first step is dealing with the aftermath of experiencing a terrifying event like this and not developing full-blown post-traumatic stress disorder, at least as affiliated with this incident. You have to just be glad your brother-in-law is alive. You didn't do something you can't come back from, but go ahead and experience all that fear and shame and guilt and grief and anger. I'll tell you one thing, you're going to be easily startled. That is part of what this is all about. And you're going to have difficulty sleeping and concentrating for a while. Now, some people go through this for 41 fucking years because they've done something where they've killed someone and they can't bring them back. A good example of this is Judith Ager was in the counseling with AA, and she knew a woman who was in AA with her, and AA is full of stories like this, and this woman was married to a paramedic, but she was dealing with her drink and drug abuse problem, and they had 2 children, or at least maybe 3, but while she was trying to get one strapped into the SUV, it backed up and ran over the other one. And the person who was called, when she called the ambulance, then it was her husband who responded to the call. So he comes onto the call to his own home and finds that his daughter is dead, run over by the SUV, which is backed up because his wife was too doped up to, put the brake on when she was stuffing the other kid into the car. So she had to deal with that, and that's nothing. I mean, what you've gone through is nothing compared to that. All right. So you haven't backed up and run over a child, which is a lingering fear of mine. It's one of the reasons why I would hate to drive. And then there's all that. So your next step is dealing with moral injury, and that would be the anguish and guilt and alienation that we experience when we fail to live up to the moral standards that we set for ourselves. You're not going to go through this because you haven't done anything that's irrevocable. That's the word I was looking for. There's no irrevocability here. The only irrevocability is that your brother-in-law now has a glass jaw, but he can always come on here and bitch about it. And he's going to be much more vulnerable to a fist fight, but nobody who's going to get into a mortal combat with him is going to be listening to his show, or the chances of that are incredibly slim. But you're not going to have the signs of moral injury that would be thoughts of suicide or substance abuse or a sense of worthlessness or shutting down positive emotions and isolating yourself. I mean, obviously, you're not going to have that because you've already come here to speak about this. And knowing that you have that option will eliminate that. So oftentimes people will receive psychological counseling that tries to lessen the guilt or make it go away. But understand that these feelings are appropriate whenever we harm someone. Instead, there's value in what I would call moral repair. When we acknowledge the harm we caused, learn to treat ourselves with compassion rather than contempt, and recognize the potential to live a virtuous life going forward. Now, you're already on that path. You've already talked to your brother-in-law. You've already resolved that process. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So the third step going forward is trying to find at least some peace and trying to honor our victims. I've done this in the past because I do it by making people aware of what goes on in places like Africa and the Balkans and the Middle East. I try to make people aware of how the rest of the world is not the way they experience it, but we cannot ever make up for taking a life. But what we can do is resolve to make the world a better place. We can commit to living with compassion and kindness and create safer and more caring communities. Well, you do that by raising your son. So your brother-in-law had no right to start talking about what kind of a father you are. And in doing so, he invited... He invited what you did to him. Not that I'm, rationalizing what happened.
Yeah.
By the way, do you remember exactly what he said about you being a father? Was he saying you don't spend enough time with the kid or something?
No, it was
along the lines of what kind of example you present?
My son, he doesn't. He's an asshole sometimes. Like he'll run up and hit you. He doesn't like listening. Like I don't like to discipline my son a lot, but I let shit go a lot with him. I'll put him on timeout or I'll take things away, but it's never changed. He's been like that since he was like a year old. Like he's always like, he's so my son, like not determined, but like once he sets his mind or his sight on something he wants to do, he's gonna do it. He'll fight to do anything. Like so I mean I don't beat my kids' asses. I'm not, so
it sounds like he's earning it though. I mean, I'll tell you.
Yeah, he's small. I mean, like if I smack him on his ass or anything, it's not. He's gonna come back and do it again. He doesn't,
You know what? He's too fucking big. That's the problem. He's so fucking big for his age that he's really is in a real sense. He feels kind of invulnerable. He doesn't understand the limits of the physical body. Does that make sense? He's real heavy, right? Is this heavyweight kid you've described?
He's a big boy. He's
Yeah, so
then
he's big. This is part.
yeah.
So what you need to do is explain to him that you need to put that into context for him and let him know that he needs to understand that the world's a very fragile place and he doesn't need to be tempting fate all the time. I know
It's so
he's
hard.
yeah.
It's so hard to explain that to a 3-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like,
Understand. Let's put it
I
this
do
way.
it. I do.
Yeah.
I break it down what I call Barney style, and like, but he's not dumb. That's the thing. He knows. He knows. Like,
Yeah,
he knows.
and let him know that he's strong enough that it hurts when he's pounding on people. That people don't like to be pounded on. That he hurts them when he does that. And it's one of those things where it's like my father said. I always use the term guiding. Like, we don't raise children. We guide them. Because you raise plants, of course, because you would never spank a plant. But with children, and you're guiding them, then the spanking can come into play. I'm not saying that necessarily that I recommend that, but it's one of those things where if your brother-in-law was kind of bitching about how you're handling it, it's all of that. Was there any other context there?
I mean, to be honest, I got so upset that it was kind of just like, it didn't even matter. Like, at that point, that's why I just started like,
you wailed on him and basically shattered his jaw. I mean, that is incredible.
Yeah.
That is what you did to him. Was like, I knew one individual who was mugged and his jaw was split basically in two, and that gave him a glass jaw, which your brother-in-law will have from this point forward. But it'll work out. It will work out. Understand that you haven't done something irrevocable. A life has not been taken. It's been changed. You've injured another, and so you need to honor your victim just the way someone would if they've unintentionally killed them, by choosing to live courageously with full awareness of the fragility of life. And honestly, just consider this the beginning of a journey towards coping and healing, and hold that intention. You might feel alone, but obviously your being here right now is testimony to the fact that you're not. So you can derive courage and hope from the thousands of people who have found their way to self-acceptance and self-respect after accidentally killing someone, mostly by unintentional gunshot injuries, is actually an enormous cause of deaths in the United States. Nothing like that has happened here. But there's obviously been, I think, a borderline supernatural phenomenon in terms of the convergence of events. Sammy Romero, I want to bring Brandon on eventually to respond to this a little bit at the top of the hour, towards the top of the hour. But as we head towards the bottom of the hour, I want Sammy to ask you that question that he asked myself, because I think that this might put some perspective into what's happening to you. Sammy, we're asking about kind of like an evil eye on children, and that how this can be imposed, like you hand someone over to a bruja, and she's like holding it, and she's really just stealing something from it, almost impacting its future. Could you bring that subject up again, and we'll hear what Pakwan says about that?
Yes, sure. Hi, Pakwan.
What's going on, brother?
I wanted to ask you if you know about el ojo malo. When it comes to baby.
Cuando echan ojo, cuando ponen ojo, yeah.
Is that did you ever experience that with any of your infants growing up? Were you cautious about that?
Y te dan limpieza con un huevo, ¿verdad?
Es porque, well, sorry, I'm already speaking Spanish.
Sorry, yeah. No, so I've dealt with that. It's happened. So, another, like, something I didn't bring up, like, so also the reason why, what offends me so much, because this is something I didn't say, that offends me so much about my brother-in-law speaking about how I'm a father, is because with my son, he's extra, he's extra, like he doesn't, he goes out of his way to sometimes fuck with my son, and I let it go because I'm like, it'll make my son stronger, or whatever. And but for one, like we were bringing in groceries, and my son was sitting on the kitchen floor, but there was room for him to walk around. But instead, he like not shoved, but like scooted my son over with his foot, and then acted like he tripped over my son.
Okay.
And I was like, chill out, you know. So like, it's real image. It's like he's not a father. That's what because me and him kind of got into argument. I said, you're not a fucking father.
Right.
And until the day you have kids and understand, you'll know why I am the way with my children.
Right.
So so I think when it comes, that's why when it comes, like, we could argue and everything, but when it comes to speaking on me being a father is what really made me lose myself.
Yeah. Yes. I understand. And of course, what Sammy's talking about is a bit more nuanced here. What we're going on with... Yeah, go on. Yeah.
No, but I get what he's saying. Like, if someone has ojo or something on myself, but that's what brought that up just now.
Okay.
If you're allowed to ask you, Pac-Man, your brother-in-law, is he Raza or no?
Boricua y Russo.
Russo, okay. Okay, I see.
And Judeo.
yeah. Judeo Russo. Yeah.
One of the things that when Pac-Man was talking about that with the son, it reminds me of my father. My father was very protective of my brother and I, my twin Isaac. He did not allow nobody to discipline us. But also, my father was in the area of Mexico from Michoacan, and they're very confrontational. And I can never look my father in his eye because he would tell me, "What are you looking at?" Or it's almost like kind of like if I was challenging them. And later on, he got older. He started realizing that the older we got, and it's not really necessary, but it just never went away. So when it came to my father, he didn't allow, especially any other males to, and I'm not to try to discipline or I gotta say it, or try to assert their manliness, I guess.
Yeah,
their masculinity.
No, their authority. He's imposing his authority. Go on.
Right.
Asserting themselves, asserting dominance. The men do this; they assert dominance. And your father was always demanding respect. Are you disrespecting me? Go on. Yes.
And I remember one time I had a pretzel. I don't know if you guys know those long pretzels. And we saw the movie Scarface, my brother and I was trying to be Scarface with the fake cigar in my mouth with the pretzel. And my father was doing yard work, and I was in his vicinity where I guess I was parallel to his vicinity, and I was acting like I was smoking the pretzel. And my dad's don't you ever do that ever again. I'm gonna have a problem with you. And I'm like, what are you talking about? The way you're smoking that cigar and the way you're acting, and I guess because we're parallel to the vicinity, I wasn't even aware. I was too busy trying to be Tony Montana. Yeah. He told me don't ever do that because I just didn't like it. I guess it's where he came from, but at the same time too, he also explained to me, look, there's just some things where I come from, especially in Michoacan, we're very violent, we're very confrontational, and it's just part of something that I've tried to shed. It's just very hard. It's very difficult. Kind of like what you were talking about, Doug, with the whole infant, where you experienced those feelings when you saw the 2 game end with the infants.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
It's just some things that are just naturally in you. But as far as what your brother-in-law said, Pac-Man, I've experienced that where people do try to get personal, and it gets very dicey. I have 7 sisters, and they're all older than me, and very opinionated. And there's been times where I had to. I don't put hands on them, but I've had to just leave, and it's very dicey. So don't feel bad. It's just, especially him criticizing you as a father, that's kind of hitting below the belt, because that's very personal, and especially especially with the Chicano culture, at least I can relate to, and I'm sure Pac-Man can. That's very you're cutting deep, and it's to me it's a very apropos response.
Thank you. Well, I don't know if it's apropos, but it certainly made its point. In terms of, I understand what Pac-1 is saying in terms of his brother-in-law, who, by the way, everyone has been on this show. His brother-in-law basically was trying to be a funny man, was basically, that's what I would think. I presume, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here. I presume he was trying to be a funny man, kind of kicked the son aside with his foot and then pretended to trip. It sounds like almost something that I would do something stupid like that because, as Pac-1 says, I'm not a father. The idea, of course, of touching someone else's son or their child in that, how would I say it, almost using them as part of a comedy routine, rather exploiting them is, of course, I can see just horrible. So it's something that also factored in here. It's something that was kind of, it was part of the resentment box. It was put in the resentment box that came out later on in the blow that fortunately didn't kill him. A blow like that can kill a man. But go on. So Pac-1, do take the stage again.
Yeah, thank you. I get it too, because I think that's an all around Mexican thing, right? Like, so Mexican males, like, their kids are their kids, but that's Mexican culture too. Even Mexican women, like, you're not gonna go hit another woman's child, I don't know. I don't tell anybody how to live their life ever. So for someone to tell me I'm doing mine or living mine wrong or whatever, that's like, to me, it's like, fuck that, So but that's just, I don't know, but I'm pretty good at restraining myself. That's my disappointment, because I'm really good at restraint as of now.
This is actually, as you said, you've implied by your very statement that this is actually a problem, because you may be restraining, but you're not. You're repressing. So when you're repressing, then it comes out in these outbursts of violence that are, I understand, just so to put this in context for our listeners who have not heard any of this before, basically the relationship between Pac-1 and his brother-in-law is very physical, in the sense that they get into these fights where police have been called, even though they're just practicing. It's like they're martial arts boxing, and they're basically putting their all into it in a manner of shall we say, heavy-duty kind of kickboxing, or whatever you would call it. They're just getting into man play, and it's very rough, and they engage in it wholeheartedly. And they did this with a kind of eye towards honing their own skills in self-defense, because violence has been a big part of their lives. I do believe in the case of his brother-in-law, there's a little bit of compensation going on, in the sense that he feels the need to show that he can do this. With Pac-1, it was simply part of his environment. But what you really need to do going forward is, I've talked about how people try to seek counseling to get rid of certain elements of, like, guilt, or but even though that's actually a positive, you should be feeling that, and you'll get over it because you do. But in your case, I might recommend anger management. You might want to check into some anger management counseling.
Can I, Douglas? I've taken anger management classes 4 times.
And he beat up all of the counselors.
Yeah. I understand anger management, and I know I understand. I know the steps. That's just it's not even there.
I get it. Okay, yes. So we've been there. All right. That's, I'm just curious. Did your brother-in-law, was there any allusion to, like, you're not a good this is certainly not what I'm saying, but I'm just wondering, was there any allusion to like you're not a good father for your son because you're providing him a bad example by all your drinking and this kind of carousing? Or?
No,
No,
no, it was my choice of being at the bar. Like if something like if we were in danger at the bar when we were there, that's what he was upset about. That what he was saying,
I
because
see.
I wasn't thinking about my side. It was just added to his list of reasons why I'm a bad father.
I see. So he was just piling up grievances. He was cataloging. He was doing an inventory of grievances. At any rate, he certainly learned his lesson. And I think he'll refrain from this point forward, knowing his weak. Well, rather, let's put it this way: you know where his weak spot is. That's going to lead him to be very cautious in terms of getting into any fights with you. And so, such being said. Well, anything else you want to share with us?
No, no, no. I already knew that. I knew that you would have, the right things to say and like help me understand it better because
Oh, bless
it's
you.
so mixed. It's so mixed. It's so mixed. Like the way I feel and like I blame myself. And then, but it's like how far, and it's like, and like you said, repression, like, cause even like my wife said, because I don't say something or because I get upset or, like she said it too, or, because me and him drink every day, like her father, her stepdad, she said, he said, oh, I'm not surprised because all they do is get drunk together all day, every day they're together. And, like, just I don't know. So I don't. I just that's basically I don't know. There's all the elements have always been there anyway. I guess it's just like it was a time bomb ticking. I guess I don't know.
Yes. Well, the good news is he survived. Nothing irrevocable has happened. The only irrevocable change is he's going to have to change his lifestyle to a degree to basically integrate his new weakness. He has a profound weakness at this point in the sense that it's going to take him a while to chew regularly. It's going to take him a while. He's going to need some rehabilitation in terms of chewing. The simple act of mastication, which means chewing, using your mandibles to crunch things together. That's for our listeners. I'm educating our listeners in that regard. The simple act of mastication it'll take him probably months and months before that normalizes to a degree, but he's always going to have to be very careful. He's going to have to be cautious the rest of his life from now on to avoid getting into fights because of the potential of somebody shattering that glass jaw. At this point, if you've taught him a lesson he's never going to forget, he's welcome to come on our show to bitch about it if he wishes, or probably best that we talk about other subjects than that. But aside from all of that, he's still alive to bitch about it. And so it's not like, oh my God, he's dead now.
No, no, no. No, and like I said, like I love him, like that's, I'd never want to hurt someone I really love, I'd never want to put someone that I care about through something like that. That's what, like it's different.
There was another post you put up about somebody else that died who you knew forever.
Yeah, that's my the one they called me that night, Jeremy. They call him Panda.
Right. Panda.
Yeah.
Right.
He's Filipino. He's Filipino.
So you haven't spoken of him at any depth before. Go on. Yeah, his mom.
No. His mom. Well, I went to school with his sister and then his older brother, and we were best friends. So like I used to come over a lot. So I watched him grow up. But he was a funny guy, man. He was cool. He was really cool. None of them got vaccinated because they were all scared.
Oh,
They're all
Jesus.
scared
Oh,
vaccinated.
God.
I talked to a sister and they said that's why they didn't get vaccinated. They were just scared. They didn't believe they thought it was going to kill them.
Oh, God. Oh.
And so, I mean, and she just beat COVID. Her and her husband had COVID. He had to get rushed to the ambulance because he couldn't breathe. He almost died. And, like, I told her, I was like, no, I have all the vaccines. I have the booster. Like, I'm fine. Like, I don't have health issues or nothing. Yeah, so she wants to get it now. She just asked today how soon she could get it.
That's thank you. I mean, honestly, this is it's just how can I say? There's kind of a Darwinian selection going on here, and they made their choices, and their choices were, as far as I'm concerned, just not wise choices. And they're made on the basis, it's all fear-based porn. They're reading all this fear porn, and they fall for it. And it's tragic. It's simply tragic. But we're going to see a lot of that. There's going to be many people who will not survive the winter, so there's going to be plenty of that grief to go around. As Sammy Romero says in the text, unfortunately, it's the people who are closest to us who try us, and that is so true. It is so true. We always hurt the ones we love. People close to us will hurt us, and this is why some people don't let anyone close to them, and I can almost understand that, but that's of course not the way to live either. That's not living either. So you have to open yourself to the risk of being hurt, and these people, of course, who decided not to take the risk of getting the shot, they risked COVID, which is a far higher risk. Okay, that's a form of, I'm sorry, stupidity, and there's the price to be paid for that. And so in terms of everything else that's going on, that seems to be fairly fine. I think that you're on the road to recovery from this terrible incident, but the fact that it all converged like that, it really does bring us back to, I think, what Sammy was trying to ask was, did you ever feel... I'm sorry, someone else was going to say something? Go.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I suspected the possibility that that place where you knocked that guy out, he must have placed a servitor there that was like, if you ever can't step foot in there again, it would trigger something. And I think that's what exactly happened. I can only look at it from an Arcanist perspective, but...
So get this. 10 minutes after we left, my wife's coworker was there, and then my sister showed up while my wife's coworker was there. And my sister, the one who jumped my wife with my mom, showed up at that bar 10 minutes after we left.
That's not that's not a coincidence. There's that definitely my only advice would be to stay away from that place. Because if you and your brother-in-law go back to that place, you'd probably wind up triggering something else.
By the way, it's as if they are brothers. As far as
those things are very hard to get rid of, servitors.
Yes,
very difficult.
I agree. Something's going on there. By the way, this is why Sammy was asking. Basically, I think his concern is, have you ever considered you might have been cursed as a child, like your mother handing you over to someone to hold a bruja or something like that, who may have...
I'm sure.
Okay.
And if I can explain the situation, what I asked Doug, the reason why I asked Doug back on is because we were at a restaurant a couple weeks ago, and there was an infant with us, and... a family was there, and later on that night, the infant was very fussy and restless. It wouldn't go to sleep. They tried changing it, check everything, and it wouldn't sleep. So that's one of the things that came up. Well, maybe it's el ojo malo. Maybe somebody wanted to hold it, or somebody was envious of that baby, being with his mother, and that was something that I asked Doug, maybe in Asian culture, if he can maybe draw from that, for me.
And I brought up some examples from my Asian culture of other aspects because there's nothing particularly parallel to that that I'm aware of. But certainly I brought up different aspects of a kind of fortune telling that's done when a child is after a child's birth and when the baby is a little, a few days out of the womb, how we decide the naming process. And then that was pursued by Nathan on the internet with myself, who is trying to provide a Chinese name for his daughter. And so all of that was wonderful. On the other hand, what we're dealing with Pac 1 is a life that's infused with occult phenomenon, a phenomenon that is truly supernatural. And it really bears kind of putting on the record because it deserves to be on record. It's a special case. And so, all that being said, I think he's balanced out well enough, considering all that could have happened. It came out for the best. I do want to kind of fit back in the story again. What was, again, the guy who got shot and has his guts open right now, at least for a day or so, contemplating his navel or what's beneath his navel? What was, again, how did the chronology, this all kind of came down all at once, and was there any forewarning of that? Like a ominous sign, like the guy called you up and then that happened or something? Or the guy called you up, the guy who called you up was Panda before he died, right? And then, is that what happened? Am I getting that right?
No.
Okay, say it again.
No.
Thank you.
No. Panda's sister called me and told me that he passed away.
Okay.
That she had the last time she would get to hug her brother was through a body bag because none of them got the vaccine.
God. Yeah, got it. Okay, and then with the guy who got shot, what was the story behind him? How does he fit into the narrative?
He was so me and him, we used to do music together, and he was in another town and at a bar, and I guess some guy was beating up his girlfriend or whatever, and he broke it up. And the guy, he was one of the 4 people who broke up the fight. 4 of the guys were there, and so the guy went out to the car and came back in and shot him.
God. Oh, God. That's so fucking typical. I'm just curious, was there any pursuit of this individual legally? Like,
Yeah, so actually, okay, so they were African Americans in a white town, like white town, like don't allow any colored people in type town. And so when that happened, they had helicopters, dogs, they were going door to door. They found him in 5 minutes.
Holy shit. Oh, God.
Well, within 5 minutes of embarking everybody to go look for him.
Right. I mean, God, again, Darwinian selection here. Why would a black person go to a town like that and start drinking? It's like,
they like the white girls.
There we are. It's like, well, good fucking luck. I mean,
that's the reason why it's said that if you're a black person, anything white will kill you.
There we are.
It's true.
It's like, first off, if they like the white woman, wasn't he beating on one? that brought
it. I can't really. I was joking around when I said that, but
okay.
I can't really say. I don't know. There's just like a lot of people go out there for a lot of different reasons.
Understood. It's not like he doesn't have a right to go there. There's a common sense. There's the law in the books, and there's the law of the land. There are certain common sense things we just don't do.
You're not going to get away with that shit out there.
Yeah. Yeah. True. And forgive me. I'm going to go mute for a second because I'm chewing out a banana. I'm trying to get enough calories in me, and need a banana a day anyway because it helps with all the muscle soreness, all the potassium. So what I'm going to do is go mute for a few minutes. I'm going to ask our man Brandon Young, who hasn't had a chance to talk if he's with us, to say hello, introduce himself, tell us what's going on with his week, because we'll be bringing Peter Moon on at the top of the hour and kind of just quickly review with him everything that's gone down. And we'll have Brandon kind of segue to Peter. Our man Jameson, if you'd be so kind, will bring on Peter at the top of the hour. And what I'm going to do is try to just basically do my nasal inhalant regimen, which I didn't do earlier. And once I get that in me, then that'll prevent me from snotting up during the night. So, yes, Brandon, if you're with us, say hello. Tell us how your week has been. No need for competition. Hopefully you didn't get yourself involved in any combat or shootings or anything absurd. Oh, God, is he with us?
I'm calling him. He might have dropped off.
Understood. And
but I guess until he comes on, we can hold down.
Oh, I'm sure you all have the capability of doing that. Yes, Solomon
Yeah.
Sheikh, do come on the stage and share with us some perspectives on this, please.
Yes, Brother Douglas. And for Pakwan's situation, it reminds me of the verse of the Holy Quran, where Allah says that we test you with good and evil, and to us you shall be returned. So everything in our life is basically laid out in a sublime and exquisite plan. And as the Islamo chaplain of Team Dietrich, I can assure Pakwan that everything good comes out of everything, because the aspect of good times and bad times from the Sufi Islamic perspective both come from that primordial source creator. And he's the one that's testing you to hone you up into the being that you're meant to become and the path that you're meant to become. I have my path. Brother Jamo has his path. Brother Douglas, yourself. And what Brother Douglas has said, it's nothing better can be added on to that. Because on the positive side, he's still alive. And on the other aspects, this will give you time to bond more closer to him as the sword and the shield concept, like you put. So just realize what you went through. And what Brother Jamo pointed out is stay away from that place, because even my intuition told me when you were explaining the story that there's something not right about that place. And also you encountering that Wiccan priestess. So all of these things in your life, Brother Pakwan, is also, if you have some kind of a spiritual practice you could incorporate, even if you're busy, at least 10-15 minutes into your day, this will keep you safe from a lot of the occult phenomena or occult attacks against yourself. Even myself, like I do my Sufi prayers in the morning before I go to sleep. So the Sufi prayers help you a lot in your life. And that's what you have to do in your life, is incorporate some spiritual practice. And that, my brother, will keep you safe. And of course, my love and prayers are always with you and with all of our brothers and sisters of Team D. Just know what happened, learn from it, put it behind you, move forward with positivity, knowing that it all comes from the Creator. As crazy as it may sound, that's one of the main core teachings of Sufism that they tell you, is that both good and evil will come at you from that same perspective. But you must be able to hone yourself and adapt. And with the type of life that you live, my brother, if anybody could handle it, it's you. So I know you're going to be absolutely fine. Just take some time to recover. And as Team D's Islamo chaplain, I shall be in the background praying for you.
Thank you so much, my brother. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, man. Like I told you in the chat, if you ever, if you want to reconsider that offer, I'll leave it out there, man. Because you're the place you're in, even the state you're in. I wouldn't want to be there, man. I wouldn't last there. You're pretty strong, man. I mean, yeah, and and even if you have some kind of protective means that you know of that you can, use to protect yourself, I would recommend that too.
All right. Yeah, I need to do something.
All right, man. Hey, Peter.
Hi there. I'm here.
Good evening, Peter.
Hi, that's Salmon and Jameson. Anybody else with us?
And Pakwan.
What's going on, Peter?
Hi there.
How's it going, brother?
I'm good. And Douglas is away.
Yes, we also have Sammy Romero, and we also have Brandon Young with us.
Okay, it's quite a group.
So how have things been going with you?
Interesting. Let me review the last few days. Well, we didn't have football today because not enough people showed up, which was a real surprise. At least 3 people were out with COVID, all having been vaccinated. Don't know if they had the boosters. Yeah, I was in New Jersey on Friday night. Very interesting. We're just filling some time here.
Yeah. So
I went. Well, I mean, it just felt so. It was a very expensive restaurant, a Cuban restaurant. And we went to celebrate the 1-year-old birthday of a friend of ours, and I go in to this into the bathroom, and one thing I cannot stand in the bathroom is they have an attendant. You know, a bathroom attendant.
yeah.
And to me, it's like it's the most unhygienic thing in the world. And he's got all this crap there that he wants to give you, and you're supposed to put something in his dish or something, and he's turning on the water. I told him, I said, I really resent this. Like, get out of my face. It's it's not only COVID time. It's it's like I'm like, it's just like, get out of my face, man. I don't need somebody to help me wash my hands. And then I go outside and we have to wait, and I see this tall black guy, and I go up and I start telling him exactly what happened. He goes, yeah. He says, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I just got in this really nice conversation with him, and just sitting there shooting the bull with him while we're waiting for tables. And then when I had to go, I was really reluctant to go back in there, but I had, I'm going to drive all the way home to Long Island, and I said, I'm going to go in there, and so I go in there and I use the bathroom, and I put $1 in his pocket, or not his pocket, but his thing, because, I just don't want to have to deal with him. He's already got the water turned on, and I do my business, I wash it, and he's just like jumping up and down. Thank you. You can have anything you want here. Like, what do I want? A dab of his cologne. I find it so offensive, and it's like, this is what you're supposed to expect in a classy place. To me, this is not classy. It's invasive. There's nothing worse traditionally, and they don't have them anymore because it was a gas station bathroom. I don't know if you guys are old enough to know the plight of the gas station bathroom. And I remember this particularly in California, which California was the hallmark of gas stations. They had so many gas stations in LA. It was like they'd have gas wars. They'd have 3 or 4 gas stations on a corner, and they'd have gas wars. And, one's charging 11 cents a gallon, one's charging 12 cents, and they're all trying to beat each other. And all these different companies, from Texaco to Gulf to Tidewater to Union 76 to Standard to Chevron. I mean, I could name them all at one point. My dad would tell me the differences because he was in the oil business. But, I mean, the gas was all the same. But in those days, the gas station attendant would fill your gas up. You didn't have to get out. He'd fill your car with gas. He'd check your oil. He'd wipe your windshield. It was just like, check your tire pressure. It was like, and then as those were individually franchised-owned gas stations, and then as finally Exxon and the different companies begin to buy up the gas stations, and they sold them directly. and the person who owned the gas station was like a sucker, making, pennies on the gas. And the only way you could, and of course the old gas station attendant would get the repair business and everything. It was a lucrative business, and they made it unlucrative. So it all the money went to the oil company. But as that phased from one to another, the gas station bathroom became the most despicable place you could occupy. It was worse than a sewer. The sink would not work. Sometimes you go in the bathroom and there'd be not even a urinal there. And it was dirty as hell.
Oh my gosh, no urinal. Jeez.
I mean, you just go in there and you run.
Well, where would they expect you to go?
I don't know. It's like you run for the nearest ditch. Bathrooms are not gas stations. Nowadays we have the 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
You go into, sometimes that'll be adjacent to a bathroom, or they have a bathroom inside the 7-Eleven, and you go in, or if you pay. But most of the gas stations, I think we do have some of those in Long Island. The Sunoco, you can go into the 7-Eleven and use the bathroom.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I do know that in Staten Island, most of the gas stations out here, most of them have locked bathrooms, or they put the out of order sign, because so you'd be lucky if you can sneak around somewhere.
Yeah, it makes you wonder where the help goes, what the help does when they have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I could only imagine. I don't want to imagine. There's a reason why they say money is dirty. There you go.
It's so much for that. So that was my experience from the other night. I've been busy continuing the renovations, as I said last time, buying furniture, assembling furniture, trying to get things done, working on my newsletter. It's basically okay. There's been a lot of other subplots and stuff, but what is Douglas up to right now? Did he go to get tea? Did he go to?
Last he checked with us, he was eating a banana. I hope that went well.
Okay.
I had a question for Peter. Good evening to you, Peter. I was looking through Skybooks USA, and the Montauk Book of the Living and the Book of the Dead stood out to me. And tomorrow morning, I'm probably going to place an order for it. And I wanted to ask you for the aspect of if you could give a brief synopsis of each book, because those subjects really intrigued me. Sure. It's about at least 800, if not 900 pages worth of reading there. They're big, thick books. Mm-hmm. And originally, the book was to be called the Montauk Book of the Dead. The Montauk Book of the Dead had to do with synchronicities. Well, but it became the Montauk Book of the Living. The Montauk Book of the Living was originally going to be called the Montauk Book of the Dead. We have some cute little kid playing in the background. If we could mute him, he'd be even more cute. But in any case, what had happened was with the Montauk Book of the Living, which, as they say, was the dead, I had received a picture from a psychic friend of mine I call Ken Arthur. And he gave me a picture. He was at a friend of mine's house, and he handed me this picture. It was a frame, and it had a newspaper clipping that said the New Ziegfeld Follies of 1910 or 1909. I think it was 1910, and it said on it the New Montauk Theater. And he gave it to me, and I said, what is this? He says, well, it had your signature on it, meaning my electromagnetic signature. Ken was very psychic. And I think the idea of follies caught his
attention because he liked to think of Montauk and Preston as a big joke. The Montauk Follies, or it was the Ziegfeld Follies, rather, not the Montauk, at the new Montauk Theater. So I took it and I studied it, trying to find what it meant. And the Ziegfeld Follies theatrical event was a skit making fun of the characters President Teddy Roosevelt, who was no longer president at that time, I don't think. William Howard Taft, a president who also became a justice, a Supreme Court justice, Chief Justice, and also the Kaiser Wilhelm. And so I studied these three individuals to find out the associations. Taft was the name of a town I had once lived in, named after William Howard Taft. And I think that town was made the subject of a movie. I think it was called The Best of Times with Robin Williams. It's making fun of this town. And it's a town that I had lived in. And although it's farcical, it's very accurate. It's very accurate making fun of this town. And the name of the town was called Moron. And they changed it when President Taft came through. They changed the name to Taft. So I had 5 years of experience with a redneck town that was very unfriendly to minorities, but was friendly as hell if you were white. They were very friendly, but not so much to minorities. And it was backward, I say. And it would, like, the trends of LA would catch on 2 years later there. And I didn't. I had some good friends in the town. I actually enjoyed myself a lot there, but the mentality of it kind of got to me. And I was glad to leave it. But that was William Howard Taft. And Kaiser Wilhelm and Teddy Roosevelt, they used to make fun of them for being cousins. They considered them cousins. I think they might have been related. But the only thing I noticed about Teddy Roosevelt, which really impressed me, when he was running for vice president, an assassin shot him. He shot him in the chest. And his speech was so thick, the pages of it were so thick, it deterred the bullet. And the bullet only lodged partially into his heart. And if it had gone in deeper, it would have killed him. But that fat speech paper saved him. And he was struck. He hadn't begun speaking. He was bloody. He changed his speech. He changed his shirt, got up and gave the speech, shortened it to about 20 minutes from 45 minutes, gave the speech, and then went to the hospital. They took out the bullet, and he survived. I thought that was a rather remarkable story. So this piece it was in a framed newspaper article from the Ziegfeld Follies. I couldn't take it any further than this. I thought it was a dead end. So about a year later, Duncan Cameron, psychic of the Montauk Project, is over at my house with my wife, and he's sitting there on one of the chairs in the living room. It's a lounge chair. And I said to Duncan, for some reason, I said, "Who's your favorite president?" And he goes, "Who's yours?" And I said, "Well, it's Teddy Roosevelt. Not because I like him or think he stood for anything particularly right, but I told him the story. I think that's a remarkable story." And I said, "Oh, I just remembered. I have this. I want to show you something." I ran upstairs. I had this playbill. It was a playbill, it was called, this article or this newspaper playbill. I went up and got it. It was at the bottom of my desk under all these papers. I took it, which was upstairs. I took it downstairs and I said to Duncan, I said, "Could you please give me a read on this? I'm not going to tell you anything. I just want you to give me your read on this." As I gave it to him, the back of it at a cardboard that fell out. As I actually gave him to, the cardboard started falling off or slipping out. And I said, wait, there's something underneath this. There's something underneath this cardboard. I took the cardboard off, and there was a picture. It looked like it was a color photograph, but it looked like it was on something like newsprint. It was better quality than newsprint, but it was like old. And it was a picture of Jesus on the Mount of Olives. It said, Mount of Olives, or Christ on Mount Olive. And I said, what the hell is this? Then I noticed there was two pictures, not one. Same, identical picture. And, Duncan was trained to be the Christ and the Antichrist. There was a lot of significance with him training to be the Christ. So it revealed itself in his presence, Mr. Montauk. And I said, what's the Mount of Olives? I didn't know what the Mount of Olives were. The Mount of Olives was where the Garden of Gethsemane was. It was the favorite place of Jesus in the New Testament, and it is where he suffered the Passion, which is where his, he began to bleed through his skin. And he was like a prelude to the crucifixion. It was where he kind of processed the suffering of humanity. And it was called the Passion. And the Passion is if you trace back the etymology of passion, I cannot trace it any further back than the New Testament. It is also the root of the word patience, passion and patience. From that, like you have to be patient to endure the end of time until the end of time. So anyway, I got this playbill, and then when I saw the Mount of Olives, I said, what the hell is this? And I called Ken. I told him what happened. And he says, well, I said, what about olives? He says, have you ever seen an olive tree? I said, no. He says, well, you better find an olive tree, and we'll talk about this further. So I went into the library. It's not easy to go in the library, and find anything on an olive tree. It just didn't happen in the index. So I got intuitive, and I just went to the section of the Dewey Decimal, and I just went to a book, and I found an olive tree. And of course, olive trees live to be 800 years old. They'll bear fruit all this time. They're very thick, gnarly. And I went and got myself a picture of an olive tree. Then I called Ken back, and I said, well, I found a picture. He said, what do you notice about it? I said, well, they're gnarly. I said, they look like something from that movie with Lon Chaney, The Wolfman, where Lon Chaney be running around all these heavy duty trees. And he says, yeah. He says, what else do you notice? I couldn't get what he was doing. He was basically telling me it's like it's a conduit to the inner earth. He was saying it's like it digs deep. It's where you could hide something. The roots go deep. He was sort of saying it's a conduit to the inner earth. Now, I began to study olives and all the synchronicity I could find with olives. And I found out that olives were sacred to Islam, sacred to Christianity, sacred to Judaism. It's where you get the chrism in Christianity. You put the chrism on with olive oil. You get in Judaism, it was olive oil that is celebrated Hanukkah over the olive oil that sustained light in the temple for 8 days with 1 day's worth of oil. So that's the miracle of Hanukkah. The Greeks had an olive tree on Mount Olympus. The greatest gift to mankind was determined. Who could give the greatest gift to mankind? It was the runoff was between Neptune, or Poseidon, his name was in Greek, and he gave mankind the horse, symbolic of the Montauk horse, I suppose. And the other finalist and eventual winner was Athena, or Minerva, who gave mankind the olive tree. And she was the winner. It was the greatest gift. And they had an olive tree on Mount Olympus. Now, Mount Olympus is really not a good place for olive to grow. Of course, this is metaphorical. So I thought I'm finding out a lot about olives. I also found out that when they chemically analyze tears that appear on paintings of the Virgin Mary or whatnot, they take it and they say, I think 80% of it is olive oil. The other 20% they can't figure out on these miraculous tears that come out of paintings or statues. So I'd heard. I've never seen any or analyzed them myself personally. But the olive, this is a great mystery, Salman, and it's good that you asked this, because I had this information. Back here, it was my upstairs bedroom office, or I had a bed up there, and it was also an office. But I had all this stuff on the bed, and all this information about the olive. And then I had some Xerox pamphlet that maybe somebody sent me, and it said that the olive would be used in the future to cure the gallbladder. It was used in ancient times in Atlantis to cure the gallbladder. Now, I think it's interesting. I had a sudden flash to go to the phone right on my desk and call up the Mrs. Farrow, the matriarch of the Montauk's. And because I had just sent her my book, Pyramids of Montauk. She was the first Montauk Indian I met. I met her on the phone. I never met her in person. And when I published the Pyramids of Montauk, she called me and said, you know, that my son Robert is the rightful heir to the Montauks. I said, well, you know, he's never surfaced. Robert Cooper has always claimed this. I said, I'm happy. So I put in, when I did the reprint, I put in a blurb about her son in respect.
Right.
And I had just sent it to her, so I called up to see if she got it. And her sister, Carolyn, answered the phone and says, the book arrived today.
Wow.
But she did not get it. She just, before it arrived, she went to the hospital with a bleeding gallbladder. She died.
Interesting.
I then went back to my papers on the bed, and I read this, and somehow I stunned myself, because although I had asked when I called the phone, is Olive there? I didn't even realize that her name was Olive. I wasn't thinking Olive in the context of the olive. Her name was Olive Farrow.
Right.
So I'm sitting there studying about olives, and somehow I get this idea, I better go call Olive. Yet I'm not thinking her name is Olive. Her name could have been Anne or Jane. And I called her sister. I called her, and her sister answered, Carolyn, and she says, no. And it was so symbolic. And I didn't know she was going to die.
Right.
I found out she did die. She never came home. She never recovered from, it was initially diagnosed as a bleeding gallbladder. I don't know what the final analysis was. But she was the undisputed matriarch of the Montauks. Her name was Farrow. Her name was Olive Farrow. And I go, God, this was like being hit on the third eye. It was like, Bob, Olive. So this began a quest. The quest was already in place, but this became monumental because she was the matriarch of the Montauks, the custodian, the rightful custodians of the Montauk Indians. And it was my affiliation with the Montauks that had led to my eventual involvement with the Montauk medicine man and the Qigong. But this is interesting because years and years later, I had taught the medicine man a Qigong exercise, which I had learned. And he was talking to my teacher about it. And, I told him, just do a dozen, take it easy. And my teacher told him to do some ungodly amount of this exercise.
Jeez.
It's basically called the Hindu squat. And he did an ungodly amount of it, and his gallbladder burst.
Fuck.
And at the same time, the Montauk shaman had a gallbladder issue. She had a gallbladder issue too.
Yeah.
And it was over some sensitive stuff going on. So I said, wow, this is so sensitive to the Montauk's, the gallbladder. So, you know, my teacher would often tell me to do something in moderation. But the medicine man, you know, do it till your gallbladder bursts. I don't know. I mean, it's like you just it's just weird how things can be told, you know, and I mean, you know, he survived it, but it was kind of serious. So I just, the Montauk's are sensitive to gallbladder. Now, the long and short of this is that I met a man, Mark Roberts, who told me that I wanted to be interested in not Timbuktu, which I developed an interest in, but the southern Algeria, the region of southern Algeria known as the Ahaggar.
Yes.
And this is an area, and he sent me some literature, Xeroxed literature from Egerton Sykes, a dowser, who wrote a magazine. It was published in France. It was published in English. He was an English dowser. It was called Atlantique.
Yes.
And he went and studied every library reference, I say library, literature reference he could find on Atlantis that was in history. Not the modern day books you'd read today in a bookstore, but all the historical references he could find, not just Plato, but other ones. And he wrote a magazine about it. And he said that there was an ancient blue queen of who had migrated from Atlantis to
Yes.
the Ahaggar region of Africa, which was then a verdant green area, eventually became a desert. And she was blue skinned, Rh negative, and she was Antonia, Queen Antonia, and she brought mankind the olive. She brought the olive with her from Atlantis, and the Greeks copied Antonia, called her Athena, and she gave the Greeks the olive. But it all came from this Queen of Atlantis. I found out genetic tie-ins on both sides of my family, although these are not, I guess, what you'd call genealogy tie-ins. They're ties to names, and you know, my Irish mother's side, my father's side, which they were both related to Berber people. And I had encountered the Berber people when I was in Morocco, didn't know who the hell they were. If you can imagine me in a taxi from Tangier going to a place called Robinson's Beach with a couple of friends of mine, and we're going to go body surfing. And on the way, the taxi driver stopped and gave us an opportunity to ride a camel. I had no interest in riding a camel, but my friend insisted I ride the camel. He says, "You're not going to come all the way to Morocco and not ride a camel." I'm perfectly happy to not ride a camel, but I got up on the camel and you know, rode the camel around with the guide or whatever. I don't remember if the guide was on with me or I was by myself. Probably by myself. Not enough room on a one-hump camel for two people. But I don't even remember the experience very much. And then there were these people around. These like they were Bedouins, and with donkeys. I said, these people the one lady could have been cast for the Virgin Mary, the way she was dressed. They were white people. They weren't like the dark-skinned people you would typically see, or sometimes black people in Morocco. Right. They were fair-skinned. I didn't know who the hell they were. I said, where do these people come from? What wall do they come off of? I didn't know enough, nor did I even bother to learn about it at the time. I only really got it, you know, decades later. They were the Berber people. The Berber people of Morocco, which are quite prevalent. Morocco is filled not only with Arabs, but with Jewish people. And the Berbers have adopted both religions. They have their own religion. So anyway, that was and I found that I had a connection to Berber people, which is the Celtic people as well. So there's a great historical archives, Mark Roberts told me, beneath the Ahagar. Now, this is a place you can go into and get lost and never reappear again.
Right.
There are archives that go back to antiquity. There are frescoes, but there are supposedly archives. Now, these are, and so when I thought, and Mark was so, he was a dowser and he was quite brilliant in his own way, but he could be so ridiculous. He wanted to, take me to Algeria and go there. And I met some Algerians. I met the Minister of Sports and Industry of Algeria, talked to him about these. He says, it's very beautiful. But David Childress told me, he says, don't go to Algeria. It's too dangerous.
Right.
And my Moroccan friends confirm this. And Mark Roberts says, those Berber women are really, really friendly. And so, he's acting like a pimp. He thinks I'm going to go to Africa to, find some friendly woman. No, thank you. There's plenty of friendly women, in America. But then he says, you don't have to worry about the hostility there, because he says, I'm friends with Trammell Crow. Trammell Crow, I can get a letter from Trammell Crow. And for those of you who've never heard of Trammell Crow, he's a famous sculptor. I don't know if he's still alive, but he's also was a banker. And he bought up huge portions of the city of Dallas for Gaddafi. And he had a lot of cachet in the Arab world because of what he had done for Gaddafi. He was considered an ally. So, he said, we can have a letter from Trammell Crow. And I'm saying, sure. These jihadists come up and, come up, whatever they come up with. Say, I have a letter from Trammell Crow. These guys don't even read English. I said, what? Beware, buyer beware. I would have thought all of the things that came out of Romania would have come out of Algeria for me. This is where I thought my destiny laid. But it laid in Romania, although there are some consistencies between the legends and whatnot. So that's a bit about the Montauk Book of the Living. But during this period, I was having consistent dreams of an area in Ventura, where my parents lived and died. And Ventura is a beautiful coastal town. It's right on the coast. And I spent a lot of time there, and I'm having these dreams of the highway twists, or the clover leaves or whatever, but they were exotic beyond compare. I mean, the dreams were so highlighted and exotic. I said, it's not that beautiful. It was just, and I said, why do I keep dreaming of this? And there were reasons I thought that I was. And then finally, I had a dream of the Scientology Center in Davis. And I go back, and then I realized what it was. Well, it sort of happened. It didn't happen quite then. This is the way it happened. I kept dreaming of this area. And then I was driving up. Was spending, driven my daughter, taking my daughter out to California. And we stayed at my sister's house. And the first Sunday, I think we arrived on a Saturday, I was going up to see my friend in Santa Barbara. And it's raining heavy. So we get in the rental car, and we're driving up to Ventura, and I see the sign that says Montalvo. Montalvo is I remember the name Montalvo. It's a little district in Ventura. and Montalvo was where my parents, the turnoff for where my parents were buried for the funeral. I remember that's the only time I ever saw Montalvo. I remembered it from umpteen years earlier. And then there was a sign that said Los Olivos Adobe. Los Olivos Adobe, the olives, the house of the olives. And I go, oh my God, this is right where my parents were buried and right where they died. I said, what is this? So I spent the day in Santa Barbara with my friend. I came back and I asked my sister, I said, what is this Los Olivos Adobe? She said, oh, the Olivos were the families that owned all this land. Basically, my parents died in a car crash on the land of the olive, on the property of the Olivos family. They're the biggest ranchero in California. And they were buried on this rancho. Well, it's not longer a rancho now, it's a cemetery. But I said, this is very moving. This is why I kept having these dreams of this area. It was, but my family was connected, or my parents were connected to the olives because they were died and killed on the olives. And then Montalvo was interesting because this curlicue is a small curlicue. It wasn't like a big cloverleaf. Takes you to California Street in Ventura. And Montalvo was the author of the book that had the Queen Calafia, which California is named after. Montalvo wrote a book, and I forget the name of the book, but it was the book that was one of his many names, Montalvo, where Queen Calafia, she was a black caliph called the caliph, Calafia, and she was an Amazon, and she had an island of female Amazons. Yes. And the reason they called California after her was because there was, I think it was Portola, was an explorer who discovered California by land, and he found a colony of female mummies in Mexico. I think it was across from Baja California.
Yes.
But this is why they called California, it was all California, then they changed it to Baja and Alta California.
That's right.
So this was all symbolized in California. It was also California Street in San Francisco where I joined the Sea Org. And the other thing, what caused me to write the Montauk Book of the Dead was that my dreams extended to Davis, California, and the Scientology Center. And then I realized that the street that was on was the oldest street in Davis that ran along the railroad tracks was Olive Drive, which I had my first out-of-body experience. So that compelled me to write the Montauk Book of the Dead, which was a book about my Scientology experiences. I would not have written about those if not for all of these dreams and the weird synchronicities. So I felt that I needed to explain myself to my audience. This is how I got involved in all of this stuff. And that is a brief overview. It's much richer and in depth than what I've stated here. So that's an overview. Oh, there's one other thing I must say, and it's in the book. So I had lost this this playbill I'd lost it, and I was very disappointed that I lost it. So I'm waiting one day for this psychic friend of mine, who's a very dear friend, Yonda, to come by. I haven't seen her in a long time. And she's coming, and so all of a sudden, I look on the coffee table, and I see this thing has appeared. Where the hell did it come from? It wasn't on the coffee table in the morning. It appeared. And I looked at it, and I said, gee, let me look at this again. And it said, starring Eva Tang Hui. Eva Tang Hui. Yeah. And I said, well, I never really paid attention to Eva Tang Hui. Now we have the internet. So I went downstairs onto my computer and started looking up Eva Tang Hui. Eva Tang Hui, first thing I found out was a review of her work. She was the most highly paid vaudeville performer. And she was, the review of her work was by Aleister Crowley. I said, why is he reviewing her? I looked deeper and found out that she was a priestess of Aleister Crowley. So this playbill had such charged energy in it. It had Eva Tanguay, Crowley's priestess. It revealed the pictures of Jesus while I was giving it to Duncan. It was like, wow, what a power-packed piece of stuff. And of course, when I told my friend Ken, he says, well, you took this further than I ever thought you would, just as I did with the Montauk Project. So I went far beyond his wildest expectations.
Thank you, Peter. That's absolutely fantastic, and I'm very excited to check out both of the books. And I thank you for the way that you detailed both of those books out. And you're definitely right. There's always connections everywhere in our lives, wherever we look.
Yeah, thank you for that. That was wonderful. And Peter, I've certainly returned, and I'm excited for what you were going to speak of, as you told me in the message box. And it's been a hell of a night for all of us, certainly for Pac-1 Morales and myself. I'm very lucky to get on it all tonight. The Microsoft decided they were going to upgrade their program, and they're updating the program on which I produced this program. They're updating that. Apparently is just part and parcel of their trying to get me to quote unquote upgrade to Windows 11, which I refused, unless somebody can recommend any compelling reason as to why I should upgrade to Windows 11. Most of the time upgrades.
11th degree Windows.
There we are. Yes. Yeah. The most of the time these upgrades don't seem to be beneficial, and most people warn me from ever trying it. Jameson says he has it. Maybe I'll upgrade to it. Like I said, in the meantime, I'm putting it off, and it was bad enough just to install the updates that I had no choice to install, and that prevented the computer program from opening at all when I tried to produce tonight. So it was just a nightmare, and by the time we got started, it was a little later than I expected, and I had to kind of finalize some things that I normally do ahead of the program while we were on transmission. So I see that what happened was that all the men who were with us, among them Salman Sheikh, he asked you about something, and it brought you into the direction that you went. Again, just so that people understand a bit about the Hagar Mountains and the entire hidden world that is beneath them. Understand this much, that the Hagar is the heart of the Sahara, and the Sahara itself, of course, is a world unto its own. It is the largest dry, arid desert in the world, what they call a hot desert. In other words, deserts can be used for, of course, other kinds of environments that are barren or wastelands, but it's located in the horse latitudes under the subtropical ridge. So it's a significant belt of semi-permanent subtropical desert, and so even though it's the world's largest hot desert, it's basically only maybe the third largest desert in the world, smaller only than the deserts of Antarctica and the northern Arctic, which are completely barren wastelands as far as human habitability is concerned. But the name of Hagar is, well, that's the heart of the Sahara, and it's dominated all exploration of the Western Sahara during the latter half of the 19th century. One
cannot escape the coincidence of the name with Hagar,
Yeah.
Hagar from the Old Testament.
Yes, of course, and that
Abraham's first girl.
Yes. So it was considered the problem to be solved, the inaccessible core, and the great explorers. Barth followed its eastern confines. Duvier, he gathered valuable data on the region, even though he never penetrated it. Flatters was an explorer with all the members of his expedition, who were massacred at Tin Tarabin, where a memorial was later raised by the French government. The Forio Lamy expedition, it crossed the Sahara but touched only the eastern margin of the Hagar. So the name itself recalls a whole series of efforts valiant but futile or incomplete. And so the solution of the problem remained for the 20th century, if you could call it such. Basically, two successive reconnaissances by Meharists from Insala finally dissipated some mystery. The first was under the leadership of Lieutenant Cotnest, the second under Lieutenant Willow Lohan, and the first geographical account of exploration in the Ahagar appeared in 1903 over the signature of the latter officer. And basically it was subject to military expeditions. And as such, of course, it was considered kind of a security zone. But what happened was the French and the Germans were cooperating after World War I, and finally one of the great directors, G.W. Pabst, like Pabst beer, P-A-B-S-T, he, along with several French explorers, and their desire was to make a film that would be about the mistress of Atlantis. So the film exists today. Basically, if you were to buy a DVD of it, it would literally be around $60 because it's considered very rare. It's literally, quote unquote, a lost film. And so Brigitte Helm was the legendary beauty from Fritz Lang's Metropolis, who played the lady who was the robot. In other words, the perfectly designed female. She represented the Aryan ideal of the time. And she stars in that film as Antinea, the mistress of Atlantis, the lost empire that yet survives in the Sahara Desert. So when they went to film this, they literally went there. And it was one of the reasons why it was felt that they were violating a sacred space. But it was these people who ultimately penetrated the Ahagar, and that was one of the reasons why Adolf Hitler knew about the inner earth. So it was basically within that extinct volcano that is the center of the Ahagar region in North Africa that they descended to degree and certainly verified that there was an interior environment. Of course, there was a speculation scientifically as to how this environment was formed, and it was thought that there was perhaps an element of antimatter or an antimatter meteorite, some kind of bolide that struck the Earth, but happened to, when it struck the Earth, it happened to go through the open mouth of the volcano, which was very fortunate. So rather than destroying a large part of our planet, it actually, in its own way, the way a thermonuclear weapon that's detonated underground creates the hollow cavities that the U.S. government was trying to take advantage of during the periods of time that I described in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. This was something that was very similar, a rather organic or cosmic creation of a very hollow core for miles beneath the Ahagar region. And it must have happened millions of years ago. Certainly it had its own environment, its own, as happens underground or any large enough cavernous space, it had its own ecosystem and created its own rain. As in a terrarium, any large hollow cavern, even a large enough architectural construct will create its own rain. Its own atmospheric kind of phenomena will begin to evolve within such spaces. But the existence of that inner world in that part of the world, it's been known in legend for centuries. To the Sumerians, it was Na-An-Gub, or the Great Below. The ancient Hebrew myths speak of it as Tehom, the Great Deep, and the home of the giants. And to the Egyptians, it was Amenet, the sacred land, or the land in the west. To the Muslims, it is Shadukiam, or the underworld of the jinns, ruled by Al-Dimriyat. Its existence is also mentioned in the Anuman Elish. the ancient Babylonian creation epic. So it was definitely unknown to the quote-unquote civilized world until the 1930s. And so when it was penetrated even to a degree, much of the film crew really didn't make it back alive. So there's this entire story that is behind the movie Mistress of Atlantis. The reason that it never became public was because the year it was released, 1932, it was the very next year that Adolf Hitler ascended into power, and he personally interviewed much of the film crew and made certain that they were all sworn to secrecy. This was considered a national security issue, a state secret. And, of course, those papers are not ones that were ever made privy to the Allies. After the war, they simply, of course, were taken by the Third Reich when it went into exile. So, again, back in those days, of course, they didn't really have the knowledge of antimatter. I mean, they did to a degree, but they were thinking in those days basically of a huge meteor, more conventional, that entered the volcano and exploded inside the Earth when it came in contact with solid matter. So there was, now that I remember correctly, the antimatter element was there in the files that I was dealing with, where the Americans, of course, had been doing their best to try and interview survivors from the film crew. And that was, of course, after the war. The survivors, what little that they were willing to impart, because you'd be amazed at how the Germans maintained their secrets even after occupation. They simply said that everything that was put to writ in documentation was taken by those who had left Germany. So, but they did confirm, of course, that there is that enormous space beneath North Africa. And also the reason that the Tuareg, or the Bedouin peoples, are so antithetical to that being discovered or somehow basically pursued in terms of exploration by the white man is because, of course, as I've said, much of that is the realm of the ghoul. And the last thing that they want is an emergence of the ghoul en masse to overtake the surface world. And the ancient Christians, as you brought up, the background of that biblical matriarch, whose name is also integrated into that land. The ancient Christians, who must have been some of the first to convert, like the ancient Armenians and the ancient Coptic people of Egypt. Some of the first Christians were in Africa, and certainly many of them lived in a place that was known as Bachagwa. And Bachagwa is, of course, a place that's now abandoned. The ruins of the city were in the Sahara in the past. And according to the testimony of many of the inhabitants who lived in the vicinity, beneath those ruins lies a large city inhabited by the Christians who took refuge there when North Africa was invaded by Islam. And the Christians diverted the rivers and the streams that once made the area fertile, and they were, by legend, they were mythified to have lived happily ever after underground, but that one day they would water the desert once again. But on the surface, there was only that one remaining trace of Bachagwa was a large stone well that was 4 to 5 meters deep, and even though the well itself was dry, that a traveler placing his ear to the stone would be able to hear the underground murmur of the water that once fed it. The book that wrote of this was L'Algérie, or Algeria, and that, of course, was actually, it had a subtitle. It was known as L'Algérie traditionnelle. I actually have a copy. It's only in the French. They've never translated this into English. It was published in Paris in 1884. And the author, Alphonse Certeau, surname spelled Certea, UX. He was the individual who died in 1904, right after the first expeditions began to penetrate the Sahara. And he was apparently there himself, having been born in 1834, interviewing the Bedouin and the Tuareg about this. Unfortunately, I found out through my own experiences that those Christians were not living in some Elysium, even though there is an Elysium type of environment, an environment, of course, where there's a natural phosphorescent light that must have been created by the mineral traces of the meteorite. That was what was speculated by the German expedition. And of course, the more that I reflect upon it, the expedition was almost certainly but a cover to make a film. It was the cover. The making a film was a cover for what was most certainly an exploratory expedition that was conducted by the Weimar government. And Adolf Hitler, when he took over, certainly exploited the information that the interim government of Weimar had essentially discovered for him. Or opportunistically, they discovered it for themselves, but he certainly took advantage of it. But when it came to the entire real fate of the Christians, they simply became the chattel of the ghoul, where the ghoul, of course, breed them in the millions for their constant food supply. That was what I found out, of course, when I was security contracted to the academic expedition in East Africa. And so a horrible fate awaited them. They should have stayed on the surface and simply absorbed into Islam, where the Muslims would have treated them with enough respect. The Muslims, of course, regard Christians and Jews as fellow Abrahamites and monotheists. The very term infidel really refers to atheists or pagans, as opposed to people who believe in the one true God. So there's all that to take into account.
Let me add a bit here. The film, I did not know the history of the film as you have given it. I just know that they demonized Antonia in the film.
Yes.
That and all the subsequent films, they demonize her. But I was always looking for a German connection, and I could never find it in the regular research facilities that were available to me, whether it be internet or library. But I was always wondering if Rommel had anything to do with it, because Rommel was the Africa Corps. So this goes earlier than Rommel, what you're telling me.
Yes.
And it's very interesting. This was the German connection. I knew there was a German connection because the Germans were down there, but I couldn't find enough of the German connections. The Algerians hate the Germans to this day. There's a whole list of people they hate. I was told that Americans were not at the top of the list, but they weren't towards the top of the list. But I think it was, Germans, I think, were at the top of the list. Then I think it was maybe Israelis, French, whatever. Americans were up there, but they weren't the first choice. And I studied quite a bit about the area. And the Tuareg, who are the blue people, they claim they're descendants of Antonia, who was a literally blue-skinned queen. They have blue faces because of the indigo materials, clothing they make. So that they are known as the blue people.
Yes.
And they are the inspiration for Frank Herbert's Fremen.
Yes.
Fremen people in Dune. Who were also desert dwellers. What the Tuareg have what Douglas uses the term often, what he calls white trash pieces of shit. Well, Tuareg are not necessarily black. They're not necessarily, they mix, they are what they are. They're, I think, originally Caucasian, but they've mixed. But whatever they are, they predominantly were at one time Rh negative. They kill Europeans on sight.
Yes.
No questions. Like they might come up to a caravan and say, oh, here, and they may trade with them and be friendly with them, like a killer whale will do with a seal.
Yes.
Killer whales will be all friendly and play with the seal pups.
Yes.
Get their hormones happy and nice. They'll come back and eat them.
Yes.
Because the seals are now happy, hunky-dory. They taste better. They're better nutrition if they make the seals happy before they eat them.
Yes. Fear poisons
That's what a
the
killer whale
meat.
will do. Well, this is what the Tuareg would do, only they weren't eating the Europeans. They'd be friendly with them, and then they'd come in at night when they were sleeping and just hack them to pieces. And it wasn't personal. As Michael Corleone would say in The Godfather, it's just business. It's just business. Because the Europeans could not be trusted. And this was something the Europeans had earned. And eventually, Timbuktu, was the biggest cultural capital in the world at one point, at least in the Western world.
Yes.
And it all fell when the French came in through the rivers coming up and came up into West Africa, invaded it, and they did away with the trade routes. The French, more than anybody, killed the culture of Northern Africa.
Yes. Well, they could have done far worse. They were planning on what was outlined by Jules Verne to create a Saharan Sea by flooding the Sahara because it's beneath the sea level. Serious investigation, geological measurements were taken, and the idea was to basically help to expedite transportation into the interior by flooding the majority of it, and that of course would have annihilated the entire culture of the Bedouin and Tuareg tribes beneath North Africa, of course, with what the Americans were able to get from their interviews with the original German expedition that produced the film about that woman who is rendered in a very frigid light, Antonia, surrounded by her leopards, with a giant stone statue of her own face and a harem of helpless men.
And this was much of a degradation of the feminine concept.
Yes.
It's all about degrading the feminine.
Yes.
And so that was a theme.
But
and
it was...
also,
Yes.
go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, at the same time, it is perversely empowering. It was the valleys echoed her name throughout the film in the African desert, where her lovers danced around her throne in the Sahara. So she's certainly intimidating and imposing. But go on.
Well, there's also a book called She.
Yes.
By
H. Rider Haggard, right?
Who sort of imitates this sort of general theme.
The archetype. The archetype. Go on.
Yeah, movie made of it as well.
Yes.
But
as for that subterranean environment, in terms of when the explosion of antimatter caused much of the solid matter to disintegrate and form that huge bubble of molten rock, the shell of that interior, the entire environment is permanently bathed in this unnatural daylight produced by not only the mineral elements, but the chemical photoluminescence sparked off by the substances released in the original explosion, and probably whatever kind of bioluminescent fungi began to thrive on the walls throughout that environment.
Let me say something about that, is that Radu Sinamar in his book Inside the Earth goes into the scientific explanations of lighting in caverns beneath the earth. I just don't have them on the tip of my head now, but he goes into detail about how light can manifest and behave. So you can have whole worlds of with different flora and different fauna beneath the earth, like in Journey to the Center of the Earth movie. And then there are realms that are physical, just as if you went down into a basement. And then there are also realms where you go into a different vibrational frequency, which are not in this reality as we would measure it. But they're both realms. The realms that Douglas is talking about and the ones that I just alluded to are not as I guess what you'd say evolved or as civilized as some of the more metaphysical ones.
Yes,
but
yes?
it goes into detail about how these worlds can be sustained.
Wonderful, wonderful. The original German expedition was actually preceded by the French, who filmed the novel of The Mistress of Atlantis. The novel was written by Pierre Benoit, surname spelled Benoit, and the French first went into the Hagar to film. Again, the filming was on site was simply a cover for what was an exploratory expedition, and but the director was Jacques Feyder, Feyder. That was 1921. That was 2 years before my mother was born. At the time, it was the most expensive French film ever made, for the very reason that it was but cover for an exploratory expedition. Of course, the greatest problem, if you can imagine why it's so easy to maintain chattel of humanity, who have probably devolved into shells of themselves. This was probably the inspiration for H.G. Wells's Morlocks. But in other words, the ghoul would represent the Morlocks.
The Time Machine was written well before that. It was written around the turn of the century.
Yes. But he may have heard, as I said, the inner earth was known about for quite some time by many cultures. So the legends, I'm sure, were part of his inspiration. Either that or he had a great, shall we say, attunement to the vibratory aether, so to speak. After all, as I said, the book that I have a copy of in the French, he had likely a copy of that himself. And also, he certainly was a member of occult societies. I know that much. And
yeah, it's likely. And according to Amato Crowley, he knew the Wilson brothers, the famous Wilson brothers of my work.
There we are. And so the most outstanding thing to remember about that environment is that because the entire, shall we say, country beneath North Africa is permanently bathed in an unnatural daylight, then as there's no stars or planets in its sky, it's impossible to devise any astronomical system of directions. And similarly, the permanent daylight means there's no natural method of reckoning time, which effectively, in its own way, it would cease to exist there. And with the climate always being warm and very humid with the frequent showers, certainly there's enough hydration, but still you can imagine how people would lose all sense of reality. The perception of your world would leave you very vulnerable to that kind of exploitation by the ghoul. So that, of course, is a different situation than the other caverns that the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile colonized. So there's a series of worlds, if you will, beneath the surface of the Earth. But the Earth is nowhere near hollow. These are all definitely within the crust of the Earth. So they're barely beneath our feet, if we were to consider them in contrast to the rest of the layers going towards the Earth's interior. That being said, of course, so glad that Peter joined us tonight. I don't know if he started on any of the subjects he was going to talk about before.
No, I didn't. No, because Salman asked me about, he was going to get the books. It all started with the books, Montauk Book of the Dead and Montauk Book of the Living. That's what I was talking about. Those were, it's like 900 pages worth of reading or thereabouts.
Wonderful. So everyone,
he asked me what they were about, so I gave him the long-winded answer.
Wonderful. Oh, bless you. And everybody, do pursue those books. Forgive me for just a second because you're going to have me. I have this wonderful new electric heater by Clarice Claudette. She sent me a wonderful care package. I'm taking advantage of that. At the same time, with the temperature drops in San Francisco being such as they are, I sometimes get too warm. So I'm just going to change out of the sweatshirt into a lighter shirt. I'll have my earbuds off for just a moment. I'll be right back in a minute. But in the meantime,
Douglas, while you do that, I'll start talking about just the anniversary of Paula.
Oh yes! Oh, I'm
And
so excited! I saw your post.
We'll go into the Douglas.
Sounds great. And Paula, I'm so proud of her and so excited for her. This is a wonderful anniversary. Do tell.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the anniversary of Paula's arrival in the United States 7 years ago, which I guess would have been 2014, and she arrived in the JFK airport, and I guess I was not but a day later. I looked at I looked at her visa, and it said good till January 18th, and I said it really said June 18th, but it was not written clearly. It was written by hand. And I said, oh, June 18th. She's only got a month here. So that impelled me. I never even thought about marrying her or anything. I said, we got to stay you here. I better marry you. And it just became like a fait accompli. I had to get my birth certificate from Sacramento, and boom, 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 boom. It was we were married on January 6th, be 7 years. It was not something I'd planned. It was not something we even talked about. It was something we were going to explore a relationship. And then it became all of a sudden real serious. And perhaps that's the way it should have been. This is what happens when Pluto goes through your fifth house. The fifth house is your house of romance and love affairs and children. And in this case, it evolved my love affair turning into a marriage. But so she's been here. Now, what's interesting about her arrival here, it predicated a call from David Anderson. A month later, we got married on the 6th, and I had written to David and told him of my marriage to Paula. I think it was on my birthday that I wrote to him. I didn't tell him it was my birthday. He didn't know it was my birthday. We went out for dinner, and it was a very bad dinner. Not that the food was bad, but I could see that things were not going to be going well for me financially for the next 6 months. And, you can tell this, when sales have been slow, because you get paid, and there are various reasons. And it was the only time I'd felt bad. I felt really bad. I couldn't hide it from her. And we came home that night, and I got a call from David Anderson, and he was congratulating me on my marriage. And we talked for a while and asked me how I was doing, and I said, how would you like to talk to Paula? I think he heard me using some Romanian word and for water. I asked Paula to get me the apa, which is apa, which is interesting. If you turn the P around, it's a Q. The Romans use aqua or aqua for water. Apa. P and Q are interchangeable phonetically and etymologically. But anyway, he heard me saying that, and so she got on the phone, and they talked for about 5 minutes. And she was so impressed with his command of the Romanian language. She's really impressed with it. They basically said hello. And then I proceeded to utilize her as a sounding board for studying his work. This impelled me to study his work, which was on his website, which I think still is there. But I began to break it down and understand it. Keep in mind, I had heard him lecture on it 6 years earlier. And I was going in the dark room, Jojo, take note. I know you're probably listening, Jojo. It was in the dark room. I go in the dark room. I go out to the website, and going back and forth and having Paula as a sounding board, I could then figure out a lot of things about time that I didn't understand. And I put this into an article, which he read, and he said, nobody's had the patience to break it down like that before. This is really good. He made a few very minor corrections, and they're very minor, but they were necessary. And he said, can I use this when I go to talk to people like a university or lecture? I said, well, of course, it's yours. So I put him on the copyright because it's his work. I was just rephrasing it. And that evolved into the videos I put up on the Time Travel Education Center, which is the most significant and most important work that I have ever done, bar none. Of course, it languishes as unappreciated, and to the degree it might be appreciated, it's not going to be spoken about. They're going to try and take it and apply it themselves. But I doubt that, because there are people who are already applying what they know of it in other quarters. So the night Paula arrived, I had a dream of Stephen Hawking saying, I was explaining to him the invariance of the space-time interval, which is the subject of one or two of the videos in the Time Travel Education Center, and I hadn't even known I was going to be dealing with this. And he says, "You're really onto something here. You're really onto something here." And it was like I had changed Stephen Hawking's mind in the dream, which was this was a precursor. So Paula was like a representative of Romania coming here to live with me, and the school she's a part of is not the same world as Radu's world, which is not the same as David Anderson's world. But as Radu has said, they all interconnect. All of these things are meaningful. There are many different factions of consciousness. So this is the anniversary of Paula's arrival, and she's now a U.S. citizen, and she's done very well. She's done very well. She would not have done this well in Romania, and the United States has been a wonderful opportunity for her, and she's made the best of it. So she's been a great addition to my life. Yes. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was just saying how wonderful that is, and yes, she has been a great addition to your life. It's I'm sorry. Go on. I didn't mean to interrupt like that.
I will invite people to go to the Time Travel Education Center, and if you haven't already, as they say, this is bar none the most important work I've ever done, and it's because it shows that time is not what people think it is. It's navigable. Of course, what David Anderson has done is incredible. This is just explaining it to people. That's all it's doing. It's explaining the significance. Of course, what meaning it has in our day-to-day life. Now, we don't have access to these things, which is a whole nother subject. But I will get back to that subject. I'm going to come around back to it. This has to do with Douglas Dietrich. But, and I want to say, and the reason I want to address the subject of Douglas Dietrich tonight is because I have gotten comments recently and rather consistently in the past disparaging him. And the disparagements are not like nasty. They're not nasty. It's people's failure to understand why he is the way he is, or what. They don't understand because it's too far outside of their comfort zone. And I can understand this. I have been outside of many comfort zones. And I don't talk about the comfort zones because if you start talking about being outside of comfort zones, it attracts the wrong type of energy. Oh, you're outside of the comfort zone. You you were at a gathering of the rainbow people. The rainbow people take off all their clothes. I'm going to show up on your front lawn naked because you would like that. No, I've never been to a gathering of the rainbow people, but I have been at gatherings where rainbow people have frequented. But
is that a term for
whether they
nudist
took off their
colonists?
clothes or not, I don't remember. What were you going to say?
Is that the way that I was going to ask? Is that a term for nudist colonists? The rainbow.
No. The rainbow people were I don't know if they've gotten too old to be rainbow people anymore, but they would meet at places. They would never announce their gatherings. They would meet at nature settings, and they would be like clans. I don't know if they put up teepees. It was very, I guess, what you call cultural and subcultural, and people would just gather by word of mouth. It was not for people who would read an ad and say rainbow gathering, come to the rainbow gathering. It wasn't like that. It was natural, indigenous people. I don't know to what degree, quote unquote, indigenous people participated, because I never went to one. I just, was familiar and never had the interest or get up and go to go myself. But I know people who did. But in any case, the rainbow gatherings would be far outside the comfort zone of most people, most Christian people, because it's a very pagan gathering. And I'm not suggesting they did weird rituals like you saw in the Da Vinci Code, or which you would term as weird. Those rituals which they did in the Da Vinci Code are just very upsetting to people. And they were, they were basically sexual. They weren't, I don't think they went beyond sexual. They're just very outside the box of people's paradigm. And of course, pagan rituals can be very problematic. I don't mean to suggest that they can't be, but they don't have to be. And, primordial stuff. So in other words, people, and I'm not talking about any of this. I'm saying I've trafficked with people who are very outside of people's comfort zone. And in Qigong, you want to go outside of your comfort zone. You don't want to go too far outside. You're going to break your limbs or something. You want to extend yourself outside of your comfort zone, like putting your small of your back and your entire frame against the back of a wall for a half an hour a day, which I did. That's outside of your physical comfort zone, and you build up your, you build up your body that way. Mm-hmm. So you want to go outside of your comfort zone. But as they say, you start talking like this, people say, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm going to go off my comfort zone. I'm going to dive off a cliff." Ugh. And this is so anyway. It's understandable that people, and I feel like I'm talking to JoJo here. She's been outside of comfort zones. People don't want to go. She's been way outside of comfort zones. So anyway, but in any case. So in any case, when people have these, Douglas Dietrich is this, that, or the other thing, why does he do this, that, or the other thing? I'm going to try, and I'm going to explain from my perspective, and then of course he can add as he sees fit. I'm going to try and give you an assessment about him and why I believe in him, why I participate with him, and so on and so forth. So you will have a contextual understanding. Now also understand that his life is so deep and complex, we can't begin to discuss it all tonight.
Right.
It's not easy. I don't even understand all of the ifs, ands, or buts of it. But I'll try to give you an understanding of Douglas and my perspective and why he's important and why you shouldn't reject him or reject his what you might consider to be his oddities or things, indulgences, and things that are outside of your comfort zone. First thing I'm going to say is this is how I discovered Douglas Dietrich. Is I was how the hell did I discover? Oh, I wrote about it in the book. I'm listening to all the tapes of Mae Brussel.
Yes.
Mae Brussel, who was the quintessential conspiracy researcher based on the JFK assassination, who is never recognized or credited by modern day conspiracy people.
Right.
She was the original. She wasn't the original, but when it came to JFK and she began to trace connections back using methods of intelligence agencies. Well, all of her investigation led her eventually, and I was listening to the tapes she did, she broadcasted weekly, were led her to the door of Michael Aquino and the Presidio scandal.
Right.
And of course, she does some tapes about this, ties in the Son of Sam murders, explains how the U.S. government represents the son of Sam, the son of Uncle Sam, and it's the army doing murders. And she begins to investigate Michael Aquino, and the next thing you know, she's dead. And of course, I said, this is not a coincidence that she dies after investigating Michael Aquino, who I knew of. And then I had sent an email to a friend of mine who emails me back a link to Douglas Dietrich's lecture on the Roswell and the Rising Sun. And it was as if I was directed directly to this. And I said,
it was accidental. He didn't send it. It actually just came to you.
He says he didn't send it. He didn't know it. I introduced him to Douglas Dietrich. So I had helped this guy get a satanic woman off of his case. I was his sort of confessor and helper, his coach. And so, because he needed it. So there was some sort of synergy there. But anyway, nevertheless, I get this link, and for some reason, I went to it, and I listened to this stuff on Roswell and the Rising Sun, hearing stuff that I'd never heard before. And, wow, what is this? I had an open mind, and I'm not somebody who peruses the internet to listen to anything, particularly by anybody. So I said, who is this guy? What is he doing? And I listened. And then the more he went into depth, it was very obvious that what he was telling was true. And if the parts about it that I couldn't reconcile or couldn't prove weren't true, they certainly weren't. There was no reason to dispute them. I certainly wasn't going to, what was that guy say? Surrender was unconditional. It was unconditional. No, I didn't have that viewpoint. We're being told things, and he's referring to information that the world is in denial of. So that's how I discovered Douglas Dietrich. So for that data alone, it was relevant. So all of a sudden, because of my investigation, or it was actually Mae Brussel, I was just listening to her tapes.
Right.
And where does the story end? Well, there's a new beginning. And it's a much interesting, not to disparage the interest of Mae Brussel, right, but this is much more interesting because there's much more data and we're getting much more to the core of things. And Mae was eliminated, and she had and as much as she wasn't naive, she was naive when it came to the occult.
Yes.
She was not naive when it came to politics, but she was naive and uninformed when it came to the occult. So this was tragic. So anyway, I, looked up Douglas, and I found out that he was on Revolution Radio, and I wanted to listen to his live broadcast, and I called the number thinking I was listening because I couldn't get through on the internet or something. So I called this number, and I'm listening to his broadcast. That's why I'm calling. I'm not being a caller in. And the next hearing, I see him saying, "Oh, 516 is on the line. Next 516 is in back." And the lady right in front of me is bringing up Jack Parsons and the Babylon working.
Yes.
So I was like a natural fit. I was a natural fit, and so, I told Douglas who I was, and he'd heard of Montauk. I think he'd heard of me, and was very welcoming, and I talked to him, and that was sort of the beginning, but it was a very slow, I guess you say, courting, because Douglas was under the influence of handlers, and it wasn't like I met Douglas in 2014 in person. I think I started, that's when I started, I think it was early 2014. And I had, but it was like sort of a long buildup. I know that it was just before before Paula came, 2014, that I saw Douglas. It was around Halloween, October in San Francisco. And I was going out there to investigate E. clampus vitus. And I flew into San Francisco. I can't tell you how weird it was, Douglas, flying into that airport, going into in the mirror in the bathroom on the airplane. I was shocked at how much my eyebrows had disappeared. I used to have somewhat thick eyebrows, with age. I said, God, I look like a Kino. No eyebrows. I said, I didn't really look like a Kino. I think I couldn't get my luggage off the airport. It was the last piece of luggage to come out, and it didn't come out fast. Right. The last piece of luggage. And I got in a rental car, and I'm driving up from the airport in San Francisco, which is actually in South San Francisco. And I'm driving up the highway, which many years ago was not unfamiliar to me. And it's like, I go, what the hell am I doing? It's like I felt like I was on a foreign planet.
Yeah.
With vague familiarity. It was kind of confusing. But anyway, it's like going back to some place you haven't been in. And I guess the last time I was in San Francisco was probably 2006.
Yeah,
wasn't that long.
It really changes incredibly. So go on. Yeah.
I at that point, I came down from the north, though. That time I was with my daughter. So it was a different, came from the north. And I was staying with my friend Madeline in Mill Valley. So it was it wasn't as disorienting. But in any case, that's how I met. I met Douglas, but he was still under the influence of Lorianne and Fenton, who I also met on that trip. And then as the years went by, Lorianne and Fenton went by the wayside, and he was under the influence of Laura Lee Solomon, who acted as a djinn at the gateway. She was, I mean, and I didn't try to break down the gate. I had other things to do. I didn't try to break down the gate. We did some shows with Andrew Bartzies and whatnot. And there was some interaction and stuff. But Laura Lee was always there putting her separation orders between me and Douglas. And it wasn't until her unfortunate demise that we began to collaborate. And I also want to say, for those of you who are put on edge by Douglas, my wife was a year ago, October. We went to the Bay Area, and she got an opportunity to meet Douglas. And my wife does not have time to indulge herself in all the strange. She hasn't even had time to read the book because she's busy. She's got a job. She's got her spiritual school. She does the exercise of. She tries to, pays attention to. She doesn't necessarily have the luxury of time to indulge herself in the world of Douglas Dietrich, or even the world of Peter Moon as he describes Douglas Dietrich. She hears a bit. She hears a bit. but she had the opportunity to meet with him, and when we were in the Bay Area, and after spending the day with Douglas, I realized the next day we could spend with Douglas, but I wasn't going to say anything to her because I said, you know, if this is my friend and I'm seeing him, I don't want to push her. And she said to Douglas, as we dropped him off at his home, she said, well, how would you like to spend tomorrow with us? We can come back tomorrow. And I was pleasantly surprised that she did that. And then, you know, 3 months after the trip, she said, oh, Douglas is good. I miss him. He's good company. So, as they say, how weird and how bad could he be if Paula, who's much more conservative than myself and would be very uncomfortable in some of the, what did I call them, outside of the comfort zone?
Yeah.
Her comfort zone is nowhere, you know, I mean, I can go to Atlanticron and be with people that don't, well, they do speak English, but they're Romanian. I can be the only American on the island. I can live the rough life that is there and think nothing of it. Even though she speaks Romanian, that environment is not comfortable for her. She'd be more comfortable in a first-class hotel.
Yes.
Far more comfortable than I would be. Because
well, you're just used to roughing it.
well, I mean, I can go to a nice hotel, but it's like I don't want to be around those people. Just like as I explained with the qigong, it's like this, you know, this guy wanted to pay my teacher $50,000 to learn his secrets because he wanted to market him. And I said to my teacher, I said, well, he could just come here and spend $30 a class or whatever it is, $100 a month, and he could learn all he wants. He says, yeah, but he doesn't want to be around the students. This guy was a high-powered New York executive who wanted to market the hell out of qigong, and everything he would do, he would ruin it.
Right.
He would ruin it, and he didn't want to be around the students, most of whom were black. And the idiocy of this is if he came around the students, he would learn from the students. He would become one of the class, and we all learned from each other. It was better to learn from the teacher, but you learn from the students. And it's, you know, the guy was an idiot. And he sounded like the guy that would have been very comfortable in a first-class hotel. And this is the problem with very successful people. You find out they're not as smart as they think they are, and they're not as smart as you think they are. So there's so much pretense and falseness. And I'll cut right through it. I'll cut right through it. I have to be careful
Of course.
that I don't cut too deeply. So in any case, but anyway, so we're talking about Douglas here. Now, there are probably the two things that make Douglas threatening to somebody's comfort zone. Well, first off, even without addressing those, he was working for Michael Aquino as his assigned duty as a Defense Department research librarian. He was working for, you know, one of the most vile, evil persons in the military. And that's a tough road to hoe for anybody. So you have to see, he had whatever, why was he assigned that by fate? It's not like he replaced anybody. Did he have he didn't have anybody doing that work for him before, did he?
No, not that I know
No,
of.
they probably would have burned in hellfire themselves by just trying to find what he needed. So Douglas had had a unique acumen, and he was working for this guy. Now, Michael Aquino was, I guess what you'd say, it was no strange fact to me that he was somebody who was impeding my own work. And we don't need to go into the details of that, but I knew that.
Yes.
And when I wrote my book, Spandau Mystery, the sequel was going to be, which is about investigating the Montauk Project. It's a story. And the two main characters in the second book were going to, after having sort of discovered the Montauk Project and neutralized one of the important shrinks behind it, they're going to take a vacation, get as far away they could from Montauk, which means they're going to go to San Francisco in about 1989, and they're going to be at the Cliff House fire, and they're going to discover Michael Aquino out there. Right. And that was going to be the beginning of the second book. I don't know that I'll ever write it, and now I don't really need to write it because now I'm living it. The fiction has become reality. And Douglas has so many explanations, not only for what happened to Mae Brussel, but for, how he basically brought the house down on Michael Aquino. So for bringing the house down on Michael Aquino, it wouldn't matter what's different or unusual about Douglas. The fact that he brought the house down of Michael Aquino is enough to, put him in the Hall of Fame of Defense Department Research Librarian. It should put him in the Hall of Fame of, they do these busts in the White House or whatever. He deserves a credit for this. So it's like you can judge him by whatever you perceive as unusual or different, and we will address this in a moment. But first, you have to take stock of reality and what did he actually do? Most people are not that aware of Michael Aquino. And when they are aware of him, they're not really aware of the depths of diabolism that he was capable of and executed. And let alone, so it would take somebody very unique to affect this. So I would say to anybody who questions Douglas, what is your world that you do not understand, know, or appreciate what I've said? Well, that's not a criticism of you. It's like you're living a workaday world. And these things are certainly not on the television. They're not made public to you. I only came across them through, 25 plus years of research that I could come into this channel of experience and information. So you shouldn't feel that you have shortcomings if you didn't know this. I'm just explaining it to you so you will understand it and you will appreciate it. And that's why I'm working with him, because it makes sense. Now, I would suppose that some people are put off by the fact that he's a transvestite. Well, I grew up in California, and part of that was in Northern California, where it was the sexual revolution and gay explosion in San Francisco, and it was just a non-issue. It didn't even think about gays. It was just a fact of anything goes. Now, I didn't have any issues with gays until I began to interact with some who tried to undermine me,
right?
Because I wasn't like them or whatever. That I got a very sour taste in my mouth. Yeah. But I had no prejudice against them. Of course, they were pretending they weren't, but they really were. And so this is all, So, but transvestite, okay. But if you will hear some episodes, you'll learn that his mother, who was tied to an occult bureau in Japan, that most people have never heard of. You can even read about it in Wikipedia. You look up Occult Bureau of Japan. She was tied to this, and one of her, and she trained him in the tradition of, and pardon me, Douglas,
Yes.
I will give the audience the term it is familiar with.
Yes.
The ninja or the ninjutsu.
Yes.
And this is a tradition where the ninja will disguise themselves, and disguise themselves, if necessary, as a female. And as I think Douglas pointed out to him, to the audience, it's the people who have studied martial arts like Daniel or myself. We don't have a judgment on this. And my teacher told me that his teacher had told him to always respect the ninjutsu. They're very powerful, and respect them, he said. Now, my teacher didn't go around telling me to respect a lot of people. It was usually the opposite.
Yes.
Or we'd agree that so-and-so was full of, we didn't need to agree. We both saw it the same way.
Yes.
So that stood out. So that is a tradition, and Douglas could go on about it and whatnot. And I don't know that it's odd. And I also find it odd. Like, I am not partial towards the gay life, the transgender life, this whole stuff. It's not like, it doesn't drive me crazy or upset me. I've been aware of the gay life since I was a kid, living in California and whatnot. And of course it's even more open here, I think, in New York City. But
maybe, yeah. I think it's about equal, but go on.
Well, when I went to the first time, when I was out there in 2014, when I met you,
yeah.
I didn't see anybody I could identify as gay the whole time I was there.
Good point.
I saw families.
Yeah.
I saw people wearing San Francisco Giant gear. The only two, I asked somebody for some directions on my last day there at the Chinese History Museum.
Yes.
And they came out and they very helpful. I said, those guys could have been gay, but I wasn't sure. Just because they were together, they were a little too buddy-buddy. They didn't look gay, but they were so buddy-buddy. Maybe they were. I don't care. But that's about it.
By the way, that was a great disappointment. The San Francisco little museum there wasn't worth shit.
Yeah, it wasn't a museum. It was just a showcase. It was probably a tax write-off for some tong.
Yes, yes. By the way, just to verify what Mr. Moon is saying, it's because the gay community has gone so mainstream here that really the only time you see the displays you used to see would be more towards the holidays. And of course, that's all been whacked with COVID at this point in history. But
I'm talking about people on the street.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it.
They were straight.
Yeah.
And as they say, I remember Haight-Ashbury in its heyday. It's mostly drugs. It was insane. Yeah. I mean, it was like you could see anything out there, and you didn't want to see it. It wasn't a safe or nice place to go.
Right.
It was crazy. Yeah. And so it's like anything goes. And you're just used to that in the whole city of San Francisco. And so you could be walking down a street and see, this is funny. People might find this funny, but I remember I would go down, if I had occasion, to the American Stock Exchange, because there's a big building that was the American Stock Exchange. There used to be the New York Stock Exchange on Wall Street, the American Stock Exchange in San Francisco, and NASDAQ, but the American Stock Exchange merged, and now it's all done online at the same place. So the American Stock Exchange building in San Francisco is empty. It's got these big pillars. But back in the day, you'd have these businessmen walking in and out and about it. They were like wearing suits and ties, and I would go down there just to muse at them. I said, I would look at them instead of people going to Haight-Ashbury to look at the hippies. I'd go to the American Stock Exchange to look at them. And it's like I didn't dress like a hippie. I dressed in, like a dress shirt or something. And, but I just thought they were, I was looking at more from an artist or a writer's perspective. I said, what, these guys are just, they're strange. And part of this was right in keeping, if not inspired, by the movie Magic Christian, which starred Ringo Starr. And Magic Christian was a movie with Peter Sellers. And at the very end of it, it's all about anti-materialism. And at the end of it, this guy is trying to prove a point, and he brings in these trucks, and one is just a truck full of shit, brown shit. It's not real shit they're using for the movie. It's meant to look like shit. And one truck of yellow water, which is supposed to be urine. And I don't know what else they put in. They put in blood, and then they put and then they threw all this money in there.
Yes.
They had all these businessmen in their suits going in to get the money. They were immersing themselves in shit, piss, and blood to get money. And they were showing, and this was an anti-materialistic statement of the 1960s. And this is how I viewed the businessmen of San Francisco, because they were sort of very out of pace and out of place and out of keeping with the times, with the spirit of the times, the zeitgeist of the times. And that's why it was like, I'm thinking, wow, what are these characters? Whereas, 20 years later, they would be the heroes to the Reagan generation.
Oh, God.
So that is just a perspective. Somebody that was dressed gender bending or with long hair or whatever would have been far more in keeping with the times of those times to me, although I didn't wear long hair like that and I didn't dress like a hippie.
Thank God.
Well, to me, it was, for me, it would have been pretentious and disingenuous because I wasn't, wearing a cause t-shirt, It's not what I was. So
thank God. I mean, honestly, I think it's disingenuous when anybody does it, and you could see that, and you knew that.
Some people it goes natural with. Some people it suits them.
Very
Some
few.
people it suits
Yeah.
them. And that's okay. I didn't have judgment. My best friend did everything he could to look like a hippie and to be a hippie. I don't think he quite made it. I never quite thought there was something quite not authentic about it. And he eventually, died of too many drugs.
Oh, that's trying to live the life. Yes.
It was really, really a shame because he didn't quite get it. But nevertheless, he would have enjoyed everything I just said about and I probably saw the Magic Christian with him. But so be it. It's just those, I grew up in those times and it was just the way it was. So,
and by the way, the Magic Christian was also a anti-capitalist statement, would be a way of looking at it. It was almost in a sense
anti-materialist, anti-capitalist, yes. And it was written by Terry Southern. Terry Southern was a very, cutting-edge writer of the times, and he had quite a drinking problem, I understand. I think he might have contributed to Easy Rider.
right.
He was sort of a very, name of hip writers of the 1960s. But in any case, we get the second problem that people have, I guess, with not necessarily in one order or the other, with Douglas would be the vampirism. The vampirism or his lineage as a vampire. And maybe people don't understand that he has a lineage as a vampire. And for those who would wish or seek to better understand it, there is a book that I helped him publish on Amazon. You can get a e-copy or a hard copy. It's called Vampirology. And it is a book about the history of vampirism, as particularly centered around the case of an actual vampire that was discovered in the Russian military. And he goes into the details that it is an actual condition. It's not a condition that's exactly like Hollywood portray in a movie with Dracula or Bela Lugosi. There are some similarities, but it's an actual physical condition. And it's explained in the book. The book should ideally and hopefully will be redone and made
Extended,
even more extended and simpler. But I did go to great care to write the beginning pages so the reader can get into it and groove with it and go with it. Douglas's mother was part vampire and has a very interesting hereditary inheritance as this, and Douglas has inherited it from her, although less so. Now, without focusing too much on the subject of vampirology, and I encourage all those to read the book. All of the profits on it will go to Douglas. But what's more important than the vampirology, and another reason not to reject him, and as they say, this is something he inherited. It's like, what if he inherited porphyria? What if he inherited a disease? This is not a disease, it's a genetic condition. I suppose you could interpret it as a disease, but it's there are all sorts of strange things under the sun. And Douglas explains a lot of strange things under the sun that you've never heard of. And maybe you don't want to hear of them. Some of them, at least, are worth learning more about, and I would like to learn more about them. However, there's so much time, and one has to do what one is doing. But what I would also say about the, rather than to focus, and we will get back to the vampirology, but his mother is a very pivotal character in the history of the world.
Thank you.
And I'm only beginning to understand this. I had my own experience with her on the causal plane, which is a whole nother story we won't go into, except for the fact that I had a dream where it was like I was taken aboard a UFO by Preston, and I had contact with this woman who was making me read Japanese, and I was able to read Japanese. Only decades later did I realize this was a interface with his mother on the causal plane, because she saw someday that I could share knowledge.
Yes.
Her knowledge. And it's being shared through her son. Not all of his knowledge is her knowledge, but some of it's key. His mother is a pivotal character. Perhaps many in the audience will identify that she was the translator for the envoy to Berlin that worked with Adolf Hitler. And she established a relationship with Hitler. And at long last, we have an explanation why Hitler, you see a picture of him with a kimono on. Douglas has been the first one ever to explain logically why Hitler had a kimono on.
Yes.
My previous, I guess, association would have been it came through Karl Hausover, who was steeped in Japanese tradition and practices. But no, Douglas explained that it came from his mother and that they had a very intimate relationship. And if you saw pictures of his mother, you could see why she could easily have an intimate relationship with any world leader she approached. She was very beautiful. She was very beautiful. She was multilingual. She spoke German, she spoke English, she spoke Chinese, she spoke Japanese, and she probably spoke a host of other languages that I don't know about. But she was part Chinese of an imperial bloodline, and she was part Japanese, and Emperor Hirohito had sought her out because of her connection to the bloodline to serve as an envoy, and also given a mission to retrieve the sperm of Hitler, who was considered to be a very potent character. Yeah. And that she did, and she told Douglas his whole life that him and his sister were the seeds of Hitler. And that's a whole nother story we're not going to go into. We're not going to question it or verify it, because that's not the subject of this. It's a whole separate subject. And even if he is not the biological son of Hitler, he might as well be, for all the knowledge he has accrued and acquired from her. She had intimate knowledge of the Third Reich, the negotiations that went on between the Third Reich and the Japanese emperor. And why else would she have negotiations? Because she was a translator. Did Hirohito speak German? Not to my knowledge. He spoke English. And then she also was involved in the, talk down of World War II. And we know that the World War II talk down is not what you read about in common history. We do know for a historical fact that the war with the Japanese ended in 1952 on the emperor's birthday. That's historical fact. It did not end in 1945 aboard the USS Missouri. Because if it ended on the Missouri, why did they end it again in 1952? It doesn't make any sense. Now, because of the whole talk down that happened with the Zeppelins, the super dirigibles that the Japanese had, and this is part of the Roswell deception that subdued the Americans into a peace treaty. And with a long talk down process, she was intimately involved with the talk downs because, again, she was multilingual. She had served as a translator at the highest levels of government, and that includes government intrigue. So the fact that she had this heritage as a vampire was not something that, well, Hirohito knew about it. Hirohito knew about it as well. But see, the world is full of many surprises and many things you don't know about, and these do traffic into the higher corridors of power. So she was a witness to the corridors of power. She was a very important lady. She was also a movie star in her own right.
Yes.
In Japan, and we do not have any of her films because the celluloid, which these things were made of, deteriorated.
Yes. And
she was the inspiration for all of these sex dolls that we know as the biofacsimilagora, that are robotized sex dolls. Because I noticed, they said they look like your mom.
Yes.
He says, yeah, well, they were patterned after her because she was sort of the Marilyn Monroe of Japan at that time period, and she was an iconic character.
Yes, that's quite true. It was also the case with the Barbie was also based on a German sex doll, which people can confirm that themselves. That's not an urban legend. That's both of those. The Barbie doll figure, of course, was like an idealized figure. But I bring that up only as kind of like a parallel. But in my mother's case, what we're referring to is the Japanese crafting very complicated mechanisms that are purchased by only those who can afford them. And that includes government contracts that are seeking facsimiles of human beings that are the closest to being alive, that will respond as if they are alive in many ways. To provocations that are physical in general. So in terms of the biofacsimilacra, yes, my mother was definitely one of the original models. Again, one of the other models that was used for them later were photographs of myself that were actually distributed by Aquino and the Baruka men of Japan, who are involved with trading these dolls to foreign agents to foreign entities. You got involved with trading dolls that were also based on my own facial features, especially from when I was younger. So that's there's a kind of family curse there, if you will, in that regard, or a burden. But just to explain to people, when it comes to Barukaman, we had, for instance, a kind of stalker that was harassing myself, who was quote-unquote Japanese. And he was living in New York. And his name doesn't even bear mentioning, but if Peter Moon remembers it, he can, go ahead and say it. I don't consciously remember.
That wasn't Yamamoto, was it? Or
No. It was, he was like, he had a bizarre ass name that he used Latin letters in. He was using Latin letters in place of certain letters in his name. But
Hamamoto. It wasn't Hamamoto. I was thinking of Hamamoto. No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't Daryl Hamamoto. No, he had his own trip going on, and that was a totally different experience that bears relevance some other time. But in terms of the individual that we're speaking of, he was what in Japan is known as a barukaman. And so that people understand this, Japanese culture is still very much caste-oriented to a great degree. It's nowhere near noticeable to foreigners as it would be in India, because the Japanese are very subdued about it. But when it came to the ancient caste system, people are generally aware that there was the nobility, of course, at the highest level of the hierarchy, and then the samurai, and the samurai eventually, for a long period of time, assumed secular power, and the nobility became almost like a constitutional monarchy until the nobility reestablished themselves as the secular rulers of Japan. In terms of the people who were beneath the samurai, you had the farmers, the peasantry, several types of skilled classes. But probably the ones that were considered towards the bottom were the merchants. And the merchants were considered towards the bottom because they were people who, they were like people who profited. And because they were considered to be like profiteers, they would be viewed the way medieval Islam or Christendom viewed the Jews, as the money lenders, people who were profiting off of generally other people's misery, or simply profiting in general. They weren't viewed in high esteem. So there was almost a kind of Christian or Islamic attitude that the Japanese had towards money making. But certainly there are two other peoples or populations in Japan that are not of any caste system. They're considered outside of the law. And even the Yakuza, or the underworld of Japan, the samurai mafia, is considered within the realm of law. And they interact with the legal system to a degree that mafias or the underworld would never dream of in terms of the West. And that is because they're recognized as a necessary evil. They're probably given more respect than your common merchants throughout the majority of Japanese history. But just to put that into some perspective for people, the Yakuza, who are essentially the underworld of Japan, they are the people who, for the longest period of time, maintained most of the external relations. These were the people who were responsible for piracy and also responsible for basically visiting in the Philippines. The trade that would go between Taiwan and the Japanese home islands was dominated essentially by the Yakuza, and this included a lot of human trafficking. But whenever they felt that they were being persecuted too much by the police, they would initiate forms of protest. During the 1980s, they were the primary purchasers of American cars. They were the only people who would purchase American cars because American cars were still made of metal at that time. The American cars still had bumpers, actual recognizable bumpers. Everything is based on Japanese design now, so it crumples when it crashes. But the Yakuza would use American cars because you could fit multiple bodies into the trunks, especially Japanese who are shorter. They would take bullets, repeated bullets could go into an American car and not destroy the engine block. They were ideal for the Yakuza, and they would threaten to stop purchasing American cars if the police clamped down on them too heavy. There were times when they even protested before the United Nations, so that the police were clamping down on them too heavy, and made their issue an international issue. But so that people understand this, therefore the Yakuza are respected. But you don't get that respect towards the Boruka men. There is another kind of caste which is blended, so to speak, in Japan. One that's completely unrecognized is that of the ninja, or the occultists, the Ministry of Magic, which exists in Japan. And this is the horror story here, is certainly our man Brendan Zogid is convinced that J.K. Rowling's is, by the way, Jameson, if you're going to be right back, go mute, please. We can hear everything you're doing. So, thank you. In terms of the heavy breathing that everybody's been hearing, that's Jameson. So I just want people to understand that when it came to the Ministry of Magic, this was an essential part of Japanese culture for many thousands of years. And they were considered a branch of the government. And they've simply gone off the books at this point in history, but they are still part of the Japanese government. And they've always been affiliated with astrology and various other functions that are occult in nature. So that is one aspect of Japanese society that's invisible and kind of no longer part of the caste or class system as it once was, but is still very much functional within Japanese society, though most Japanese will not know about it. But Brendan Zogid is...
Douglas, let me just say one thing, and I want you to carry on with that. Don't lose that on the magic.
Yeah.
I just want to think one thing to wrap up is this is why I continue to work with Douglas. I explained that. And anybody who has any questions, if you're listening, please put them in the chat room, because I'll still be around for a little while. Douglas will go on and take it from here. But if you have good reasons to why I shouldn't or why you shouldn't, please share. But I wanted to explain this to you, to the audience, to those who are wondering why. And it doesn't mean that I necessarily agree with every angle or judgment of what he says, but who cares? Who cares? This is it's like getting a box of candy, if you eat candy, which I don't recommend. But and you like, I don't like the whole box because they had the lemon and the lime over here, and I don't like the lemon and the lime. It's like, okay, well, we got a whole box of candy. So anyway, if anybody has any questions or would like to make a comment that is not a troll comment, please put it in the chat room, and we'll be able to address it. Other than that, Douglas, go back to the magic of the Occult Bureau in Japan.
So I've gone into great length in the past about the occult.
Well, you were talking on that train of thought, and I interrupted.
Oh, yeah, no worries. I've gone into great length in the past about the Occult Bureau of Japan, so we don't need to repeat too much about the detail. But understand, of course, that the Japanese recognized magic as a actual part of state function, and they were also people who, like the ninja, are not necessarily given respect in any normal Japanese sense of social recognition, but rather they are feared. And so when it came to the Occult Bureau, one of the reasons they were feared is they would do something no other Japanese would do. And that will bring us back to the Boruka men, who were, of course, ultimately responsible for a kind of trafficking in the biofacsimilacra, or these handcrafted mannequins, if you will, that are basically a kind of borderline human creations that other foreigners have exploited. In Japan, they're created as works of beauty. Often there are the wealthy in Japan who can purchase them, but their attitude towards them is more like a prize or a treasure or a kind of something collected so that it can reflect upon the person's status, as opposed to in the West where they're simply exploited sexually more than anything else. Unless it's the government that's purchasing them, then the exploitation is much more sinister. And I've got into that at some length before as well. But when it comes to the situation of the Magic and Occult Bureau, this is why Brendan Zogi was convinced that J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter, is actually part of a British psyop, that she's working with British intelligence. The fact that she was allowed to become an extraordinarily wealthy woman and a multimillionaires and do what she does in England, it all reeks of sponsorship, especially with everything she's pulled ever since. But one of the things that she did in Harry Potter was she established a Ministry of Magic in Japan, or quote-unquote Asia. And of course, as you would expect, since she's a Westerner, everybody in Europe has kind of like a representative occult school in her realm of Harry Potter, but most of Asia falls under some vague or nebulous blob, but they have like a more singular school of magic. And the problem that people will have in looking up the historical Ministry of Magic in Japan is that they're going to run into Harry Potter. This is all you're going to find. So when Peter Moon says that you can look this up, it's true only in the sense if you know what to look for. So you would have to use the romanization of the Japanese term if you're going to find anything on an English site. So you're going to have to use Onmorio would be what I would recommend as a starting point. O-N-M.
I looked up Occult Bureau Japan, and I found
You found it?
able to, yeah,
Cool.
it was on Wikipedia.
Okay. No, I mean, I'm glad you did. Most people...
The generic version. It's the generic version, but nevertheless, it acknowledges that such a thing existed.
No, I'm glad. Though I would suspect you may have looked for it in the past and built up an aggregate that kind of directed your search more automatically. Most people, their experience will be what they've related to me is when they try to look it up, all they find is Harry Potter. So there you have it. So you do share with us your experiences on that. In terms of, just so people understand, one of the reasons the Occult Bureau is feared is that, again, they'll do something that no one else in Japan would do. Now, for thousands of years, just so people understand this, the Japanese were vegetarian. And this is not vegan or militant to an extreme like Brendan Zoget. We're talking about simply vegetarian. They would eat fish and any of the harvest of the sea, but not meat upon the land. And so the only people who would ever dream of killing an animal other than in self-defense, say a rabid dog attacking yourself or something like that, the Japanese would tolerate someone killing an animal who was feral and rabid or something like that. But other than that, it was deemed to be unacceptable. And when it came to the Occult Bureau, they were the people given a governmental license to kill animals for the sake of animal sacrifice, and blood sacrifices were needed for rituals, and so they were allowed to perform this. So they were looked on with great fear. And as for the other people who were simply looked on with revulsion, it would be the Barukamen class. Now, no one knows where the Baruka people come from, but in Japan, they're not considered Japanese. But the Barukamen are a minority. As to whether or not they're an ethnic minority is open to debate. It's not like there's any anthropological studies on them, because, give you an example, there was one academician that I knew who got into a fairly intensively deep conversation with a Japanese academician, and both of them were fairly versed in anthropology. And when the white man, the white American, broached the subject of Borukamen in Japan, trying to just probe for some kind of anthropological clarification, the Japanese academician hung up. I mean, it's that simple. They will simply break off communication. If you're gauche enough to bring up the topic to a Japanese person, they'll simply turn around and walk away. They won't speak to you anymore. So it's just a verboten topic. They will not talk to you about it. And the truth being that no one knows where they come from, and they could be ethnically Japanese and simply have been relegated to irrelevance in terms of social recognition for so long that they become like a ethnicity unto themselves, a kind of a breed. But they were the people who buried the dead and worked with animals. In other words, slaughtering animals for the leather that was needed for things like knotting together samurai armor. So when you had a need for leather at some point, or animal skins, these were the people who would work with it, but they were rejected from the rest of society and could only breed among each other. So the Barukamen caste are people who I've heard Americans speculate like Japanese war atrocities, which they can't understand, or they try to, it's amazing what kinds of weird things Americans get into when trying to analyze that sort of topic. But Americans will say things like, oh, well, maybe that's the Barukamen left Japan are venting all this frustration and releasing all this aggression. And no, that's not the case, because the Barukamen would never have been allowed into the military. They're completely classless. They're outside of the law in the sense that whereas the law would recognize the Yakuza, even to the extent where, say, for instance, when Yakuza get into shootouts with each other, and this will happen, and inevitably, collaterally, civilians will get caught in the crossfire, and some of them will die or get injured. The Japanese people have the right to sue the Yakuza, which they can pursue in a court of law, and the Yakuza will pay them. Normally, it'll go through that process because the Yakuza don't know who they've harmed. You know, they'll have a shootout with each other. Some people will get injured. There's no point in them hanging around because they don't want to get arrested. So they'll just leave the area, and whoever is related to the survivors of whoever's killed, or people related to the injured, will pursue it in a court of law. The Yakuza will be tracked down, and then they will pay through the organization compensation to the family. So this is how integrated the Yakuza are in the legal system, whereas the Barukamen, there's nothing like that. If something happened between you and a Barukamen, the Japanese attitude would be, what are you doing dealing with them? You yourself would be ostracized. It would be like the ancient attitude towards the ghoul, or the ghoul lovers. They are the ghoul of Japan. And so they there you have that. But what happens with these people is they travel overseas, and they'll do things the Yakuza would never do. And they'll go around in the United States and say, oh, I know what I'm talking about, because I'm Japanese. And so when you saw this one guy who was stalking me for the longest period of time, and his name was Suzuki, was his last name. Suzuki, David Suzuki.
Pete Suzuki.
Pete Suzuki. It was Pete Suzuki. His name was Pete Suzuki. And I knew the Suzukis in terms of the name he had taken, and he spelled it, in place of the U, he would put the letter V, which is a Latin way of spelling the name. He would use the Latin U. That's a Latin U. And the reason he would do that is because if he had used the normal spelling as a romanization of Suzuki, your average Japanese person with that name would consider him insulting them. They would say, what the fuck are you doing with my name? You're offending me. And they would just, they would basically probably either physically assault him or they would certainly pursue it in some way where he would be forced to relent and choose another name. The names that the Barukamen use would be quite unusual. They would be marked immediately as what they are. So what happens is they come to the United States and they assume false names. And so they would basically, these are the kind of people that whenever you see some asshole like Pete Suzuki or some other kind of person claims they're Japanese, these are Barukamen. And so they come to the United States, and these were the kind of people who would deal with Michael Aquino. These were the families of Barukamen that would sell biofacsimilacra to the Department of Defense so that their interrogators could practice torture techniques upon beautiful, charismatic facsimiles of humans that would respond with pain and agony and screaming and even bleed to an extent. That would need to be refilled, but they had certainly a form of artery. In terms of this kind of abuse of the biofacsimilacra, no creator of these treasures would ever sell them to that fate. It is the Baruka men who traffic in that. It's very similar to Japan's form. It would be Japan's form of human trafficking. And so these are sold to, as I said, rogue governments, like which the United States most certainly is, and various other kinds of perverts and criminal degenerates. But in terms of Pete Suzuki, that's an example of the kind of Japanese person who you see online who says, "Oh, I'm Japanese and I know we lost the war. I know we surrendered." When you see something like that coming up and you see someone saying they're Japanese, first off, of course, if there's no way to tell who it is, it's probably just a white guy. But if you were to trace it to an actual person who looks ethnically Japanese and speaks Japanese, they're Baruka men. There's no Japanese person who would be tripping off that. To most Japanese people, the war is simply a forbidden topic simply because they were told it's too sensitive to talk about to foreigners. It's not because they're ashamed or they feel any sense of disgrace. Far from it. It's rather that they're educated from when they're young that you can't talk to foreigners about it because they're all crazy. Because all foreigners basically are crazy. The one thing that Asians have learned through centuries of dealing with the foreigners is they quickly realized that all the foreigners that were coming to Asia were generally demented people. And so they realized, well, all white people are basically crazy, and they deal with them all as crazy to degree. And there's only differences of degree. But when it comes
I
to...
guess it might be if they found a white person who was copacetic to them, it might be kind of like, you know, us experience a chimpanzee who talked and was congenial, you know?
Yes, it was like the Planet of the Apes kind of scenario. It was like just basically kind of, that's how it's basically kind of viewed. It's there's this Planet of the Apes attitude towards the foreigners, specifically the whites in particular, who they have the most interaction with. In terms of all Asians, it's mostly they're not interacting with.
Well, there is a certain hero worship that takes place with certain Americans, you know.
Oh yeah, and idolization of like Avril,
athletes, perhaps movie stars.
Oh, absolutely. Avril Lavigne, for instance, is to Japan what David Hasselhoff is to Germany. Which is like what Jerry Lewis is to France. Jerry Lewis.
Jerry Lewis, I understand. I don't know the other references.
Okay. Like Jerry Lewis is to France is what David Hasselhoff of Baywatch is to Germany, and what Avril Lavigne is this young girl who kind of like never grows up. She's kind of like got this little what I forgot what they called it, but just, you know, basically a young rocker, and she's never really grown out of that. So she maintains that in Japan where she can get away with it, but she's white, and so the Japanese love her. So understand that what I'm saying is not to be taken malevolently, though I'm sure most people won't have the ability to understand that, but it's almost affectionately that they would look at crazy white people or etc. Unless, of course, those people prove themselves to be orders of magnitude or a level of true insanity, then, of course, then the attitude changes. But when it comes to that situation, hopefully that puts that into some perspective for people. So be very leery of whoever claims they're Japanese, because you're going to get a lot of that, especially when it comes to my case. You're going to get those kinds of people. One example of this as well, there's truly is a Japanese sense of, shall we say, homogeneity. And because Japan is very much a homogenized culture, it is a culture which is rife with bullying even though Japan's culture is considered, how would we say it, the height of envy to most people in the world would love to live in Japan, but in Japan itself, you could talk to a lot of Japanese who are unhappy, and they will feel that it's because they were bullied as children, and because of that, Japan has its share of it produces its share of psychotics. So this is people who were extremely bullied as children or social maladepts. So many of these people wind up in the Yakuza, and therefore there you have that. But just one example of that is, it's just so people understand this, there's two ways this can manifest. One would be cowardice. Like there was one Japanese survivor of a miniature submarine that washed ashore in Hawaii, and he did not kill himself. And he wound up basically with the Americans interrogating him, and they had to give him money to resettle in Brazil, because if he went back to Japan, they would have killed him. So that is an example of cowardice. This is extraordinarily rare during World War II that something like that would happen. But that's one case. Another case was one Japanese individual who wound up being captured by the Americans, and is the only case where he didn't kill himself. And as I've mentioned before, most people have no concept of this. Every time you see Japanese surrendering in World War II, those aren't Japanese. Those are Taiwanese or Koreans or Okinawans or Chinese who speak Japanese because they're part of the empire, but they're authorized to surrender, whereas the Japanese would kill themselves or die in combat. So those are the people that are surrendering. And Americans will say, oh, these are Japanese. But there's one case of one Japanese person who was captured, and he wound up fighting on the side of the Americans by telling them where the Japanese bases were, and he even took the machine gun and was machine gunning them from an American gunboat in the air. The airplane-mounted machine gun he was using to try and kill as many Japanese as he could. That would be one example of a psychotic who got captured by the Americans. So there's every once in a while you get some rare case like that, but that's not the norm. Japan is very homogeneous. And so that's why my mother was so needed and so necessary. They did not have all that contact, that much contact with the outside world. And because my mother was half Japanese and half Chinese, then she served as a kind of perfect connection with the outside world. So she was, of course, a member of both the Ministry of Magic, and her Japanese side was related through the ninja cults. And so through the ninja cults of Japan, and from the Chinese side, of course, she was related to the ancient dynasties of Japan. So that people understand this, Japan has the oldest monarchy in the world, and it stretches back 3,000 years. But there was originally two warring dynasties on the home islands. And there was the Northern Dynasty, which was known as the Yamato Dynasty. That's what rules Japan today. And there was the Southern Dynasty, which was the Kyushu Dynasty. And the Kyushu Dynasty was originally descended from the Chinese. This was from the time when the great alchemist was dispatched by the original Yellow Emperor of China to on a quest for immortality. And he was given thousands of children to experiment with because children had the youth. And it was known that by dissecting them, the secrets of immortality could be gained along with certain materials that could be found on the islands of Japan. And so when he was dispatched by the emperor, he simply took the children with him and relocated them all to China. Relocated them all from China to Japan and stayed there himself. This was the foundation of the Kyushu dynasty. So in that sense, it always had that Chinese background, but was heavily interbred ethnographically and ethnologically, very much Japanized. And then after the Civil War, retreated back to China. So because she had that background, she was viewed as a bridge between China and Japan, and that was very necessary towards the ultimate cooperation between China and Japan in World War II, so that people understand that. And in that sense, she had that background, but also from the Chinese side, there was the vampirism. So again, it's one of those things where we have to be careful about terminology that's used. In a sense, I don't mind, but the one thing that we do express through the book, and do read the book Vampirology, you can look that up on Amazon and just look up Douglas Dietrich Vampirology. You'll find it. We will expand it eventually, and my mother's on the cover. Certainly you'll see me looking at my worst, and that's what will bring us back to a lot about what people just don't understand about myself. When it comes to the concept of vampirism, it's more just a subspeciation of humanity. And when we use the word condition, it's to make it more comprehensible to people, more accessible to people. But the way I would describe it, it's like, well, something like cerebral palsy is a condition. Vampirism is simply a state of a natural evolution. That there's simply subspecies of humanity that are vampires that have been persecuted in the Western world almost out of existence. And by the West, I mean, at this point, I'm inclusive of Russia, the former Soviet Union. The majority of the Western world, that in this case includes Russia and the former Soviet Union, has exterminated the majority of vampires out of existence. And the only places that they thrive are in Asia and in the southern hemisphere. But in terms of the rest of the world, the insanity is that they've exterminated them all and then claim they don't exist. So that's ultimately what genocide is all about. It's a cultural genocide as well as a physical genocide. When you annihilate a people, the way you complete that genocide is to claim they never existed. So that's exactly what the Jews did concerning Palestine. There are people who were born and educated in Israel, and they have stated this, that when they were educated in Israel, they were told that there was no such thing as Palestine, that it was like empty land, and the Jews just came there magically after World War II, and nobody was there. This is literally what they're educated in. So that's genocide. That's you annihilate a people, then claim they never existed. Such was the case with vampirism. But the difference between vampires and what makes them so important in the holidays, especially around Christmas, is because when the original missionaries came from the West to try and Christianize the Chinese, they noticed that in many places the Chinese would cross themselves before eating their meals. The Chinese were the first Christians. And of all the people that expected Christ, these were the ancient Chinese magi, and the magi came out of the East. So I've gone into this at length before. We don't need to go into this now, but it's from that ancient line of these mage kings that my mother's tradition derived from on the Chinese side. On the Japanese side, it was the ninjutsu and the Ministry of Magic, because these are both classless skills that the Japanese allowed to maintain their own families, and in a sense they bred their own minority group within Japan that, while not respected, was completely feared. And so when it came to the case of my mother, she educated me in all of these traditions. The important thing to understand is, of course, that I'm only 1/4 of what my mother was. My mother was half of what she was in terms of, say, for instance, her father, who was full-blooded. Now, when it came to her father, this is an important point, he was Chinese, and her mother was Japanese. And this is when I would tell people, oh, my mother's father was Chinese and her mother was Japanese. The Chinese people that I tell that to are in awe. They're just in awe because it's similar to some black person in the Deep South at the height of slavery some black guy marrying a white woman. It's like that. If somebody were heard of that, they would simply be unimaginable. So they understood that my Chinese grandfather was of a great position of power, enough to be recognized by the Japanese as royalty, or that marriage would never have been allowed. And so when he married the Japanese mother, that another reason it was allowed was because she came from the ninja class, and that was essentially not a class. It's not officially recognized. So in terms of the ninja clans, people do have to understand this. If they think of these movies, and it's just don't go with that. The ninja clans were always heavily involved with the clans that practice magic, the Sugenja, or the magicians, and the ninja themselves, of course, practiced what was called Inindo, or the way of invisibility, meaning not just simply being invisible in the sense of camouflaging yourself physically, but also invisible to society at large. Most of the time, they would disguise themselves as merchants, because that way they could take contracts for the clan, while at the same time basically, travel. You could travel as a merchant, etc. There were many reasons why the merchant class was infested with ninja, who would be using them as a front or a cover. But when it came to the ninja in particular, there were basically 6 major clans in Japan, and about 2 of them were at war with the other 2, and 2 of them were neutral. So that was the basic politics in a nutshell. And when it came to all of them, no one in Japanese history has ever taken credit for annihilating the ninja clans. So they never disappeared. They're simply, as they are, invisible. As for my mother instructing me in the particular tradition she was raised in, it's important to remember that when it comes to the ninja, that it's not just what you see in the movies, which would be the glamour side of it. And the glamour side is basically what you would see if everything goes wrong. It's like this. The original American Special Forces program, which I'm intimately familiar with, far more than your average Special Forces soldier, because I worked with one of the men who pioneered Special Forces, Michael Aquino. He was one of the original officers in the U.S. Army Green Berets. Understand their original purpose, as they were conceived of by John Fitzgerald Kennedy himself, was an armed version of the Peace Corps. Remember that John Fitzgerald Kennedy survived World War II and had the Japanese captain who sank his ship with him at the ceremony where he swore himself in as president. So when he was sworn in as president, that Japanese captain who sank his ship is actually visible in the background. And when it comes to John Fitzgerald Kennedy, he knew the Japanese had won the war. And he was a man who had survived that war. And one of the things that he pioneered was both the Peace Corps and Special Forces. So when he established the Special Forces, that was to be, well, it was to do what the Peace Corps couldn't do, and it was able to defend itself. But the whole idea was they're not there to fight. That was the original mission statement, was that the Special Forces was not sent behind an enemy front line to fight. They were there to train a friendly population as force multipliers so that the population they trained could fight. And as a result, they went through a lot of special training in terms of saving their force only for when it was needed. When it came to where they were surrounded and had to fight their way out, or communications was lost, etc. That's how the ninja operate. So just as the original mission statement of Special Forces, which has completely changed since Kennedy's assassination and totally mutated and became something it was never supposed to be. When it came to Special Forces, you're talking about men who are literally field doctors and would go to places out in the middle of nowhere and help people learn how to build latrines and disinfect their wells and provide vaccinations for tropical diseases. Think of the ninja like that. And so then you begin to understand that the whole idea of ninjutsu is it's only when everything has gone wrong that you suddenly don all of the gear and dress up like a miniature hardware store and fight your way out. That's not how you get in. Of course, this is all dependent on circumstance, and there were men trained in ninja clans who did nothing but that. So if everything went wrong, then they were sent in to pull the agent out. And the original agent, of course, is disguised as something completely different and integrating himself into the enemy. So when it came to what my mother taught me, it was basically the art of cross-dressing and presenting myself as a female, because, of course, the reality, as she knew, the only reason she could get away with what she did was because she was half vampire, and the fact that gave her a greater strength than any baseline woman ever had. Now, the very term half vampire is, of course, unscientific. The real term, and there is such a term because vampires are real, the term is dampfire for a hybrid or a half-breed. So the dampfire have always been considered ideal vampire killers because they're half vampire themselves. And therefore, the dampfire has existed throughout European history as well. The last vampire slaying on official record in Europe was in Yugoslavia, and that was like in the 1970s or something like that. And so it was conducted by a dampfire, and the communist government of Yugoslavia still recognized the realities of vampirism. So the reality, of course, was more scientifically analyzed during the era of communism, when they no longer were allowed to perceive this through a superstitious lens. Then they began to pursue the anthropology of the reality of vampirism. Hence, Vampirology, the book, explains a lot about the medical investigation of the phenomenon and realizing vampires are an anthropological reality, a subspeciation of humanity. And in Asia, of course, they've always been respected. And in terms of my mother's case, she could do what your average woman could not do because of that bloodline. Now, I'm only a fourth vampire, and therefore I've gone for decades, well, certainly well over 10 years while I was taking care of my parents, without drinking any blood. And it had a horrible effect on me. And that, along with the time that I basically was undergoing treatment for severe complex post-traumatic stress disorder with my psychiatrist, we had to go through a period of years, literally years, where I had to be placed on a regimen of antidepressants in order to prove that it would not work for me, at which point they allowed myself to go on to a hypnotic regimen, which worked infinitely better for myself, thanks to my psychiatrist, Dr. Thao Tran, who is, of course, Vietnamese, was herself subject to a napalm attack by the Americans during the Vietnam War, and is burned over her entire body to the point where she normally wears a porcelain mask so that she doesn't frighten her patients. I, of course, could never had any problem with her normal face and her normal appearance, so she would feel comfortable taking her mask off around myself. All of this is very important because it explains the differences in my appearance. You can see on the back of the Vampirology book, we'll change the photograph whenever we extend or expand or revise the book, but the back, you can see how haggard I look, where people have compared me to looking like Christopher Walken. You've seen me in interviews before where on the History Channel or whichever channel was interviewing myself, it was part of BBC, and people will see that every once in a while and say, oh, that's Douglas Dietrich, and I will be completely unrecognizable. I look like Mao Zedong, and that's because I'm all bloated up on the antidepressants, which make you retain water. So understand that my appearance has been greatly changed in terms of my drinking blood again. So when I finally had regular access to healthy blood, then my health began to stabilize. So the biggest problem that I had was I wasn't addressing my natural need for blood, which once I made that a part of my diet, then I was able to be healthy again based on my heritage, my genetic heritage. And that's something I hope people will understand. Now, understand, of course, one of the points I've made in the past was that contrary to this bizarre romanticization of vampires that has produced all kinds of permutations in the paradigm as far as people filter this phenomenon. People go to see vampire films and they want all this romance imbued upon a subspeciation of humanity that simply needs to drink your blood. And the kinds of bizarre aspects that I see where people are expecting this to be romantic, where literally a male vampire is feeding off of females. No, that's fetishistic, as Jameson Reese just said in the text box. That's fetishistic. It's not reality. It's, first off, I'm heterosexual, and to me, females are an object of sexual desire, and I wouldn't play with my food. So if you can imagine somebody, this is what I never understood with people who romanticize this. You want a male vampire who's going around seducing women and taking their blood. What you've got is somebody, I mean, if you're eating pigs and cows, would you be having sex with them? No. So I derive my blood from mostly males. It's males I can see as food because I don't think of them sexually. Hopefully that's understandable to people. There is an extraordinarily specific case when it comes to my son. So that people understand the complexity here, my son was adopted by myself off the streets. And when I adopted him, purchasing him as a pimp, when he was still a girl, he was born female, but suffered from gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria means that ever since he was young, born a female, he had always wanted to be a boy, or a male. And when I adopted him, I gradually came to be more familiar with this. And whether we call that a condition or not, simply I had to accept that the way she was, then he was. And when he was physically female, we gave her a life. My Tong brothers and I, because of course, growing up in San Francisco in absolute poverty, the only way I survived was to join a gang. And in this case, this was a gang as in underworld. And so the gangs you used to hear about in San Francisco that literally machine gunned each other in restaurants, the Golden Dragon Massacre being the most famous, the fact remains that the Tong were often operating at the level of street gangs during the decades of the 70s, 80s, and around the 90s, they more or less mainstreamed and just became part of the overall money laundering culture. But during this period of time when we were much more active on the streets, and I purchased this young girl off the streets who very definitely was under 18 years of age, I was trying to help her establish a life, but she had no papers. There was no IDs. They were going to deport her to God knows where. They wouldn't have known where to deport her, but they would have done it anyway. So we took her in instead and took her off the records. So when we did that, we allowed her to keep the majority of her money that she made prostituting herself. And ultimately, she was able to afford a sex change. And at that point, I married her off. And she's now essentially the son figure to myself. Now, it was very important to him that he be acknowledged as a boy or a male. And for that reason, he's the only former female, now a male, whose blood I drink, who has ever been born of the opposite sex. That's because it's important to him. And because he really does believe, and I've never been able to dissuade him of this, that vampirism spreads through that kind of bite, that kind of contact. Now that is definitively not true. And yet, in my case, with him, it's happened. And the only reason it has, and it's being investigated by his husband with all the money he's invested in it, has to be what was done to me at the Presidio military base when I was brought in with a bleeding duodenal ulcer, and Dr. John Henry Hagman, a man you can look up, a war criminal, an American war criminal. You don't need to fantasize that these men are German and that they're Nazi. This guy is completely homemade, homegrown, and a white trash piece of shit with a medical degree who's killed hundreds of people, at the least, maybe thousands. And this individual told my parents I was going to die and that all my blood was, well, dry, that I was bled dry and I was going to dry out unless they signed a permission slip that allowed him to perform a full body blood transfusion with artificial blood because, of course, the blood market had crashed, and that was at the time of AIDS. And in those days, though it's impossible to believe now that anyone would be this stupid, this crazy, the American blood banks used to take blood off the streets. They would give people $20 and a donut for a pint of their blood who were homeless, who were street walking whores, who were arrestees. They would have volunteers in prison donate blood. So all the American blood became infected with everything imaginable, and by the time AIDS exploded on the scene, people started getting AIDS through blood transfusions. Then the blood market crashed. And at that point was when I had a bleeding duodenal ulcer, and when I was brought into Letterman Army Medical Center, my parents were informed, oh, your son's going to die. But guess what? We've got this artificial plasma. Now, everyone we've tried it on has died so far, but they were all adults. Now, your son's very young. He's 14 years of age. He's very pliable. He might survive. And my parents, of course, what could they do? They signed permission. And all of the blood that was left in my body was taken out. I later found out I wasn't going to bleed out at all, that it was all a lie. Well, maybe I would have bled out. I don't know. I was bleeding pretty badly. But nevertheless, no one asked my permission. And at any rate, that what was replaced in my body was what they told my parents was nanoplasma. I remember how my mother pronounced it, the way she did with an inflection. Nanoplasma is what the doctor had told her and my father. And so this was something that's impacted me ever since. And it spreads. It spreads through my sperm, and it spreads through my bite. And because of this, I'm impacting the blood boys that are in the harem of my son's husband, who, of course, as I've expressed before, is a member of the Silicon Valley cabal of moguls. And what they're into is blood transfusions from very young men. They don't want females because they don't want the estrogen or other feminization to occur. So basically, they affiliate with what they call transfusion associates. These are young men that are often adopted, who are from orphanages, and raised and given an education and allowed to go on with their lives after they graduate, so to speak. It is when they basically are over 18 and no longer capable of giving young blood. They move on with their lives, but they're given a great head start in life, and they're happier than most people in America ever will be. But yes, I impact them as well when I drink their blood. So there's been a kind of nano infestation from myself of vampirism into others. This is something that's been technologically imposed upon myself by John Henry Hagman. So there you have it. Somehow technology has manifested what before was only a myth. And don't think that I don't harbor fantasies of killing that son of a bitch. He's an individual who's still loose in this world and still working with the military, even though he was stripped of his medical degree. So hopefully all of this puts some of all of that in perspective for people.
You did an excellent job, but I'm going to bow out now.
Well, we love you dearly.
You did an excellent job, and it's fine. Anybody who doesn't like it is free to not like it, but I answered the questions.
Bless you.
And you have a good rest of the evening. I'll see you on Wednesday.
We love you dearly, and share that love with Paula and tell her how proud I am of her, okay?
I will. I'll let her know.
Yes.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
That's Peter Moon of SkyBooksUSA.com, where you can buy The Roswell Deception and The Demystification of World War II. Make certain that you do so. We need all of the help that we can get. I also remind everyone to put an upvote tonight to combat the agents of chaos. I'm going to call upon my friends to hold the stage for a while. I'll be here, definitely, but just kind of get my head together. Salman Sheikh, of course, will have to leave before any of us, so we're going to allow him to take the stage and say goodnight to our listeners, but definitely want him to stay as long as he feels he's able to stay. If he's able to stay another hour, I'd be happy, but we understand he gets up in the morning earlier than most of us or something like that. So he has to bake all that bread and feed those birds or they come pecking at his window. That's actually true. Tell him that. Yes.
Yes, Brother Douglas, that's correct. So what's going on is a lot of the birds in this area now recognize me. So now as soon as I come outside, or they can sense that I'm about to come outside, they'll start circling my home, start pecking my window. At one time, there was an event where my window was slightly open and the bird came in my room.
Yes.
And I opened the window a little more and the bird just went right out. And it shows you how everything in this sentient human life, or the sentient beings that we're all connected to in this world, it's all part of this greater cosmology, such as humans, birds, animals, all of the creation of Allah on this earth, the trees, the soil, the stars, the ghoul, vampire, angels, jinns. It's all part of this greater cosmology of the Creator, that it's all in harmony with each other, and it all serves some kind of a purpose, just like how you beautifully and articulately answered these questions tonight about those that basically have this doubt about the type of life that you lead. That's because you have your own purpose in terms of your lifestyle and who you are. And I was just in awe listening to everything that you described tonight, and just your background, and just so much knowledge that we're just not given from anywhere. And that's why the agents of chaos are always assaulting you. And I encourage everyone, please put a thumbs up on all of his videos, on Brother Douglas's videos. Support him in any way you can, morally, financially. Get Vampirology from Amazon. Get The Roswell Deception, Demystification of World War II, and report the gang stalkers. And support Brother Douglas, because he is our Vulcan interventionist. And in many ways, with the way he has broken this down, it's collectively all of our war. And if we don't do nothing about it, then the way we see America falling apart right now is just going to get worse and worse. So we need to all come together to leave a better world behind for our future generations and for all beings of this earth to coexist peacefully, which is my goal as a Sufi and why I always stand by Brother Douglas Dietrich. And I encourage everyone, those that have a conscience and those that have a heart, to do the same. And also, I would like to tell all the Pakistani men to please stop messaging Brother Douglas. So, with that said, I give my love to Brother Douglas. My love and prayers are always with him, with JMO, all of our brothers and sisters of Team D. And with that, I say Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you and yours, and see you all on Wednesday.
God bless you. Assalamu alaikum. We love you dearly.
Good night,
Much
Salman.
love. Good night. Much love, JMO. Good night.
Good night.
And that was Salman Sheikh, and he has his own YouTube channel. Make certain to go on the lookout for it. If you look up Salman Sheikh, you may well find it. Look up Salman Sheikh Douglas Dietrich. Look up in the dictionary how to spell Sheikh, and that will be Sheikh. And you actually pronounce it as Sheikh, not Chic, like CHIC, the fashion statement, as well. Understand that Salman, his first name is spelled Salman, not the way you would spell the fish. And with that, you should be able to find Salman Sheikh Douglas Dietrich, and you'll start finding his channel and his videos on YouTube, of which he makes quite a few, some of which, of course, I kind of just, nod my head and move on. Like when he points out, oh yeah, you don't want to be doing all those drugs and alcohol. And I mean, we're talking about a man who indulges in a bucket of ice cream a day. Okay. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I'll take my chances with not hard drugs, but pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Yeah, a bucket of ice cream a day, that could lead to some serious under the knife issues at some point.
I can't even do it. I can't even do one spoon of ice cream. I'm just getting the 6-pack back, and from not drinking, and despite the fact that women are going to think I'm gay, it's like, how many anime characters do you see that are really cool are overweight? Just saying.
Good point. No, I mean, your point's well taken. And
I mean, I'm not really looking to attract American women anyway. So,
though I'm let's put it this way: he's not going to turn anybody down. In terms of anyhow, I'll leave it at that. I'm sure you'll find some young lady here at some point, or elsewhere. Who knows? Maybe Romania. Obviously.
Maybe next life. Well, no, I don't think so. There's no. I intend on removing. Well, we'll not go there. I'll keep the mood light tonight.
You.
Although
is Sammy with us, by the way?
He said he would be right back.
Okay.
So
Okay.
he had to step out for a little bit.
Okay.
There is something. Okay, so there are these people who are spreading a conspiracy theory now. That ancient Rome never existed.
Oh God. Oh God. Why?
And this is of course because of TikTok.
Of course.
Because it allows Americans to further embarrass themselves and become dumber. They are deliberately dumbing themselves down. I never thought I would see the day where that was even possible.
Oh God, yes, I know. Oh my God. So I barely got a hint of that. So is that what you wrote me in the private messages? Something you wanted to ask me about, or is that something else?
No. There's something else I want to ask you about.
Privately, or you're
privately.
Okay, that's fine.
Well. Actually, yeah. I was going to ask. I know. All right. First thing is about lycanthropy. Do people with all right. So what happens during a full moon when someone's a lycanthrope?
Well, it's really no different than any other night for a lycanthrope. The lycanthropes,
so it's just like
they have periods of time that it's somewhat individualized, but it's similar to a woman's menstrual cycle. It's just there's times when they suddenly manifest. It's basically monthly. It's with the rhythms of the moon in that sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes. So it's about 13 times a year. If we had a 13-month calendar like we used to have, that would be far more in keeping with a woman's menstrual cycle, which is why we called them menstrual cycle. They're monthly cycles. That's where the term month actually comes from. That doesn't come from the term month. The term month comes from that. So we actually started our keeping of time by a woman's bleeding. It was easy to keep track of because, that would be when the woman was scratching your eyes out in the cave.
And that's also the reason why the number for Hecate is 13.
Yes. Yes.
which makes perfect sense. So do so with your 3D graphic designer, is he someone who you would say doesn't have to work out at all? He just does
You
he
know, it's funny you say that. He was a maniac for working out. He was like manic about it for a period of time. And he just didn't need to. It was just one of those things where he was releasing a lot of excess aggression. And I knew he was a lycanthrope just by his motorcycle. There were scratches on his motorcycle, which he later replaced. He loves his motorcycle. But there were a few scratches where I said, the scratches on your motorcycle, they give it away for me just because somebody who had those scratches in that area of the motorcycle probably would have had his leg severed the way it had landed, any baseline human. So when it came to, by the way, San Francisco is the perfect city where you would actually get a lycanthrope and a vampire living in the same neighborhood. For those of you who are interested in the reality of lycanthropy, I was the consultant for Animal Planet when they produced the documentary called Werewolves Dark Survivors. You'll probably find a...
Oh, right. I'm going to look that up on my spare time.
Right, and so...
Because I've grown a fascination with this for some reason. I really... my motive, of course, is to try to push Peter to do a book about lycanthropy with you.
Okay. Well,
if you guys are open to it.
Well, at some point someday, I will have to expand the vampire book, to include the zombie factor, or put that in another book. And so maybe the lycanthropes, or we'll fix that in another book. Something we'll do something. I'll tell him the same thing. Yeah. So
I got another question. So, so the lycanthropy is that passed down like the sort of
bloodline? Yes, it's yes. Just understand to our listeners, the biggest problem with these realities is that people keep romanticizing them, and they keep humanizing them, quote unquote, in a sense that they want it to be something they can relate to or have fun with or dramatize. So they take, which, something like what you'll see in Werewolves Dark Survivors is the reality of the werewolf phenomenon. The biggest problem that people are going to have is that to them, that's not enough. They want
they want the guy who transforms and grows hair and
that
has
does
sex
happen
with
to
that
does
super
happen to an
vampire
extent.
babe.
Yeah. Well, the lycanthropy does produce that to extent. It's like what you'll see in Werewolves Dark Survivors is mostly a hint as to what's going on, but it's definitely you'll see what you need to see, and it's enough. You'll see what happens, and it's in terms of Animal Planet. Many of the documentaries that we worked with, they basically withdrew them later on. Whatever you see on YouTube, you'll be unable to download. Maybe that's changed, but for years they took it offline, and they just left it in such a way you can't download it anymore. But in terms of the real horror here is the amount of misinformation that's out there. So what most people who are familiar with this vampire and lycanthrope kind of conflict, quote unquote, which is all bullshit, like there's some ancient feud or war, you basically they're looking at, what was the name of that stupid series? There was a television.
Was it Twilight, or was it the other one?
Oh, no, not Twilight. Twilight was
it was the one with the woman. It was the one with the woman and the
yes,
and the guy, and oh my gosh,
I can't even remember the name of that stupid series, but there was a stupid series on forever.
Underworld. Right, that was I remember that movie series. Oh my gosh, yeah.
And that was around forever. That was on, I don't know how many seasons, but the whole point was they were mythifying this to an extent. All of that was based on a role-playing game. Just so people know this, that was all based on a role-playing game that was produced by White Wolf Productions, or White Wolf Company role-playing game, that was called Vampire the Masquerade, was their vampire game, and the other Werewolf the Apocalypse or something like that was the other game. And then they started doing everything, just expanding their role-playing game. But it's all it's to me it's just completely unrelatable. It's like just I'll tell you just straight up, it's crap. It's just all crap. I'm talking about what's in the role-playing game and the series. I'm sorry, go on. Yeah.
A lot of this, I think, has to do with the fact that America doesn't have any mythology of its own.
Of course not.
So they have to compensate by creating these mythologies. They mythologize World War II. They mythologize how they lost to the Japanese as aliens. They mythologize everything. And it's funny. My father was watching like this show about UFOs and unexplained things, and they had horribly aged Richard Dolan. And I told my father, "Oh yeah, that's the guy who was brutally humiliated by Douglas Dietrich. He ripped him apart."
Thank you.
And,
why did he say that? I'm sure he found that amusing.
He did find it amusing, and I said, yeah. It turns out that the Roswell thing, it was all Japanese weather balloons. And my father was like, I saw something about that actually on the History Channel, and I was like, yep. So they are starting to talk. They're what they're exposing is basically they're stealing your stuff and trying to leak it like it's real exposure.
Thank you. By the way, this is going on YouTube, and of course, Jameson didn't mean this when he said that. It's one of those things that comes out. He said weather balloons. Of course, these were not weather balloons, but the Americans are now trying to remodify them, right? Go on.
Yeah, I basically told them that they were the Japanese have been they were dropping incendiaries in the forests of California. That's why they had the triple nickel unit, and that they had dropped some of the deadliest biocidals in Area 51. That's the reason why that area was so secretive. I mean, you're dealing with enough biocidals to wipe out probably every human on the planet, at least all America.
Yes. Theoretically, yes. By the way, just so people understand this, just a small amount of botulinum toxin produced in a weapons grade laboratory. We're talking about something like a small amount, if distributed evenly. This is all like, we're talking about an impossibility. This is a physical impossibility. But if it were distributed evenly, then it would, of course, be theoretically capable of killing everybody on Earth. Just a small amount of botulism. And the Americans were breeding tons of it. And the Japanese, of course, were way ahead of them. The Americans, of course, had every intention of unleashing this on Japan, but the Japanese beat them to it when it came to biological weapons. Understand, of course, the Japanese had delivery mechanisms that had to bring it in country, and they invaded American airspace, and the Americans were unable to do anything about it, and people saw it, and that's why the Americans had to create the UFO mythology. Of course, understand, how come we never saw any UFOs before the atomic bomb? And suddenly we saw all these UFOs. Of course, if you knew anything about physics, you would understand that those two little atomic bombs, or three, one at Alamogordo, the other two in Japan, they're not seen from space. They're not visible from space.
No. And they were actually so small that a bomb cyclone or a tornado would release more energy.
Thank you.
So I mean, and we're talking about storm systems that are so massive that they would even dwarf things like such as freaking Castle Bravo, as far as the amount of mega joules and whatnot that they produce as far as energy is concerned. So I mean, honestly, why aliens would have been here all along if they existed, because they would have seen all this weather phenomenon and been, oh, look at all that energy.
Yes, yes.
This is basically the logic that they want us to believe as far as this alien bullshit that they keep pushing down everyone's throats.
Thank you. And by the way, if you're skeptical about the weather attracting aliens, if they were really intelligent, they would see that and be attracted to it because it's totally exceptional. There's no other planets that have this kind of weather phenomenon. Normally, most planets are dead. The only kind of planets that have this kind of weather intensity are gas giants like Jupiter, where you have nothing but weather because there's no surface. But the idea of a surface world producing a lot of energy based on weather, that's quite exceptional. Your overwhelming amount of worlds are dead. That they have no electromagnetic field. They have no atmosphere of any great extent. They don't have a active tectonic plate system that's moving life around. They don't have currents. Most worlds are simply worthless. So,
and they don't have a core that is the remnant of another planetoid body that crashed into the Earth. So we have literally a dual planet here.
Yes.
Our core. So, you know, it's interesting in occultism when they talk about the black sun, what I think they're really talking about is the core of the Earth, because that would literally be, you know, you would be talking about that other planetoid Thea instead of Gaia.
Well, that's certainly a part of it. It's certainly one influence. The other influence is, of course, the supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy, which holds the galaxy together, is at the center of every galaxy. And that was also referred to because the original term came from the work on black holes that was conducted by Subra Chandra Sekhar. Subra Chandra Sekhar. That's his actual fucking last name. That's not a full name. That's his. Subramanian Chandra Sekhar. That's his full name. Subramanian Chandra Sekhar. I can't believe I remembered that. He was an Asian Indian scientist and was considered Aryan by the Nazis, who, as opposed to the Brits and the Americans, who simply considered him a yellow nigger, and his work was therefore taken seriously. Aside from that, let's see if we can. Was there anyone else who came into Messenger? I'm trying to see if there's anyone else on call because I do want you to hold the stage for me for a few minutes.
Yeah, I can hold the stage for a few minutes with no problem.
Understood.
Let's see.
Sammy's
it's not a
back
problem.
yet. And we tried calling Mandy, right? Let's give that another try just in case.
right.
Says she's online, but oh my God, God knows she's been busy as well. She always is, of course, being a mother. And but it would be. I wanted her to talk a bit about what was going on in Portland, just like Solomon. He could have talked a bit about what's going on in Philadelphia. Just a lot of violence in, well, everywhere. And I'll try.
There is some good stuff going on in New York.
Tell us about that. Yes.
Well, for one, we have which is a first, a woman in charge of the police who's African American.
Great.
So, you know, that's making history, and I get the feeling that, you know, hopefully, you know, Biden croaks and, you know, we have a first African American woman president.
Yes.
And of course, that's going to drive the white male population crazy, and they're going to go helter skelter. But hey, who cares? We need to get through this shit so that we can evolve.
Yes.
Or we're going to just deteriorate under this Russian white male supremacy tyranny that is going to pretty much deprive everything of life.
Yes.
Which is what it's been doing for the past 100 years, smothering the life out of everything.
It's so true. This toxic masculinity. John Warrington, shout out to him. He sent me a link. He published it on my page. Great photographs. I would share it with you just for that. But it was just men going their own way. MGTOW. Why on earth he thought I would be interested in that? That is beyond me.
I don't get the men can have fun with each other. I don't want any part of that. That's like prison.
Yes, he was.
Just too many guys in one place is just cringe.
Well, he thought that, of course, it matched my fascist philosophy, where I was telling people that war is a necessary part of the human condition, and that men, as Benito Mussolini said, war is for men what childbirth is for women. It's like something that essentially validates their existence. But so I think he was going along those lines, and so they were talking a bit about war. And let me see if I can just dredge up the link for you, and I'll just give you that in your message box here. But in terms of other than that, I told him it was great photography and lousy philosophy, which he took well. He was laughing at that. But in terms of everything else that's going on, do share with people. The fact, of course, is that you can go into a bit of this. This Omicron shit is this is nasty shit, and this is
but you and I both know this is the precursor to something far worse, because once the Omicron has a sort of exchange with the mRNA of people who already have Delta, we're going to see a strain that makes Delta and Omicron look like peanuts.
And this is all because
it's inevitable.
And this is all because a bunch of idiots refused to get vaccinated. This is
this is the thing. This is the reason why I think we should have there should be a hospital vaccine mandate, where if you don't want to, we don't care if you had COVID. We don't care if if you want to get treated for whatever COVID symptoms you have, you got to take the vaccine. Don't take the vaccine, we'll let you die in the hallways.
Yes. Yeah. Of course, once you have the symptoms, you have to wait till they're taken care of before you get the vaccine, right? Isn't that the case? I believe. That would be Go on.
Well, that's sort of the problem. That's sort of the problem is that you would have to sign a consent first. If you have the symptoms, that you would sign a consent that states that you will agree to take the vaccine, no questions asked. And so, somehow they'll slip it to you while you're, lying on your stomach or some shit. I don't know. I don't even want to entertain how horrid the disease is for those who have it. Some people are like, oh, it was peanuts to me. It was nothing, And I'm like thinking, yeah, you can say that now, but wait till you get about 50.
Yeah, no, that's true.
You are not going to be saying, oh, you're going to be saying, oh, fuck. Why is this happening to me? Why is this happening to me? And you'll have your answer.
Yeah, that's in terms of some people won't have that, but plenty of people will.
No.
And that's what they call
unless you're someone who is of exceptional genetics and is of exceptional good health. And let's face it, when we're dealing with the American population, we're not dealing with people who fit either criteria, good health or good genetics.
Yes, that's right. Oh my God! So here we are. So I just gave you the there you go, the MG toe shit that our man John Warrington had actually published on my timeline. I put a ha on it, of course, but. All right then. In terms,
war is good for men and bad for women, basically, because when men go to war, all they do is rape women, and they rape women even when they're not at war.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, shit. I honestly, if I were to say anything, I would say men are bad for women.
There we are.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yes, I stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Yes. Oh my God. So we agree on that. So aside from all of that, the one thing I will say when it comes to vampirism is our friend Salman Sheikh at one point said lifestyle. He said lifestyle. I didn't protest that because
not a lifestyle. It's
the only reason I didn't protest though, because I appreciate your coming to bat with that, but in my sense, it almost is, only in the sense that obviously I can survive without it, but the quality of life is much the poorer. So
yes. Now, if you were like your mother, half vampiroid, then you'd have it even worse, because there you would have no choice but to feed, or you'd die.
Yes.
And
Yes.
so, even as it is, you can extend your life you could extend your life, whereas if you were normal baseline human, you'd be at the age where you can just hang it up, and you'd be like, and unless you're doing like the Peter Moon breathing exercises,
and look at all the
there you
time that
go.
takes. Look at all the
Yeah,
energy that and
it's
not only that, but it's dangerous. Did you hear what he said about these people? And then his gallbladder busted. I mean, it's like
yeah,
this.
yeah.
I mean,
There, well, I
fuck
mean,
that shit. Yeah.
yeah, fuck it. I mean, seriously, even hell, if you're doing like some of that, hell, even if you were doing like the middle pillar exercise too long or some shit like that's magic, you'd fuck yourself up. I mean, shit, regular humans are weak creatures, man.
Oh yeah, you made the
We're
analogy the
fragile
other
as
day
fuck.
to. You made the analogy the other day to watermelons, and that doesn't do it justice at all. It's tomatoes. The
Yeah,
human
tomatoes.
body is a tomato that just explodes on impact. It is
Yeah,
distressingly fragile.
because all that pressure, all the pressure of the blood pressure and all that, it's like a water balloon. It's gonna pop.
Yes, yes.
Oh man, I saw this video of this guy who decided, and this was from the train driver's perspective. So this guy, he's suicidal and he's naked and he just like he bends his head forward and the train's coming, splat, just like a fucking bug on a windshield.
Yes.
It was it's just. I mean, I see how that could be traumatizing to the guy driving the train, but it's just like, whoa, damn.
Forgive me. I'm so sorry. What I do need to do is finish this.
Don't worry, I have that effect on people.
Yeah. So, what I'd like to do is at least have you hold the stage till Sammy comes back. I'm going to ask everyone to listen to this man. Before we go to him, we're going to. Have you been handling the people in the chat room? We've got.
Yes,
Okay.
the bots have been popping back up with the sex links, and
Okay.
what I've done is I hide them and then I report them, and by hiding them, you see that I've taken care of them, so you don't have to worry about that.
Okay. Wonderful.
And it's interesting because we have not seen them for a while.
Comparatively
But
speaking, hasn't been that long, but long enough. Yes.
I mean, we've had the link. We have the stupid link things, which don't have the hot girls and boys thing, But now that's come back, so I guess Steven Outrim got bored. He can't find anyone to do a rim job because his ass smells like a fucking dead elephant.
Yes. Yes. Oh, so true. Yes, he was malodorous. Oh my God. Yeah, these guys have really been hitting us. This is God, what a load of shit. So okay, so let me do my own reporting from this side, and hopefully the two of us together will fuck these guys up to a degree. I mean, it doesn't seem to stop them, but it does what it does. And while I'm reporting, I do want people, the reason I'm in the chat room is I hope to get to people in chat. Clarice Claudette, I owe a very big shout out to. Honey, if you're listening, by God, you have no idea how wonderful your gifts have been, and you're an angel, and I owe you more than I can ever repay, and so I'll have to talk to her privately and get back in touch with her to discuss some of the things she was discussing with me. She has been in the chat room earlier. God bless her, and wonderful human being. We want to thank her, and if she wants to come on, Clarice Claudette, do you want to come on? Let us know, and we'd be happy to have you on with us right now. And if you're available, send us a message. You'd have to get on Skype, of course, and we've done this before, so I know you can handle it. And all right, then, let me finish this last one. That was an incredible amount of them in a row. That's pretty fucking gnarly.
Yeah.
When
Yeah, we gotta say something to piss these motherfuckers off.
Everything we say pisses them off, obviously. And oh my God, were they active throughout the night. Shout out to Sarah Thomas Lyons. I know she's out there. And bless her. I don't know. It's obviously past midnight her time, but fuck, she'd still be up. She's up till 2 or 3 in the morning, probably, from what I understand. And all right, so let me do this. I'm still doing the reporting thing. In the meantime, our man, for all of you out there who don't believe some of the things that I tell you about my experiences, like when I was in Africa, I'll relate to you an animal story, a little bit of zoo news, when our man Jamie here is done. So let's give him
what
the
I
stage.
would do is put into context as to why people would choose not to believe you. And honestly, I'm going to say this from my perspective, is when I first heard your dissertations, and I was like, I knew that a lot of it made sense, but when you started to get into some certain things, I felt myself saying, I don't want to believe that, because if that's true, this world is a hell of a lot more fucking scarier and unpredictable than I thought it was.
Thank you.
And it turns out that that is the case. The more over the years, the more I started to listen, and I started to go back and digest some of the old things that you said, and I saw how these predictions came true. And I also saw things that I've also started to encounter things of the occult side that started to match too much of what you said, that I'd reached a point where I was like, shit, this guy's not bullshitting.
Yeah.
Things really are this bad.
Thank you. Yeah.
And we human beings really are not on the top of the totem pole. We would only be all too happy to have it be some kind of intergalactic alien thing, because at least there's some fantasy element of hope there. But no, when you're dealing with all the different species of different densities, including the ghoul, you can throw hope out the window, kiddos. You either side with the devil or you get eaten by it.
Yeah.
But, I don't want to go that far now.
Understood.
But, yeah.
But it's a good metaphor. And so in terms of the people in the chat room, shout out to Vicky Johnson. Mwah, love you, honey. James Forsyth said, I got here early for once. Good evening, all. Bless you. Adam Atkins was apparently one of those link freaks. Vicky Johnson said, I'm so sorry, Pac-One. My thoughts are with you, and a rose for Pac-One. I should have brought that to his attention while he was here, but he knows we're all behind him. And Marcus Grix says, I woke up late. Hey, guys. Yes. Blessed be. Sarah Thomas with her 3 pink pulsating hearts. Mwah, love you, honey. Alex Hummel, can anyone explain the look of this YouTube account to me, please? Oh, shit. Oh, delightful. And Ballistic Koopa says, hi, friends, with a heart. Hi, Ballistic Boopa. KK Harper says, big shout out to 3D Douglas and Peter Moon, as well as all the other lovelies tuning in and taking part. Bless you. I don't know if Ballistic Boopa or KK Harper are ladies, but hugs. And if I find out you're members of the opposite sex, I'll throw a kiss. Sarah Thomas says, oh, Peter muting children. Ballistic Boopa was going, wow. Synchronicities. Anyhow, Marcus Griggs says, Peter, where does synchronicity? And anyhow, more Windows aren't always better. So Marcus is saying, slow computer, don't upgrade. There we are. Windows 11 is similarly as bad as Windows 8, says Winter. Thank you, Winter. I appreciate that. So Winter is with us. And he says, he asked about the civilization in Africa, and of course, let me see, the Sahara's beneath sea level. He didn't know that, and very few people do, as a matter of fact. Yes, and Clarice Claudette, shout out to her. Love you, honey. Gonna give you another shout out soon, and thank God I wouldn't be able to stay warm without you. Our man Sammy is back. Sammy Romero, please come on stage. Hold the stage with our man. And that way I can finish the sandwich and then take
No
over.
problem.
Yeah. Oh, bless you. Shout out to Traveling Empath. Who gave a bunch of sleep signals while our man Peter was talking. So just let me get these guys started. Okay, just for all of you who just have any, I remember how idiots, even though I told you there's footage of this on YouTube, having nothing to do with my personal experience other than the fact that it's probably the same troop, they call them troops, of primates that I had to deal with in Africa. But for those of you who don't know it, Idi Amin Dada, the former black dictator of Uganda, a remarkable man who's looked on as a clown by Peter Moon, because Peter Moon is obviously, he hasn't been to Africa. And what he was getting was a bunch of news reports that were making a clown of Idi Amin Dada, the former dictator of Uganda. But he trained chimpanzees to take up the machetes and act as kill squads. And they passed that skill on to their children. So I had to contend with them when I was in Africa. There are entire troops of killer chimpanzees, and they will steal machetes from the black African population and use them to butcher entire villages.
Holy shit. You don't want chimpanzees, man. You can't stop them.
Yeah.
Those things are fucking strong.
Yes, they're incredible. And so understand
And
that
they're also cruel. They rip each other's balls off for fun.
Oh, they're awful. They're awful. They're vicious, and
They're worse than humans.
They commit war and cannibalism. And so in India, a troop of monkeys has killed over 250 dogs for revenge in an Indian town. So a barrel of monkeys in a small town in India, they took revenge on the local dog population this month by throwing them off the top of tall buildings and trees. It's reported that the monkeys have killed about 250 pups in the process, and they're now targeting villagers. So the monkeys are located in Majal Gaon. It's in India, and they started the rampage after some of the dogs allegedly killed an infant monkey. And News 18 in India reported that when the monkeys see a dog approach, they catch them and throw them from a significant height to the ground. In the neighboring village of Lavul, the monkeys have fully eradicated all of the dogs. After all of the dogs were killed in the villages, residents contacted the forest department officials to, quote unquote, catch the monkeys. But when the officials attempted to catch the monkeys, they were unable to capture a single fucking monkey. The villagers believe that these monkeys are taking revenge on the dogs. I'm sourcing this from News 18 out of India. Now the villagers in Lavul are being chased by the monkeys. Some of them have even been attacked. By the way, we've got some background noise. Someone's got something on in the background. Is that
That is
Sammy?
not me.
I guess it's Sammy.
Sorry.
Sammy's moving around the kitchen or something.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, no worries. After all, we had Salman Sheikh the other day had fucking Naruto on in the background and shit, so we heard people doing Bruce Lee combat yells. It was
Yeah.
yeah, so the villagers themselves are now being victimized, and according to Stephanie Poindexter, who I asked about this, she's an assistant professoress at SUNY, the New York Buffalo University, and she's her research focuses on primate behavioral ecology. And she says studies have proven that animals, primarily monkeys, can practice revenge, as do groups of hyenas, she told me, that have been known to seek revenge. So the more that you have animals that are capable of doing this, the more intelligent, they are. The groups of hyenas have been known to seek revenge on the aggressor's relatives instead of the actual aggressor. So they'll know that hurts the aggressor by hurting their relatives. So Poindexter said that we've seen that when an individual is attacked in some way, the likelihood of them attacking someone related to their aggressor is higher. Typically, there's a preference for attacking a third party associated with the original aggressor as opposed to the actual aggressor. So for the most part, these acts of revenge take place shortly after the attack. So after the forest department was unable to capture any of the monkeys, the villagers began attempting to rescue the dogs on their own, but they all found themselves the subjects of the monkeys' retaliation thereafter. They became identified with the dogs, and some have even injured themselves or fallen from buildings in the process. So the villagers have now reported that there are barely any dogs left in area. The monkeys have not stopped even after a month of attacks. And now villagers are reporting that the monkeys are targeting small children in the area. This has created a panic because the children are being taken to the rooftops and dropped. Now, on the, other side of Asia, in Malaysia, there was a wild monkey who captured a puppy and held it hostage at the top of a tree for 3 days. According to the locals in the area, the puppy was about 2 weeks old when the macaque kidnapped it. By the way, we're hearing Sammy make dinner or something.
Yeah, let me put myself on mute. I'm doing dishes. Sorry.
Yes. So the macaques are notorious for being extremely intelligent and cunningly sneaky. Some locals have seen the monkeys raiding the pantries, snatching clothes, and going through fridges, but due to the growing number of complaints, Malaysia's Department of Wildlife and National Parks began culling thousands of macaques a year. So this is because they're invading people's homes. This is not justified. This is, of course, overkill. But many people believe the monkey wasn't even trying to hurt the puppy in Malaysia, but rather care for it as its own. So a bystander named Cherry Lu Yi Li, I understand that Malaysia has an enormous Chinese population. She told Newsflare that it looked like it was treating the puppy as a friend or its baby. It was very strange. So I don't know why the humans even bothered to interfere. Why? So instead,
humans are dumber than the monkeys.
Thank you.
Which is why I hope that the monkeys win this war. And honestly, dogs are more or less bred to be dumber than wolves, and they are bred just to be servants of humans. So I don't want to offend anyone who's a dog owner out there, but I don't like dogs. So go ahead.
I've seen the worst of dogs myself, of course, because of dogs. Most of the time
when you see them rip someone's fucking face off, yes, you're not going to want dogs. I was walking home the other day. This white lady has a dog she can't even freaking control, and it's like a hound, but it looks like it's still young, and it's clearly anxious by me walking towards it. So I'm going in the street, and she's saying, "Oh, it's okay, he's friendly." And I'm looking at her like, "Bitch, you got to be fucking out of your mind." I'll take my chances getting hit by a car than fucking walking right next to your dog because you barely got it under control.
Thank you.
And then I see this guy on Bay Street walking like these 6 husky dogs all tied up to some kind of rope thing, and they look like wolves. And I'm thinking to myself, oh fuck no, I'm not walking on the same sidewalk as this motherfucker.
Thank you.
These people think their animals are cute. Dude, you're not even stable. How the hell is your dog going to be stable?
Thank you. Dogs are neurotic like their owners.
I despise dogs. Yes. I mean, with the exception of that one dog that I cared for because he was more like a human being, oddly enough.
Well, there you go. I mean,
there are always exceptions,
yes,
of course,
Yes.
But in general, I won't trust dogs unless, and it's strange because they usually take a liking to me. But I've seen all too well what they're capable of. When you've seen what a person's face looks like after being mauled by a dog,
I'm very
mutilation.
Yeah, I'm very leery myself because I've seen dogs at their worst. So, Sammy Romero, if you hear us, do come on stage now, please. I was just starting you guys off.
This will actually buy me time to take a quick bio break. I will be right back.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Just do it. Yeah. Just do it and come back, all right? Thank you. So, Sammy, are you there at all?
Hey, he does.
Yeah. So,
yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank God. So just do me a favor and talk with myself until he gets back, and then I can finally do what I need to do, which is finish this goddamn sandwich and then take over for the night. But in terms of what's going on, obviously it was quite the start we had with Pac One. What's on your mind? Certainly, some things might have been going on in your world, and you can share that with us.
Well, what's going on in my world is, I wouldn't say to the extent of Pac-One, but I have been battling with family. It's been a season of battling with family. Not all my family, just particular individuals. And, you learn that, love who loves you, especially even certain times. Some people can't love you, even if they do, they just can't project it. So I'm trying not to care as much no one. Not meaning in the sense of.
By the way, do me a favor
care.
and sit very close to your microphone, because all I'm getting is echo. So get close to your microphone, and
Okay,
Jameson.
I'm on earphones. Let me get it up.
Okay, so our man Sammy is now going to get onto something a bit more amenable for our listeners.
Hear me?
Yes,
Better?
thank
It's
God,
better?
infinitely better. So tell
Sorry.
us a bit about so Jameson, Saul, and Sammy, both of you gentlemen, do me a favor and hold the stage. I'll be back soon enough, and when I come back, I do want to hear more about what Sammy is going through right now. He's been telling us about he's just learned not to expect the ability of some people who, even though he accepts that they love him, there's certain relations of his that are just not able to express that. They seem to be devoid of that capability, and I know exactly what he's talking about in certain people, and it's very upsetting. It's distressing that there's and so how much of that are you willing to share, Sammy? Let me stay a few more minutes to hear this out. Okay.
Well, I do want to talk to you in private.
Okay. All right.
About the certain things that are in my life, and they're not bad things. It's just certain things I like to bounce off of you. But what relationships with family is, when Pac-Man was talking about his brother-in-law telling him that about criticizing his fatherhood. That's a very dangerous. When you become close, I've learned to create boundaries.
Yeah.
Especially with people, you have to create boundaries. I've learned that with my pastor I had before. I really have boundaries with them, and one thing that really helped me with you was you talked about people that are in those positions do encounter, even like with priests, where you said with priests, why they're corrupted. They encounter entities and they get corrupted, not necessarily to a bad extent, but they just become corrupted. And so you have to create these boundaries and understand that everybody has their place in your life. Even like with me, sometimes when I think back on when I joined these transmissions with you guys, I think about what I've talked about, and it's not because I'm embarrassed or don't like talking to you guys. It's a regret. It's more of, I don't want to come off like I'm jaded or, or crazy or some type of crazy super fan, because I really do enjoy, especially you talking about culture and how you interconnect everything. And you're just not you're just not one particular subject. But anyways, what's going on right now in my life is relationships. I have to love people right now that don't have the ability right now to love me.
Love back. Yeah.
Yeah. And keep my space. And even, I talk to them, but there's just certain things I can't engage them with, because whatever they're going through, they're projecting it towards me. And, I create these boundaries where, okay, I can meet you here, but in due time, maybe one day I can meet you on the other side, because that's pretty much it. It becomes toxic, it becomes exhausting, and it becomes annoying. And people bring you down, and you can't enjoy your life because these people, they want something from you, but they don't want to meet you there. So, you do what you have to do and move on. You don't overexhaust yourself because, unfortunately, family, I can't kill them. I wish I could, but I love them.
That's so funny.
I kill them and I'll hear about it at the dinner table in Thanksgiving and Christmas. But no, I have a big family, but it's especially with a lot of women. There's a lot of politicking, and I have to sometimes steer the conversation to a more positive tone.
Yeah.
Because as women, there's a term, chickens will cluck. Well, yeah, they have their comments, and it is what it is. But it's like one of those things where I got to keep things positive because of what's going on in my life. I don't want negativity in that sense because I have a big family, and you want to enjoy the years that you have with your family. And one of the things that I want to enjoy is being an adult with my family. I didn't get the opportunity to be an adult with my parents and care for them like you and J-Mo. And that's one thing I admire you guys from that. You guys, that's something very I admire you guys that you guys did. You guys care for your family, and that's one of the reasons why I really support you, Doug. Is that really touches my heart because I love my parents. My dad was my hero, and vice versa. And I'm sure you love your parents, and that's what really touches me from you. That you sacrificed a lot, and your blessings are coming. It's just the beginning, I really truly believe that. But this one, especially the holiday season, I visited a family member of mine right now and just make small talk and talk to this individual and just make small talk and just checked on her. And this particular individual is very close to me, and it's just right now she's in a space that she can't meet me where I want her to meet me, and it's okay. If I can just make small talk and at least there, that's the best I can do for now. And I can't overextend myself to not, so it won't be toxic. And so right now this is what I'm battling. And at times it's, I talk to my brother Isaac, who's very helpful in my life. And we both help each other. And this is one of the things that we do as far as how to learn how to politic in my family because we're a lot. I have an older brother who is in his early 50s, and I'm reaching out to him because he was the only male for a long time in my family, and he has, I wouldn't say female tendencies, but he's very emotional and can act, excuse my French, he can act like a bitch more than my sisters, and my sisters clown him, and he's very sensitive. But what I've tried to connect with him is just in a brotherly fashion where I'm not teasing him and I give him respect, but he is an asshole. Yeah. And I'm sure everybody knows an asshole that they grew up with that they love, but they're assholes. Yeah. And, as long as we keep those boundary lines, like, don't violate this boundary and I'm cool with you. Don't ask me for money. Right. Yeah. Don't try to get too personal. It's not that I'm personal. It's just there's boundaries, and it's just we're a lot, but it's one of those things where you have to see the silver lining of things. Where I've given my love and affection to people that didn't care about me. Mm-hmm. They use religion to try to validate themselves, and they turned out to be, like anybody, everybody hears the stories, where it's Scientology or how J-Mo said, the Arcana side, even you, Doug, people that that did you wrong. Mm-hmm. You have to move on, and you can't be jaded and continue to show, who you really are. You're not that person. And, I get excited listening sometimes to these topics, and, that's one thing too. I see myself interrupt sometimes, and it's not because I do it on purpose. Just I'm getting excited, and I'm getting the hang of this, this format, this podcast format. But what I really am excited for is sharing this information to people, and the reaction I get from people is that it's very, where is this coming from? Wow, this is very heavy stuff. And it's not even the stuff that it's supposed to be heavy. It's just, for example, you know, title Title 38, I believe. You know, the whole World War II narrative. You know, the whole World War II thing.
Yeah.
People don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Like, what are you talking about? You know, and it's amazing because, and you talked about it. It's just World War II was just yesterday, but the thing is, people don't understand how much is impactful to today. You know, when you're talking about Haiti last transmission, I was just glued because it's very prevalent. And I love the fact that because it touches the cultural nerve, and as far as me, because you know what the Haitians did is, they took the ultimate sacrifice to become independent, and they're still paying it. Yeah. They're paying the price today because of their defiance, and they didn't kiss, you know, the boots of the European monarchies, and they're paying for it till the day. One thing that irritates me is hearing news about, you know, the Windsors, because we're not in England. But, you know, one of the things I learned from you is context too. There's context to everything. There's reasons why they're monarchies, because it is part of it is culture. You know, even though, you know, we're not in England, and you've explained it in past transmissions why we probably should have stuck with the monarchy, and things would have probably gotten a lot better through time. You know, with the royal proclamation, where you talked about that, and all these nuances that, you know, the monarchy was already putting in place to put these boundaries on, you know, on the natives, and work with them. It's very prevalent. You know, I like to think of these things because what I need is context to understand all the stuff and put it into ways where I can teach my children.
Yes.
Because that's what your mother did, and that's what your father did. My father, unfortunately, wasn't educated in the sense, to the extent that he could pass this down, but he always was open to different cultures. Right. And that's one of the reasons why I'm very drawn to information, because, you know, you come from a family that helped you in this, for you can be, you know, a liaison to the devil himself, and you looked the devil in his face and you didn't blink. And that's one of the things that, you know, speaks president. And you know, it's just these little nuances that I try to use, and lets me know, you know, my family can have problems and we can have discussions, but ain't nowhere near it's nowhere near the bullshit that this country is. And we're seeing it. You know, we're seeing it with this bioweapon. And to me, this bioweapon is really, you know, the devil collecting with what Hirohito had in store.
Yes.
You know, Hirohito was going to use a bioweapon, but it's amazing to me that it's actually more effective today. And it's not even through Hirohito. This is through the Russians. But even then, you know, I'm sure they knew of the bioweapons that Hirohito had. And, you know, it's, you know, people get inspired. Governments get inspired.
Yes.
They become influenced. And the thing about Americans, we're too busy, you know, jacking off the nuclear weapon and worshiping it.
Yes.
That we didn't realize that you don't need something like that to create havoc. You put someone in power that doesn't believe in reality, like Trump, and there you go. There is no China virus. Oh, this is going away. Yes. Why do we need a plan? You know?
Oh my God!
It's even worse.
Yes.
We can't move. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying you had Pac One telling us about his relations, saying, "Oh, we didn't want to get the vaccines because we were scared," and oh my fucking God, It is like, and the logic. I want Jameson and you to participate in this now together. The anti-logic, the idea that why would your government want to kill you when they need you to pay taxes? What purpose would it serve them to kill you? How would you be able to pay taxes anymore? We need people around. The idea of killing them is that you have to look for a logical reason to a degree. There's got to be some kind of motivation. There's a sanity to madness, no matter what it is. There's a logic to genocide, but when genocide takes place, at least there's a logic behind it at its time and place. That may not mean it's right or that it's justified, but there has to be some kind of logic. And the idea that the government just says, "Oh, let's kill off all our people." Oh yeah, and they'll say something stupid like population control. It's like, what? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking shitting me? It's like, if anything, we would have no need for immigrants if we had to take into account population control. We're trying to bring people into the country to do jobs we don't want to do. The idea, so it just goes on and on. Just the stupidity. There's just these people are not living in reality, and of course the horror was when it came to the system. It used to be that we had at least a tradition where people who got into political leadership usually overwhelmingly came from a legal background. So you were dealing with government by barristers, government by people who turned from litigators into legislators. And when you went beyond that to someone else, then it was a social experiment that failed. So we had hints of it when Ross Perot was running, how he was going to treat the economy like a machine. He was going to, quote unquote, fix it. This is with Trump, it wasn't even that, and it's just the nightmares have been endless. I'll get into that tonight, of course. Yeah, go on.
Well, Doug, if you allow me to add something, it explains how Ronald Reagan was a puppet. How it explains why Papa Bush had his hand up his ass the whole time. It explains. It explains. It explains it very well. It explains why Dick Cheney had his hand up Trump Jr.'s ass.
Yes.
These people were imbeciles, and
Bush Jr.'s ass. Bush Jr.'s ass, but yeah.
Yeah, Bush Jr. There you go.
Get what you're saying. Yeah. Trump Jr. is too busy right now trying to say Daddy did it when it comes to the January 6th riots. Yeah, but go on.
It's one of look. I'll give you an example. One of my favorite transmissions you've done is the Michael Jackson one. By the way, any listeners, go to Taboo Bros. He's edited some of Doug's transmissions. Taboo Bros. Yeah. That's with the 2. Yeah. It's and even the transmission you did with Papa Bush. Where you put things in the context of why he was important. But what I'm trying to say is, with how Trump was here, I know people complain about Biden, but here's what I like about Biden. I don't want to panic anytime he goes up there and says something stupid.
Thank you.
Sometimes you just need to know how to shut up. Just shut up. Like it's bad enough we have pundits who there shouldn't be no CNN or Fox News. There shouldn't be neither. And I don't want to sound like I'm Peter Moon, but Peter Moon's concern is right. Now, I do not watch Fox News, but here's the thing: it's more of we need to mobilize. We do. We need to mobilize, and let's all hate each other in harmony. But we need to mobilize because this bioweapon is gonna start spreading again. It's in Los Angeles right now. Los Angeles is a wild, wild west. There's a lot of murders, a lot of robbery in Los Angeles right now. Yeah. I don't live in the West Side, but especially the Beverly Hills, West Side, all that area, Hollywood, it's very dangerous, that area right now. South Central to me right now is like the suburbs. Yeah. Where it's just a lot of robbery. is happening there. A lot of rape, just a lot of crime has been going on in these rich areas. But a lot of these is tourism is what we have here, but it's affecting it. This disease, this bioweapon is going to affect us again. I already see it coming.
Yeah.
My brother Isaac works part-time in the entertainment industry with these athletes, and they've been rescheduling games, and you can see it already, and it's one of those things where people are just not complacent. They don't care, and this is where I think the mind war, or what Aquino was talking about, it's the mind war.
It is.
Where
It is.
And as evil as that man was, he wasn't a dumb man. He was very smart to the extent of what he knew and how he knew the American people, and really mostly white people, quote unquote.
Yes.
He knew how to get to them, and you see it now. Just the ignorance and just not understanding reality. And once they do understand, it's going to be too late, where you're in a respirator, and it's over. Like, it's the end game.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's in a sense too. I can rejoice in the sense that people that just trust what's going on, as far as at least the vaccinations, and giving yourself a chance to survive, have a better chance of survival. And what I mean by survival is trying to change how this country looks. I would love to see a Congress that is multicultural. I would love to see color in Congress and the Senate. I would love to see the faces of white people when all they see is color in the Senate, not just a bunch of pale white.
Especially pale white men. Yes, I mean, this is why Trump and who's the old fart? The old Irish guy. He used to said, "My dad was an Irish cop." O'Reilly. That's it. Trump and O'Reilly. They're going all over to Texas to these empty-seated gatherings where they're talking to empty auditoriums and shit. It's because, what the fuck have they got to offer? I mean, the world's falling apart, and these two old white men are just going around bitching. It's like nobody gives a shit. The only reason that Reagan is remembered fondly is because whatever else you might say about him, he was at least enough of an actor where he was a far better actor as a president, as I've always said, than he ever was in the movies. He fit the role perfectly, and he played it well, and so he provided that service. But these guys don't even do that. So when it comes to everything you've said, yes, thank you very much for sharing that. I'm going to go mute now. I'll be back in a few minutes. I definitely want Jameson and yourself to hold the stage, talk about, continue along this vein.
JMO.
Yeah,
no problem.
My love to both of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. JMO, can you provide some feedback, please?
Yeah, no doubt. I see people who are taking this thing for granted. Again, I can't help but say that things are being underplayed by the media on all sides. There is a behind closed doors, one hand holds the other hands, and they are trying to underplay what is going on just for the sake of financial gain. I think a lot of what we see happening as far as this this idiocy has come from the sort of counterculture that was created, and so I wanted to critique one thing that Peter Moon said about being with the zeitgeist. There's a time where one needs to let the zeitgeist go, and one is better off floating on an island on the outskirts, or being sort of being not part of the status quo. There's a time to conform, and there's a time to not conform. And the problem is the current zeitgeist is one where, the government, the ruling elite want to kill you, and they're really all reptilians, and they want the world population reduced. It's just complete bullshit. If they wanted the world population reduced, they wouldn't be trying to ban abortion. I mean, seriously, I cannot grasp. It's honestly, I see this disease I see COVID-19, and I don't want to sound too nihilistic or cynical, but I see it as a welcome. I welcome it because at this point, let the people who don't deserve to live die off. They're too dumb. They're the ones who voted Trump in office. They're the ones who enabled the damn near destruction of democracy, which we don't have much of a government or democracy left now anyway. It's just barely holding on by its threads. If people had any clue how close we are to anarchy, free rule, and mob rule, I honestly think they would be in a panic, or they'd all be addicted to drugs just to drown out the reality. But yeah, so I just wanted to say that, that the entire thing of going with the zeitgeist of the times was created by Michael Aquino and his cultists for the very reason to lead the sheep to their own death, to lead them to their own slaughter, because that's just what Michael Aquino does, and he's extraordinarily good at it. He was brilliant at it. And, in that respect, honestly, looking at how dumb some of the people who are leading themselves to doom are, he did us a favor in that regard. But on the other token is, if people, want to do this anti-vax thing, that's going to be the end of them. And, if that's the end they want, let them have it.
No, and you're absolutely right. It's one of those things where, just like I told you, like my family, I can't. You gotta stop caring at one point. There has to be an end to how much you care, and care about the things that actually matter. And if a lot of people try to. Not that I'm saying try to push the vaccine, but try to explain to people, go ahead and take it. It's okay. And these people become worse. They don't want to hear it. It's like logic to them is a curse. And,
yeah. It's gotten so bad that that you have people on TikTok now spreading a meme that the ancient Romans didn't exist. They were created by the Spanish Inquisition. That's how laughably absurd things have gotten.
Well, and see, that's pretty scary because, what are they going to say next? Slavery never happened. Any other important topic that this country needs to address is up for debate now. What critical race theory now? They came up with that.
They could erase history now. China has given the United States a tool to fuck itself, and if people don't understand that's an act of war, that is a war tactic, then they have their heads so far up their ass, there's no hope for them.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because with this gives us an example of how they can not only erase history, but downright deny things that we have evidence of. It's when it reaches that point, then the people who have no good intentions can take advantage of them and ride them, just steer them however they want.
Absolutely. And here's the one thing about that. I'm sure you agree. I don't like everybody. I don't. I'm not saying, let's all play Candyland together and sorry about that. And sing Kumbaya, because that's not the reality. This country, we don't like each other. Most, we don't. But we can all come together and mobilize and say, look, let's hate each other tomorrow. We'll go back to that, but let's all mobilize to not die. Let's mobilize to not have chaos and rape, because you're right. It's Doug was right. We said as long as there's not violent and mass rape, we should be good. But it's getting to that point. it's getting to a point, and 2 years from now, from that election, January 6th was just a prelude, and they're ramping up.
And this is another problem that needs to be addressed, is that they have not, none of these people have faced major consequences for what they've done. There was a time during the Bush, the fucking failed Bush regime, where they were rounding up people who they suspected of being terrorists just because they had Islamic names with no proof whatsoever, and sending them to Guantanamo Bay and torturing them to death. Yet we have a bunch of privileged assholes who want to overthrow the fucking government, and these people aren't in front of a freaking firing squad. That doesn't make sense, because I remember during the McCarthy era, they were killing people who they suspected of treason. They were just straight up killing people.
Yeah.
So,
of course.
So the fact that, these people have so much privilege, this is where privilege becomes destructive. This is where white privilege is going to see the end of civilization. If they don't do something about that shit, we're not going to have a country left. And you know what?
Well,
as much as they think that their firearms are going to protect them, they're going to be killing more of each other off.
Because one thing that's true, and I know Doug said this, the most dangerous person with the gun is the person that's scared, and that's paranoid. Here's the thing though, JMO, and I've said this before too. It's one thing that, these honkies, are like this, and they want to quote unquote take back the country. But once you have people of color had enough, and people of color start mobilizing and having weapons themselves and not carrying, then it's going to get good. When you and I...
Even better, all we have to do is not show up to work. Where are they going to get their supplies?
Absolutely.
Stores aren't going to be open. They're not going to get shit. They're all going to starve to death.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And here's the thing that they don't understand is, look, this circus that we live in is a system. Okay. Just like you have migrants from Central and Mexico picking oranges and doing all this and doing hard labor. Well, this is a system. And if you break the system, then you can't put it back together, because the people that are in these positions are not going to care. The reason why they can sit down on their Saturday mornings and eat their Cheerios and feel patriotic, because someone is picking their lettuce, or somebody is in the factory getting less than minimum wage, processing potatoes for your French fries. At this point, when this system breaks, then it's gonna be very interesting, because California, whether people don't want to admit it, wherever California goes, the country's gonna go.
Yeah.
We have a Central Valley, which is agriculture. We're not gonna starve. Yeah, our water supply is a little iffy, but at the same time too, we can bargain, negotiate, but our governor is pretty much a de facto president, as in he runs his state like a presidency. The few pockets of red that we see, and they kick up dust, but it's so, the influence of blue here, it overshadows it, and all they can do is bitch and complain. But it's going to get, at least in here in Southern California, it's going to get pretty dicey, because people in Orange County don't care. They just don't care. And I mean, I don't go out. I really don't. I might go walk in the park, maybe walk my dogs. But they don't. You can feel it in the air. I think you and Doug alluded to it, where even astrology. I don't I'm not that good at astrology, but you said it, where things are changing. There's change in the air,
Yes.
and it is what it is, and it's going to be very interesting, because it's going to be interesting when people are finally debriefed. And it's when I tell people that the history that Doug talks about it hurts. It hurts because of how it kind of punches you in the gut and blows your air out of how much bullshit that it's in our face. How much bullshit that it's right there in front of us, but people have their head in the sand.
Yes.
And
Yeah, it's being repackaged as something that it's not. And this is something. It's interesting because I was actually speaking to my father about that today, and I was saying, sometimes growing up, my folks were always like, really, they couldn't stand how pessimistic I was, but 9 times out of 10 I was right, and it frightened them. And so this is the same way the people who are detracting from Douglas Dietrich, this is how they feel. They know what he's saying is true. At some point, it touches their core. That's why they reject it, because they know that the reality is far more frightening than the fantasy they were being sold about aliens, and if we all love each other and sing Kumbaya and meditate on the good aliens from Alpha Centauri, we'll be okay, folks. I mean, no.
And you know what? I used to
Bullshit.
listen to Coast to Coast, and I thought, man, it sounds kind of funny, but here's where they don't and this is my perspective, okay? They don't understand, okay? This is where I realized when Doug was talking about why the alien theory is very toxic, and it's the mind war that the Kino was talking about. And I have a sister that said that, oh, well, I think we got knowledge, humans got knowledge from demons. Now, in the sense that technology and stuff. Now, I'm not saying that's necessarily not true, but what she was really alluding to is aliens. Because she said, well, I also believe in extraterrestrials. I'm like, look, some things we can't explain. And because of my limited and what you guys know, but I do know I do know magic exists, and I do know that the knowledge of magic has been with us since the beginning of time. But because this reality does not really acknowledge it, i.e., our military-industrial complex, they use it, but they'll never tell you they will, and then they will tell you they won't.
That's how you.
Alone.
Yeah, that's how you control. That's
Exactly.
you can use if you have a weapon that your enemy doesn't believe exists, you've already won the war.
Exactly. You nailed it in the head. And here's where I think people are gonna be outraged, in the sense that they're gonna be angry. It's almost like people telling you, your fly's down, and you look like an idiot. People are gonna have that anger of humiliation and dumbfoundedness, because here's the thing. Imagine just for 1 year, we can get the military budget. Every single taxpaying American gets the budget, what the military gets. 60%, over 50% of our budget goes to the military. Imagine just for 1 year, Jay Maurice gets his cut of what the military gets. Just for one fucking year. let us have their budget, and let them have our budget. Because, and these are people who don't understand the logic, because I tell people this. Well, that sounds very unpatriotic. Well, you don't love your country. No, I'm fucking logical, you dimwit.
Yeah.
Why
And the thing
are
is,
we? And I'm sorry. Go ahead.
well, the thing is this the problem with love, is that they think that love is unconditional. If you unconditionally love your country, you're going to let it fall to shit and still say, "Oh, everything's great. This is the greatest place in the world." You're not going to do anything to change it. This is the malignancy of that patriotic mindset. In fact, the people who can make more positive changes in a country are the people who hate it as it is, because they see it for what it is. They see it as not functioning correctly. And those are the people who can make positive changes to the country. People who can only bring the country down are the people who love it as it is, because it'll only stagnate and rot.
Right. And look, I'm no one to make threats, but I really, I'll tell you the politicians I really dislike. Okay, I don't like Mitch McConnell. I hate him. I think I call him Turtle Boy, because he looks like a turtle. I just think he's annoying, and he's just a wart and an American ass crack. I don't like Lindsey Graham. I think Lindsey Graham's, and I'm sure if I would probably talk to them, they probably wouldn't like me either. So it doesn't matter. It's not that. And it's where even just the history of America, people don't realize the South won. The South won the war. We might have won the battle, but the South won.
Yes, culturally. Yes, very much so.
They won. They won. You look at what's going on. They have more influence, even more now. It's like they won the war.
Yes. Yeah, very much so, and very astute. And I thank you. Both of you gentlemen have done wonderfully. I've just now returned, and so grateful to you both. And of course, none of this would be possible without these two gentlemen. And thank God that our man, Mr. Sammy Romero, has been joining us. And in general, of course, we hope his brother is doing well. Any hints as to what's going on with your brother?
Yes.
I take it.
Yes, he's actually been working a lot. I'm gonna have him messaging you. He is traveling at the time, and he'll shoot you a message. I'll tell him to shoot you a message, and he'll get more into details. He's been really busy, with his wife, and they've been really just getting situated. Even with me, I want to say divorce, but we've had to kind of part a little bit because him getting married. But he's been doing great. He's still doing his entertainment side of his profession, and he's been traveling a lot, and he sends you his regards.
Oh, bless him.
He thinks about you a lot, and one thing I told him is that you really, for someone that has gone through what you've gone through, like I said, Doug, it's a miracle of God that you the type of person you are. So it really does shine through how much God is on your side. And because you have friends here that truly care for you. And, obviously with healthy boundaries, and that's the key. Don't expect me to message you. No offense to Amanda, but if I have a flat tire, you're probably not the person I want to message. I have AAA, so you can message me if you want. And no disrespect, but I love Amanda too. But it's one of those where I've learned you got to create boundaries, and that way your relationships don't have. I love Pakwan, and I think Pakwan, his brother-in-law should have understood boundaries, where, especially when you're intoxicated, I've been there where you're gonna erupt, and I don't like getting angry. And when I do, I see red. And when I see red, I almost got in a fight at work. I almost about to kill a guy at work. I wanted to bash his face in, and I did not want to stop. And it's almost like when you see red, it's like I want to kill him. And obviously, thank God I didn't. They pulled me off of him because that would have been a federal crime. I would have I'm on federal property, so you could imagine.
Holy shit!
Yes, and
I
thank God. I told my friend, thank you for pulling me off because I was going to kill him, and I would be doing it smiling.
What was he doing?
He pretty much assaulted my mom.
Oh God!
That's a no. And at the time, I was having a bad day, and I don't know why he did that. And I was going to kill him. And I thank God I didn't because I'll be sitting in a federal penitentiary.
Right.
But I thank God too for my parents' prayers, and I know some of their prayers, and I'm sure even your mother's prayers. Some of them have not been answered yet, and they will one day. And I think our friendship with my brother and I is one of those where I think it has to be through God because even your background, Doug, like I said, how even Peter was trying to relate, how it's it can be a little off-putting. There's just some things and like I said, you're a brother of mine. I consider you a brother of mine, and my brother considers you a brother of his too. And like these fun gentlemen too, J-Mo and Salman and Pakwan and Daniel and etc. You have people that care for you, and especially this holiday season. I know the holiday season can be a little cheesy, but it's definitely not about gifts because when you're grown, you don't really care about that to the extent.
Yes.
But yeah.
Well, thank you. That was beautiful. I love you dearly, and thank you, J-Mo, as well. So what I'm going to do tonight is let's take a look at our scheduled itinerary. Before I start talking, obviously I might lose my voice before I even start, but that happens at the worst of times. Let me take a look here. I noticed that Winter has changed their icon in midstream. That's incredible that a person can do that. I forget that we have those options. Looking at the schedule for the holidays, let me see now. I think I have a calendar here somewhere. The first day of winter will be Tuesday. And obviously, winter's already here. It's freezing for us here in California, as Sammy can attest to. We haven't had it this cold before. I mean, tell us a little bit about the weather in Los Angeles before I go on.
50s. So that's pretty much Arctic winter here. People panic during the winter. If it gets this cold, I notice the grocery stores are ransacked.
Yes, tell us about that.
You know what? A lot of the cheap food like Top Ramen, Spam, hot dogs, any microwavable food you see, especially with especially with white people, you could tell. But even us, like it's just a lot of the cheap food, like just very cheap food. It's pretty much ransacked. But this makes me a little eerie, especially with this the corona thing. It when you add that to it, and that's looming in the background, it makes you think like, yeah, we better brace ourselves because things are going to get a little tight. Even right with inflation right now, it's and I don't want to be pessimistic because at the end of the day, we gotta live in this world, and we can't live scared. Scared money don't make money, so we have to, kind of just go through it. I guess
Thank you.
It makes me think of my parents, how they did it, and how lucky they were, because I think they've had it better. When we see what's going on, it's like, man, sometimes too much information is not good.
Yes.
Or like too much misinformation is not good.
Yes.
And it's just right now in Los Angeles is with this winter and all the crime that's going on. It's very it's almost like killing season.
Yeah.
Where it's just you feel it, and the streets, and certain areas, it's just prime for that type of activity, especially in the tourist areas. I would not go to Hollywood. I would not go to the West Side. I would not go to Rodeo Drive. Any of these events. Yesterday at a concert, there was a stabbing of one of the performers.
Jesus.
It's it's one of those things where, you look at it and say, you know what, as long as there's not mass rape and violence,
yes,
then we can walk the streets. Yeah.
Thank you. No, it's as we've said before, you're very lucky anytime you look out that window and not see that mass carnage, or as Donald Trump said it, American carnage, then it's a good day. With that, I do want people to know we have, counting tonight's episodes, we have 4 episodes until the end of the month. What I will integrate into the episode of the 26th, which will be 1 week from tonight, I will be back, hopefully in time to basically host the Sunday of the Christmas weekend transmission. And then I will speak a little bit more to religious matters. And so that night I'll speak as much as I can to the normal theology that I help people understand about Christmas. And normal for us, of course, like the one guy who said, can someone explain to me why this channel looks the way it does? They, of course, are talking about the aesthetic, the appearance of basically mostly myself, my son, some of the blood boys, etc., my family members, my father and my mother, etc. There's obviously these photographs, but because of perhaps some of the cross-dressing or some of the Asian thematic, it just, I guess people just, they get overwhelmed and they don't know what they're looking at. Whatever it is, it's alien to them, but they need that. Jesus Christ, they need that. They need to be knocked a little bit for a loop. This is people are stuck in this kind of like two-dimensional unreality. And so what we'll do, aside from what's going to happen on Sunday, is I will still probably try to get a bit of Nostradamus' prophecies in then as well. What we are continuing tonight is where we left off with our latest transmission, because we are still doing Nostradamus' prophecies for the year 2022, and I will be putting them into some perspective for people, and it takes a lot of historical background. If you really want to understand prophecies, you have to understand the past, because past is prelude, and that's where we go into a continuity of the history. In terms of the Battle of the Bulge, that lasted from the middle of December into the middle of January. We're talking about a month-long battle, and this was something that is pretty incredible when you think about in this day and age with modern mechanized warfare or kinetic warfare, where you're employing all of the technologies we have available. If the nation has the resources to field those technologies, then your average battle in this day and age, depending on how massive it is, you're talking a matter of hours, not days. There's just so much energy that can be expended. At some point, somebody's going to run out of fuel. People run out of ammunition. People may think that the expenditure of ammunition at voluminous amounts, at high cycles of fire, is something decisive, but it's really decisive in just using up all the resources that you have. How long can you maintain a assault where you're firing thousands of rounds a minute which some machine guns are capable of doing at this point when they have caseless shells, caseless cartridges, excuse me, or rather cartridge-less shells, excuse me. So you have no cartridge to expend, and you basically have 3D ammunition that's printed, and that's printed on a belt. So it's almost like serrated, but it's ammunition without the casing, and then you're not expending all of that energy and weight on the casing, and then you have just straight ammo, and you can fire thousands of rounds a minute, but how many resources can you feed into the machine that prints the ammo out? All of this is not just possible, it's here. We have these technologies where enough rounds are fired in a single minute where you're basically melting targets. But you can't keep up that rate of fire. You can't keep up that rate of expenditure of resources. So modern battles, we would actually call them postmodern. They're essentially, we've gone past the modern age of industry, and we're in the age of high technology and printing of weapons and printing of the ammunition that goes within them, but we're still limited as to what we can stick in the printers. And so the idea of a battle going on for a month, as it did in my father's time, then this is why I can certainly continue with the Battle of the Bulge, explain that to people tonight, because Operation Bagration, which I was explaining, was the prelude in the sense that Adolf Hitler learned everything he could from the Russians in Bagration and transferred what he learned to the West. And that's what fucked the Americans up so badly. So I'll do my best to do justice to that tonight. We'll see. We'll try and contextualize it in today's world. And aside from that, of course, what I want to do is first get started with the solicitation and then move into trying to answer some questions that were asked by two gentlemen about some promotional banners. The latest promotional banner before tonight's, the one that was on Facebook. And mostly, of course, these were just, well, I'll get to them immediately after the solicitation, and that'll take us into a little social commentary on Alec Baldwin and Jussie Smollett, just to get that out of the way, because we'd best deal with them while we can. Jussie Smollett, because he'll probably fade for a while before he comes back as a super victim. And with Alec Baldwin, of course, there we are, another super victim, a guy who thinks he's victimized. And yes, our man Pac One was just so lucky he didn't kill his brother-in-law, and our man Sammy Romero is just so lucky he didn't kill his co-worker. Oh my fucking God. What a fool to, so Jameson says both of these, Alec Baldwin and Jussie Smollett, will be new Fox News correspondents. Well, think about this, and this is one of the things I need to emphasize, is that in 2024, I don't know if anyone is aware of this, but both Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump are running for president in 2024. Both of them are running in their own countries. They're both running simultaneously. This is why they're dependent on each other. Putin wants Trump to be president again, and Trump wants to make certain that Putin stays president of Russia, and they're very dependent upon each other. So they're acting in concert. And so there we have that. And Jameson's saying they need to be basically mercered beforehand. I agree. Something needs to be done. Of course, things may change. Maybe Trump's losing his punch now because of the COVID is so prevalent and people are dying, and a lot more of them are going to die. And he might lose some of his, shall we say, cult base, because they're going to die off. They're the ones not getting the vaccines. So we'll see what happens. That's going to impact the Republican Party profoundly. Yes. And yes, many of them will die. And this is what Biden's warning them of. He is saying this is going to be a winter of death and grieving for many people. And the miracle is how our economy is surviving at all with all the people dying. But you know what it shows us? None of them were doing any work. That's got to be the case. Yeah, that means pretty much all of these people who are not getting vaccinated mostly Republican, couldn't have been doing any work because we'd miss them in the sense of an impact on society. It's there you have that. So, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejadine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s. The very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Spell it as Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it. The TucsonMurders.com, or call the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Also, when you visit theunfinishedman.com, understand that you'll access excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book of that very title. As well, you can review scenes from his cinematic documentaries of the Baron Ben Astenius, still in production, or currently in production, at theunfinishedman.com. And with that, we turn towards shout-outs from the Baron Ben Astenius and myself, sponsor and host, to Ryan Manning. Ryan Manning donated 100 United States dollars, and he did this during my last transmission, the latest transmission before tonight's, and I thanked him for it, but thanking him again officially tonight because I neglected to give him a shout-out on the day I received his money, and his contribution arrived with a message that is as follows. Hi, Doug. I am a friend of Aaron Tice. I read your Roswell Deception book. Well done. Thanks for collaborating with Peter and putting that out. Good luck. God bless him. Ryan Manning, and hopefully we will be hearing from him more in the future. He's certainly welcome to speak on our show, as is Aaron Tice. And we're fielding some queries before I turn towards Clarice Claudette, this wonderful human being. As a matter of fact, I'd best thank Clarice Claudette first before I turn towards the queries from Jesse Balk and Robert Campbell. And Clarice Claudette is this wonderful human being, and she has helped me profoundly, beyond description. Clarice Claudette is an angel on earth. Oh my fucking God. She sent me socks. I needed socks so badly. So, running out of socks. I was running out of socks. And she sent me a whole bunch of socks. Thank God. She sent me this wonderful heating pad, which I'm using right now, which is pre-loved. And it is something that is keeping me warm with her blessings. God bless her. This is a lifesaver, and it serves as a transitional shawl between shall we say, until we get a vest, kind of a warming vest that's being sent to me by the lovely Amanda Ute. And until that arrives, this will suffice. It is also something that I'll continually use. Along with the slippers. She sent slippers. God, you have no idea how badly I needed slippers. So these wonderful fur slippers to use at home when I'm barefoot, all furry, to keep myself warm. She is truly an angel on earth. God bless you, Clarice Claudette. I will be providing you a phone call very soon in the near future. Oh my God. I've sorry been so busy. You understand the holidays, social obligations. But aside from all of that in her care packages, it's just the gift that keeps on giving. She truly is an angel on earth. I owe her too much. And with that, we turn towards Jesse Balk. And Jesse M. Balk was asking, who's the babe in gray? Haha. And Robert Campbell says, would like to know who these people are. Great photo, Sora Aoi, if that's you. Love with the two beers clashed together. And both of these wonderful gentlemen are asking about our promotional banner from the latest transmission before tonight's. And that would be on Facebook. As I've always recommended, people should at least start a false Facebook account so you can see what I'm publishing on Facebook, and that will give you pretty much an impression of what I'll be talking about during the night. Of course, I was using a kind of Knights of Malta theme for the post that I put up tonight, the promotional banner, and that is, of course, accompanied by a blade that is engraved with the runic symbology that is also calligraphic to extent, but is pretty much illegible to most people. So people were asking me what was it that was engraved upon the blade, and what it says is Aeniaza, so it alludes to the Irish Aeneid. And that is something that you'll get to see, of course, if you were to install at least a false Facebook account, unless you're comfortable with a real one. Many people are uncomfortable with Facebook now because of its exploitation of all of your personal information for their own devious purposes. So I wouldn't blame anyone for not wanting to do this. So just start a false one, and that way you can access the promotional banners before each show and get a good idea of what I'm addressing. In terms of the one from the latest show before tonight's, that promotional banner had myself making a statement on firearm safety with a, shall we say, a employee of Sugar Daddy, my son's husband. And this particular employee, now what I said was not unworthy. I said she's kind of like one of my former escorts, in the sense that, yes, she and I have, we've known each other a while, and so we certainly are comfortable with each other. And with that, she was kind enough to accompany myself and my son on a photo shoot. And we were, as I said, not being historically accurate. I did ask her for her permission if she wanted, if she gave me permission for me to provide her name, but she said no. She wants to remain anonymous. She's happy enough with the photograph. If anyone notices, she is naturally colored, darker hair, like myself. Her hair is dyed blonde. You can see it starting to grow out at the roots, so you see more of her natural hair color there. But other than that, she looks quite good as a blonde, and was happy to color her hair that way. But yes, she's an employee of my son's husband, works with his company, and basically I got to know her through the fact that as my son's husband's employee, she did visit the estates a lot. And so she became familiarized with the situation as it stands between, amidst the extended family, so to speak, of my son's husband, the business family, if you will, getting a little more, shall we say, social on the side. And she's a wonderful human being, but I'm sorry, she wants to remain anonymous. And otherwise, honestly, Jesse, I'd be happy to set you up. And as for our friend Robert Campbell, he was asking if that was me, which I am in the foreground. And we're making a statement that is addressing the Alec Baldwin issue. For anyone who's familiar with firearms, they will recognize that the automatic weapon that I'm holding does not have a cartridge inserted. So that's firearm safety on the set, so to speak. And that's just to spit in the eye of Alec Baldwin and his bullshit psychosis about not being responsible for murdering somebody, however unintentionally. And but I believe, the more I analyze this, that it was intentional. And I'll speak of that in the opening hour on Wednesday, when we're all back, and ask everybody how they feel about that. Because, you know, I honestly think that, as stupid as people are, it's hard to imagine people getting that stupid. At the same time, no, it's not hard to imagine people getting that stupid. But, oh yes, and another email arriving about don't forget the background. Yes, the background of the photograph is a burned out structure that is all too easy to find in California because of our supermassive firestorms that we've got going at all times. And so it takes months and months, hell, years to build back from these fires that destroy structures. So finding structures like this, you have no idea how easy it is in this day and age of the endless fire season of California. So aside from that, we were not being historically accurate. We have obviously some weapons that are not period pieces, but we were dressed in the Germanic uniforms so that we could emulate the spirit of the Zeitgeist, spirit of the times, of the extended Battle of the Bulge, the extended Ardennes counteroffensive of my biological sire, Adolf Hitler. And with that, we have, of course, the fact that I'm not pointing the weapon at the female. That is another reason why she accompanied us, was to make the firearm safety statement where she's safely behind me. And so I'm not pointing the gun at her, like the idiot Alec Baldwin did, while blaming it on the victim, claiming that he, of course, was someone who that she asked that he pointed at her. I mean, we'll get a bit into that now. As a matter of fact, we may as well get into that right now. So yeah, that's me. The lady who is an employee of my son's husband is behind me, and we're making a statement. So we're making a statement about the Alec Baldwin case because the law intersects with politics. Everything is politicized nowadays, even deadly tragedies. And this may not be a tragedy. The more I think about this, the more I think that Alec Baldwin had a big talk with somebody. They saw all of the publicity that Kyle Rittenhouse got for killing people, and Alec Baldwin felt that this would be a big boost for his career. Now he's confronting the fact that it'll probably end his career because he was psychotic enough to think that it would boost it. However, he went ahead with it and did it. The reason I think more and more that he intended to do this, that he somehow thought it would boost his career if he killed someone like Kyle Rittenhouse, and saw what it did for Kyle Rittenhouse, that he could go everywhere and claim what a victim he was, and basically be made a hero for killing someone. This is what he thought he could do. And therefore he did it, because when you hear about all the people who walked off the set saying that it was unfit, safety-wise, unfit in terms of payment, employment, it was like he was totally in charge of this. And he was the man ultimately responsible, and he had to be planning this. I've become more and more convinced of that. Such being said, Alec Baldwin, the poor player in an I didn't know the gun was loaded scenario, he pulled the trigger of a prop gun that's actually a real gun while filming on set for the film Rust, this cheap independent production that he was completely responsible for. And in a trice, the film cinematographer, Halina Hutchins, was dead, and the film's director, Joel Souza, was critically injured, enough to be injured seriously enough to be hospitalized for a period of time. Baldwin was removing a revolver from its holster and aiming toward the camera. During rehearsal on the set in Santa Fe, New Mexico, Sousa recalls he then heard what sounded like a whip and then a loud pop, then tragedy and curtain. Could Baldwin be criminally prosecuted? Contrary to what he tells himself, you bet he could. New Mexico criminal statutes provide that involuntary manslaughter is a fourth-degree felony. Involuntary manslaughter consists of manslaughter in the commission of a lawful act which might produce death, without caution, without due caution, and circumspection, of which none was performed on set. Conviction of involuntary manslaughter is punishable by up to 18 months in prison and up to 5,000 United States dollars in fines. Defenses are that the death was an accident and that the person was not acting in a reckless manner or with criminal negligence, which Baldwin certainly was criminally negligent. What is the conduct that amounts to lack of due caution or criminal negligence as defined in the world of New Mexico, or whatever might be considered reckless? Well, looking at it from the state of Golden, California, into what is essentially an empty shithole like New Mexico, I would have to tell you there are no easy answers except to use illustrations. If I drive with defective brakes, I am most likely negligent. If I drive knowing that I have defective brakes, then I am probably reckless. The verdict is whatever the New Mexico jury is going to say it is. Whatever they say it is. Or put another way, does the jury feel that Baldwin's conduct was so outrageous that they want to clobber him with criminal penalties? The jury always decides with 20/20 hindsight, or at least in theory. Now, it's true that Baldwin has the defense that the assistant director, Dave Halls, handed him the prop gun and told him it was a cold gun. Halls worked for the production company, which Baldwin controls as executive producer. But the question is whether it is negligent in such circumstances to point a gun, even if unloaded, towards another human being. Don't you assume the risk that the gun is loaded? Unless you check first, and Baldwin did not. Don't you? Well, apparently neither did anyone else. Now that I think upon it, this is the part that blows my mind. Baldwin has much to answer for about whether he knew he was operating in an unsafe environment. He was executive producer of the film and in charge of the entire set. The union film crew had apparently walked off the set after complaining to the production company about payment and housing. Baldwin employed non-labor or non-union labor to replace them. The seasoned New York attorney Ron Kuby thinks that to the extent that Baldwin authorized the employment of incompetent scab labor who failed to follow safety protocols, he faces serious liability. If the crew cut safety corners, Baldwin would be responsible. Unlike what he says, which is that someone's responsible, but it's not me. Purely fucking chicken shit sociopathy. Apparently, less than a week before the incident, a stunt double had fired 2 accidental prop gun discharges after being told that the gun was cold. Prosecutors will argue that this put Baldwin on notice that there were gun safety issues on the set. Prosecutors will want to go into the safety procedures in force, how live ammunition got on the set, and who inspected the gun before it was handed to Baldwin himself. There are other factors that the jury may consider. Halyna Hutchins was a highly respected cinematographeress. She was 42 years of age, married, and the mother of a 9-year-old son. Such factors will weigh heavily upon the jury's deliberations. And then there is civil liability. If Baldwin is convicted criminally, his civil liability to the Hutchins family would seem to be a slam dunk. The criminal prosecution would run interference for the civil cases. In our legal system, such issues are sorted out by judges and juries, not politicians or pundits. Yet, right-wing politicians couldn't wait to pile it on, or rather, pile on, as in a football pile-up. Ohio Republican Senate candidate J.D. Vance, who turned to politics after writing Hillbilly Elegy, publicly exhorted Twitter to allow former President Trump back on the platform so he could comment on the tragedy. Conservative pundit Candace Owens called the shooting poetic justice for Baldwin's past criticism of Donald Trump, and Representative Lauren Boebert, the Republican from Colorado, referred to Baldwin's tweet yesteryear in support of Black Lives Matter protesters, saying he was going to make bright yellow t-shirts that read, "My hands are up, please don't shoot me." Now Boebert posted a screenshot of Baldwin's tweet adding, "Alec Baldwin, are these still available? Asking for a movie producer." Well, as far as guns are concerned, New Mexico is the Wild West. It's legal for most adults to openly carry guns in public without a license. Licensure is only required for a concealed, loaded gun. Violate the law, and it's a petty misdemeanor, the legal equivalent of a slap on the wrist. Meanwhile, the far right are ecstatic. They don't like Baldwin. He has been the spokesman for various gun safety causes, if you can fucking believe that. There's the last guy you want to do instructional videos on gun safety with. There's going to be no masterclass with him. And his mordant parody of Donald Trump on Saturday Night Live, the SNL, well, that cut all of the radicalized right to the quick. Forget that Baldwin may never get another part. Forget that SNL may never have him back. Forget that he is facing possible criminal charges and a wrongful death action for millions of dollars that may leave him bankrupt. Forget about Halyna Hutchins. The far right, certainly, by all evidence, doesn't care about her at all. Their focus is on making political hay. And that's what brings us back to what Jussie Smollett's guilty verdicts tell us. It's hard for me to think of Jussie Smollett without thinking of Amy Cooper. They each did something horrifically stupid and dangerous, echoing the worst of this country's racial history for their own selfish reasons. Now, quite recently, maybe it was only Thursday of last week, Smollett was found guilty on 5 of 6 felony counts of disorderly conduct for falsely reporting a hate crime. He tarred Trump supporters by claiming that in January of the year before yesteryear, 2 men put a noose around his neck, poured bleach upon him, and hurled racist and homophobic slurs at him, shouting, "This is MAGA country," in an attack prosecutors conclude he staged. Cooper, on the other hand, since I'm going to assume most of you don't know who the fuck I'm talking about, is the white woman who called the police on a black bird watcher in Central Park in May of yesteryear, falsely reporting that he was threatening her life and that he had tried to assault her. The false report stemmed from a dispute over her unleashed dog, and she fell back on the racist trope of a savage black man threatening the virtue of an innocent white woman. The two cases are, of course, very different. In Amy Cooper's case, she apologized after the video showing her 911 call went viral and cost her her job and quite a bit more in terms of social standing. And the black bird watcher, Christian Cooper, no relation to Amy Cooper, believe it or not, unless her family was once his slave owners, of his forefathers, that is, decided not to cooperate with the investigation, saying it didn't seem necessary to bring her any more misery. As Jameson Reese says, that's a really weird-ass synchronicity going on there. Yeah. The authorities determined Smollett, on the other hand, orchestrated the scheme that led to his false report. He continues to maintain his innocence, of course, and was still charged with making... yeah, there we are. Jameson Reese was saying he was too busy about thinking about getting into her pants to press charges. Oh, my God. Well, like I said, in terms of the Smollett, authorities have determined that he orchestrated the scheme that led to his false report. He, of course, continues to maintain his innocence. And what he was charged with is concerns making 4 separate false reports in what ultimately led to a $130,000 expenditure in investigations, according to the city of Chicago. But both Smollett and Amy Cooper were tapping into the worst of American history, conjuring up the lynching era, which saw black men and women hung from trees or in the town square in front of large mobs of white people eager to take home a relic of the event. If Smollett and Cooper didn't know what they were doing, they most certainly should have. They both ended up setting off controversies that led to partisan and racist bickering. They were both criminally charged, and yet, as it stands today, one of them faces possible prison time, while the other's misdemeanor charge of falsely reporting an incident was dropped after completing a therapeutic program that addressed racial biases. The criminal legal system should have handled the Smollett case similarly to the Cooper case because it's not clear who benefits from the harsh punitive punishments Jussie Smollett now faces. In fact, the Cook County State's Attorney Office had dropped the initial charges in exchange for a fine and community service, but the decision was heavily criticized. A special prosecutor ended up opening an independent investigation into the matter, and a grand jury indicted Smollett on 6 counts of, half a dozen counts of disorderly conduct. Now, Smollett, so far as I understand, so someone is free to update me on this, I haven't bothered to look back, Smollett, as far as I know, has yet to be sentenced. But a disorderly conduct charge for a false crime report is a class 4 felony, punishable by up to 3 years in prison and a $25,000 fine. The judge will decide whether Jussie Smollett serves concurrent or consecutive sentences for each of the 5 counts. By appointing a special prosecutor in the first place, the judge, some judge out there, wasted taxpayer dollars to further punish a man who had already been punished by derailing his burgeoning acting career with his own stupidity. And for what? Because of the public's bloodlust? Because the union representing Chicago police officers condemned the state attorney's decision and called for Smollett's prosecution? One of the most corrupt police departments on earth, known for its racism? Or maybe because nothing is easier or more predictable than using the flawed criminal legal system to put an imperfect black man in his place, even when other options are available and would lead to a more just outcome. Like community service on his part. Just more of that. And let's be frank, even though he is a wealthy celebrity, and Amy Cooper was unknown to most Americans before she was launched into the public eye through viral infamy, it's not particularly surprising that it is the black man who might lose his freedom, while the white woman might parlay her false claim into a payday by suing her former employer, claiming she was a victim of racial discrimination. We've seen our criminal legal system dole out disparate outcomes that too often fall along racial lines in ways that can never be explained away by wealth disparities. A similar thing happens in the court of public opinion. When the crack epidemic had a black face, the public and the criminal legal system went into overdrive to villainize and harshly punish those on the wrong end of a crack pipe. Even black comedians such as Dave Chappelle mocked those suffering from a crack addiction because, he's no longer black, he's fucking green, the color of money. So he didn't relate to the niggers anymore. When the opioid crisis had a white face, the narrative shifted to be more sympathetic to users, and the vast majority of resources Congress allotted in 2018 went towards research, treatment, and prevention, rather than police and prison systems. So ultimately, I think it's a shame Smollett and Amy Cooper have commanded so much of the public's attention and sparked so many arguments that I question whether we would all be better off if the actors' charges were just dropped and the case were never revived. That's why I'm also unmoved by those criticizing people like Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris for immediately expressing shock and disgust when Smollett claimed he had been the victim of a violent attack. Former President Donald Trump also responded to the attack in 2019 by calling it horrible before turning his ire on Smollett as an individual. Harris's sin, supposedly, was being too quick to believe a gay black man had suffered a racist and homophobic attack in a major American city, as though that's completely unimaginable or something. Only later was it found that particular gay black man had lied, turning the initial support for Smollett into a trump card against a slew of public figures erases any semblance of nuance. Yes, a jury found Smollett guilty, but his lies don't negate the reality that all too often, gay black men and others in the Quilt Badge Plus alternative lifestyles community of lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transgenders, queers, and the intersexed and their allies are targeted and harmed simply because of who they are and because they're just being who they are. Just as Cooper's lies don't mean it's unreasonable for white women who are alone in a park to be afraid of men, no matter what their race may be. Was Jussie Smollett unspeakably selfish and ultimately stupid? Most certainly. Does he deserve to go to prison? No, I don't think so. What's unfortunate is Smollett and Cooper have caused so much outrage and divisiveness by invoking some of the worst of what this country has seen and continues to have to offer. It would be more unfortunate still if we allowed their lies to blind us from the reality of race and identity in present-day America, including the progress we've made and the long road to racial equality that lies ahead. Now, here where I'm at, a cold snap has hit San Francisco's Greater Bay Area Metroplex region, with some spots dropping into the fucking 20s. Frigid temperatures gripped the Greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region over the last several nights and mornings. Through this morning, some inland valleys saw the mercury dipping into the bone-chilling 20s, while San Francisco itself dropped to less than 40 through the weekend mornings. The National Weather Service warned us frost and freezing temperatures possible for inland valleys and cold-sheltered spots. These temperatures will impact those without adequate heating and may damage or kill sensitive vegetation. The Weather Service forecast lows near 40 along the bay and coast, mid to upper 30s for coastal valleys, and upper 20s to lower 30s for the inland valleys. Now, in terms of the lows around the Bay Area, San Francisco was in the 40s and below. San Jose and the South Bay were mid to upper 30s. The East Bay was lower to mid 30s. The North Bay Valleys, upper 20s to lower 30s. Monterey Bay, mid to upper 30s to about 40. Eastern Monterey and San Benito counties, mid 20s to low 30s. The afternoon highs were all in the mid 40s to mid 50s if we were lucky through the weekend. The conditions were dry throughout this weekend, with rain returning this week, possibly as early as tomorrow. Sean Miller, a forecaster with the Weather Service, said it's going to be a good cold snap for a few days, especially in regards to the lows. Saturday morning was expected to be the coldest morning during this event. He said we should be warming up after Sunday morning. We sure fucking haven't. He says we expect rain early next week within the Monday to Wednesday time frame. We're still a few days out, so things could change with that. In general, it looks like it could be a good rainmaker. We've gotten into an active pattern here, and it looks like we're going to continue with that into the near future. Well, doesn't that fucking beat all? Now, Sammy Romero took off into the night for a short period of time. He may be back. I hope so. I'm going to try and put a image here into the text box for our man Jameson and Mr. Romero. Let's give them some of this. My wonderful son, who, of course, for those of you who don't know, he's a professional grade photographer, but he does it as a hobby, of course. He doesn't need to make a living at it. Sammy Romero said, good night, Jamie and Doug. Do me a favor, Sammy Romero, if you'll come on now and talk a little bit to what I've said, whatever you might have heard. I do want your opinion on it. I do want you to see this photograph my son took before you take off. So by all means, if you could just give us a little bit about, any impressions you might have about what I said. Add your 2 cents to it, if you would. If he's... Oh, did he just take off just like that? Just sit.
I think he took off.
He took off. Okay. Well, there you are. Poor fellow. Yes, he was... he was with us throughout the night, and he did what he did. What were the two of you talking about earlier?
We were just talking about... we were just putting into context, a lot of the social stupidity here in the country, and how this, I did have a critique on, Peter Moon's getting with the zeitgeist thing, and I was bringing up why this conformity is becoming really destructive, because people are conforming to sinful and just bullshit. So, yeah, we were just going into that, and, how this charade that we call the United States is going to inevitably deteriorate fast.
And so, what about what was it exactly that Peter Moon was saying again about the zeitgeist? Because half the time when he's
Well,
talking, I'm having to deal with multiple
he
things.
was bringing up how, like, it's how, like, he was criticizing. Well, he goes into people who he knew in the past, and how, like, certain individuals, they were like, they weren't with, like, the zeitgeist of the times, or they would sort of be sort of against the grain and whatnot, because I suppose in his by his experience, it's important to sort of conform and fit in. And I was pointing out, I was just bringing up, like, it's in times where you really don't want to fit in, because if you were to fit in with this whole let's COVID is fake thing, you'd be pretty much dead.
Your chances of death are going to be a lot higher. Yes.
Yeah,
That's-
and I was just saying that, like, there's I welcome this natural selection that's coming, only because it'll get rid of a lot of the people who are just too stupid to really survive here. I mean, let's be honest. I don't mean to be harsh, but I mean, damn.
Yeah, and there you go. Please continue. In terms of what I wanted to dig up was this photograph. Now I forgot how I filed it. Now, in terms of that, just do go on. I do want to hear what you're saying, so that's important to me.
Well, yeah. What I'm basically saying is that a lot of these people, it's not that they vote Republican more or less. It's that these people are there. They're just, if they're that dumb. What are they going to teach their offspring? How smart are their offspring going to be? America's deteriorating, and this is the perfect stratagem that China uses to pretty much dominate the United States. You're creating TikTok. Now everyone's on TikTok,
Yes.
and they're becoming infinitely more dumb, to the point where they want to say, oh, the Spanish Inquisition, the Spanish Inquisition created Rome. Now, and And Sammy brought up that, they erase the history so that they can pretty much, by erasing, they're basically destroying history. And by destroying history, this allows, if you don't have a history, you have no idea if you're being manipulated or not. Yeah. And so it's easy to manipulate people like that.
Absolutely. By the way, so there's a photograph. It's in the text box. I'll send it to you in messages as well. And so that's a dormant vineyard in Napa Valley, the wine-growing country of California. And we took that earlier, of course, in the week before it just got too cold to go out. So it just has its own, how would we say it? How would you describe that to our listeners?
You have it in this in the chat.
Yeah. The text, but I'm going to send it to you in private messenger as well.
Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing it in the chat for some reason.
Okay, so here it is in private messenger then.
I wonder if this has to do with the fact that oh, okay, now I see it. Now I see it. It took nice. That's a really nice picture. And I like the way, everything, because there's no actual vines on it. They look like these double crosses.
Yes.
It almost look like these Celtic crosses just lined up in rows. The perspective is pretty awesome. And I'm assuming this is like looking down a hill.
Yes.
This is very good photography. I like this. This is pretty metal.
Yes.
It'd be like a nice death metal cover.
Yes, it's ominous looking as hell.
I love it. This stuff is right up my alleyway.
Well, that's good. You like the burning trees too, or the flames that were about to engulf them that we saw. We never found out if those particular redwoods were saved, but we hope so. You can't stay in areas like that too long, of course, because you begin to be exposed to the danger yourself, and you don't want to.
I imagine all the smoke and all that, all the inhalants aren't very good for you either.
Well, everybody's masked these days, and we're all masked, doubled up, and triple masked when we go in those areas. So it's not that bad, but it's like you don't want to get caught in the roads that get engulfed in fire. The fire can cover up a road very quickly. You'd be amazed. The other thing I do want to bring up about the regional San Francisco situation, and thank you so much, JMO, deeply appreciate that, is that the San Francisco mayoress has declared emergency in my old dystopian home district. So on Friday into this weekend, as dated the 17th day of this month, London Breed, the black African-American mayoress of San Francisco, declared a state of emergency in the Tenderloin district in an effort to reduce overdose deaths and violent crime in one of our city's poorest and most drug-infested neighborhoods. Now, the Tenderloin has long been an epicenter of homelessness and drug use, but city officials have confirmed the problem has worsened as the national opioid crisis escalated over the course of this pandemic. A high percentage of an estimated 8,000 homeless people in San Francisco, many of whom pitch tents in the Tenderloin. You have entire tent cities that take up entire city blocks no traffic can penetrate, are struggling with chronic addiction or severe mental illness or both, most often both, because they're self-medicating. Some people rant in the streets, nude, and in need of medical help. Talk about the rainbow people that Peter Moon was alluding to earlier. Only this is all dark photography here where all the chroma color's been bleached out. Last year, 712 people died of drug overdoses on the street compared with 257 people who died of COVID-19. Now, at a news conference attended by the police chief and other public health personnel, Mayoress London Breed emphasized that she emphasized that she hopes the measure she's inducing will save lives because rapid drug intervention is needed since about 2 people a day are dying of overdoses, mostly from fentanyl, in both the Tenderloin and our city's South of Market neighborhood, which I'm also intimately familiar with from years of security contracting there. Breed's announcement came a few days after she pledged to crack down on an open drug use, any open drug use. We've got a zero tolerance policy now. Brazen home break-ins are also her other target. Well, just all the other criminal behavior that she concurs have made a mockery of our city's famed tolerance and compassion. So Breed and other city officials contend that the emergency declaration will allow the city to cut through red tape that delays the public response to deteriorating conditions in the Tenderloin and quickly provide shelter, counseling, and medical care to people suffering from addiction. There will also be more coordinated enforcement of illegal activities, street cleanups, and other infrastructure improvements to make the neighborhood that I grew up in safer. To quote a she, this is a public health emergency demanding a crisis-level response with massive urgency, coordination, and determination to confront this epidemic. Everyone in theory can talk about all the policies they want around no police and defund the police, but at the end of the day, if someone beat your kid like that 11-year-old girl, who are you going to call to protect you? Now, here she was referring to a young Muslim girl in a hijab who was punched in the head on September 29th by a woman making racist comments. That woman was arrested for assault, child endangerment, and a hate crime. So San Francisco is grappling with deep societal pains common to any large American city. Critics have said that London Breed was backing down on a promise made yesteryear to cut police funding amid a national reckoning of police and systemic racism. But understand that at this point in time, in the middle of multiple epidemics, the drug epidemic convergent with the state of plague, San Fran mayoress London Breed has defunder's remorse. San Francisco finally realizes that police stop crime What we need, of course, is police reform, but it has to be graduated in degree. San Francisco Mayoress London Breed, ergo, or therefore, calls for aggressive policing now to end the reign of criminals in our city. So when Democrats went soft on crime in the 1960s and 70s, it took 2 Republican presidential landslides and almost 2 decades for the party to recover its sense. In San Francisco, Mayoress London Breed is showing that the turnaround can happen in less than 2 years. Just last July, our mayoress, London Breed, announced a $120 million United States dollars budget cut to our police and promised to dedicate these funds to achieving racial equality. She was defunding the police and prioritizing investments in the Black African American community around housing, mental health and wellness, workforce development, economic justice, education, advocacy, and accountability. The problem is these are all long-term investments that take a generation before you see the payoff. All of this needs to be done while maintaining enough of a police presence to maintain order so that it can get done. So it's not a question of resource allocation. We simply need more money, period. We'll have to fucking print it if we have to, which if I had secular power is exactly what I would do. But London Breed was joined in this program by Chesa Boudin, San Francisco's, well, all the radical reactionaries, Peter Moon included, would assert that Chesa Boudin is a new George Soros-backed district attorney. Now, he reduced San Francisco's jail population by 25% in 1 year, and he pressured prosecutors to go soft on crime. He ended cash bail programs and replaced them with a lenient program of discretion. He also used his office to lobby for the commutation and release of his own father from prison. Now, I don't know what his father's guilty of, but if I get enough requests, I'll follow up on that. What I do know is that Boudin is the son of the Weather Underground's David Gilbert, who participated in the 1981 Brinks robbery and triple homicide. So he politicized that and said he was basically fighting for equity redistribution. You know, like Lenin used to say, expropriate the expropriators. Or, you know, eat the rich. And supposedly you're going to Robin Hood it. But no one ever does. For San Franciscans, it's been a disaster. From the onset of the pandemic to the end of 2020, burglaries rose 62%. Murders surged. And as the calendar turned to 2021, San Francisco saw itself subject to the new style of smash and grab looting, which our own governor has responded to because it's statewide. Residents knew instantly what was happening across the city. The tech-connected world that San Francisco created allows our city's residents to easily share the photographs and videos from our security systems and smart home doorbells with each other. Early last month, a campaign to recall Boudin collected enough signatures, and he faces the judgment of voters next June. London Breed has gotten the message and is now transforming herself into a law and order mayoress, a black dominatrix, if you will. In that extraordinary press conference on Tuesday, Breed previewed a far-reaching campaign against crime. Her tone was refreshing and appropriately belligerent. She promised to end the reign of criminals who are destroying our fair city. What I'm proposing today, her words, and what I will be proposing in the future will make a lot of people uncomfortable, and I don't fucking care. What's the agenda? Well, London Breed plans to refund the police and deploy them aggressively. That includes amending and reforming surveillance laws that she said effectively barred police from responding to crime in real time. She said the city would focus in particular on my old Tenderloin neighborhood, the home of the Cho, where drug dealing and other crimes are committed regularly, openly, and brazenly. She promised warrant sweeps and an increased police presence with a mandate to interrupt open-air drug abuse and illegal vending. The city will take on the overdue work of cleaning up the neighborhood and lighting it properly at night. At first glance, this anti-crime agenda looks like the same combination of principles from Sir Robert Peel and modern techniques that saved New York City a generation ago. Breed deliberately sought to send a message through the headlines to San Francisco's voters when she said that our city must be less tolerant of the bullshit, her words, that is destroying our fair city. You know, not the term bullshit, but the term less tolerant? That's a revolutionary slogan for Democrats. In truth, this is Breed resetting and taking a second chance at becoming a competent mayoress. If she does reduce crime in our city, the rhetorical and policy stances she took this week will be a model to Democratic mayors everywhere. We wish her well in this turn toward sanity and hope San Franciscans hold her accountable to her promises. The mayoress said, "Folks can say what they want about this going back on your word, this and that, but at the end of the day, the people in this community are not safe. And it is not fair, and it's not right. We are a city that prides ourselves on second chances, but our compassion should not be confused for weakness or indifference." Now, this brings us back into what we were going to talk about tonight in terms of everything else. Speaking of weakness and indifference, historical prophecies. You like that? Historical prophecies. Prophecies based on history. By the way, we got more of the bots in chat. Veronica Barrera has joined us. She says, "Buenas noches, Douglas, a todas." Yes, buenas noches a todas. My lovely señorita Veronica Barrera. Just going to do a little reporting on my side while our man, Jameson Reese, handles this on his. He probably handled that without my even telling him to do so. He does quite well with this. And what we're going to do after that is get into, basically into the night. And we'll take it from here. Our dear man Sammy, of course, with his twin brother. Honestly, they're both were of such help over so many times. I do need to talk to both of them privately as well. Thank you all for your upvotes. You're helping to maintain us against the assault of the forces of darkness. Well, they're not even dark. They're just vapid nothing. The forces of nothingness. Nullity. Nullity is the word for it. Nullity meaning the absolute nothingness of chaos taken to its logical extreme, which is where they're going. Now, I can't believe how little time we have left, which is about, we have about 5 hours, another series of reports for me to turn in here. And honestly, this is almost a compulsion on my part. I shouldn't even indulge in this. But it's just something that hopefully has its effect and discourages the continued assault. I doubt that's the case, of course, because these are mindless bots, and the person sending them out is, of course, Stephen Outrim, and he just targets the channel multiple times. But such is the challenge I face as a public informant. Now, in the 5 hours and 45 minutes we have remaining, let's get started. Now, when it comes to communications media, such as we've been dealing with for years, the kind of post that started with, of course, what they used to call the yellow press, or journalism that was based on sensationalism years ago. Plenty of it was going on in the Barbary Coast, what we now know as Golden Gate at San Francisco. All of this is something that, taking it into account, gives you an idea of how press still operates. Any media. If it spreads, it's red. That's an intentionally punish entendre, because you could apply it to bullshit like fertilizer. And it's all meant to grow weeds. Or you can apply it to the coronavirus. Now, from the Capitol riot to an unrelenting pandemic, we've had our moments of change, division, and hope that defined 2021, preceding a wave of mutations. Omicron's astonishing speed has literally grave consequences. Experts concur that the Omicron surge could really lead to disaster this winter. As we come to the end of 2021, I have reflected upon the way things were, considering when things might get back to normal after the pandemic. The Capitol riot, evacuations from Afghanistan, convictions in the killings of Ahmaud Arbery and George Floyd, and amid it all, an unrelenting pandemic. These are the phenomena that defined 2021, capturing all the pain, fear, sadness, and joy the year has brought. 2021's biggest stories throughout the world were COVID-19 in general, and now Omicron in particular, surpassed only by, unsurprisingly, America's presidential transition. The only relevant conclusion to be drawn is that this era of unpredictability is not going away soon. The new normal is here already. Get used to it. The era of predictable unpredictability is not going away. One important source of uncertainty right now is the Omicron variant, which is advancing around the world at an astonishing rate. Cases of Omicron are fast outstripping those of the Delta variant. Now the holidays are here, and so is the winter surge health experts anticipated in recent months. The scariest thing so far about Omicron is its spread. The Omicron variant advances at an incredible rate. Even if infections prove mild, that speed will have grave consequences. Now, I won't be talking too much about that tonight. What we'll talk about is, of course, the second part of, I'll try and conclude, the war prophecies of Nostradamus. As I said, it's very difficult to pin down dates with Nostradamus' predictions, as they are based on astrological movements, which can take, well, thousands of years. However, one that can be narrowed down to perhaps being due in 2022 is the prediction of war reaching Europe. The invasion of France by a threat from the East is a recurring theme throughout Nostradamus' predictions. But it was the following prediction that I was addressing in our latest transmission prior to tonight's that speculates, well, to be referring to the spring of 2022. Bluehead shall whitehead harm in such degree as France is good to both shall ever amount. Now, we're going to, as we did with the last transmission, take the circuitous route to our point. And before we get into, you'll be surprised how all this is connected. I'll bring it all together. The Battle of the Bulge, and of course its relation to today's France and the threats it faces, which is the same threats we face this side of the Atlantic. We have to deal with what's on this side of the Atlantic. We would not be here without the French as a constitutional republic. We owe them everything. We should be one nation. And that's what brings us to the kind of man who would prevent that. The American Mao. Donald Trump has led the Republican Party into a cultural revolution. There is only one truth, the truth of the party, and the party is Donald Trump. That's what it comes down to, folks. The Republican Party has been effectively transformed into a doppelganger of the Chinese Communist Party, with its own version of Chairman Mao Zedong at its head. And the first thing on the party agenda is a purge. It started soon after Trump lost the election last November. Who was out? Anyone who refused to help facilitate the big lie was pushed out by the Republicans' maximum leader, Brad Raffensperger, the Republican Secretary of State in Georgia, who turned down Trump's plea to find, in other words, shit, produce out of nothing, 11,000 plus votes, ex nihilo, so he could flip the election in that state. Out! Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, another Republican who didn't sign on to the big lie with enough enthusiasm to please the maximum leader. Out! Trump tweeted on December 30th, when he still had a Twitter account, Brian Kemp, Georgia, should resign from office. He is an obstructionist who refuses to admit that we won Georgia big. The CNN described Trump's purge campaign this way. To quote as they, Trump has taken his involvement in 2022 Republican primaries to a new level as he works to permanently mold the GOP in his image. Beyond Trump's public efforts to oust Republican incumbents he considers disloyal, he has quietly tried to clear potential GOP threats to his endorsed candidates and encouraged others to run against his enemies. So the maximum leader is endorsing candidates running against any Republicans who voted to impeach him, most prominently Representative Liz Cheney of Wyoming, who has taken a lead role in the investigation by the House Select Committee on the January 6th attack on our American Capitol. She has already been stripped of her leadership position in the Republican House caucus and was censured by the Wyoming Republican Party. All this brings us to Trump's great escape. He's getting his ass out himself. In the weeks after the 2020 election, Donald Trump was searching for a way to stay in power and finally settled on a plan that was improvisational in its tactics, but focused in its strategy. Get Republican lawmakers in states Joe Biden had won to disregard the choice of voters and appoint pro-Trump electors to be certified by Congress on January 6th. The spectacle of the riot and the justifiable attention on Trump's potential liability have managed to overshadow a key day in Trump's plan, January 2nd, when he spracketh with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. On the call, which he recorded, Trump harangued Raffensperger over the course of an hour to find some pretext to change the vote total in the state in his favor. If none of the rest had happened, this alone would have justified a federal criminal investigation into Trump for committing election fraud. A lot has happened since then, but there has been no indication of a criminal investigation focused on Trump himself and his inner circles, either in the White House or his campaign. Instead, the Justice Department, under Attorney General Merrick Garland, seems to be pursuing misdemeanor trespass cases at the Capitol more aggressively than potential felony charges for Trump himself, and Garland appears to have left the responsibility of investigating whether the President of these United States broke federal law to local prosecutors in Georgia. It is a baffling course of inaction that poses serious long-term risks to our constitutional order, and time is running out to do anything about it. The Justice Department has brought charges against more than 700 people involved in the riot, and over 100 have pleaded guilty. All judges concur that prosecutors have been far too lenient. The well-regarded chief judge of the federal district court in Washington criticized the incongruity between the department's dramatic rhetoric about the threat to democracy that day and its actual charging decisions as both schizophrenic and puzzling. Another judge, a former public defender, complained more recently that the people who created the conditions on that day by telling people that our election was stolen when it clearly was not, have not been held to account for their actions and their word. Almost as soon as the Capitol riot was over, legal observers flagged Trump's criminal exposure for what has transpired. The predicate seemed obvious enough. He had fed his supporters months of incendiary garbage and nonsense about purported electoral fraud. He had heavily promoted the riots preceding protests that day, and he gave a provocative speech just before thousands of people breached the Capitol that called on people repeatedly to fight like hell and stop the steal before directing them to go to the Capitol. Since then, there have been two efforts to fill in the gaps about what exactly Trump was doing and thinking leading up to the siege. In June, after months of delay due to the intransigence of congressional Republicans, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi appointed a select committee to investigate the riot, and it has been moving at an impressive clip. The committee has gathered information from nearly 300 witnesses and tens of thousands of documents, including, most recently, a selection of emails and text messages from Mark Meadows, Trump's chief of staff. They indicate that the White House was well aware of the chaos enveloping the Capitol, with a slew of Fox News journalists and even Trump's eldest son texting Meadows and imploring him to get the president to call off the mob. Laura Ingraham told Meadows that Trump needs to tell the people in the Capitol to go home and that he was destroying his legacy, while Sean Hannity suggested Trump make a statement and ask people to leave the Capitol. Donald Trump Jr. suggested to Meadows that his father condemn this shit ASAP. Now, Trump sent a half-hearted tweet, but waited hours before he finally appeared before a camera and told them to go home. There have also been significant journalistic accounts, but what has emerged is more impressionistic than definitive, a function, no doubt, of limitations in sourcing and cooperation on the part of those closest to Donald Trump. If you read them closely, it is easy to see one of the major limitations of the method, that it is perfectly legal to lie to journalists, in the form of self-serving and semi-farcical details from Republican sources who present themselves as being far more articulate and confrontational toward Trump in private than they ever were in public or ever since. Thus, we get the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy, telling Trump on a call from the Capitol on the day of the riot, "You have to denounce this!" And then Attorney General William Billy Barr telling Trump in the Oval Office in December that his legal team is a joke. As these revelations have mounted, observers have continued to debate whether Trump and his inner circle should be under criminal investigation for January 6th itself. Trump seemed on the hook for incitement or seditious conspiracy, but there were serious questions about whether his speech that day might be protected by the First Amendment on the theory that he did not intend to provoke the violence, which was perhaps more spontaneous than deliberate. Now, remember, he told the mob to proceed peacefully and patriotically, and the Meadows text messages indicate that many who were close to him were taken aback by what unfolded. Now, incitement or sedition theoretically remains open, but there have been no compelling evidence in the public domain, not yet at least, that indicates Trump intended for the breach and its chaotic fallout to occur, though the fact that he did nothing for hours as the violence mounted is non-trivial circumstantial evidence. Other theories rely on the criminal provisions that prohibit any conspiracy to deprive others of their civil rights, any conspiracy to defraud the federal government by interfering with its lawful functions, such as the certification of electoral votes, and corruptly obstructing an official proceeding, a theory that has been used, so far successfully, to prosecute the rioters themselves. These theories seem to be a better fit for the nonviolent machinations directed at persuading Mike Pence to refuse to certify our vote, but they are complicated by the ridiculous legal advice that Trump was evidently getting from sycophants acting as attorneys, kind of like what Alec Baldwin is getting now, which would provide a potent defense. Outrageous as it may seem, absent some indication that Trump knew their arguments were gibberish. Still, the best way to get to the bottom of the question of what Trump was doing and thinking in the lead up to January 6th, conduct an actual fucking criminal investigation. By early December of yesteryear, Trump's inchoate rage at losing had gelled into a plan to overturn the results. Around that time, Trump and Meadows directly lobbied state lawmakers to disregard the will of voters. Trump was joined by two attorneys who communicated with him at this time: Jeffrey Clark, a senior official at the Justice Department at the time, and John Eastman, a law professor, a dangerous crank, and a serial liar. Working in coordination with Trump, Clark tried to get Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen and Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue to send letters to officials in Georgia and other contested states to get them to appoint different slates of electors on the pretext that fraud invalidated election results that favored Biden. When that did not work, Eastman came up with a pseudo-legal theory to prevent the certification of Biden electors on January 6th, either by simply declaring Trump the winner or Pence refusing to accept those electors. Pence ultimately rejected Eastman's proposal. Meanwhile, Trump was getting increasingly angry about Georgia, and on January 2nd, he called Raffensperger. Along with Meadows and a Republican lawyer named Clayton Mitchell, he pressed Raffensperger to use a grab bag of false claims of voter fraud in the Democratic stronghold of Fulton County to throw the state's election to himself. The Secretary of State had already allowed 3 recounts to prove there was no such fraud. Now, for an hour, Raffensperger held firm as Trump grew frustrated. Trump told the man in charge of administering the state's election, "I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have." Trump also complained about, "You are never Trumper U.S. Attorney Byung Pak in Atlanta, who refused to open election fraud investigations about Fulton County that Trump could use to discredit the results in the state." 2 days later, after being told that Trump was about to fire him, Byung Pak, a Korean, resigned. Korean American. Now, the call was made public the day after it took place, on January 3rd, by the Washington Post, which later posted the full audio. In any sane world, prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington, D.C., the U.S. Attorney's Office in Atlanta, the Public Corruption Unit in D.C., or all of the aforementioned, would have jumped on this case. We do not know for sure what happened in these offices at the time, a question that may be encompassed in an ongoing internal review. But once Garland took office in early March, the department should have designated a team of attorneys and FBI agents to open investigation. It could have involved, just to start, interviews with officials in Georgia and efforts to gather internal White House documents concerning the call. Some have suggested that because he was appointed by Biden and would be investigating Biden's former opponent, Garland has a conflict that would require his recusal, which is questionable, but if necessary, he could have appointed a special counsel to oversee the inquiry. After all, we did that before with that idiot, Robert Mueller. Either way, there was a very solid legal basis to support an investigation. The civil rights conspiracy statute has been used for decades to prosecute federal election fraud, as the Justice Department's election crime handbook for prosecutors notes, including efforts at rendering false tabulations of votes. It is a felony subject to 10 years in prison. A more specific federal election fraud statute makes it a crime to attempt to deprive or defraud the residents of a state of a fair and impartially conducted election process through the tabulation of ballots that are known by the person to be materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent under state law. Unlike most criminal statutes, the law requires the government to prove that the offender was aware they were doing something unlawful. And as with so many of Trump's misdeeds, the question seemed to boil down to one of what was in his mind. But intent in white-collar cases is often established through circumstantial evidence. That is, for instance, largely how the government is prosecuting Elizabeth Holmes of Theranos by marshaling evidence that she knew the truth when she was saying things that were false. It is rare to have an admission from a defendant that they have knowingly lied or tried to get someone else to lie. Revisiting the Trump-Raffensperger call after a year, it is striking to see someone tell Trump straightforwardly that he is wrong, that the claims he is making about election fraud in Florida, which he cycles through as Raffensperger systematically bats them down, are simply not true. Trump is undeterred. Did he know? That is the central question, but prosecutors could pursue it in many ways by interviewing the people who communicated directly with Trump at the time, including people in the White House, in the campaign, and in state legislatures, by reviewing documents that were provided to Donald Trump himself, including briefing papers and talking points, and by interviewing more peripheral contacts in order to assemble a comprehensive record of the information that Trump was actually receiving. Take, for instance, some of the information that was disclosed in October in an interim report from the Senate Judiciary Committee. It details Rosen and Donahue's flailing and buffoonish efforts to resist Trump's entreaties to open election fraud investigations. In a series of calls and meetings in late December and early January, Rosen and Donahue, to their modest credit, told Trump they were looking into all of his crackpot theories and apparently declined to endorse them. This was not entirely altruistic. Doing so likely would have ended their careers in serious legal circles if Trump's efforts failed, as they ultimately did. But somehow they did not tell Trump that the theories he purported to believe had either already been disproven or were transparent nonsense. Still, according to notes of one call, Trump at one point told them, "Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." That call took place on December 27th, about 1 week before Trump's call with Raffensperger, and the notes are strong evidence that Trump knew his claims on the call with Raffensperger were false. Congressional Democrats are clearly pursuing these threads, but most serious observers doubt that Trump or those within his close orbit are the subject of any active criminal investigation by the Justice Department, focused on the specific events of January 6th, the Raffensperger call, or the broader campaign in the weeks leading up to and including January 6th. Adam Schiff, a member of the January 6th committee, spoke for many people when he said he vehemently disagreed with the Justice Department's apparent inaction, citing the Raffensperger call in particular. It seems safe to assume that if Schiff thought there were a serious criminal investigation of any sort involving Trump, he would not have spoken so pointedly. Indeed, there is good reason to believe that a criminal investigation focused on Trump himself and those within his orbit would have already spilled over into public view. For one thing, it is risky for criminal investigators to let all of these overlapping investigations go forward without any apparent intervention to prevent interviews with people who are also witnesses in the criminal inquiry, since they create the risk of inconsistent statements. Also, people who receive grand jury subpoenas or who voluntarily sit for interviews in criminal investigations, including under so-called Queen for a Day arrangements, are generally free to tell anyone they want, and defense lawyers can selectively disclose this information to journalists in order to generate media coverage that is favorable to their clients. Trump and those closest unto he have also been particularly effective at waging war in the media to politicize investigations that appear to be closing in, as we saw throughout the Mueller investigation, and to significantly complicate investigators' work. A small number of dissenters on this issue on the left, who have faulted Schiff and others for their rhetoric about the urgent need for a criminal investigation into Trump's conduct, have offered a series of pseudo-savvy rejoinders that generally run the gamut from trivially correct to specious. Some have questioned the need for an investigation on the theory that the publicly available facts do not establish that Trump committed a crime, arguments that miss the point of conducting a criminal investigation in the first place, which is to uncover and consider new facts when there is a meaningful reason to believe that a crime occurred. Others have noted that an investigation might have been kept secret so far, which is true but hardly something to bank on, or that an investigation focused on Trump could also emerge from evidence gathered in another case or investigation, but that it is far from clear and also needlessly risky, particularly if you believe a sufficient predicate already exists. Perhaps the government is climbing from the lowest to the highest level of wrongdoings, and is usually, as that's usually the case in large criminal investigations, and the Justice Department may eventually get Trump in its investigative crosshairs through hundreds of prosecutions related to January 6th, particularly as prosecutors work their way up the hierarchy of organizers. The bottom-up investigative strategy is certainly the classic approach when you have limitless time and are short on evidence on the main figures involved, but it is not an unbreakable rule of investigations, as I can attest from my own quite modest experience. I suspect this is part of the reason that experienced organized crime prosecutors have been sounding the alarm, perhaps realizing they would not have sat idly by if the FBI happened to catch a mob boss on a wiretap. It is also far from clear, for instance, that you need to understand everything leading up to January 6th in order to fully investigate and possibly prosecute Trump for something as discreet as the Raffensperger call. Some people doubt that Trump could ever be convicted of any crime related to the election, particularly since the combined offices of Trump, the Republican Party, and conservative media have managed to convince nearly 60% of Republicans that the election was stolen. As a legal matter, however, the most sensible venue would likely be Washington, D.C. And although prosecutors cannot and should not forum shop for this reason, it is a heavily Democratic jurisdiction. Regardless, it would be unwise to presume that a compelling case could not persuade hardcore Trump supporters, some of whom, for instance, was on the jury, one of whom was on the jury that convicted Trump's ex-campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, or to write off the deterrent effect of a prosecution that might still make future presidents or advisors think twice before engaging in serious misconduct. If there is not already an ongoing criminal investigation with Trump currently and squarely within its remit, it may very well be too late for all practical purposes, even if the House Select Committee makes criminal referrals to the departments as it completes its work, a possibility that Representative Liz Cheney recently and pointedly reaffirmed. In November, the Democrats are widely expected to lose at least the House, at which point, if the committee's work has not concluded by then, Republicans in January of 2023 will presumably disband it. They would also make any criminal investigations as difficult as possible, both through media appearances and oversight hearings. And if Republicans manage to take back the Senate, we can expect the same from them. We have already gotten an early taste of what that might look like. And one thing that even prominent defenders of Garland concede is that he has not been effective at defending the department's work in the political arena. And of course, Trump remains the elephant in the room. As he has declared his candidacy for 2024, it vastly complicates any criminal investigation involving him, even peripherally. Before Biden took office, he expressed his discomfort with the prospect of conducting federal investigations that directly concerned Trump, on the dubious theory that it would be too politically divisive. And Garland appears to share those concerns. So the idea that the Garland Department of Justice would criminally investigate Trump while he is actively running for office has much less seriously considering charges against him. It's hard to envision. Now, if the Justice Department has not begun a criminal investigation focused on at least Trump's conduct on the Raffensperger call, it represents an enormous failure on the part of Garland and the department. The ongoing criminal investigation in Fulton County is no substitute. It's far from clear, for instance, that the office could secure access to potentially crucial information, evidence from within the White House, or more generally, that it has an institutional capacity to pursue someone who has proved elusive to well-resourced investigators elsewhere. It also sets a precedent that has not received the attention it deserves, namely that local prosecutors are free to criminally investigate former presidents, even when it is clear that the underlying conduct at issue would also be illegal under federal law, and that the Justice Department, a nationally representative prosecutorial body, could investigate it. Meanwhile, our country's long history of elite political impunity would continue unabated, and the Justice Department's failure would incentivize even more high-level government misconduct in the future, both related to election tampering, and otherwise. As for the next effort to subvert the outcome of a presidential election, that is more likely to look like the Raffensperger call, with the assistance of more pliant state Republicans than the violence on January 6th. At some point, perhaps in ways we cannot fully envision, and sooner rather than later, the country will pay the price for this dereliction of duty. Trump himself has since moved on around the country, endorsing people he considers loyalists, even when they come laden with baggage, as with his endorsement of former NFL star Herschel Walker in next year's Georgia Senate race, even though Walker was accused of, well, during a divorce, of physical abuse and extremely threatening behavior, including threatening his ex-wife with a pistol and knives. In the race for Pennsylvania's open Senate seat, Trump endorsed Sean Parnell, despite similar allegations in a divorce filing that Parnell was physically abusive to his wife and children. Parnell himself recently suspended his campaign after the judge awarded his ex-wife primary physical custody and sole legal custody of their children. Now, back in Georgia, the maximum leader has also endorsed former Senator David Perdue to run against Kemp in the Republican Party, or the primary for the party, for governor. Perdue lost his race for re-election to the Senate to Democrat John Ossoff in January. Now, in Alabama, Trump is said to be considering backing a challenger to Republican Governor Kay Ivey in retaliation for her decision denying his request to hold a 2020 campaign rally at the USS Alabama Battleship Memorial Park. He is also backing Representative Mo Brooks in his campaign for the open Senate seat in Alabama. Brooks has been a fierce backer of Trump and a super spreader of the big lie, and appeared with the Maximum Leader at his January 6th rally on the Ellipse, where he helped rile up the crowd before the assault on the Capitol. Possibly the best thing that ever happened to Fox News was Twitter's permanent suspension of Trump's account 2 days after the assault on the Capitol. With the Maximum Leader no longer able to address his followers directly, he became dependent on Fox as his chief propaganda arm. It happened just in time, because after Fox News became the first network to announce that Biden had won the state of Arizona in the November election, many Fox viewers became so angry that they had fled almost immediately to even further right outlets, such as Newsmax and the OAN, or One America Network. On December 8th of January of yesteryear, December 8th of yesteryear, before January, Newsmax achieved a ratings win over Fox News for the first time when Greg Kelly reports on Newsmax Beat, The Story with Martha McCallum, on Fox in the 7 p.m. news slot. By March of this year, a public opinion poll by Fabrizio Lee and Associates showed that Fox had lost viewers to both Newsmax and OAN, the One America Network, although the network remained far ahead of or both right-wing rivals in the overall ratings. So, panicked at the prospect of losing the Trump base, Fox News threw itself into the arms of the Maximum Leader and unleashed its dogs, encouraging its star evening hosts to go all in on spreading the big lie that Trump was the true winner of the 2020 election. Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, and Laura Ingraham all took their shows even further to the right than usual. Carlson produced a special called Patriot Purge, which premiered in early November on the network's new streaming service, Fox Nation. The 3-part series attempts to make the case for the entirely concocted premise that the Capitol assault was not carried out by Trump cultists, but was instead a false flag operation run by the FBI, Antifa, and other shadowy forces. Most recently, there was the release of text messages sent to Mark Meadows by Fox stars Hannity, Ingraham, and Fox and Friends host Brian Kilmeade, asking the then White House Chief of Staff to get Trump to call off the insurrection and send his followers home. After that news hit the headlines, Fox hosts reacted like they'd been bitten by a rabid hedgehog, denying that their texts had said what they said and pledging lifetime fealty to the Maximum Leader. Two prominent figures in the world of Fox News recently resigned in protest of Carlson's Patriot Purge series, Jonah Goldberg and Stephen Hayes. Well, last Sunday, was it? Fox host Chris Wallace announced he was leaving the network for CNN's new streaming service, CNN Plus, which is kind of like YouTube Plus. You don't get shit. Or you realize what you're watching is shit. But none of the three really left of their own accord. They were purged. They weren't sufficiently Trumpian. In a Wednesday column, Goldberg said he was leaving because he couldn't take the lies and hypocrisy, describing a culture within the framework, well, a culture within the network where Fox hosts would say one thing to my face or in my presence and another thing when the cameras and microphones were flipped on. Everyone at Fox News knew what had happened on January 6th. This is what Goldman is implying here. It was their lies over the 11 months that followed that drove him out. This is what a cultural revolution looks like. First comes a purge of all opponents, or even doubters of the maximum leader, followed by a purification of the party in his name. In China, the Cultural Revolution lasted from the year I was born, 1966, until the death of Mao Zedong himself, circa 1976, and was aimed at removing Mao's rivals in the party, government, schools, and workplaces. Mao insisted that those disloyal to the party should be removed by violent class struggle, symbolized by his call to bombard the headquarters, including local government buildings, party headquarters, schools, and colleges. Books that were determined to run counter to Mao's teachings were burned. Scholars, professors, and government bureaucrats were sent into what amounted to in-country exile in re-education and work camps. All you have to do is subtract the word camps to describe what the Republican Party is doing right now around this country. They are banning books in Texas and elsewhere. They are collecting petitions to run recall elections against school board members guilty of teaching what they see as anti-white subjects in schools, by which they mean the actual history of slavery, segregation, and Jim Crow. In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis just proposed an anti-wake law allowing parents to sue local school boards if they feel their children are being taught the mythical subject of critical race theory. That proposal is based on the Texas anti-abortion law that recently went into effect, allowing random citizens to sue anyone who facilitates an abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy. In both Florida and Texas, what amounts to cadres of vigilantes are being established to enforce the party's will upon the populace. In this case, the will of the Republican Party. Every time a Republican stands up and points out that the emperor has no clothes, the party destroys he or she. What makes you wonder, how long will it be before you don't have to be a Republican to be purged or have your career destroyed? When will it come to pass that if you speak anti-Trump thoughts or write anti-Trump articles or attend anti-Trump rallies or even, God help us, cast anti-Trump votes, you will put yourself in danger of losing your job? Mao Zedong unleashed the Cultural Revolution to destroy naysayers and enemies of the Red Party. Joseph Stalin created the Gulag as an instrument of political repression to accomplish the same objective. More than 20 million supposed opponents of the Communist Party were consigned to the camps between 1930 and 1953, the year of Stalin's death. Notice that in both cases, the maximum leader himself had to die before his campaign of political repression, punishment, and death was ended. Both the Soviet Union and Communist China had to go through a process of self-correction after decades of political repression, thought control, re-education, and mass murder. The Russian self-correction eventually led to the bankruptcy and breakup of the Soviet Union. The self-correction in Red China led to the abandonment of communism in all but name and the remaking of the country as a capitalist economy under centralized state control. Neither country today looks anything like it looked under the maximum leaders who brought them down. In this country, the Republican Party is Republican in name only and is demonstrably incapable of self-correction. It would have to throw off the bonds of Donald Trump and all his lies in order to even begin to come to its senses. It may be the case that there be a few doubters in the party ranks, or people who not only should know better but do know better, but unless they can raise objections without facing political death, the Republican Party's cultural revolution will continue, past being prologue, until the maximum leader dies. So the only thing that can save us is to kill Donald Trump. As for the Supreme Court that he chose, Roberts Court's stench began when it undermined the Voting Rights Act and America's democracy diplomacy. Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor wondered during oral arguments on December 1st on Mississippi's anti-abortion legislation whether the Supreme Court as an institution could survive the stench from overturning 500 years of precedent of its Roe v. Wade decision. Sotomayor is correct to worry about public perception of the court's decisions, but the Roberts Court's stench became as noticeable with its 2013 decision in Shelby County versus Holder, in which Chief Justice John Roberts wrote the majority opinion. Shelby County, which is in Alabama, sought to overturn Section 5 of the VRA, the Voting Rights Act, which was originally enacted in 1965, the year before I was born, and which Congress had extended for a quarter of a century, 25 years, in 2006. Section 5 required that 9, mostly southern states, including Alabama, and parts of 7 other states in various sections of the country, pre-clear with the United States DOJ, the U.S. Department of Justice, any proposed change in voting requirements or practices. The pre-clearance requirement stemmed from those states' and jurisdictions' histories of voter discrimination, and it required them to demonstrate that their proposed changes did not have a racially discriminatory intent or effect. From 1970 till the year 2000, the DOJ, under Section 5, objected to nearly 1,000 changes proposed by covered jurisdictions. The DOJ blocked 31 proposed changes in 2006 alone, the year the VRA was extended. The VRA's 2006 extension was remarkably bipartisan. After 21 hearings, which produced 15,000 pages of evidence, the House approved the VRA by a vote of 390 to 22, and the Senate by 98 to 0. Congress, pursuant to careful public examination of the practices of the jurisdictions most affected by the VRA and hearing arguments from all sides, decided to sustain all operative parts of the VRA, including the requirements for preclearance. In short, Congress found that while some progress had been made, not enough had changed since 1965, since the year before I was fucking born into this world, and I'm 56 years suffering on its surface to warrant either substantially modifying or not renewing the VRA. Roberts and 4 other justices disagreed. Writing for the majority, Roberts several times asserted that things have changed dramatically since the VRA was first enacted. Roberts went on to argue that the changed circumstances, which Congress had specifically not found, meant that the time had come to end a remedy that strained the normal constitutional order. In her dissent, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg characterized the majority's opinion ending preclearance as being like throwing away an umbrella in the middle of a rainstorm because you're not getting wet underneath it. And events would prove Ruth Bader Ginsburg right and Roberts in the wrong. The day the Shelby County ruling was made public, Texas announced it would implement a strict voter photo ID requirement the DOJ had previously blocked. North Carolina promptly followed suit, enacting a photo ID requirement as well as reducing the window for voter registration and cutting back completely on early voting. Alabama and Mississippi similarly followed. Well, they moved after the Shelby decision to enact voting restrictions of their own. Such behavior continued up to and beyond the 2020 elections. The Roberts Court's evisceration of Section 5 meant that states and jurisdictions could enact and implement voting restrictions until they were sued and a court made them stop, which could take several election cycles. Such suits did occur and were occasionally successful, but they were expensive and took time. As if to cement the process of neutering the VRA, the Roberts Court, at the end of its 2020 term, made it more difficult to challenge voting restrictions post facto. Its decision in Brnovich versus Democratic National Committee said that Section 2 of the VRA, which banned nationally racial discrimination in voting, applied only to intentional discrimination, but not to acts that have the effect of disadvantaging racial groups, a standard that will be difficult to meet, intentions being much harder to prove than effects. The Robert Court's stench comes from decisions that have eroded the principle on which our constitutional republic was founded. It is, the people are the ultimate sovereigns in America, and they exercise that sovereignty through voting, initially by voting to ratify the Constitution. Examples of such Roberts Court's decisions include Shelby and Brnovich, as well as Citizens United versus the FEC, the Federal Electoral Commission, circa 2010, which reversed long-standing campaign finance restrictions. The Founding Fathers clearly did not mean the Constitution to allow either efforts to produce desired electoral outcomes by restricting access to the ballot or those with financial resources to dominate the electoral space, but that is where the Roberts Court has put us. What the Roberts Court has done in undermining voting rights is principally a domestic concern, but it also matters diplomatically. Our constitutional order is the foundation of America's domestic tranquility and prosperity, which is the basis of our strength abroad. Additionally, an intangible source of American power rests on the heretofore widespread respect and admiration of our democratic institutions and practices, particularly free and fair elections. The efforts of a sitting president to overturn the 2020 election and subsequent actions by Republican-led states to restrict future voting, which the Roberts Court's decisions make easier to do and harder to challenge, have had the effect abroad of making the American system of governance look a lot less special. And they undermine decades of U.S. diplomacy to promote democracy. How can anyone buy a product that we ourselves have completely refucked? Democracy diplomacy matters, which is why Republican and Democratic administrations have pursued it, and why President Biden hosted a virtual democracy summit yesterday, just last week. But the eroding of the fundamentals of American popular sovereignty hurts America in its global competition with Xi Jinping's China and Vladimir Putin's Russia, and in dealing with the autocratic drift in parts of Europe and elsewhere. It matters even more at home. The so-called greatest generation, which is actually the lamest and is now so thankfully passing from the scene, propagandized that it had to fight World War II abroad to protect that constitutional order at home. Their twisted legacy guaranteeing that now current generations need to fight at home through local, state, and national elections until we get to point of civil war to protect our constitutional order and safeguard the rights won for propertied white Americans when treasonous slaveholders ratified the Constitution in 1788 and established the world's first constitutional republic, ultimately transcending to my generation, leading our youngers into extending those rights unto all humanity that bears the burden of citizenry in these United States by dismantling that white republic and instituting the world's first chromatic democracy. Until such time, all the allies, comprising the ever greater Sino-Slavic synaxis, are ganging up on America. The 3-decade-old nightmare of Washington policymakers has now come true. Beijing and Moscow have ganged up on America. The bear and the dragon, they dwarf the eagle in confrontation. And during their 37th meeting since 2013, Russian strongman Vladimir Putin, dictator of the Slavs, and dear friend, Communist Chinese ruler Xi Jinping, solidified their already robust relationship. Putin, according to all readouts, supported Beijing's legitimate position on Taiwan, and Xi supported Russian demands for security guarantees and assurances that NATO will never admit Ukraine. Moscow says the ties between the two capitals are at an unprecedentedly high level. And the Kremlin, before the call, even characterized Red China and revisionist Russia as allies. Beijing does not use that term. It has only one formal ally, North Korea. But the relationship between the Beijing and Moscow is not complicated these days. China is backing Russian aggression, and Russia is backing Chinese aggression. Beijing and Moscow have been coordinating external policies, and since 2005 have been conducting joint military exercises. In September of 2016, the two militaries, in an 8-day naval drill, practiced joint island seizing missions in the South China Sea. This August, for the first time, Russian troops during an exercise were using Chinese weapons, demonstrating interoperability. The United States has to assume, therefore, that the Chinese and Russian militaries will fight as one. Many American policymakers have sought to peel China from Russia or Russia from China and decry Washington policies that have forced the twain together. As a matter of fact, when I think back upon it, Zbigniew Brzezinski, in 1997, in his book entitled The Grand Chessboard, subtitled American Primacy and Its Geostrategic Imperatives, wrote, and I read here from, potentially the most dangerous scenario would be a grand coalition of China, Russia, and perhaps Iran, an anti-hegemonic coalition united not by ideology, but by complementary grievances. Well, the Communist Party's Global Times, the Chinese Communist Party's propaganda rag tabloid, stated in an editorial on Wednesday, midweek last, after the Xi-Putin virtual meeting, that Washington is making the historic mistake of pushing China and Russia too far at the same time. Well, there you have it, folks. The enemy alliance has drawn the line. The answer to such criticisms is that there has been no feasible alternative for these United States. Both Communist China and revisionist Russia have been trying to redraw boundaries by force. Russia, for instance, split apart from Georgia in 2008, whilst annexing Ukraine's Crimea in 2014, and then taking the Donbas from that former Soviet republic. Red China has been, for decades, gobbling up islets and reefs in the South China Sea, most notably from Vietnam, and our former colony, the Philippines. It has also been sending troops deep into Asian Indian-controlled territory in the Himalayas and encroached upon Bhutan and Nepal. Beijing has used vessels and planes for years to pressure the Empire of Japan to give up the Senkaku Islands in the East China Sea. None of these actions were acceptable, and all had to be opposed, even at the risk of forcing China and Russia into each other's arms, because no one else will have them. President Biden, however, has aggravated the situation, not by confrontation or by belligerence, but by undermining deterrence. With regard to Ukraine, he announced on December 8th, Pearl Harbor Day in Japan, that he would not use U.S. troops to repel a Russian invasion force, forgetting that the United States, in the December of 1994 Budapest Memorandum, guaranteed the Ukraine's sovereignty. In short, he has given the Russian tyrannical despot the green light to commit another act of aggression. Xi Jinping has also seen that green light. Not that he needed one. Beijing has already made it clear that it can do whatever it wants. As Kabul was falling, Chinese propagandists were saying that the United States was incapable. The Global Times, hours after the Taliban captured Kabul, asked how could America stand up to mighty China when it could not even deal with the Taliban. The semi-official tabloid of Communist China also stated this, referring to America: it cannot win a war anymore. Yet deterrence was breaking down even before Afghanistan fell. In the middle of March, China's top two diplomats, Yang Jiechi and subordinate Foreign Minister Wang Yi, traveled to Anchorage, Alaska, to lecture Secretary of State Antony Blinken and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. Yang, in chilling words, said the United States could no longer talk to China from any position of strength. The Commu-Chinese elites are extremely arrogant these days. The Biden team is doing little to reestablish deterrence. On October 21st at the CNN town hall, the president, in response to a question from Anderson Cooper, declared America would defend Taiwan, but within hours his administration corrected him, saying these United States was not committed to doing so. The evident disarray in the White House is emboldening the most dangerous elements in the international system. Many say China and Russia will never form an enduring partnership, and that is probably correct. But does it even matter? Beijing and Moscow are now effectively alliance partners. As a result, the post-Cold War era of peace is over. replaced by a new era of both competition and conflict. The United States has not had to confront two peer competitors since the end of the Second World War, and has not faced a united China and Russia since the last days of the 1950s. But now, it does. And, bolstered by this fact, revanchist, revisionist Russia is threatening war unless these United States abandons our Eastern NATO allies. In response to the Kremlin's latest high-stakes maneuver, President Joe Biden's administration said that if Russian President Vladimir Putin orders a new invasion of Ukraine, the correct Slavic name for Ukraine, 'tis he himself who will bear the blame for Russian soldiers coming home in body bags. That stark warning followed the release of a draft treaty proposal from Moscow that Russian officials portray as a resolution to the standoff, which has intensified as Russian forces amass near Ukraine's borders. Yet the Russian document demands not only that NATO promise never to admit Ukraine to the alliance, but it also goes so far as to demand the removal of U.S. and Western European forces from Central and Eastern Europe, a rollback that would amount to a practical breakup of NATO. Putin describes the accession of countries such as Poland and Estonia as a security threat and a violation of a decades-old promise not to expand NATO. Such a promise was never made, according to both Western officials and the former Soviet Union's president, Mikhail Gorbachev. And NATO leaders counter in any case that countries can join the organization in search of protection against a probable Russian invasion. Per state media on Friday, Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov urged U.S. officials to regard the Russian proposals with the utmost seriousness to mitigate the risk of violence. The global situation remains rather tense, and it is in our best interest to find ways to resolve this. We are interested in peace and stability on the European continent. Russian President Vladimir Putin has repeatedly stated that we do not need conflicts. This stance doesn't help. We put forward proposals. The other side puts forward ultimatums. And dangerous activity is being continued under the pretext of these ultimatums, which has a negative impact on our security interests. We can't tolerate it any longer. The latest Russian proposal calls for a withdrawal of U.S. and Western European military forces from several NATO member states. I translate from the Russian here on. The Russian Federation and all the parties that were member states of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization as of the 27th day in May of 1997, respectively, shall not deploy military forces and weaponry on the territory of any of the other states in Europe, in addition to the forces stationed on that territory, as of the 27th day in May of 1997. That day, which marked the signing of the NATO-Russia Founding Act, predates 2 rounds of NATO expansion. Thus, the new Russian proposal would deprive 10 countries that joined NATO after gaining independence from the fallen Soviet Union of any allied military presence and all hope of independence from Russian invasion. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has stoked these misgivings by saying that if other countries have a right to join NATO, by the same token, Russia is able to define its own interests to guarantee their security. Meaning that Russia can expand as far as it fucking wants, to resorb those nations seeking independence from its chokehold. U.S. officials, like NATO more broadly, maintain that the risk of conflict is emanating from Russia. Biden's team likewise faulted Russia for making unserious proposals. Friday into this weekend, on condition of anonymity, a senior Baltic administration official whose country was one of 7 that joined NATO in 2004, and who himself perceives Russia's proposal as one that, the way he says it, telephone hotlines shall be established to maintain emergency contacts, is one of the more sensible ideas in that document. While also conceding that, confirms that the extravagance of the other demands betrays the reality that Moscow seeks a pretext for an attack on Ukraine, and so told reporters of the Washington Examiner that, and here I quote his T at length and verbatim, "If Russia wants to invade Ukraine, it has to build up public opinion to be less hostile to the invasion. So one of the steps is to show, look, we proposed, we don't feel secure. We had security concerns we proposed to the West, but the West didn't listen to us. The Russian people don't need a war with Ukraine. They don't need their sons coming home in body bags. They don't need another foreign adventure. So we hope that President Putin will take this opportunity for diplomacy and will also listen to the needs of his own people. It's not even valid to consider it. If a country wants to leave NATO, then of course it's a sovereign decision by any democratic country. It's not a decision that's up to Russia at all. We remain gravely concerned with the large and unprovoked Russian buildup on Ukraine's borders. If there is any further aggression against Ukraine, that will have massive consequences and will carry a high price. There are no different layers of security among NATO member states. It goes against NATO principles and probably even the NATO treaty, so it can't be even on the negotiating table. There are some things in those documents that the Russians know be unacceptable. They know that. But there are other things that we are prepared to work with and that merit some discussion. We are consulting with allies and partners now, including at NATO, on the issues of formats and how to address the menu of issues of interest to Russia, as well as the menu of issues of interest to us. But again, we will have also, I would guess, quite a list of our own concerns about Russia's posture and behavior that we will want to bring to the table as well. Well, when I talk about France, and bringing it back to France because of the predictions of Nostradamus, and of course, the Battle of the Bulge, which occurred on French territory, it brings us back to how World War II started. Now, all of you might remember that the war started with the German invasion of Poland. That's a lie. I'm here to tell you that. I'm not talking about Asia and what happened in Asia first. The first people to attack were the French, who invaded Germany. You might remember that Case White, the German invasion of Poland, simultaneous to the Russian invasion of Poland no one ever speaks of, took place on the first day of September in 1939. That was a direct response to the French invasion of Germany. Operation Tsar, the real start of the European War. In September of 1939, while the Germans concentrated on the fighting in Poland, the French army invaded Germany from the west to support the Polish. Germany was not the first country to go on the offensive on the Western Front of World War II. That first attack came from France itself, which launched a brief and ineffective invasion of Germany in September of 1939. That attack, intended to help the faraway Poles, became an embarrassing defeat and a harbinger of what would follow when Germany counter-invaded France. You might ask, what was even the aim of Operation Tsar? Following the First World War, both France and Poland had reasons to fear future German military counteractivity against their own aggressions. Since Prussia united the fractured German states under its leadership in the 1860s, German leaders had employed military action against their neighbors to the east and west, both as routes to territorial aggrandizement and a way to keep Germany united. Germany was therefore, ergo, a nation with a reputation for belligerence whose troops had marched through both countries in the First World War. And so to counter this German preeminence and natural geopolitical domination of Europe from its center, Germany being the heart of Europe, the French and the Polish governments agreed to a military treaty in 1921, binding them to support each other in any war against Germany. It was on the back of this treaty that, 2 days after the German invasion of Poland on September 1st, 1939, France declared war on Germany. At the time, the declaration of war was a largely symbolic act. Like Britain, which had declared the war on this very same day, France was too far from Poland to offer real aid in driving back the invaders. But one possibility offered itself. An invasion of Western Germany by French troops might draw soldiers away from the attack on Poland. Failing that, it would at least give France a head start in the war that must inevitably come her way. Thus, the Saar Offensive. What followed was Operation Saar, an invasion of the German region of Saarland. Unfortunately for the French, the restrictions that bound them to this plan would also ensure its failure. The French did not want to violate the neutrality of Belgium by taking armed forces across its territory. Just so you know, Belgium is now, of course, the headquarters for NATO, High Command. And as a result of trying to leave Belgium neutral, hence the reason it's the effective capital of Europe and headquarters for NATO, following that kind of prevision or its history of neutrality created as a buffer zone by the fucking Brits, an unnatural country that should not even exist because there's no such thing as a Belgian person. There's no ethnic Belgians on Earth. They're all either French or they're Walloon, which is a different ethnicity. But there's no such thing as Belgians. And hence they must eventually be wiped from the map. Till that point in time, the French were limiting their front. And as a result of their respecting Belgian neutrality, they could only attack Germany along a limited front. And this front had been defined 125 years earlier during the peace process following the Napoleonic Wars, when the rest of Europe was concerned with containing French aggression. It gave the Germans the advantage of the defensive high ground. Still, the French had made a promise to Poland, and they lived up to it. On the 7th day in September, they invaded Saarland with a limited force, which was due to be followed by a full-scale invasion a few weeks later. 40 divisions were sent in, with 4,700 artillery and 2,400 tanks. Facing them were 22 divisions and less than 100 artillery pieces of the German First Army. Now, World War II in Europe was a week old when the French army edged across the frontier into Germany. On September 7th, 1939, the German generals' great fear of a two-front war seemed to have been realized. It was inconceivable that the Germans could effectively counter the mighty French army with the Wehrmacht wholly engaged in Poland. While German Ju-87 Stuka dive bombers peeled off into steep dives over Polish targets, French General Maurice Gamelin directed his 3rd, 4th, and 5th armies to begin Operation Saar. The French armies marched into the Cadenbrunn and Vent Forest salients, where the German frontier jabbed uncomfortably into France. Light reconnaissance units crossed the border on September 7th, followed 2 days later by heavy infantry and mechanized forces. Surprisingly, there was absolutely no German response, and French foot soldiers passed vacant enemy positions. The much-touted Siegfried Line seemed completely abandoned. Despite its aggressive beginning, however, the French probe into the Saar evolved into such a leisurely stroll that German soldiers and officials were able to collect their belongings and depart well in advance of Gamelin's legions. In other areas on either side of the French border incursion, German and French customs officials chatted over their striped wooden highway barricades as if nothing was happening. Despite the declaration of war, border towns in France continued receiving an uninterrupted supply of electricity from German power stations. The new European War, it seemed, was a far cry from the horrible slaughter of World War I, a quarter of a century earlier. Throughout German villages, Poilos found curious placards bearing printed messages such as, "French soldiers, we have no quarrel with you. We shall not fire unless you do." Instead of hurtling artillery projectiles, the Germans parked loudspeaker vans blasting propaganda messages toward the French lines or erected billboards bearing messages of peace and goodwill. French soldiers also received more lethal greetings, however. During their unhurried withdrawal, the Germans saturated the frontier with explosives. Fields were mined, doors were booby-trapped, and some of the National Sozialistisch, the Nazi, signs on the walls harbored hidden explosives. The mere hint of an explosive obstacle was enough to halt the snail-like French advance for days. In one case, General Gamelin personally ordered soldiers to clear a path through a suspected minefield by driving a herd of pigs through it. The rapid succession of detonations and resulting carnage did nothing to inspire the soldiers to advance deeper into the Reich. By September 9th, 2 motorized divisions, 5 tank battalions, and artillery had crowded into a sliver of occupied German territory. In spite of overwhelming firepower, most of Gamelin's forces remained within sight of French territory. Their tanks, when employed at all, were committed in small company-sized raids on German frontier strongpoints or unoccupied pillboxes, while VIPs, or very important persons from France, came to watch at a safe distance. In 1939, the French army possessed some of the best tanks in the world. Mechanically sound and powerfully armed, the tanks had armor thicker than that of any German tanks, and crews that were well trained. If there was any shortcoming in the French tank doctrine, it was related to how the armor would be deployed. With no training in large-scale tank maneuvers, the French tended to employ their armor in small, piecemeal attacks, sans coordinating infantry, artillery, and aeroforce operations. In rare instances, when French tanks lumbered across the frontier within range of enemy guns, German 37mm anti-tank shells bounced harmlessly off their armor of the 33-ton Char B-1 Bees tanks, the biggest in the world. The French tanks, in turn, fired back with high-velocity 47mm turret-mounted and 75mm hull cannons, so big they couldn't fit on a turret. They had to be fired from the mainframe. The isolated exchanges, however, usually ended in a draw. The Germans would melt away and reposition their small caliber cannons, while the French tankers pulled back behind a protective line of infantry. These brief exchanges brought to light a serious design flaw in the French armor. The Char B-1Bs had its radiator vents on the side at a point where a hit from small caliber anti-tank shot could put the tank out of action. Had French military intelligence known there were absolutely no panzers, not a single German tank facing them, the situation might have been different. Not only was there no German tracked armor west of the Rhine, the Wehrmacht possessed no anti-tank weapons capable of defeating invading armor. Germany's strongest defense proved to be blitzkrieg newsreels that intimidated and duped all foreign intelligence. Contrary to Nazi propaganda that alleged unlimited military potential, the German army lacked any fighting equipment whatsoever. Its units were drastically short of machine guns, machine pistols, artillery, and tanks. The vaunted Panzerforce, the Panzerwaffe, numbered a mere 200 Mark IV medium tanks the most modern armor in the German inventory, which were armed with low-velocity 75mm guns, basically infantry support. The remainder of the force consisted of hastily produced Mark II light tanks and 20mm cannons and turret-mounted machine guns, and even more of the lightly armored Mark I, mounting only 2 machine guns, not a single cannon on its frame. At best, these light tanks, originally relegated to training exercises until heavier tanks became available, were suitable for mechanized reconnaissance. By the time armored units could be shuttled quickly to the Western Front, the French might already have occupied the Rhineland. Germany's scarcity of motor transport resulted in the Wehrmacht's last-minute procurement of vehicles of all shapes and descriptions. The German army's hasty acquisition of an additional 16,000 civilian vehicles added to its maintenance burden more than anything else. I mean, what the hell can you do in war with a Volkswagen? Many of these vehicles came directly, from recently acquired Austria and Czechoslovakia. The problem of getting spare parts for trucks exceeded nightmare proportions, as there were 100 different types of trucks in Army service, 52 kinds of cars, and 150 different sorts of motorcycles. As a result, many of the Wehrmacht's reconnaissance troops rode in motorcycle sidecars, painted in brilliant civilian paint schemes, as if they were at a sports track. So, taking a highly calculated risk, Adolf Hitler stripped the Western defenses in an attempt to guarantee overwhelming victory in the East. What remained west of the Rhine would have hardly sufficed to hold off any determined enemy attack. While battles raged in Poland, 43 diluted German divisions stretched the length of the western German border from Denmark in the north to Switzerland. In the Saar, German First Army commander General Erwin von Witzleben counted 13 hollow divisions under his command. Nothing but men and pitchforks. The threat of an aggressive French offensive plagued the First Army commander daily. Witzleben, who had actually retired from service some years earlier, was hardly suited to field command and spent most of his time in a wheelchair under a shawl. The general consistently found himself in uninspired assignments, and the Saar posting was no exception. Witzleben's defense was hampered by a lack of anti-tank guns and artillery, and the fact that his infantry divisions were of low quality and equipped with machine guns of World War I vintage. Opposing Witzleben were 10 fully equipped, modern French divisions, anchored in the formidable defenses of the Maginot Line, the most expensive defensive arraignment since the Great Wall of China. Named for André Maginot, a war veteran and the French Minister of War until his death in 1932, the Maginot Line was the most elaborate and expensive string of fortifications ever built. The French had studied the feasibility of a permanent defensive barrier facing Germany after the end of World War I, using Verdun fortresses as models. The first payment on the $500 million United States dollar project, what would be the equivalent of billions of dollars for the Star Wars Defense Initiative, the SDI project of Reaganite America, was approved by Parliament in 1929, and work began in 1930. Construction of the fortified line was not just a result of post-World War I uneasiness the French felt for their eastern neighbors. In 1928, Germany and its impotent 100,000-man peacetime army, the Reichswehr, posed little threat to France, nor could the Germans force French, British, and American armies from the occupied Rhineland. French domestic issues also prompted the region's militarization. In 1928, France's Alsace-Lorraine provinces, which had been lost to Germany in the peace treaty that ended the 1870 Franco-Prussian War and had been regained by France through the Treaty of Versailles, which ended World War I, now petitioned to become autonomous regions. The thought of these resource-rich provinces, so recently gained at an incredible cost, leaving France again, was intolerable. Maginot directed the construction of the line as a permanent concrete reminder of the area's forced allegiance. Indeed, most of the proposed line lay in a region of France inhabited by nearly 1 million German-speaking Alsatians. The Maginot Line supplemented existing fortifications opposite Germany and was particularly strong in the Saarbrücken-Metz corridor, the most direct route to Paris itself. In Alsace-Lorraine, the Maginot Line took 10 years to build at a cost of $323 million. The main fortifications were completed in 1935, and 300,000 soldiers garrisoned them. As with most defensive contingencies, the Maginot mentality focused on the concrete barrier as a security blanket. Much of the line's firepower, however, was negated because operations in Germany placed targets outside the effective range of its heavy artillery. To be of any use at all, the Maginot guns would have to be moved forward, outside of their bunkers and away from their protective walls. With World War I experiences, like the bloody defense of Verdun fresh in their minds, the French were reluctant to vacate the fortifications in favor of headlong attacks against Germany's Siegfried Line. Now, construction of the West Wall, or Siegfried Line as it was popularly named by the Allies, began in 1936 following Germany's uncontested military reoccupation of the Rhineland. Forts and pillboxes were extended from the Swiss frontier all the way to the Netherlands. The heaviest fortifications were constructed around Saarbrücken, where some French Maginot outposts sat only 100 meters from the German border. As the hub of the defense, industrial Saarbrücken was militarily significant because it was the gate to the Kaiserslautern Gap, a traditional invasion route. The Kaiserslautern Gap led directly to the city of Worms on the Rhine River. Realizing the importance of this route through the Saar, the Germans arrayed their west wall defenses 3 belts deep. The first line was scattered on both sides of the Saar River and consisted of anti-tank obstacles and scattered bunkers, pillboxes, and irregular patterns of minefields. Wherever possible, fortifications were built into existing factories and smelting facilities. The heaviest concentration of mines and booby traps was found in this line. The second belt of defenses dotted the Hunsbrück, a series of highlands extending eastward almost to the Rhine, forming a natural barrier to the heart of Germany. In this rugged terrain, the second belt required fewer anti-tank obstacles. The greatest concentration of individual defenses was clustered around roads, railroads, and trails leading into the hills. The Hunsrück belt contained more positions for heavy artillery and held more command bunkers. The third West Wall defensive band was 20 kilometers farther east and consisted of scattered bunkers and concrete emplacements around existing military installations at Landstuhl and Ramstein. This band constituted the last defense before Kaiserslautern. Unlike its expensive French neighbor, the Siegfried Line was not a continuous line of forts. Although it was designed to provide mutually supporting fire fields, or fields of fire, there were far too many gaps in the defensive positions. By 1939, only 30% of the planned defenses were even complete. Further complicating completion was the transfer of responsibility for the Siegfried Line from the Army to the Highway Ministry under Dr. Todt, whose very name was Dr. Death in the English. He was the man whose organization Todt, or Todt organization, was not some genocidal force, but the construction engineers. Much of the Siegfried Line was built in such haste that many bunkers and pillboxes were placed improperly. And yet the French advance stalled. The French advanced 5 miles into Germany, taking a few towns and villages. The Germans had evacuated this territory, pulling back to the prepared defenses of the Siegfried Line, such as they were. They left behind minefields and booby-trapped houses to slow down and damage the advancing French. The French came completely unprepared, lacking any mine detectors. Part of the problem was the French mobilization plan. They had been expecting to face an attack by Germany and were prepared for this. But despite their commitment to the Poles, they lacked an adequate plan for taking the war to Germany itself. What plans the French did have were outdated, relying on the strategies of the First World War, the slow and bloody advance of trench warfare and protracted bombardments. But as the Germans were showing in the East, this was a new age of warfare. Victory now relied on fast advances and swiftly flowing forces, using hard-hitting, swift-moving tanks and transport vehicles that had not existed during the First World War. Even for the plans they had in mind, the French mobilization system was outdated. They lacked the ability and the will to swiftly mobilize a large army and put it to effective use. The first steps towards mobilization had only started on the 26th of August, and full mobilization on September 1st following the German invasion of Poland. National Socialist Labor Corps units constructed bunkers and tank traps with abandon to counter this. Most consideration was given to areas closer to main roads, where they were afforded easy access. In a 1938 tour of the frontier forts, Hitler was impressed by the number of pillboxes visibly dotting the hills. The truth, however, was that dozens of other natural corridors were overlooked in favor of those that could be viewed by high-ranking Nazi officials. Prior to the invasion of Poland, the German army had little difficulty providing soldiers for the Siegfried Line, since the defense of the German western frontier was a priority during Hitler's acquisition of Austria and Czechoslovakia. Operations in Poland, however, required a substantial effort, and West Wall fortress units were absorbed into regular army units. The hollow West Wall left the Kaiserslautern Gap virtually defenseless. The French army certainly had the strength to move on Kaiserslautern itself. Along the entire German border, 85 French divisions stood against 34 Nazi divisions. Of those German divisions, all but 11 were reserve units. The French, however, were unaware of the favorable balance of forces. Furthermore, the French generally were unsupportive of another European war, and the morale of the army was at an all-time low. French civilians were not pleased with the prospect of another war so close to France. World War I had nearly destroyed an entire generation and irreparably disrupted French society. There was also the matter of the devastation that would be wrought on French towns near the combat zone. French territory near the Saar had been virtually untouched at the end of World War I because the area was then part of Germany and distant from the Verdun, Somme, and Argonne killing grounds. As a result, few of the homes, factories, mines, roads, and bridges in the Saar region suffered any damage. Now that France's frontier had moved eastward, it seemed likely that this area was in a position to become devastated by war. The day the French army marched into Germany, the BEF, or the British Expeditionary Force, landed in France. Although the British military was not quite ready to take on the Wehrmacht, British leaders were eager for some sort of action. Winston Churchill, then head of the British Admiralty, proposed floating mines down the Rhine River. The French, however, protested that the Germans would retaliate and blast the Seine River bridges. In the British House of Commons, there was equal hesitancy to aggressively conduct the war. When it was suggested that the Black Forest be bombed to create uncontrollable firestorms in Germany itself, British Secretary of State for Air Sir Kingsley Wood protested on the grounds that such attacks would be perpetrated against private property. Additionally, French Premier Édouard Daladier requested that the British Air Force, the RAF, the Royal Air Force, refrain from bombing Germany at all. It was fast becoming a gentleman's war, with the Germans operating as such out of operational necessity, and the French out of timidity. Unlike the mass-produced machines of the Luftwaffe, French aerocraft were virtually hand-assembled and in short supply, though they were still formidable in the hands of experienced pilots. The French Air Force was prohibited from flying missions into Germany despite its capabilities, had French military leaders realized that the Luftwaffe was wholly involved in the East. The Anglo-French air effort might have been more aggressive. In the West, the Luftwaffe was limited to a few antiquated fighters, many of which were World War I biplanes. The bulk of Messerschmitt Me-109 fighters available were based in the north, protecting the industrial Ruhr and naval facilities. The greatest amount of aerial activity during the period, which came to be known as the Phony War, was conducted by Germans flying reconnaissance missions. Throughout what most of the German high command viewed as a crisis in the Saar, Adolf Hitler himself remained surprisingly contemplative, maintaining a wait-and-see attitude, generally appearing completely unconcerned with the activity in the West and the French invading his homeland. Hitler was actually curious as to French conduct. He wanted to test whether the Siegfried Line could withstand an all-out attack. Additionally, in the event of a French maneuver toward the Ruhr through Luxembourg or Belgium, he had some concern whether a German counterattack by forces returning from Poland could eject the French from German soil. So, somewhat gleefully, Hitler saw the Saar incursion as provocation for operations in the West. Hitler's curious attitude towards events was evidenced on September 7th when he appointed General Kurt Freiherr von Hammerstein commander of Army Detachment A, an ad hoc force for the defense of the Siegfried Line. In selecting Hammerstein, who was overdue for retirement and in his 80s and given no real authority over his forces, Hitler ensured that there would be no German initiative in the threatened sectors. Hitler himself believed that the French had attacked where the West Wall was the strongest, and he realized the French had failed to capture a single major German town or do battle with any German units despite their territorial gains. So meekly threatened was Saarbrücken, the industrial hinge of the Saar, that the mills and factories continued to operate at full capacity. The only shots taken at Saarbrücken were made by telephoto camera lenses in Maginot outposts on hills dominating the city. As the French army dragged itself into action, its advancing formations came within artillery range of the Siegfried Line. Here they discovered the effectiveness of the German defenses and the ineffectiveness of the guns they had brought. To fire on the Siegfried Line, they had to bring their artillery within range within range of the answering German firepower. The French had far more guns, and their bombardment fell both accurately and rapidly onto German positions, but the guns could never penetrate those defenses. Some fired 155 millimeter shells, not heavy enough to make a real impression on the concrete bunkers. Those firing 220 millimeter and 280 millimeter shells might have done better, but their ammunition did not have any delayed fuses, and so exploded on impact rather than penetrating the outer casements first. Explosives were hurled against the German line to little effect. Gamelin grew increasingly suspicious of the continuing German inactivity, and misinterpreting the lack of response, the French general directed his commanders to maintain their distance from the Siegfried Line and plan for a quick withdrawal to the dominating Spicheren Heights in France. Politically, it was also the safest course, and all generals are simply politicians in uniform. Further advance into Germany meant abandoning the expensive Maginot Line. And so, withdrawal. On the 12th day in September, as the sluggish French offensive reached its peak, a 5-mile penetration into Germany, the British and French met. They already believed that Poland was a lost cause, and so decided to halt all operations while a long-term plan was developed. The Polaki people, who had not been consulted on this decision, were told that the full assault on the Western Front was to be delayed until September 20th. Advancing troops stopped short of assaulting the Siegfried Line. It was increasingly apparent that the closer lead French elements got to the West Wall, the more cautiously they advanced. In one village, a single German machine gun held up the French advance for more than a day. With such delays, the Saar foray dwindled into a confused demonstration. Events in the east prompted the eventual French withdrawal. On the 17th day in September, well before the 20th, when the Brits and the French were supposed to come to the rescue of Poland, the Soviet army invaded Poland. The invasion of Poland by Russian forces ended any small hope that remained for the Polaki peoples. French forces withdrew from Saarland, leaving only a small holding force. The full assault was canceled. Clearly, this European war was fast becoming a world war. The Saar was no longer a focal point, and the French hatched new schemes to defeat the Germans and Russians on battlefields far from France. The German and Soviet governments launched separate peace campaigns. Outright rejection of these peace initiatives and an escalation of hostilities by the French would seemingly invite world war. There was also the danger that the Italians would join the conflict. Gamelin commented that the whole Saar operation was no more than a little test, with 35 Polish divisions shattered within but a single week after the German invasion. The French military concluded that it was only a matter of time before resources would be diverted to the West. Gamelin issued secret personal instruction number 4, ordering his forces to discontinue their advance. With Poland defeated, German troops were sent west, and on the 16th day in October they launched a counteroffensive in Saarland. As planned, the French troops withdrew, leaving the Germans to retake the captured territory. The French pulled back to defensive positions along the ill-fated Maginot Line. On September 21st, Gamelin renounced any prospect of continuing the offensive and ordered the French army should withdraw to the Maginot Line itself in the event of a German counterattack. Not all of the French commanders agreed with this assessment. General Henry Giraud, commander of the 7th Army, saw an almost unbelievable opportunity for French forces in the Saar. He believed a corps could have seized the area between Saarbrücken and Trier. Such a move not only would prove an embarrassment to Germany, but also would secure the Metz corridor into France and open avenues to further operations toward the Rhine in the direction of Koblenz or Mannheim. In either case, it seemed possible that French forces would be able to reach the Rhine. The German High Command sheepishly conceded mein Vater, or my father, Hitler's assessment of the French reluctance. When Poland's fate was sealed, German troops were able to shuttle to the west. General von Hammerstein was relieved of his impotent command without ceremony, and the West Wall garrisons relaxed. German General Siegfried Westphal agreed that the situation in the West was perilous and estimated that the French could have reached the Rhine in 2 weeks if they had tried. The French command feared otherwise. German artillery now had the range of forward elements of the Maginot Line, and Luftwaffe fighter planes were returning to the western skies. French commanders, with their backs to the Maginot Line, obligingly withdrew. On September 30th, the French army was secretly ordered to retreat into its homeland, the movement to be conducted at night. The withdrawal was as sluggish as the advance had been. It was not until October 17th that the last French screening forces departed German territory. Witzleband's German First Army, reinforced by an infantry division, launched a general attack on October 16th that did little more than roll up a few French rear guard units. On September 21st, Gamelin announced any prospect of continuing offensive or counteroffensive operations and ordered that the French withdraw, reposition Little blood had been spilt over Saarland to distract the Germans. Even less effort had been expended. The French had shown that they were not prepared for any offensive war and settled into a defensive position that they would also soon lose. The counteroffensive lasted until October 24th. The First Army crossed into France itself, and thus became the first German military force to do so since August of 1914. The Germans continued their uncontested advance and occupied a sliver of French territory a full 5 months before the May 10th, 1940 Blitzkrieg that hammered the country into submission. A French communique announced a German attack in strength, with latter reports that the enemy had suffered severe losses. The Germans, in fact, listed a total of only 198 killed in that action. France's 14-day opportunity to thwart the Third Reich concluded, the only French offensive of the war, and signaled the beginning of the phony war. Worse, the inexplicable French lethargy in the Tsar doomed France to defeat 7 months later and guaranteed 4 years of Nazi occupation. And my father Adolf Hitler visiting Paris as a tourist. Now, last week, U.S. President Joe Biden warned Russian President Vladimir Putin not to invade the Ukraine, a nation with a population the size of France and a land area equal to France as well. Since then, Russian troops have continued to build up along the Russia-Ukraine border. U.S. intelligence officials say Russia has moved 70,000 troops and is preparing for a probable invasion early next year, which means effectively next month, which means only a few weeks from now. Moscow denies it has any plans to attack, of course, as it did in 2041 when it invaded and annexed the Crimean Peninsula, but says it wants guarantees that Ukraine will never join NATO. On Thursday, European Union leaders pressed Russia to return to peace talks in Ukraine and renewed their threat to impose unprecedented sanctions on Moscow in tandem with the United States and Britannia should Russian armed forces cross that border. It might be a diplomatic game of chess, but the stakes are very real for Ukraine. Oleksiy Honcharuk, former Prime Minister of Ukraine from 2019 to 2020, spracketh with the journalist Carol Hills about what these escalating tensions mean for Ukraine. Honcharuk himself is currently a fellow at Stanford University's Freeman Esposa Institute for International Studies, but he was interviewed in Kiev, Ukraine's capital. And while their transcript is published in the Ukrainian language, it is similar enough to the Russian, where I can freely translate it for you with only moderate paraphrasing for the sake of clarity. Carol Hills asked, Oleksiy, what's your assessment of the situation right now with these Russian troops along Ukraine's border? What's going on here? And Oleksiy Honcharuk said, Look, I believe that we should understand this situation broader than just a regional conflict because it's not a regional conflict. Russia, 7 years ago, attacked Ukraine, annexed Crimea, because for Russia, it's very important not to have a successful democracy as a neighbor. It's a main threat for them to have Ukraine as a democracy because Ukraine could be an example for Russian people. How successful a country could be if the country chose democracy as a model over tyranny. Carol Hills said, Let me ask you this. Bottom line, do you believe that Russia is planning another invasion into Ukraine? Oleksiy Honcharuk replied, For sure, I believe so. But I don't think that they will have this invasion now because now everyone is expecting this invasion. So now the Western world already understands that this invasion is possible, and this is the worst time for Mr. Putin to attack Ukraine directly. But it's important to remember that Ukraine is already invaded, and this buildup creates additional pressure to Ukraine. This economy and resources become expensive, and investors fuel additional risks and may not want to invest in Ukraine. So Putin is playing a complicated role and playing on the different fields. Carol Hill said, I want to bring this back to Ukraine and the government in Ukraine. From your conversations with officials currently advising Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, what's the mood like within the Ukrainian government? And Hancharuk replied, I would say, in general, Ukrainians are ready to fight. So it's not like the Ukrainian government or Ukrainian people are scared. It's not, because we already have this 7 years long war, and we understand that we should fight for our freedom. This fight against Russia is not a new page in our history, so in general, we are ready to fight. We're not scared, but we understand that it's much more complicated. You know, it's not like Putin just concentrated his troops along our borders and this is a main threat. No, it's not the main threat. He creates everything possible using propaganda, different diplomatic and military tools, and economic tools to destroy all trust among countries, among people, to undermine democracy everywhere, and this is the main threat to all of us, everywhere on earth. Carol Hill said, what about President Zelensky? Do you think he has the ability to lead Ukraine through a major crisis like a possible Russian incursion? And Hancharuk said, look, we will see, but Zelensky is not the law. Zelensky is around a lot of diplomatic and clever people, so this fairy tale that the Ukrainian government or Ukrainian nation is not capable to defend itself or to fight is fake. And for the best example to understand it is to see how it happened 7 years ago. Putin wanted to invade at least half of Ukraine. So he wanted to annex not only Crimea, but Odessa and the Odessa region, Kharkov, and Dnipropetrovsk. But he failed. And Carol Hill said, if Russia does invade Ukraine again, do you think the U.S. would step up to help Ukraine militarily? And Hancharuk replied, look, I hope that Western leaders are clever and wise enough not to allow Russia to attack Ukraine because they have all necessary tools to do this. But Ukraine is not only a country, it's an example and a significant example for a lot of countries in the region. And if Russia will attack to invade Ukraine, of course that will be a big war because our nation, it will push back, and it will be a big war between the two biggest countries in Europe. I believe that it will be a huge crisis and a very dangerous precedent for the future. So I am not afraid that Russia will capture and annex Ukraine. I think it's impossible. But Russia definitely can kill a lot of our people, and this is a main threat for us. Then Carol Hill said, I have one more question for you. It seems like the Kremlin has essentially said that it's not willing to negotiate directly with Ukraine's President Zelensky. Why do you think that's the case? And the Dr. Hancharuk replied or concluded, Kremlin's tactic is to divide and rule. So it's not a problem to speak with Zelensky. It's not a problem to speak to some Western leaders. Kremlin is trying to shape this operation to undermine the trust between partners. So he understands that if he has a dialogue with Western leaders and not to have a dialogue with Zelensky for Ukrainian people, it could look like Zelensky is weak and nobody wants to speak to him. Look, this is a war of concepts. And Putin is trying to show that Ukraine is not capable, is a failed state, and all of them are such weak rulers. To weaken support from the West and inside Ukraine, I believe he will fail with his actions. But one more time, and I started with it, and I believe that it's the most important fact of all, it's not a Ukrainian war. It's a war for democracy itself. And this is a war for all the world, because Ukraine was attacked because it became a democracy. So Ukraine is only one battleground, and Putin will not stop in Ukraine. He will create additional problems across all of the world. This is what brings us, having read that exchange to you, translated it for you, this is what brings us to the Kiev uprising scenario. On the first day of August next year, at exactly 5 p.m., Warsaw, all Warsaw, the capital of Poland, will remain motionless. Sirens and horns will shriek. people will pause, and all traffic, cars, buses, and trams, will stop in its tracks. As every year, for a few minutes, it will feel as if time is standing still. This is done to pay homage to the Warsaw Uprising of 1944. The uprising that began on August 1st of 1944 and lasted for 63 days has become Poland's national symbol of martyrdom. But the commemorations and tributes to the veterans that are still living are always accompanied by a national debate. Was it worth it? Critics of the uprising say that it was reckless, maladroitly planned, was doomed from the start, and that the poorly equipped resistance fighters, many of them teens or still children, had no chance against the professional German war machine. In effect, 200,000 Polaki people died in comparison to approximately 9,000 Germans. On the other hand, as first-hand accounts recall, after a ruthless 5-year occupation of their country, Warsaw was a ticking time bomb, and Poles wanted to liberate their capital ahead of the advancing Soviet army. Although Radio Moscow had initially urged the Varsovians to rise up against their occupiers, the Red Army stayed on the eastern brink of the Vistula River while Warsaw was bleeding out. Hitler ordered the city to be leveled with the ground because Poland's capital was a symbol of insubordination. To der Führer, Warsaw was what Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, is now to Putin, a symbol of defiance. In a war speech delivered unto the Russian parliament in March of 2014, prior his invasion, or in anticipation thereof, Vladimir Putin proclaimed, "Kiev is the mother of Russian cities. Ancient Rus, Kievan Rus, is our common source, and we cannot live without each other." And most Russians seem to agree. When asked by the Levada Center about a date, era, or event that was the beginning of Russian history, 26% of Russian respondents said Kievan Rus. 12% said Christianization of Rus. 7% said formation of the Russian principalities. Only 2% responded founding of the Tsardom of Muscovy, or Moscow itself. No wonder that Putin erected in front of the Kremlin's gates a 56-foot statue of Vladimir the Great, who baptized Kievan Rus in the 10th century. Contrary to Putin's liking, Vladimir had nothing to do with Muscovy, which did not exist until the 12th fucking century. But Russia's president has his own vision of history, based on imperial nostalgia and an amalgam of both Tsarist and Soviet imperial heritage. Putin wants to leave behind a legacy worthy of Russia's supreme imperial architects, Ivan the Terrible, Peter the Great, and Joseph Stalin. He does not want to go down in history as another Mikhail Gorbachev, who inadvertently deconstructed the Soviet Empire and for whom Putin has profound disdain that is shared by many of his countrymen. The president of Russia wants Ukraine, and not just Crimea and the eastern provinces. He wants it all. But the key to Ukraine is its capital, Kiev. Ironically, Moscow's actions have unintentionally solidified Ukrainian national identity and sparked an upsurge of contempt for Russia in a country whose citizens, many of whom are Russian speakers and have family members living in Russia itself, generally held favorable views of their neighbors. The annexation of Crimea and war in Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts have also pushed Ukraine into the lukewarm embrace of the international community, which has offered the government in Kiev financial assistance contingent upon the implementation of reforms. Although additional efforts need to be undertaken, especially in the area of structural and governance reforms. In April, the IMF, or the International Monetary Fund, approved a $1 billion installment of financial support for Ukraine's reform program. The IMF also noted an increase in transparency, the setting up of anti-corruption institutions, and commended the significant increase of gas prices to close a loophole for corruption. One very visible sign of the change of the times is the national police that have been replacing the old militia. The young police officers, in their black uniforms and hats resembling those of the New York Police Department, are supposed to be incorruptible, and to help them stay that way, they are getting paid 3 times the amount that the old cops were making. If you ask a cab driver in Kiev what he or she thinks about the new police, their proud response is, Molodzy, which basically means that they are great. If attacked, it is very unlikely that these young Ukrainians would ever lay down their weapons. Furthermore, given the example of the audacious cyborgs, as they call them, who defended the Donetsk airport, or what was left of Donetsk, from Russian-backed separatists for 242 days straight, and the ongoing sacrifice of Ukrainian servicemen on the Eastern Front, it's not a question of whether Ukrainians would fight for their capital, but how long they can last, or how long can they last. With enough support from the outside world, it would be forever. But if we abandon them, well, that brings us to the real question. How long will the world watch before Kiev resembles the ruins of Warsaw in 1944? But why should Putin even invade when Ukraine can be destroyed from within, with help from its so-called friends? Vladimir Putin does not hide his intent to destroy an independent Ukraine and to return it to the fold of Mother Russia. With a weakened NATO, a so-called United Germany in political flux, and a seeming pushover Joe Biden as U.S. president in name, Putin has a wide arsenal at his beck and call. He can invade Ukraine with overwhelming force to partition yet another swath of Ukrainian territory, creating a land bridge from Donbas to Crimea so he can eliminate the Soviet Union in exile on the Dniester River in Moldova. He can use assassination, disinformatia or disinformation, and his little green men to overthrow the democratically elected government of Ukraine. Let me clarify that little green men for you. The Ukraine crisis first gave rise to a sinister phenomenon: the appearance in Crimea and eastern Ukraine of seemingly professional soldiers in Russia-style combat uniforms with Russian weapons, but sans, meaning without, any identifying insignia. Ukrainians coined the term little green men when such soldiers first manned roadblocks and seized strategic points on the Crimean Peninsula. NATO should think through what this could portend for alliance security, specifically how to react if little green men appeared in Estonia or Latvia, the Baltic littoral nations which Adolf Hitler concluded were as German as the people within der Vaterland, or the fatherland itself. The little green men turned up in Crimea at the end of February in 2014. When asked at a March 4th press conference that year about the soldiers and their Russian-style combat fatigues, dictator Vladimir Putin denied they were even Russian, calling them local self-defense units. But the truth soon came out. On March 28th, Putin congratulated Russian officers in the Kremlin for their conduct of the Crimean operation. The Russian Defense Ministry issued a victory medal for the return of Crimea. In an 18th of May 2014 telethon, Mr. Putin acknowledged that the troops in Crimea were indeed fucking Russian. In that same telethon, which Putin ran all night long like he was Jerry Lewis asking you to support his kids with muscular dystrophy and shit. Only it was to raise funds for his fucking war. Well, the Russian president denied that the soldiers who in April of that year had begun seizing buildings in eastern Ukraine were Russian at all. While many of the armed separatists in Donetsk and Luhansk were undoubtedly local, some have looked and handled themselves a lot like the little green men, the Russian soldiers, who so efficiently took control of Crimea. This brings us to Donald John Trump's own use of unidentified security forces, which but echoed Putin's little green men. In Washington, D.C. alone, there was a dizzying array of security personnel deployed from the middle of yesteryear. From members of the military to D.C. police to the U.S. Bureau of Prisons, the streets became an alphabet soup of acronyms when it came as to law enforcement and security personnel, all designated by various levels of government to seemingly promote public safety. But as Americans countrywide exercised their constitutional right to protest peacefully, unnecessary assaults on all democratic freedoms and civil liberties proliferated exponentially. And amid all the tear gas and body bludgeoning, bone-breaking fusillades of rubber bullets, a dangerous Trump trend had arisen. While D.C. police are required by law to wear badges, unidentified federal law enforcement officials were continuously caught on camera with no badges, no identifying information, yet all of them bearing very large military-grade, high-capacity firearms. All refused to identify themselves or repeatedly gave ambiguous answers after being called out publicly for their unattributable presence. Federal Bureau of Prisons Director Michael Carvajal has said that while the Bureau of Prisons staffers don't typically need to identify themselves because they operate within the confines of our institution, he probably should have had those in D.C. wearing some identification. If this happened anywhere but here, the U.S. would be issuing strongly worded White House and State Department statements and reviewing other policy options to deter and punish this behavior going forward. Unmarked officers and secret police have been used in authoritarian crackdowns throughout history. We used to refer to Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's unidentified proxies during his annexation of Crimea as little green men for wearing unmarked green uniforms. Unattributable shows of force just shouldn't happen in American democracy. They're dangerous on many levels, both in the near and longer term. From a safety perspective, the videos and images of unidentified federal law enforcement personnel standing, all very heavily armed, in our nation's capital could have led to immediate security problems. Now it was, and is, counterproductive, as I said, to even allow this to happen. To have unidentified law enforcement personnel standing in the streets, sans, meaning without accreditation or badges of any kind, it is hard for anyone to know whether they have authority to conduct law enforcement missions at all. How would protesters, or anyone these personnel may seek to question, search, or even arrest, be aware they have the power to take such action? The failure to clearly and credibly identify all federal law enforcement personnel also creates a heightened security risk. With armed Americans showing up at all protests, the lack of identification makes it far too easy for vigilantes either to blend in with the law enforcement officers or spuriously claim authority they don't have. It's confusing and incredibly dangerous for Americans exercising their constitutional rights and for other military and law enforcement officers trying to distinguish private citizens from security personnel. A heavily armed officer in tactical gear with no clearly identifying insignia is completely indistinguishable from a militia member actively self-ordained to terrorize peaceful protesters. Plus, while Attorney General Little William Billy Barr defended the fact that some federal personnel may never have identified themselves, the failure to identify federal law enforcement personnel endangers accountability if there be need to be investigations into their actions. It is much easier to act with impunity if there be no fear of attribution. A law enforcement officer's shield or badge connotes authority, but also helps to ensure accountability, thereby, ergo, enforcing responsible behavior. Recognizing the risks associated with this Trump trend, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi sent a letter to the president asking for an accounting of the full list of agencies involved and clarification on their roles and responsibilities. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer then introduced a draft legislation that would require federal law enforcement personnel and members of the military to identify themselves as such. But throughout the Trump misadministration, the law and order president and the attorney general were, by all evidence, satisfied with unattributable law enforcement personnel roaming our streets, despite the fact that all such actions threatened to totally undermine our rule of law. Ergo, the law and order ex-president is okay with Bureau of Prisons personnel positioning themselves with no identifiable information in close proximity to Americans exercising their constitutional rights, along the fact that his Attorney General, Little Billy Barr, authorized them all to make arrests. Instead, the president was demonstrably focused on using all law enforcement and security personnel, no matter their specific training, rules of engagement, jurisdiction, or the time they were given to get themselves safely ready to deploy to the District of Columbia, in a brute show of force. This doesn't advance law and order, it undermines it. How ironic and hypocritical that a president who has tried to depict himself as a victim of out-of-control law enforcement would then appear to champion agents of the state acting with impunity. It is unfortunately just the latest reminder that the ex-president and coming candidate wants law and order on his terms and his terms only. Terms by which Russia deployed troops in America during the Trump administration. Now, perhaps one of the reasons Amanda Ute did not join us is because she's afraid of repercussions, and I can hardly blame her. She suffered assassination attempts in the past, but she was personally witness in Portland to unmarked armored cars and completely unidentifiable tactical gear bearing combatants taking people into SUVs, abducting them off the streets. People who didn't speak a word, would never speak when spoken to. This is because they couldn't speak English. They couldn't even understand what people questioning them were saying. These were Russians on American soil. The first thing you must notice about all tactical gear is it covers all of the face. No one can see your features through goggles and the flannel masks that cover your mouth and nostrils. Thusly, we were under Russian occupation that was allowed by Donald Trump. He opened the gates. He is the enemy and a traitor, and for that deserves to die. Russian troops occupied your streets Thusly, Putin can in return enlist the support of Ukraine's supposed allies, these United States, United Germany, and France, to impose a peace on Ukraine that the people of Ukraine cannot accept. When Biden used a Chinese Communist communications network to Zoom with Putin on Pearl Harbor Memorial Day, he saw that Putin holds all the cards, and himself only a pair of deuces, in the form of sending enough lethal military equipment to Ukraine to raise the cost to Putin of a military invasion. No matter how often the Biden administration assures President Volodymyr Zelensky that we have your back, such assurances appear as empty as Biden's empty-handed gestures as vice president during the hot portion of the Russo-Ukrainian war, back when he was with Obama and Putin invaded in 2014. The Ukrainians saved themselves. Promises from the toothless NATO mean even less, as Putin uses gas as a political weapon to drive up prices and peel off European Union EU members with promised special treatment. Although Ukraine leaves much to be desired in terms of corruption and the power of the oligarchs, it is a rare electoral democracy. Only one Ukrainian president has ever been reelected. So their democracy works. Putin has feared from the very beginning that a prosperous, democratic Ukraine integrated into Europe constitutes a mortal threat to his tyranny. Putin cannot afford a successful Ukraine, but he cannot be trusted to honor any political solution. Putin will apply maximum pressure on the Fifth French Republic, Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, and these United States, to force Ukraine into a political settlement that will destroy Ukraine as a state independent of Russia. In his lengthy article, that rightly attracted the attention of the West, because to ignore it would be at our own peril, Putin declared that Ukraine is not a real country. Ukrainians are really Russians, according to him. Ukraine must therefore be reunited back into a Russian-dominated Novaya Russia, a new Russia, a type of prodigal son returning to the embrace of Putin's Kremlin. His policy instruments are many, and the West and Ukraine have little means to thwart them. What should we expect from Putin as he maketh ready to return Kiev to the fold? Putin holds a powerful military option. As he builds up 170,000 troops on Ukraine's southern border, he can order an invasion aimed to take control of the land bridge connecting the Donbas to Crimea, and to this new territory, Belarus, White Russia under de facto Kremlin control through his puppet dictator, as America once was under Trump, and you have Putin's recreation of Novaya Russia, forced unification of all the Russias. The military variant would cost lives of young Russian soldiers, and mothers of the fallen may protest. But Putin's control of public opinion and suppression of dissent would allow him to shrug all this off. The loss of Ukrainian ports and metallurgy resources would weaken the Ukrainian economy and threaten its promising recovery. Countries cannot prosper in the midst of hot and even simmering war. An invasion with Russian regular forces is unlikely to be Putin's first choice. Unlike the summer of 2014, public opinion polls show that Putin has not convinced his own people that Ukraine is a mortal enemy. Instead, he has to sell the unconvincing story that Ukraine is a puppet state of NATO. Putin's troop buildup is likely aimed more at NATO itself, to install a sense of doom and caution in a Europe inclined to appease rather than confront Russian aggression. An outright invasion of southern Ukraine imposes yet another potential cost on Russia, namely a possible wake-up call for NATO to get fucking serious about the Russian threat. And it may shut up Europe's pro-Russian business-as-usual crowd. On the economic side, Biden and Angela Merkel already gave away the one effective deterrent to Putin's adventurism: the threat of biting sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Putin has sewn up his domination of the European Union's gas supplies. As Putin drives up Europe's gas prices for political and economic gain, both Biden and Angela Merkel remained silent on their pledge to retaliate. Now she's gone and Putin is free to exercise his stranglehold over European energy with no real threat of pushback. A more attractive way to gain territory without military conflict would be a reprise of the takeover of Crimea and Donetsk-Luhansk. Putin could send in volunteer political operatives to organize protests in Odessa, Mariupol, Dnipropetrovsk, and other Ukrainian cities and towns. The protesters would demand an end to the puppet rule of Kiev and President Zelensky, who they'll cast as a puppet of NATO and these United States, and to return to southern Ukraine to its true home, Mother Russia. If the protesters are unable to light the spark due to the effective resistance by Kiev authorities, Moscow's local little green men could issue a call to Russian forces to set matters straight. With effective choreography, the Kremlin could claim that Russian soldiers are being greeted as liberators, not aggressors. Thus, Russia could gain significant Ukrainian territory without a shot being fired. The Kremlin could continue to coordinate a takeover of Ukrainian national politics using sympathetic oligarchs, former members of Ukraine's pro-Russian party of the regions, and by Russia's FSB and GRU working underground. I'll spell that all out in the American analogs. The FSB are the Federalnaya Sluzhba Bezopeshnosti Rossiyskoi Federacji. The Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation would be similar to the CIA and FBI combined into one organization and takes care of internal counterintelligence, counterterrorism, surveillance, and border protection, sort of like the DHS, or the United States Department of Homeland Security, which is the U.S. Federal Executive Department responsible for public security, roughly comparable to the Interior or Home Ministries of other countries, excepting minus customs, minus immigration, plus the NSA, of the National Security Agency, being a national-level intelligence agency of these United States' Department of Defense, under the authority of the Director of National Intelligence, plus all counterintelligence functions of the FBI, our Federal Bureau of Investigation, being the domestic intelligence and security service of these United States and its principal federal law enforcement agency. Imagine all that, and you've got FSB. As should be evident per all the aforecited, the FSB, or Federal Security Bureau, FSB being one of the few Russian acronyms to retain its alphabetic integrity in both the Russian Cyrillic and anglicized Latin languages, is a civilian agency, while the GRU, the Glavnoye Razvednoye Upravenlenie, transliterating as the main intelligence directorate, implying itself as the main intelligence directorate of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation, is a military agency, the GRU contemporarily being more active in the international context, which means Russia's basically at war with everyone. The GRU, which actually translates as CIA, albeit in this case abbreviating for Chief Intelligence Agency, as opposed to our Central Intelligence Agency, is, unlike America's CIA, military intelligence. So it would be similar to the U.S. military's DIA, or Defense Intelligence Agency, excepting that Russia's GRU/CIA functions as a dual-purpose entity. Its main declared function is military external intelligence. Russia has two independent external intelligence departments, the GRU, which answers to the Minister of Defense, and the SVRRF, or Sluzhba Vnezhny Razvedki Rossiyskoye Federacji, or Foreign Intelligence Service of the Russian Federation, which answers directly to Vladimir Putin. Said SVR, or Foreign Intelligence Service, being Russia's external intelligence agency, it focuses mainly on civilian affairs, and unlike the aforecited FSB, our Federal Security Bureau, the SVR is tasked with intelligence and espionage activities outside the Russian Federation. However, the GRU also controls the largest special operations force in Russia, at least 7 or 8 officially acknowledged standing brigades at any given time, more than the Green Berets, Navy SEALs, and Delta Force taken together. As such, it is actively deployed in most Russian military conflicts. Exempli gratiae, a pair of Russian soldiers who got captured by Ukrainians in Donbas in May of 2015, were both GRU special forces. To disambiguate in some detail, the FSB is mainly responsible for internal security, like counterintelligence, counterterrorism, guarding the borders, internal intelligence gathering, investigating criminal cases for spying, national treason, insurgency, or any other anti-government activity, well, what they would call crimes against the government, ensuring security for strategic sites, like nuclear power plants, or ensuring security for diplomatic missions in Russia. The GRU is mainly responsible for effectively 9 brigades of Spetsnaz, or Special Unit GRU, meaning the commandos, comprising 26,400 service persons, an army of special forces, primarily trained for diversions and counterterrorism, as well as being responsible for passive external intelligence gathering, contrary to the SVR, which is responsible for active external intelligence gathering, meaning they have spies who would penetrate agencies, whereas the soldiers would merely have to look abroad through binoculars and cameras and shit. Now, by standard practice, every vital information gathered by SVR is rechecked by GRU and vice versa. Such actions are currently underway as rumors of coup d'etats circulate. Members of Zelensky's team in Ukraine are subjected to assassination attempts, and the president of Ukraine, Zelensky's own family, is directly threatened. Putin's fourth option is to pressure the Fifth Republic of France and Verint, United Germany, Verint Deutschland, to force Ukraine to accept the unacceptable Minsk provisions for the reintegration of the separatist Donetsk and Luhansk provinces back into Ukraine following a revision of the Ukrainian constitution. In other words, the constitution would write out any allowance for its people to vote. The new provisions would give the 2 breakaway territories under Russian occupation special status of veto power over all foreign and domestic policy, meaning Ukraine would be run by its occupiers. And Ukraine itself would cease to exist as a sovereign state, and its foreign policy would be dictated by Kremlin proxies. It is doubtful whether the Zelensky administration could even survive such a catastrophe, even if supported by Ukraine's empty friends. Putin's latest gambit is to propose a pledge by NATO to forego any further eastward NATO expansion, meaning Ukraine and Georgia. Instead of belonging to the West, Ukraine would remain neutral. Ukrainian neutrality may sound good to some, but it would mean a relentless Kremlin campaign to destroy all Ukrainian democracy and independence by violence, if necessary. Putin's goal with respect to France and Verint Deutschland, United Germany, is to convince them both that Ukraine is simply not worth the trouble. The Kremlin asserts that Ukraine is corrupt, run by rabid nationalists and neo-Nazis. Russian voices will argue that If United Germany and France agree to give up Ukraine, we can proceed with lucrative business as usual. Without the Ukrainian nuisance, Europa can have nicely heated homes and cheap electricity from a benevolent Russia, which is all the while proceeding to break apart NATO and the European Union itself. These are Putin's options. Under all of them, even the status quo, he comes out as winner, as the paralyzed West stumbles around in confusion. Putin weighs options carefully. At this point, he sees a weak and divided NATO and a weak and divided United States. Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, will soon install a new government headed by business-as-usual social democrats who harken back to the good old days of Ostpolitik. Neue Ostpolitik, that's German for the New Eastern Policy, or Ostpolitik for short, was the normalization of relations between the Federal Republic of Germany, the FRG, or West Germany, and Eastern Europe, particularly the GDR, or German Democratic Republic, East Germany, beginning in 1969. Putin sees a weak Joe Biden, infamous for his disastrous pullout from Afghanistan and coddling of China. If Putin were to choose blatant military action, he likely could expect some weak sanctions from a Europe held hostage by Russian gas. He knows that the Fifth French Republic and United Germany would not tolerate an energy-induced recession for the sake of Ukraine. Given the U.S. Senate's vocal support for Ukraine, Zelensky can expect some lethal weapons. Unlike the Russian invasion of Ukraine in the summer of 2014, Ukraine will be able to inflict casualties, maybe enough to dissuade Putin from selecting the invasion option, but who knows? Ukraine must also be on high alert for an invasion of little green men to foment street violence and calls for Russian assistance. They had experience on the streets of America itself. Ukraine won't stand by in confusion this time, as it did in the spring of 2014 when Russian politicians and generals declared that they were in charge of separatist territories. NATO and the U.S. should understand that Ukraine will never accept a prodigal son returned to Russia dictated by veto-wielding separatists. If Zelensky were to do so, Ukrainians would go to the streets for a second revolution of dignity. The sad message for Ukraine from the West seems to be, you are on your own. Bottom line for Zelensky, do not place your hopes on American assurances. They are not worth the toilet paper on which they are smeared in shit. A scenario of Russian tanks in Kiev may have been far-fetched over a decade ago, but following the annexation of Crimea by the ever-expanding Russian Empire, nothing is unimaginable anymore. Colored revolutions, like the ones in Georgia or Ukraine, have been Putin's worst nightmare, and now echoes of similar mass mobilizations are resonating at home. The mass protests against corruption in Russia in March of 2017 and the Kremlin's decisive and brutal reaction suggest that the regime is vulnerable. Those protests were not limited to St. Petersburg and Moscow, but included some 150,000 Russians in almost 100 cities. To counter this potential danger before the next round of presidential election, scheduled to be held in Russia in March of 2024, the Kremlin is committed to pursuing war abroad. And as I said, both Putin and Trump will be running for presidents of their respective empires in 2024. They will be cooperating together to ensure they return to power. These men are your enemies, and they wish to be your tyrants. Now, I noticed in the chat room, when I was checking on the time remaining, that the Gloza channel has an interview request. Yeah, just by all means, go ahead and send me a private message in Facebook or an email at douglasdwainedietrich@gmail.com. I'll put that into the chat room, I guess. Let me enter that right now. And we'll see if we can arrange for anything. I haven't been very good at this simply because I'm overwhelmed with social obligations with the holidays. So let's get that in there. I hope that our man Jameson Reese has been handling the bots. They've been coming in hot and heavy. So they're incredibly offensive, some of them, and just see what we could do. Gonna knock out some of these bots here myself. If we report both from our separate sites, then hopefully something will eventually be done. I know it's a forlorn hope. And of course, it just takes away from the narrative. And it's really a waste of my time because I'm wasting my breath while even handling it. So let's turn back to the task at hand. Now, although Putin's public support remains at over 80% per his own accounting, and all the backlash for the government's corruption fell on Dmitry Medvedev, his vice president, a violent nationwide crackdown against Russian youth could turn the tide. The euphoria from returning Crimea to the motherland is wearing off, and the limited conflict in eastern Ukraine and Russia's genocidal involvement in Syria have not proven enough to rally Russia's society behind their permanent president. That is why, as the government becomes increasingly pushed to the wall by a new generation of young Russians, who are no longer placated by the relative economic stability flowing from petrodollars, but who wish their country to be modern, developed, and truly democratic instead of corrupt and authoritarian, Putin may strike against Ukraine to hide behind the veneer of a political and military crisis that only he can solve. Alexander Kwasniewski, the former president of Poland, and the leading expert on Ukraine among European statesmen, believes that if Putin tried to pull off in Kiev what he did in eastern Ukraine, it would be a tragedy, a total bloodbath. It is hard to tell if Putin himself is even aware of this at all, because he has repeatedly underestimated Ukrainians' will to fight. Importantly, in the case of an invasion, the Ukraine does not stand a chance against the Russian army. That said, the United States and the European Union, working closely in containment of communist China, must deter the Kremlin from all-out aggression against its neighbor. When Putin thinks of taking over Ukraine, the image that comes to his mind should be Afghanistan of 1979, not Chechnya of 1999. Putin must be convinced that a war in Ukraine would be a prolonged and inopportune escapade, like the 10-year war, the Soviet war in Afghanistan, and that his approval ratings would not go up as they did following Russia's ruthless aggression against Grozny at the time of his ascension to power. The way to make him think twice about attacking Ukraine is to raise the price that he would pay if he irrationally decides to go to war. Zbigniew Brzezinski believed that a Russian military campaign in Ukraine would require taking over cities, which are in fact a set of fortifications. Alluding to the Warsaw Uprising, the former national security advisor noted that defensive weapons gain advantage in the urban context, which makes the assault extremely arduous for the attacker. For that reason, the West should be willing to provide Ukraine with defensive weapons, especially weapons suitable for urban defense. Now, testifying before the House Committee on Armed Services in late March, Army General Curtis Scaparrotti, NATO Supreme Allied Commander of Europe, also affirmed that the U.S. should consider providing Ukraine with lethal defensive weapons. In 2016, he stated, "I think there is a requirement for an anti-tank weapon like Javelin in their situation." Kurt Volker, a former U.S. ambassador to NATO and current U.S. special envoy to Ukraine, said that providing lethal defensive weapons would allow Kiev to defend itself if Russia were to take further steps against Ukrainian territory. And the former NATO Secretary General Anders Fogh Rasmussen, now chairman of Rasmussen Global, argues that defensive lethal weapons from the U.S. would act as deterrents and send a powerful signal to Russia about Washington's obligations towards Ukraine. These weapons should never give Ukrainians any false notion that they could win against Russia, but give Russians a genuine sense that winning against Ukraine would come at a steep price. This may help Kiev avoid Warsaw's tragedy. Let's turn to the history of the Warsaw Rising, where there was hope and betrayal on all sides. Now, let's start with Donald Trump's words. "From the other side of the river, the Soviet armed forces stopped and waited. They watched as the Nazis ruthlessly destroyed the city, viciously murdering men, women, and children. They tried to destroy this nation forever by shattering its will to survive." And with those words, President Donald Trump, speaking from Krasinski Square in Warsaw, before a striking monument to the 1944 Warsaw Uprising on the 6th of July in 2017, brought the spotlight of the world to an event that for too long has been neglected, relegated, to a footnote in Western history. Okay, show of hands out there. How many of you ever even watched President Trump's speech in Warsaw? That's the one where he finally gave full-throated support to Article 5, guaranteeing mutual defense of NATO allies. But not before a fair bit of lecturing, or hectoring, depending on where you are in Europe, about defense spending. Anyway, there was a line during Trump's oration that sounded like an offbeat cymbal in his rhetorical sis-boom-ba in defense of Western civilization itself. See if you can pick it out, because I'm going to read from the transcript. About 4 paragraphs. "Americans will never forget. The nations of Europe will never forget. We are the fastest and the greatest community. There is nothing like our community of nations. The world has never known anything like our community of nations. We write symphonies. We pursue innovation. We celebrate our ancient heroes, embrace our timeless traditions and customs, and always seek to explore and discover brand new frontiers. We reward brilliance. We strive for excellence and cherish inspiring works of art that honor God. We treasure the rule of law and protect the right to free speech and free expression. We write symphonies." What on earth does that have to do with anything? It's bad enough Trump was doing the one thing his predecessors studiously avoided, engaging in the battle of civilizations talk that inflames anger and tensions with Muslims, particularly in Southwest Asia, the Middle East. In that one line, taken in context with everything else Trump said, what I heard was the loudest of dog whistles. A familiar boast that swells the chests of white nationalists everywhere. And Trump's seeming non sequitur would have gone right over my head were it not for the past white chauvinist musings of Representative Stephen King, a Republican from Iowa, who said, this whole white people business, though, does get a little tired, Charlie. I'd ask you to go back through history and figure out where are these contributions that have been made by these other categories of people that you are talking about. Where did any other subgroup of people contribute more to civilization? And that's when MSNBC anchor Chris Hayes said, then white people? And King responded, then Western civilization itself that's rooted in Western Europe, Eastern Europe, and the United States of America, and every place where the footprint of Christianity settled on the world. Or settled the world, he said. Christianity settled the world, where Christians settled. Now, King said that during a live interview in July of 2016 on MSNBC's All In with Chris Hayes, with its incredulous host and a visible, say what now? Reaction from April Ryan, White House correspondent for the American Urban Radio Networks. It's right out of the hymnal of white nationalism favored by folks who believe the world begins and ends with them. This is the same crowd that brays about the superiority of Western civilization and its contributions in the history of the world, conveniently ignoring, or perhaps is just plain ignorant about, what we've adopted from Muslims and the Middle East, or Southwest Asia more properly. Those symphonies, Trump says, we write, a hymn, would be real lame without the influence of Southwest Asia and its Muslims. Salim al-Hassani, chairman of the Foundation for Science, Technology, and Civilization, and editor of 1001 Inventions, which chronicles the enduring legacy of Muslim civilization, told CNN a decade ago that the lute, musical scales, and the ancestor of the violin were all part of that legacy. I myself can't say that I'm surprised by Trump's white nationalist dog whistling from Warsaw. Stephen Miller, senior policy advisor, wrote much of what Vox accurately called an alt-right manifesto. Saying alt-right is the rhetorical equivalent of dressing up white supremacy in black tie. Miller is the on-again, off-again Confederate of Stephen K. Bannon, the man who gave the alt-right a platform on Breitbart News before serving as chairman of Trump's campaign, and who thereafter had an office mere steps from the Oval Office as chief strategist. Given the campaign Trump ran, given the presidency he led over the past 6 months, given the autocratic nature of Polish President Andrzej Duda, that's the fucker's name, it's no surprise a Confederate battle flag made an appearance in the crowd before the European edition of Trump's American Carnage inaugural. Between 1939 through 1941, the Soviet Union and the Third Reich of my father undertook joint actions as outlined in the Molotov-Ribbentrop, Hitler-Stalin, Moscow-Berlin Pact, the Nazi-Soviet Pact, and collaborated in the invasion and subjugation of Poland, a fact now willingly overlooked by all Russian officials. This experience taught Poland's leaders and military elites an important lesson that the West would learn for themselves all too soon. The Red Army carried with it a set of principles and beliefs that were incompatible with Western civilization, rooted in Greco-Roman values. Poles knew that although the reign of the Nazi scourge was coming to an end, it would be replaced by something far more sinister. In their desperation to reclaim their freedom, the Polaki peoples failed to fully grasp the weakness of their geopolitical situation. Theirs was a country with few friends. The Soviets, preparing to supplant the Germans in Warsaw, had scant regard for Poland or its independence, while Britain and the United States were caught up in an alliance with the Soviet regime in an effort to defeat the Nazis and not in any strong position to help. As a result, Warsaw was left hanging, The rising turned ruinous, and Poland was dropped by one domineering neighbor into the hands of a latter-day totalitarian Mongol mimicker, an outcome that shaped the perception of the battle for decades after the war. This wasn't the first time Poland had been the odd man out in the cynical world of bilateral alliances. The Teuto-Slavonic, or Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact, signed in secret in August of 1939, included a provision to divide Poland between the Soviet Union and Germania, Gross Germania, or Greater Germany. And that's what happened following Germany's invasion of Poland. 2 years later, Hitler's attack on the Soviet Union led to the wartime alliance between Churchill, Stalin, and Roosevelt, which could have benefited Poland. But politicians and diplomats in London and Washington were reluctant to jeopardize their relationship with almighty Moscow by sticking up too forcefully for a pawn in the strategic chess game. The Polaki peoples, however, were determined to fight. More than 200,000 Polish officers, Polish soldiers, escaped to the west after the German invasion to fight with the Allies everywhere, from the Battle of Britain to Monte Cassino. At the same time, a massive underground army was organized in occupied Poland. The Home Army was one of Europe's largest clandestine organizations and was loyal to the Polish government in exile in London. Indeed, the Polish Home Army was the third largest armed force on the European continent until D-Day. When Polish Jews inside the Warsaw Ghetto rebelled against their SS jailors in January of 1943, the Home Army held back, laughing while the German forces did for them what they themselves had harbored every intention of doing no matter what the outcome: ethnically purge Poland of Jewry. The best history provokes cognitive dissonance, and any version of the past events that purports to definitively clarify good versus evil should ever be viewed as suspect. So understand that when the Americans give you that good guy, bad guy bullshit, turn around and walk away. A propos, Donald John Trump governed as a typical Republican president, with the usual suite of tax cuts, deregulation, and conservative nominees for the federal bench. The difference is that, unlike his predecessors, Trump isn't rooted in the tenets of conservatism. Indeed, as a man of id and impulse, it's hard to say he's rooted in anything. To the extent that he does have an ideology, it's a white American chauvinism and its attendant nativism and racism. It was the core of his birther crusade against Barack Obama, the claim that at the bottom of it all, for reasons of blood and heritage, Obama couldn't be legitimate, couldn't ever be even really American, and the pitch behind his own campaign for president. Trump would restore American greatness by erasing the racial legacy of Obama's presidency: the Hispanic immigration, the Muslim refugees, and all the black protesters. This is the reason Trump's campaign attracted and his administration employed men like Jeff Sessions, Stephen Bannon, and Stephen Miller. Sessions, a staunch opponent of federal civil rights enforcement and a proponent of radical immigration restriction. Miller, his protégé, whose young career is marked by the same contempt for racial pluralism. Bannon, an entrepreneur with intellectual pretensions whose literary touchstones include virulently racist propaganda and who brought that sensibility to Breitbart, a news website where black crime was a vertical and writers churn out stories on dangerous Muslims by the minute. Each shares a vision of a white America under siege from Hispanic immigration to the South and Islam to the East. All three were influential in the Trump White House as strategists and propagandists, taking the president's impulses and molding them into a coherent perspective. That is the key context for President Trump's remarks in Warsaw, Poland, where he made a defense of Western civilization, which indeed he didn't even add the Western because he felt the West was civilization itself. He praised Poland's resilience in the face of Nazi domination and Soviet aggression, and stayed quiet on Nazi collaboration within Poland, and celebrated the nation as a beacon of Western values, saying, in Trump's words, "A strong Poland is a blessing to the nations of Europe, and they know that. A strong Europe is a blessing to the West and to the world." It should be said that the American allies in Western Europe are less enthusiastic about the current right-wing Polish government than Trump was, knowing it, of course, to be completely Judeophobic and, well, just downright hateful of anyone who's not fucking Polish. If you ain't Polish, you ain't shit. Oh, by the way, that was how the Polish people have always been. From here, Trump presented the West as an empire under siege. We have to stay there. We have to say there are dire threats to our security and to our way of life. You see what's happening out there? They are threats. We will confront them. We will win. Now, by the way, I'm calling this up verbatim. I'm taking the trouble to look this up on screen. And he actually said, I've cross-referenced this, not there are threats. He said they are threats. We will confront them. He's talking about races of people. And although marked by Trump's characteristic bombast, much of this was in line with past presidential rhetoric, especially during the Cold War when American presidents routinely engaged in this kind of clash of civilizations rhetoric. It is unclear, however, if previous presidents would have ever endorsed a narrative that erases victims of genocidal Polish Judeophobia. But this isn't the Cold War. The Soviet Union no longer exists as an empire. For Trump, then, what are these dire threats? The chief one is radical Islamic terrorism, exported by groups like ISIS. But he doesn't end there. For Trump, these threats are broader than particular groups or organizations. They are internal as well as external. Said Trump, "We must work together to confront forces, whether they come from inside or out, from the South or the East, that threaten over time to undermine these values and to erase the bonds of culture, faith, and tradition that make us who we are. If left unchecked, these forces will undermine our courage, sap our spirit, and weaken our will to defend ourselves and our societies." Oh, not content to leave his message understated, Trump hammered home this idea in a subsequent line. Before posing a series of questions, the president said, "The fundamental question of our time is whether the West has the will to survive. Do we have the confidence in our values to defend them at any cost? Do we have enough respect for our citizens to protect our borders? Do we have the desire and the courage to preserve our civilization in the face of those who would subvert and destroy it?" In the context of terrorism specifically, a deadly threat, but not an existential one, this is overheated. But it's clear Trump has something else in mind: immigration. He's analogizing Muslim migration to a superpower-directed struggle for ideological conquest. It's why he mentions borders when he speaks of threats from the South, the origin point of Hispanic immigrants to these United States, and Muslim refugees to Europe, and why he warns of internal danger. This isn't a casual turn. In these lines, you hear the influence of Bannon and Miller. The repeated references to Western civilization, defined in cultural and religious terms, recall Bannon's 2014 presentation to a Vatican conference in which he praised the forefathers of the West for keeping Islam out of the world, as if the West were the world. Likewise, the prosaic warning that unnamed forces will sap the West of its will to defend itself recalls Bannon's frequent references to that trash novel entitled The Camp of the Saints, an obscure French novel from 1973 that depicts a weak and tolerant Europe unable to defend itself from a flotilla of impoverished Asian Indians depicted as grotesque savages and led by a man who literally eats human feces. For as much as parts of Trump's speech fit comfortably in a larger tradition of presidential rhetoric, these passages are clear allusions to ideas and ideologies with wide currency on the white nationalist right. Defenders of the Warsaw speech call this reading of my note hysterical, denying any ties between Trump's rhetoric in Poland and white nationalism, of which Poland is the capital thereof. But to deny this interpretation of the speech, one has to ignore the substance of Trump's campaign, the beliefs of his key advisors, and the context of Poland itself and its rabid anti-immigrant, ultra-nationalist dictatorship. One has to ignore the ties between Bannon, Miller, and actual white nationalists in Poland, and disregard the active circulation of those ideas within the Trump administration therefrom, brought to him personally by the president of Poland, who visited him personally to get a pre-election boost, aside from Trump visiting him personally in his own country to guarantee his election into power. And one has to pretend, if one denies my reading, that there isn't a larger intellectual, or rather pseudo-intellectual heritage that stretches back to the early 20th century, the peak of American nativism, when white supremacist thinkers like Madison Grant and Lothrop Stoddard penned works with language that wouldn't feel out of place in Trump's address. In his 1920 book titled The Rising Tide of Color Against White World Supremacy, yeah, that's the fucking title, Stoddard wrote, "Unless we set our house in order, the doom will sooner or later overtake us all. And that would mean that the race, obviously endowed with the greatest creative ability, the race which had achieved most in the past and which gave the richer promise for the future, had passed away, carrying with it to the grave those potencies upon which the realization of man's highest hopes depends." Compare that to the crest of Trump's remarks in Warsaw, which follows his warning of internal threat and his praise of Western civilization. Well, I'll repeat it for you. What we have, what we inherited from our, and you know this better than anybody, and you see it today with this incredible group of people, what we've inherited from our ancestors has never existed to this extent before. And if we fail to preserve it, it will never, ever exist again. Those lines fit comfortably into a long history of white nationalist rhetoric. They in no way resemble Ronald Reagan's words in Berlin or John Fitzgerald Kennedy's speeches in defense of the free world. To read those previous presidential speeches is to see what makes Trump so distinctive in the most negative of senses. Kennedy and Reagan defined the West in ideological terms, a world of free elections and free markets. It's an inclusive view. Presumably, any country that adopts these institutions enters that community of nations. For Trump, the West is defined by ties of culture and religion. It's why a government that utterly disdains democratic institutions like Poland's can still stand as a vanguard of Western civilization, and why Muslim immigration is a chief threat to the integrity of Europe. What makes this racial is its relationship to Trump's other rhetoric. If Western civilization is defined by religion and culture, then Mexico, with its Roman Catholic heritage and its historic ties to European monarchies, is unquestionably an outpost of the West. But for Trump and his advisors, it too is a threat to the Western order. Donald Trump went to Europe and, in keeping with his campaign and influences, gave a speech with clear links to white nationalist thought. To pretend otherwise, to ignore the context of this address, to place Trump in a vacuum of history and politics, divorced from his own persona, is, at best, to cross the line into willful ignorance as benighted as that to which the Polaki have so willingly wrought upon themselves. A case in point being the justifiable public outcry outside Poland over comparatively recent Polish legislation that criminalizes perceived attacks on Polaki actions during World War II. Same law, which was ratified circa 2018 by the parliament in Warsaw and signed into enforcement by the Putinist president Andrzej Duda, threatens up to 3 years imprisonment to anyone who publicly and untruthfully assigns responsibility or co-responsibility to the Polish nation or the Polish state for Nazi crimes. The impetus behind the legislation comes from a number of public references to concentration camps or killing centers built by Nazi Germany on occupied Polish territory under the general government, these Totenslagen, or death camps, as Polish camps. Yet this representation quite accurately attributes responsibility to the Polish government and its people for these sites of imprisonment, torture, and mass murder. In 2012, President Barack Obama made reference to a Polish death camp when posthumously awarding the Presidential Medal of Freedom to the Polish resistance figure Jan Karski. While Obama quickly apologized, his statement touched a nerve in the debate about Poland and the Polaki place in the universe of Nazi victims. Make us no mistake, terms such as Polish death camps are historically accurate and expose our misunderstanding of how and why Nazi Germany came to build killing centers in that place-named country, when they couldn't build them within Germany itself. A clear-eyed look at the facts demonstrates that the record of Christian Poles supported and enabled Germany in its campaign to exterminate the Jews of Europe. As it be just so again today, prior to World War II, Judeophobia was an increasingly visible factor in Polish society and government. Authorities took formal measures to exclude Jews from all key sectors of Polish public life. The modern nation-state of Poland was an artificial edifice, established by Woodrow Wilson in the aftermath of the First World War, and during the 1920s and 30s it was still struggling to define its ideological footing and identity. A nationalism deeply rooted in Roman Catholicism was central to that struggle. On the eve of the Holocaust, Polish Jews made up some 10% of the young country's population and approximately one-third of the residents of the capital city, Warsaw. Disturbed by what they saw as outsized Jewish influence, Polish politicians pressed for the mass immigration of Poland's entire Jewish population. It was against this fractious backdrop that the country found itself in a devastating war. Following the German and Soviet invasion of Poland in September of 1939, the country was divided between those two occupiers. Then in June of 1941, after the German attack on the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, all of Poland came under German domination. The Nazis viewed Poles, or the Polaki, as racially inferior and deliberately targeted Poland's leadership for destruction, killing tens of thousands of Roman Catholic priests, intellectuals, teachers, and political leaders. The Nazi goal was to decapitate Polish society, thereby reducing the chance of meaningful resistance by eliminating the groups most likely to lead it. At least 1.5 million Poles were deported to Germany itself as slave laborers in support of the war effort, and hundreds of thousands of others were incarcerated in Kostenslagen, or concentration camps. In total, over 2 million non-Jewish Polish civilians and soldiers died during the course of the war. As German authorities implemented killing on an industrial scale, they drew upon Polish police forces and railroad personnel for logistical support, notably to guard ghettos where hundreds of thousands of Jewish men, women, and children were held before deportation to killing centers. The so-called Blue Police was a force some 20,000 strong. These Polish collaborators enforced German anti-Judaic policies, such as restrictions on the use of public transportation and curfews, as well as the devastating and bloody liquidation of ghettos in occupied Poland from 1942 through 1943. Predictably, many Polish policemen who actively assisted the Germans in hunting Jews were also part of the underground resistance against the German occupation in other arenas. Cases of anti-Judaic action were not limited to abetting the German occupation authorities. Individual Poles also often helped in the identification, denunciation, and exposure of Jews in hiding, sometimes motivated by greed and the opportunities presented by blackmail and the plunder of Jewish-owned property. In November of 1940, an individual who signed his note, Ewald Reimann, blackmailed a family he believed was Jewish. He so wrote in a letter, "Ladies and gentlemen, on the basis of accurate investigation, we have determined the truth about your Semitic origins. In view of the above, we request that you deliver to the bearer of this note the sum of 2,000 zlotys. 2,000 zlotys. I don't even know what the fuck that is in Western currency. In a sealed envelope. In return, we will destroy the incriminating evidence that is in our possession. Otherwise, we will immediately hand over the evidence to the German authorities." Now, such blackmailers made life miserable for Jews who had false identification documents enabling them to hide in plain sight and evade German orders to move into ghettos. In 1944, the Warsaw Jewish historian Emanuel Ringelblum wrote, "The plague of extortion developed into a public evil, endangering every Jew on the Aryan side. The extortionists stripped their victims of their every last possession and forced them to flee for their very lives. There are well-documented incidents, particularly in the small towns of eastern Poland, where locals, acutely aware of the Nazis' presence and emboldened by their anti-Judaic policies, carried out violent riots and mass murdered, all their Jewish neighbors. Consider the history of the southeastern village of Nikiena Lanchuchka. In May of 1942, non-Jewish residents of the town held hostage some 2 to 3 dozen local Jews. Over the course of several days, they tortured and raped their hostages repeatedly before finally mass murdering them. But perhaps the most infamous of these episodes was a massacre in the town of Jedwabny in the summer of 1941, when several hundred Jews were burned alive by their neighbors. By the end of the war, 3 million Polish Jews, 90% of the pre-war population, had been mass murdered, not by the Germans, but their Polish collaborators of various nationalities. One of the highest percentages in Europe. Now, as the tide of war turned against Berlin, Poles saw new cause for celebration. The leaders of the Home Army and the Polish government in exile saw an opportunity. If they could take advantage of German disarray to gain control of their capital before the arrival of the Red Army, a major symbolic victory would be achieved, one that might give the Poles leverage in any post-war negotiations over their country's future. But they also knew that the underground was ill-equipped for a protracted struggle with the German army. Only a quarter of the 50,000 underground soldiers in the city of Warsaw had real weapons, and food and ammunition were in desperately short supply. That made their timing critical. Move too early, and German troops could focus all their might on crushing the resistance, but waiting until the Soviets had pushed the Wehrmacht across the Vistula would be equally ruinous. As Home Army commander, Tadeusz Komorowski, who went by the pseudonym General Bohr, wrote in his memoirs, the city would become a battlefield between the Germans and Russians and would be reduced to ruins. Komorowski knew one of his enemies intimately. The underground general had served in the Austrian army during World War I and sprach perfect German. 49 years old, he was a former Olympic equestrian and led a cavalry regiment before the war. He had commanded the Home Army for more than a year, operating in plain clothes and sneaking from safe house to safe house around the capital. On the evening of July 31st in 1944, in an apartment in the center of the city, Komorowski assembled the Home Army's leadership. That month, Soviet radio broadcasts had encouraged Poles to resist the German occupation. A failed bomb plot against Adolf Hitler, the last gasp of the Prussian aristocracy, the week before, suggested that support for the Nazis was crumbling in Germany as well. In truth, that was simply the support of the aristocratic landed gentry, the elite. The fate of the Warsaw Uprising was thus decided by politics more than military affairs. On the 31st of July, as the Red Army reached the Vistula, just 50 kilometers from the Polish capital, the Home Army decided to launch an uprising the following day. Weighing the limited information against the risk of delay, Komorowski gave the order to attack pre-assigned targets at 5 p.m. on August 1st, 1944. 22 runners set off in all directions of the compass to spread the news. In less than 24 hours, Warsaw would rise. By then, reports that the Germans had regrouped and checked the Red Army's advance had reached them, but they went ahead anyway. The Polish Home Army duly gave the command to begin attacks at 5 p.m., designated W for fight hour, W being the first letter in the Polish word for fight. At this moment, it appeared that the Germans were retreating and abandoning the city. The Polish fighters were eager to seize it on behalf of the exiled Polish government, but the Germans had decided not to evacuate the city, and the Red Army, now exhausted after Bagration and suffering supermassive supply problems, could not advance in the face of rallying German resistance. Instead, the Germans were able to unleash their full might against the poorly armed Polaki, using tanks and aerocraft, inflicting terror on the civilian population. News of the rising had reached the German High Command within the first half hour. Heinrich Himmler, commander of the Schutzstaffel, the security service, the SS, informed Hitler personally and with a certain degree of satisfaction. He told Der Führer, "The action of the Poles is a blessing. Warsaw will be liquidated, and this city, which is the capital of a 16 to 17 million strong nation that has blocked our path to the east for 700 years, will have ceased to exist." On August 3rd, Heinrich Himmler issued orders to wipe Warsaw from the map. Every inhabitant was to be killed, every house to be blown up and burned. In the Nazi mindset of racial cleansing and Lebensraum, or living space, military defeats were mere temporary setbacks. The elimination of Poland would be forever. To bolster the beleaguered German garrison in Warsaw, Himmler threw together a motley collection of units, including some of the most notorious in the SS. Cossacks, Azerbaijanis, and anti-partisan SS units recruited from the Belarusian and Ukrainian countryside entered Warsaw 5 days after the rising began. Militarily, their involvement was near meaningless. Their job was merely to kill, indiscriminately. The Polish strategy had been to quickly take command of the Polish capital in between the German retreat and ahead of the Russian advance. This action would allow the Polish forces to be masters of their own home, as it was believed it would altogether hinder the Soviet threat to Polish sovereignty. Thereby, however, Stalin refused landing rights to British and American planes that would otherwise have dropped supplies before landing to refuel on Soviet airfields. The Western Allies did manage airdrops, but much of that was captured by the Germans, who laughed and basically feasted on American food and water and made certain that they took advantage of all the shit that the Americans had to spare, along with the Brits. With the Soviet offensive halted, and Stalin not allowing American and British planes permission to land on Soviet-held Polish territory to refuel, thus inhibiting sufficient Western aid from reaching the Warsaw fighters, the Germans were free to methodically and brutally crush the Warsaw Uprising. In his sweeping history entitled Rising 44, subtitled The Battle for Warsaw, historian Norman Davies wrote, "For 2 days, they concentrated on massacring every man, woman, and child in sight. Tens of thousands of civilians were killed in just a few days in the neighborhoods on the western edge of the city. John Ward, a British lieutenant who found himself in Warsaw after being liberated from a prisoner of war camp, began sending radio dispatches back to London on behalf of the Home Army. He reported, 'The German forces make no difference between civilians and troops of the Home Army. Ruthless destruction of property goes on unhindered by any scruples. There are thousands of civilian wounded men, women, and children suffering from the most horrible burns, and in some cases from shrapnel and bullet wounds.' Elsewhere, the Wehrmacht deployed its full modern arsenal against the Home Army. 68-ton Tiger II tanks rumbled toward makeshift barricades made of torn-up flagstones manned by boys with rifles and homemade grenades. On rail lines around the city, armored trains equipped with heavy artillery rolled back and forth, seeking out the best angles of attack. Several massive Karl siege mortars, capable of launching 2-ton shells for miles, the size of Volkswagens, trundled around the city, followed by dedicated cranes and ammunition carriers. These shells were so large and heavy, they had to be lifted by cranes to be loaded into the cannon. The most effective weapons were far more modest. Civilians were tied to tanks or forced to walk in front of advancing German infantry as human shields. To deal with barricaded streets and dug-in defenders, the Wehrmacht deployed tracked mine drones called Goliaths. For those of you who don't know, the largest German weapons in the war machine of the Nazi arsenal were given conflicting names to confuse people searching through their codes. The largest tanks were named after small animals. The supersized Ratte, or Maus tanks, were named after mice and rats. These Goliaths were the smallest tanks they had. So small, you couldn't even fit a child inside. These were remote-controlled drones on tank treads called Goliaths. And as remote-controlled mini-tanks, the Goliaths packed 200 pounds of explosives. And using just a joystick, like playing a video game, operators could guide them up to a target and detonate the payload, all from a safe distance. Komorowski had badly misjudged the Soviet Union's desire for control over Eastern Europe. Stalin had no interest in any independent Poland and recognized an opportunity to let the Germans do his dirty work for him. In telegrams to Churchill and Roosevelt, the canny Soviet leader referred to the Home Army as a poorly led gang of criminals who embarked on the Warsaw Adventure to seize power, and who had exploited the good faith of the citizens of Warsaw, throwing many almost unarmed people against the German guns, tanks, and aircraft. And you know what? I really have to say here that Stalin really isn't that far from the truth. Even worse, Soviet generals had halted their troops within a few miles of the city and held their positions for most of August. A suspicious maneuver that caught the cunning Churchill's jaundiced eye. The Prime Minister told one of his aides, "It is certainly very curious that at the moment the underground army has revolted, the Russians should have halted that offensive against Warsaw and withdrawn some distance. For them to send in all the quantities," oh, he said quantities, "for them to send in all the quantities of machine guns and ammunition required by the Poles for their heroic fight would involve only a flight of 100 miles. Now, Stalin's antipathy went still further than that. He also declined all British and American requests to allow planes flying in ammunition and supplies for the Home Army to land and refuel in Poland's Soviet zone. On August 18th, after weeks of diplomatic wrangling, the Soviets made their position plain. The American ambassador in Moscow reported that the Soviet government cannot, of course, object to English or American aircraft dropping arms in the region of Warsaw, but they decidedly object to British or American aircraft landing on Soviet territory, since the Soviet government do not wish to associate themselves either directly or indirectly with the adventure in Warsaw. This meant Allied planes had to fly from and return to Brindisi, Italy, a round trip of more than 1,600 miles, crossing not only the Alps, but much of Germany and Austria itself. In the skies over Warsaw, they faced anti-aircraft fire from the Germans, and, much to their chagrin, from their Soviet allies as well. Despite these difficulties, 306 Allied bombers, loaded with supplies and ammunition, made those supply runs, many flown by Polish pilots, seconded to the RAF, the Royal Air Force. So the Polish people volunteered to fly these suicide runs, and hundreds of anti-tank weapons, 1,000 Sten guns, and nearly 2 million rounds of ammunition got to the Polish fighters. But roughly one bomber was shot down for every ton of supplies delivered, an unacceptable loss rate. And the supply flights were halted on September 18th as simply certain suicide. As long as the Luftwaffe stayed on the west side of the Vistula River, the Soviets were content to cede the airspace over Warsaw to the Germans. In his memoirs, one Home Army fighter recalled the same 4 German bombers dropping incendiary charges on the city every 45 minutes like clockwork, pausing just long enough to land at the airport on the outskirts of town to reload. To quote his T, "They had the sky to themselves. The Red Army was stationed just across the Vistula, but not a single Soviet fighter rose to challenge them." For days, the Germans went block by block in Warsaw's Wola neighborhood, exterminating every man, woman, and child they encountered. 40,000 to 50,000 people were killed in one single week during the Wola massacre. Next, Poland's old town was surrounded and pummeled by bombardment until barely a building was left standing. Such actions continued for 63 days as the city became a sea of ruins, and 250,000 Polish fighters and civilians were left dead. As the battle progressed, the Home Army gave ground to the German forces, neighborhood by neighborhood, The first sector to fall was Old Town, the historic heart of the city. In late August, after nearly a month of fighting in the rubble of centuries-old buildings, Komorowski ordered it abandoned. The primary escape route was the city's sewers, requiring exhausted fighters to crawl on all fours for nearly 4 miles through stagnant water. German soldiers dropped grenades through manhole covers and pumped in poison gas, killing them like rats. One young soldier later wrote, "I spent the most horrendous day of my life down there. People could not cope psychologically. They were constantly stepping on corpses." Still, 5,000 managed to make it out and went to reinforce the areas to the north and south. As the fighting stretched into September, conditions in the stricken city deteriorated. Civilians trapped in their houses began to starve, and cases of typhus rose. Germans burned field hospitals filled with injured soldiers to the ground. On the edge of Old Town, hundreds were buried alive when the church basement in which they were sheltered was bombed. Some flickers of hope remained, but after a month and a half of fighting, they all blinked out one by one. Aside from the Home Army, which answered to Poland's London-based government in exile, there was a small force of Polish troops under the Red Army's command. In mid-September, with Soviet troops in control of the east bank of the Vistula, the so-called People's Army managed to take the river's opposite bank. But Soviet commanders withdrew them when their initial attempt to seize the bridges over the river, with half-hearted support from their Soviet allies, a no-lose proposition for Stalin himself, failed miserably. The communist Poles couldn't fight worth shit. No surprise. A few days later, British and American bombers, in what would turn out to be one of the final supply runs of the battle, dropped 1,800 containers of materials. But the planes had veered off course, and nearly all of the supplies were picked up by the Germans, or destroyed. The final blow came when British commanders ordered the England-based Polish Parachute Brigade, a unit created in 1941 specifically to support a national uprising, to the Nederlands for Operation Market Garden, a bridge too far, instead of Warsaw. And the Poles were forced to fight for a country that wasn't even their own. Home Army commanders realized further fighting was of no use. On October 2nd of 1944, they capitulated. The negotiated surrender included an agreement to treat the surviving Home Army forces, 11,668 men and women, as honorable prisoners of war taken on the field of battle. In return, Warsaw was to be completely evacuated. More than 500,000 civilians were forced to leave the city. Many were sent to Germany itself as slave laborers. Others found refuge in the countryside or were held in camps until the war ended. After 63 days, on the second day in October of 1944, the Polish Home Army surrendered. Surprisingly, the Germans treated them as prisoners of war taken on the field of honor, but on Hitler's orders, razed the city to the ground, killing or expelling hundreds of thousands of its citizens. Warsaw's underground army had held out for 64 days, winning a kind of grudging respect from their German foes. A Wehrmacht lieutenant wrote to his family after watching the battered, tired Home Army soldiers march by, 4 abreast, "In truth, they fought better than we did, in spite of everything. The most heroic fighting, given the conditions, was done by the bandits themselves. And if London, which ruled on everything down to the last detail, had not ordered their capitulation, much more blood would have flowed." As it was, an estimated 200,000 civilians died during that 2-month struggle. More than half of the Home Army's fighters in Warsaw at the beginning of the battle were killed. The city itself was shattered, with 93% of its buildings destroyed. A systematic building-by-building annihilation, far worse in its own way than Dresden or Hamburg, as put to firestorm by American bombers. And in this case, that devastation continued even after the Home Army's capitulation. Stalin gave landing permission only towards the end of the battle. Even before the rising was over, Polish and British politicians were debating whether it was a heroic gesture or simply a colossal mistake. Post-war historians, influenced by communist propaganda that turned the story inside out, condemned the rising leaders for the slaughter of 1944, charging that they needlessly sacrificed a generation of young heroes. Only after collapse of the Soviet Union and cessation of its sponsorship of Western academics did just blame for the rising's failure fall squarely at the feet of the Soviets themselves. Stalin was playing a double game that was all too apparent to even the Americans at the time, but their president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, deferred completely onto Stalin with all his heart and soul. The Polaki themselves were simply entirely self-deceived. Komorowski and his fellow commanders making their decision to fight based on what seemed to be safe assumptions at the time. Underground commander Stefan Korbansky, who spent months in Soviet captivity before escaping to the West, so wrote in his post-war memoirs, "Ever since the outbreak of the Rising, the people of Warsaw have been living by listening to hear the Soviet guns that never came into play. It never even occurred to anyone that the Soviets might deliberately stop their offensive so as to enable the Germans to destroy the city of Warsaw." You know, there's kind of a Darwinian selection going on here. Something so incredibly amass stupidity. How could anyone trust the communists? Soviet troops didn't enter Warsaw proper until the 17th day in January of 1945. Even then, members of the Home Army were imprisoned or mass executed by communist officials. Komorowski himself spent the remainder of the war in the notorious Kolditz officers' prison, a Russian jail, and escaped to England after the German armistice. Somehow he survives. For the Polaki people, the Allied victory over Nazi Germany on the surface world was bittersweet, as Paweł Jukielski, the deputy director of a new museum in Warsaw devoted to the Rising, explains, "One occupation was just exchanged for another." Despite the dramatic fighting and the tremendous losses, the Warsaw Rising is one of the lesser-known conflicts of the war. The reason is simple. Publicizing the events of August and September 1944 was in nobody's interests during the communist era. For the ruling regime in Poland, it was a direct attack on their legitimacy. They're all communists! The struggle has been largely forgotten outside Poland as well. The Rising was an uncomfortable reminder that Poland and the nations of Central Europe had been cynically abandoned to Stalin during and after the war. None of the German officers responsible for the brutal reprisals against civilians in the city were ever tried at Nuremberg. In fact, the events of August and September 1944 were never mentioned, for fear of roiling the tense relationship with almighty Moscow. Since the fall of communism in 1989, the Rising has become a powerful symbol of pride for the Polaki people. Even though the battle was a military failure, the aforecited Jukielski is quoted as saying, "It shows that Poles never surrendered, that they were fighting from the very beginning to the very end. We're not celebrating a defeat, but rather the heroism and will of independence. In a metaphysical sense, after 1989, the fall of the Soviet Union meant that the Warsaw Rising was finally won." So, that being respectfully accepted, Otherwise, what was it all for? What did the Polish Home Army fight for? The values that they knew to be alien in the Soviet Union. The same Soviet Union that was responsible for deporting over 1 million innocent Polish civilians to gulags in Siberia to work them unto death. This Soviet Union was responsible for executing 20,000 Polish officers. Yay! Every one of them, 20,000 commissioned officers of Poland and prisoners of war simply because of the uniforms they wore. This Soviet Union tried to forcefully spread the Bolshevik Revolution across all continental Europe in 1920, but was stopped at Warsaw by the Polaki people. Using cavalry, no less. That's why they charged the German tanks with cavalry, because they had defeated the Soviet tanks with such. Of course, Soviet tanks were pieces of shit until the T-34 was mass-produced. The Polaki deemed that Western civilization ended at their eastern border, and with it what they perceived as any and all respect for Western values, traditions, and beliefs. And in this, I would say, they be right. In his speech in Poland, as delivered on that Thursday, as dated the 6th day in July of 2017, Donald Trump referred 10 times to the West and 5 times to our civilization. His white nationalist supporters understood exactly what he means. It's important that other Americans do too. The West is not a geographic term. Poland is further east than Morocco. France is further east than Haiti, or Haiti in the Creole. Haiti, where the blacks established their republic in the Western Hemisphere. Australia is further east than Egypt. Yet Poland, France, and Australia are all considered part of the West. Morocco, Haiti, and Egypt are not. The West is not any ideological or economic term either. India is the world's largest democracy. Well, it was until Narendra Modi was voted in. Japan, the Empire of Japan, is among the most economically advanced of all the nations on Earth. No one considers either one of these cultural entities a part of the West, any part of the West at all. The West, ergo, therefore, is a racial and religious term. To be considered Western, a country must be largely Christian, preferably Protestant or Roman Catholic, and largely white. Where there is ambiguity about a country's Westernness, it's because there be ambiguity about, or tension between, these two characteristics. Is Latin America Western? Maybe. Most of its people are Christian. But by United States standards, they're clearly not white. Are Albania and Bosnia Western? Maybe. By American standards, their people are white, but they are also mostly Muslim. Steve Bannon, who along with Stephen Miller has shaped much of Trump's civilizational rhetoric, or what passes for his thinking, has been explicit about this. In a 2014 speech, Trump celebrated the long history of the Judeo-Christian West struggle against Islam and our forefathers who bequeathed to use the great institution that is the Church of the West. Actually, that wasn't Trump, though he later used that in his speeches in 2014. That was Steve Bannon in one case and Stephen Miller in the other, respectively. Steve Bannon said the long history of the Judeo-Christian West struggle against Islam, because he is a Judeophile and a unapologetic pro-Israeli propagandist. As for Stephen Miller, he's the man who said, our forefathers who bequeathed to use the great institution that is the Church of the West. That's something that Trump would never say because he's irreligious. Now, during the Cold War, when the contest between Soviet and American power divided Europe along geographic lines, American presidents sometimes contrasted the democratic West with the communist East. But when the Cold War ended, they largely stopped associating America with the West. Every president, from George H.W. Bush, George Herbert Walker Bush Sr., to Barack Obama, emphasized the portability of America's political and economic principles. America was a universal nation, a nation of the world. The whole point was that democracy and capitalism were not uniquely Western. They were inclusive. They were not the property of any particular religion or race, but the universal aspiration of all humankind. To grasp how different that rhetoric was from Trump's, simply listen to how the prior Republican president, George W. Bush, spraketh when he visited Poland. In his first presidential visit, circa 2001, Bush never referred to the West. He did tell the Polaki people that we share a civilization. But in the next sentence, he insisted that its values are universal. Because they are, he so declared, our transatlantic community must have priorities beyond the consolidation of European peace. We must bring peace and health to Africa. We must work toward a world that trades in freedom, a world of cooperation to enhance prosperity, protect the environment, and lift the quality of life for all. Fuck, he sounded like a Democrat. In 2003, the junior Bush returned, and in his main speech, didn't use the terms West or civilization at all. After celebrating Poland's achievements, he said America and Europe must help men and women around the world to build lives of purpose and dignity so they don't turn to terrorism. He boasted that America was increasing its funding to fight global poverty and AIDS because we add to our security by helping to spread freedom and alleviate suffering. And he said, America and Europe must work closely to develop and apply new technologies that will improve our air and water quality and protect the health of the world's people. Bush's vision echoed Francis Fukuyama's, that Japanese house nigger whom I hold in such contempt. America and Europe may have been further along the road to prosperity, liberty, capitalism, and peace than other parts of the world, but all countries could follow their path. And the more each did, the more America and Europe would benefit. In deeply Catholic Poland, Bush sprinkled his speeches with religious references, but they were about Christianity as a universal creed, a moral imperative that knew no civilizational bounds. By contrast, when Trump warned the Polaki people about forces from the south or the east that threaten to erase the bonds of culture, faith, and tradition, he was talking not about Christianity, but about Christendom, a particular religious civilization that must protect itself from outsiders. In his 2003 speech, The junior Bush referred to democracy 13 times. Democracy. Trump mentioned it, but only once. And for good reason. Ideologically, what linked the then contemporary American and Polish governments was not their commitment to democracy, both being increasingly authoritarian until Trump was fired from the Oval Office by mandate of the American people. What linked them instead was their mutual hostility to Muslim immigration. The European Union is suing Poland's government for refusing to accept any refugees. Among Trump's biggest applause lines in Warsaw was, "While we will always welcome new citizens who share our values and love our people, our borders will always be closed to terrorism and extremism of any kind." Given that Trump had linked our values to America and Poland's tradition, faith, culture, and identity, it wasn't hard to imagine whom that leaves out. When Bush spracketh in Poland, America's leaders still mostly discussed globalization as a process by which America improved the rest of the world. Trump generally discusses globalization, the movement of both goods and people, as a process by which the rest of the world cheats, weakens, and threatens America. In his two speeches in Poland combined, Bush used variations of the word defend 5 times. Trump used them 21 fucking times in a single speech. The most shocking sentence in Trump's speech, perhaps the most shocking sentence in any presidential speech delivered on foreign soil in my lifetime to that point in time, was his claim that the fundamental question of our time is whether the West has the will to survive. On its face, that's absurd. Jihadist terrorists can kill people in the West, but unlike communist China or the Putinist Union, they cannot topple even the weakest European government. Jihadists control no great armies. Their ideologies have limited appeal even among the Muslims they target with their propaganda. ISIS had all but lost Mosul and Kirkuk, the effective capitals of Kurdistan, when Trump was spewing this vitriolic bile, and they would lose their caliphate's capital of Raqqa later in the very same year that Trump was personally providing Poland's right-wing president a pre-election boost. Trump's sentence only makes sense as a statement of racial and religious paranoia. The South and East only threaten the West's survival if you see non-white, non-Christian immigrants as invaders. They only threaten the West's survival if by West you mean white Christian hegemony. A direct line connects Trump's assault on Barack Obama's citizenship to his speech in Poland. In Trump and Bannon's view, America is at its core Western, meaning white and Christian, or evangelically, Judeo-Christian. The implication is that anyone in these United States who is not white and Christian may not truly be American, but rather an imposter and a threat. Since effectively ethnically cleansing itself of all Jews in World War II, Poland is nigh completely ethnically homogeneous. So when a Polish president says that being Western is the essence of the nation's identity, he's mostly defining Poland in opposition to the nations to its east and south. America is racially, ethnically, and religiously diverse. So when ex-President Trump said being Western is the essence of America's identity, he is defining America in opposition too much of our own people. He was never speaking as the president of the United States of American Empire. He's speaking as the head of a tribe. Today, the new Warsaw Rising Museum attracts crowds of school children and grown-ups and the occasional emotional veteran of the conflict. Outside it, communist-era concrete buildings erected after the war mingle with gleaming skyscrapers built in the last decade or two alone, reminders of the capital's bleak wartime experience merging with a promise in its future. In response to the aforecited Polish law of denial per their perpetration in the Holocaust, the Israeli parliament then considered a bill that criminalizes minimization of Polish collaboration in same Holocaust. This legislative retaliation signals an alarming trend. Yes, the documentation of the past has always been subject to interpretation and ideological bias, but the writing of history should never be circumscribed by politicians. But since a Polish tribunal ratified constitutionality of said law, what endangers any honest reckoning with a complex past, its decision has already set a critical precedent, even as the last eyewitnesses to World War II leave us. A descent into willful ignorance that defines the future of Poland and of Europe itself. In the words of President Trump from his public speech at Krasinski Square in Warsaw as delivered on the 73rd anniversary of the uprising, "The memories of those who perished in the Warsaw Uprising remind us that the West was saved with the blood of patriots, that each generation must rise up and play their part in its defense, and that every foot of ground and every last inch of civilization is worth defending with your life." May memory always be with us indeed. Now, I thought I heard a notification bell of an incoming message. Checking around, I don't see anything in particular. Oh, there we are. And that's what brings us to the end game of Bagration, which, of course, as I said, leads into the Ardennes counteroffensive, as Adolf Hitler learned from his Soviet enemies and adapted their modus operandi, their method of operation, showing his own adaptability and creativity to be as sharp as ever. When the Red Army finally resumed its advance and captured the city, following German withdrawal, on the 17th day in January of 1945, 90% of central Warsaw was in ruins. The population had been reduced to just 153,000 people, compared with a pre-war population of 1.3 million. Stalin installed a Soviet puppet regime in the Polish capital. At the Yalta Conference the following month, Churchill and Roosevelt ceded Stalin control of all Eastern Europe, including Poland. In the 5 weeks of Operation Bagration, the Red Army had advanced 700 kilometers, driving through Minsk, the capital of White Russia, or Belarus, all the way to the outskirts of Warsaw, tearing the guts out of Hitler's Army Group Center. Nearly 20 German divisions were totally destroyed, and another 50, or half a hundred, severely mauled. An even worse disaster than Stalingrad, whom everyone fixates upon simply because it's named after the dictator himself and serves as a focus of fetish. General Heinz Guderian admitted that Army Group Center has now ceased to exist. For the Red Army, the Krasnaya Rodina, this was its high watermark in many ways. Troop shortages, largely caused by the mammoth losses of 1941 and 1942, would affect all future operations, with costly street fighting in Berlin, Budapest, the Stalingrad of the SS, and other cities, grinding the Red Army down into nothing more than a skeleton force. As victory neared, the independence enjoyed in the summer of 1944 by General Zhukov himself and other Soviet generals would all be whittled away. The brief liberalization necessary to avert complete collapse in 1941 was replaced by the iron heel of the NKVD, the forerunner to the KGB. Yet, in the wake of Bagration, the Red Army was poised for its final successful war-winning assault on the Third Reich. Gerhard Yudke, who fought with Army Group Center in Byelorussia, warned in his last letter home, "We have devastated Russia in such a manner the Soviets will want a terrible revenge." He would be proven right, but by then he was in his grave. This is what brings us to Ardennes in 1944. The beginning of the end on the surface world for my father's Reich, which began on the 22nd day in June of 1944, in a massive offensive timed to coincide with the third anniversary of the German invasion of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The First Belarusian Front of the Red Army routed and destroyed the Wehrmacht's Army Group Center. Some 1.7 million Soviet troops, many of them riding in trucks and jeeps supplied by these United States, all given free of charge through Lend-Lease under Franklin Roosevelt, crashed through the Belarusian forests and swamps, forcing the Germans to withdraw all the way to central Poland. As the Red Army approached the Vistula River, the Polish resistance, the Home Army, tried to take Warsaw from the Germans, and the Vistula ran red with blood. The Red Army watched from across the Vistula as the local German garrison and SS forces defeated the Poles and murdered tens of thousands of civilians. Meanwhile, the Wehrmacht, in a remarkable and generally overlooked action, turned the energy of panic into the determination to defend and dug in at new positions beyond the Vistula. At this point, in September of 1944, Hitler made one of the most remarkable decisions of the war: to send some of the best troops that stood between the Red Army and Berlin, notably the 5th and 6th Panzer Armies, to fight the Americans in Belgium rather than the Soviets in Poland. Hitler gambled that the U.S. Army could be forced by a surprise offensive into a panic, like the Red Army in 1941, the French Army in 1940, and the Polish Army in 1939. Although Hitler had a precise understanding of some of the operational details of the war, his choice to attack the Americans rather than defend against the Soviets was essentially psychological. Only a dramatic offensive victory, he presumed, could break the will of the Anglo-Saxons and the unnatural alliance between the Soviets, Americans, and British Imperials. The Americans could send their machines across the Pacific and the Atlantic, but did they have the stomach for a long war in Europe? Had Hitler known more about the way the war was being fought in the Pacific, he would have been vindicated in his choice. As it was, as always, my father stood alone. His general staff wailed on the impossibility of any of this being of value, that peace should be negotiated with the West, Hitler was having none of it because he knew better. The British could land on the continent with the Americans at Normandy. But could they stay? Or could they be seen off again, as at Dunkirk in 1940? On the 17th day in September of 1944, a day after Hitler ordered the offensive in the West, the British attempted the disastrous airborne operation deploying Polish paratroopers known as Operation Market Garden, losing 14,000 men to no purpose whatsoever, other than to sacrifice the Polish remnant forces so they wouldn't have to supervise them anymore, and therefore eliminate a potentially mutinous force that would rebel against the fact that the British had sacrificed their homeland. Meanwhile, the leading British and American generals on the Western Front were dividing the imagined spoils of a war that was far from won. General Patton's arrogance and impatience competed with Field Marshal Montgomery's armored complacency, though Montgomery was far too self-absorbed to be envious. Eisenhower figures in this account as more mature than the others, but lacking in any imagination, and in the ability, at least at first, to bring his subordinates into line at all. Even after the success of D-Day and a parade in Paris, the Germans were still defending important pockets in Belgium, and the Americans foolishly chose to pull their way directly through the Hürtgen Forest. That plan was just about as foolish as it could be. By the time the Americans emerged at the other end of that Black Forest, they had lost some 33,000 men. The Germans had eaten them up alive. The Americans even said there were werewolves in the forest. Indeed, there were. In December of 1944, the Germans were preparing for an offensive on the same lines as in 1870, 1914, and 1940. And no one among the Allies had a single clue. Too dependent on Ultra, the decryption of German radio made possible by Polish mathematicians, and the British team at Bletchley Park, the Americans and British realized belatedly that the Germans, using traditional methods, knew more about them than they did about the Germans. On the eve of the German offensive, General von Manteuffel was in disguise, doing his own intelligence work, dressed as an old lady, walking through the British lines, while Montgomery was asking Eisenhower for leave to go home for Christmas on the grounds that Germany was no longer capable of mounting any attack. So when the blow fell on the 16th of December, the brass was beyond surprised. But the men fought on the ground. At the crux of the phenomena, if we were to go day by day, every single day, that would deliver the essential message of the battle and perhaps of the war, that the Americans, well, they didn't fight when they were losing. Entire divisions surrendered. You have no idea how the Americans pissed and shit their pants and disgraced themselves completely for generations to come. Let me try and put this into some perspective for you. As a military expert, let me dig through some old records here I stole from the U.S. government. The Americans lost in Vietnam, and their scapegoat was to blame the Vietnamese army. They would always say that it's the fucking South Vietnamese. the ARVN, the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, wasn't worth a shit. And boy, were they ever lying there. Same motherfucking crap that they'll always feed you. It's always a lie every time they open their goddamn mouth. If you believe anything the U.S. military tells you, you're an idiot. Understand this. During the 1972 offensive, when the ARVN, the Army of the Republic of Vietnam 3rd Division, collapsed along the demilitarized zone, with the communists invading in full force, only one regiment surrendered. That was the only surrender of a South Vietnamese unit in the entire history of the Vietnam War, except at the bloody bitter end, during the North Vietnamese Army's multi-divisional, fully mechanized armored sweep into Saigon. At the Battle of the Bulge, 2 entire American infantry regiments surrendered. That ought to tell you who's the more cowardly force in the field. The Americans, as opposed to the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, on which they lay the blame for the loss of the Vietnam War. The problem wasn't the Army of the Republic of Vietnam. The problem was the chicken shit Americans they had to fight beside. Now, in December of 1944, when we returned to that dark December, as I said, the Germans achieved surprise, and they delivered shock. The slow advance through the Hurtgen Forest had hardened and educated those green American troops that had survived. And like the Red Army in the East, they were beginning to use German tricks and, when they could, German weapons. The Americans held villages and crossroads for as long as they could, which sometimes meant only days or really mostly in terms of hours. But even this mattered. Some of the American tank units were manned by African Americans, fighting for the first time on a large scale. They fought well, as Captain John Long of the 761st Tank Battalion was fighting not for God and country, but for myself and my own people. We don't know what the Germans made of this, but we do know that they were frustrated by American resistance to a degree. The American staff officers, surprised as they had been, had time to see the German advance resolve itself into a certain shape on their maps and could plan their counterattack. By the end of January, the bulge, as the Americans called the shape of the German advance, had been flattened. But understand that its effectiveness made it the closest that the Europeans and their American allies had ever come to experiencing a multi-echelon Soviet invasion of Western European soil. Adolf Hitler transferred all of the Russian troops fighting on the side of Germany under General Vlasov, a man considered the great traitor to Mother Russia and ultimately executed by Stalin. He and his Russian troops had the Americans thinking that the Soviets had switched sides. As well, he emulated the Russian reorganization model, where he broke up the panzer divisions into much smaller units, more like panzer maniples of 5 tanks each, making them far more flexible. He also, instead of Stalin's organs, our rocket launchers, used the German Nebelwerfer, the smoke throwers. These are multi-barreled mortars with which they flattened the Americans before them. He also, as the Russians did, dressed his troops in the enemy uniform. German commandos were deployed behind enemy lines, wearing U.S. Army uniforms. Of course, whenever they were caught, they were considered spies by international law and executed. But in the end, Adolf Hitler delivered a blow which the Americans would study for generations because he was deploying Russian operational tactics and organizational methods to beat the Allies at their own game. The master adapter, the survivor with a million methods of adaptation. In December of 1944, the Americans and the British experienced a total failure to see a coming German offensive, just as the Soviets had done before Operation Barbarossa in 1941. The winter fighting in the shadows of forests recalled the Eastern Front to many of the Germans who had fought there. Some of those German veterans were soldiers of the Waffen-SS, the weaponized Schutzstaffel, or security service, who brought the habit of atrocity with them. They killed U.S. prisoners of war, most notoriously at Malmedy, on the 17th day in December. The Americans claim they reciprocated with similar war crimes, but it's bullshit in terms of any reciprocity. As a welcome relief from the rounded American stereotypes of nationalist commemoration, the Chenogne Massacre, that's spelled Chenogne, the Chenogne Massacre was a war crime committed by members of the 11th American Armored Division, an American combat unit near Chenogne, Belgium, on New Year's Day, the 1st of January in 1945. And the Americans will claim, well, this happened shortly after the Malmedy Massacre, so we're reciprocating during the Battle of the Bulge. Now, the Ardennes Offensive, or the Battle of the Bulge, in December of 1944 is best known for the killing in the town of Malmedy of around 80 American soldiers. However, the full story should include, too, the killing of German soldiers by American soldiers. About murders of German prisoners that have been airbrushed out of all United States accounts of the Battle of the Bulge, General George S. Patton himself wrote, "I hope we can conceal this," which shows you what a piece of shit he is. Now, the massacre of approximately 80 unarmed German prisoners of war in Chenogne on January 1st in 1945 was carried out by perpetrators from Company B, U.S. 21st Armored Infantry Battalion of the U.S. 11th Armored Division. The victims were members of the Führer Begleit Brigade, the Führer Begleit Brigade, and the 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division. The massacre is often explained away as a retaliation for the Malmedy massacre committed by elements of SS Kampfgruppe, or Security Service Battle Group Pieper, or Piper. It's actually Pieper, but it's spelled P-E-I-P-E-R, on December 17th of 1944. What seriously undermines this fantasy is that the American soldiers, Max Cohen, Steve Bogdan, Frank Hartzell, and Staff Sergeant John W. Fagwe, they were, by all accounts, bystanders to this incident, also pointed out they had no knowledge of the Malmedy massacre at that time. The massacre site at Malmedy was behind German lines until January 14th of 1945. And unlike what happened in Malmedy, the massacre at Chenogne was planned. A German medic who attempted to surrender is said to have been the first victim. He carried a white flag, and American soldiers were positioned in a semicircle around him when they shot him dead. All of the soldiers who witnessed the incident remembered the order not to take any prisoners. They even described how the Americans herded their German prisoners down a hill to avoid potential witnesses. There were still German scouts outside of town. The facts indicate that the Americans' mass murder in Chinon was well organized and carried out in cold blood, while the German massacre in Malmedy occurred in the heat of the moment. In difference to the American victims in Malmedy, the German victims in Chinon knew what would soon befall them. The events were covered up at the time, and the American soldiers who committed the massacre at Chinon were never held accountable. There were no trials for the Americans, no prosecutions, and most certainly no death sentences. The former prosecutor at the Nuremberg trials, Ben Ferencz, told the reporter Chris Harlan Dunaway in 2018, when asked why the Americans escaped justice, "I would never investigate American war crimes. I was hired to investigate German war crimes." Upon acquainting himself with declassified reports about the killings in Chinon, he said, "Well, it smells to me like a cover-up, of course. Okay, does that surprise you? It doesn't surprise me. Scores of German soldiers were executed according to American combat reports. Some surrendering Germans came within meters of American patrols before they opened fire. Others were taken into the forest, out of sight of locals, and killed. These reports are not trying to hide anything. It was the official historians later who left out what happened." One painful reality is how long a political lie can survive, even after having been disproved. Since the 1940s and still today, many historians and scholars continue to justify Allied war crimes as mistakes or retaliations. Understand that the Americans, in the case of the Germans they killed, were killing children, Hitler Youth, who had been brought to the field of battle to replace the manpower that was missing from all the adults who had died. Everyone who the Americans killed was under the age of 18. And all that being said, the scale was completely different. The SS was aiming to punish the Belgian resistance that had welcomed the Americans. Although the toll of 8,000 Belgian civilian dead is horrible, it is far fewer than the 120,000 or so Poles murdered a few months earlier in Warsaw. This suggests the greatest contrast between the Eastern and the Western fronts, the politics of liberation. The Belgian and French resistance, fighting now alongside the Allied armies, were involved in a political struggle about who would govern their liberated homelands. They were frustrated as conservative politicians in exile were recognized as legitimate rulers. In the East, these questions would not arise. Local resistance movements, insofar as they survived the far harsher German reprisals, would be overmastered by the Soviets. The politicians in exile would forever stay there in exile. The new governments, as far west as Berlin, would be those that Soviet authorities found palatable, which is to say, rabid communists. This political difference, nicely captured in Andrzej Babkowski's Polish memoir of Wartime Paris, En Guerre et en Paix, in War and Peace, in the English, is the undertone. The day after Christmas, in 1944, a week into the Battle of the Ardennes, but a month before the final German defeat, General Heinz Guderian tried to explain the calculus to Adolf Hitler. As he argued, American resistance meant that the gamble in the West had already failed. As many forces as possible, he argued, should be returned to the Eastern Front to guard the Vistula. Hitler was enraged by his estimates of Soviet troop strength. Who is responsible for producing this rubbish? On the 12th and 13th days of January, in 1945, the 1st Belarusian Front and the 1st Ukrainian Front indeed attacked from their Vistula bridgeheads, and the campaign for Berlin itself had begun. There can be little doubt that the commitment and then the grinding down of German forces in the Ardennes, especially the panzer divisions, had mortally weakened the Wehrmacht's capacity to defend the Eastern Front. Usually, and quite wrongly, the emphasis is on the tremendous sacrifices of the Red Army on the Eastern Front. But at this decisive moment, it was the sacrifices of the Americans that prepared the way for a rapid Soviet advance, and thusly for an extended Soviet empire. If the Panzer armies had remained upon the Vistula, the Americans rather than the Soviets might have liberated Berlin and Vienna. Hitler's military choice to fight on the West rather than the East ended up defining, in political terms, what West and East would mean. After proactive prosecution of hostilities ended on the surface world in Europe. History, and especially the martial kind, has the feature that events are portrayed much more clearly in retrospect than they can possibly have been seen at the time. The trap for the military historian, then, is to shine too bright a light through the fog of war. Of course, asshole Americans say, well, the Battle of the Bulge would have gone a lot bigger if Hitler had sent in air cover. But of course, that was prevented by the Americans generating artificial fog. To talk about your literal fog of war. I, of course, have published links to portable document files in the past on my Facebook timeline about American experiments with artificial weather generation. This was in World War II. They generated so heavy a fog that the air cover was impossible. They started calling in the fog, literally as air cover, when they realized they were under attack, or rather the high command did. So it wasn't until the 1st of January that the Luftwaffe landed its last blow, Operation Bodenplatte, or Baseplate, on New Year's Day of 1945. Now, in terms of getting my head together for that campaign and putting it into, well, some perspective as to, just how it would be understood by people in this day and age. Let me try and get it through my head as to exactly how many years are gone. 76 from now. 76 years ago. Or it will be 76 years ago. Come the 1st of January, or that'll make it 77. But 76 years agone, on the 1st of January in 1945, it was not a happy New Year's Day for the Allied air forces on the continent of Europe, or for the German Luftwaffe. That morning, the Luftwaffe launched its planned Unternehmen Bodenplatte, or Operation Baseplate, a surprise, low-level mass air attack by some 850 fighters and fighter-bombers, mostly, but not exclusively, Focke-Wulf FW-190s and Messerschmitt Bf-109s, against 17 Allied airfields in Belgium, the Netherlands, and France. What was to become the Battle of the Air Bases. The aim was to regain dominance of the air by destroying as many Allied aerocraft as possible on the ground, along with all their stores, fuel supplies, and aerofield infrastructure. Every Luftwaffe fighter and fighter-bomber unit along the Western Front was involved, along with night fighter units redeployed for the operation, with Junkers Ju-88s acting as pathfinders. Secrecy was so tight that not all German ground forces could be informed of the operation, and some Luftwaffe formations suffered casualties from their own flak, shot down by the guns that were operated by Hitler Youth, like the man who was to become the Pope. And of course, oftentimes the Germans might survive by parachuting out of their plane, or they might not. British intelligence, the Ultra, had tracked the movement and buildup of the Luftwaffe forces, but it still had not realized that the operation was imminent, even after a fortwinit 14 nights of war in the Battle of the Bulge. And so surprise was achieved, which you would think would be impossible in midst of a battle. How the rendezvous of air power would not be expected in support of the advances on the ground. But these are the same Brits who said that no one was going to attack at Paris. One of the Allied airfields to come under attack that morning was B-61 St. Denis Westrem near Ghent in Belgium, the base for the number 131 Polish wing, which consisted of 3 squadrons of Spitfires, 302, the 308th, and the 317th, all Polish squadrons, all equipped with Mark, what number Spitfire were they? I don't remember. But they mainly operated as fighter bombers. The commanding officer of number 131 wing was Polish Group Captain Alexander Gabsiewicz, whose later Mark Spitfire was, I guess he got that represented in a museum or something. He had his personal boxing dog emblem on the nose. As luck would have it, on the morning of New Year's Day, 1945, 31 Spitfires from the 3 Polish squadrons of the 131 wing had taken off between 8:15 and 8:30 on bombing missions against several different German targets. So when the airfield at St. Denis Westrem came under attack from 36 FW-190s of the 2nd Jagerwande, the flight, at 9:30 in the morning, these aircraft were not on the ground. The FW-190s targeted parked aircraft, trucks, buildings, and other crucial infrastructure in a devastating attack. 3 Polish ground personnel, 2 drivers, and 1 aircraft mechanic were killed, whilst another 18 were wounded. Whilst this was tragic to the Allies, the casualty numbers were actually remarkably low. More aircraft could have been lost on the ground if not for the 31 airborne, but even so, 18 Spitfires, a B-17 Flying Fortress, a Short Sterling, 4 Avro Ansons, a DH Mosquito, de Havilland Mosquito, and an Oster were destroyed on the airfield. And whilst the German pilots were engrossed with the attack on the airfield, the 131st Wing of Spitfires began to return from their bombing missions. And first back was Lieutenant Wacław Chojniacki, Chojniacki, of the 308th Squadron, who had returned early due to problems with his Spitfire's bomb release mechanism. He shot down an FW-190, which crashed into the B-17 on the airfield. Sadly, Chojniacki was totally outnumbered, and inevitably he was shot down and killed. As the other Spitfires returned, they also engaged with the FW-190s, and although both sides were short of fuel, a mass low-level dogfight ensued, one of the last of the war on this scale. The Polish pilots claimed 14 FW-190s destroyed for the loss of 2 of their own Spitfires during the combat, including Chojniacki's, because many of these pilots were flying for the first time, youngsters who, of course, had been given what training that could be provided. The pilot of the other Spitfire lost Lieutenant Tadeusz Pałwirza of the 317 Squadron, was also killed. In addition, 7 of the Spitfires force landed due to damage sustained or through running out of fuel. of the 36 FW-190s of the 11th Jagerwand that had set out to attack St. Denis Westrom Airfield that morning, 17 would fail to return. Group Captain Gyabjevics was not part of this aerial combat, but as the officer commanding the wing, he had to deal with all the after effects and with maintaining the morale of those who served under him, even though their nation had been sold out by their own allies. They were maintaining themselves in combat. Overall, Operation Bodenplatte, or base plate in the English, was a short-term tactical success for the Germans, but a long-term strategic disaster. The Allied air forces lost an estimated total of 305 aircraft destroyed and 190 damaged, including those lost or damaged in aerial combat. Only a handful of Allied pilots were killed, and the aircraft were replaced within the week because of the massive production capability of America. Meanwhile, the Luftwaffe lost 271 fighters and 9 Ju-88s destroyed, with 89 more aircraft damaged, the majority to anti-aircraft fire, either Allied or their own. The most significant blow to the Luftwaffe was the loss of 213 fighter pilots killed or missing, including those captured, plus 21 critically injured. This toll included more than 60 of their more experienced fighter pilots. In the remaining 17 weeks of war, the Luftwaffe fighter force was never able to recover from these losses. It was Götterdämmerung, the twilight of the gods. The Luftwaffe was to lose another 200 pilots killed during the last 6 weeks of the war. But they flew until there was no land left to fly over, until the last building in Berlin did fall. By far, the best analysis of Bodenplatte and losses on all sides is to be found in the book of that title, Bodenplatte, subtitled The Luftwaffe's Last Hope, by John Monroe and Ron Putz. If you are genuinely interested in the operation, read that book. And they came us to the following conclusions. The Luftwaffe fighter losses amounted to 271 Bf-109s and FW-190s destroyed and another 65 damaged. This should be added to the losses of Lotse, or Pathfinder aerocraft, 8 Ju-88s destroyed and 4 damaged. Excluding the Lotse, an analysis of 292 individual losses showed I'll give you the distribution of causes. 47% lost to Allied AAA, or anti-aircraft, Allied anti-aircraft, AAA. 47%. 23% to Allied fighters. 5% to German flak, or friendly fire. 5% to either Allied AAA or fighters, or a combination of both, really. 3% to technical failures, 1% to fuel starvation, and 11% to unknown causes, which are unlikely ever to be established now. 5% of 292 lost to friendly fire is just 15 aerocraft from a force of about 900. 929 sorties were flown, of which approximately 850 attacked, had opportunities and targets available to them. I myself would conclude as a professional militarist that the losses of the Luftwaffe aircraft to friendly fire are generally overstated, to say the least, in the popular account of this operation. Now, 15 aerocraft, just 5% of losses, is not good, but I very much doubt that it is exceptional for a daylight, low-level operation kept completely secret from its own forces on this scale. The majority of losses were to Allied anti-aircraft, which is a reflection of the targets attacked, which were airfields. This was the Battle of the Airfields. Airfields are always among the most heavily protected assets, and the light and medium anti-aircraft guns by which they would have been defended was lethal to low-flying, strafing fighters, as pilots on all sides discovered to their cost. The real tragedy for the Luftwaffe was not the loss of aircraft, but the loss of personnel. By the end of the day, 143 pilots were killed or missing, 70 were prisoners, and another 21 were critically injured, several never returning to active service through what remained of the war. The Luftwaffe lost 231 pilots, about 25% of those attacking. Even more damaging to operational efficiency was the loss of about 45 experienced pilots, a rare commodity for the late war Luftwaffe. These included 3 Commodore, 5 Kommandier, I'm giving you officer status here, and no less than 14 Staffelkapitän, or staff captains. Commanders and staff captains. While there undoubtedly were losses due to friendly fire during Bodenplatte, these are always wildly exaggerated, way off the mark, by anything you're going to hear anywhere else. You would find supposedly serious sources online claiming friendly fire losses figures that are higher than the documented total Luftwaffe's losses in totality, in toto, to use the correct Latin. In any case, Bodenplatte was most certainly not the worst case of friendly fire and does not even rank among the dozen most serious documented cases in history. That negative record belongs to the sinking of the Cap Arcona, and by an entire order of magnitude. If you want to hear the worst so-called friendly fire, oh my fucking God, you're never told about that. So how do I present that to the fucking public? Let me try and get my mind around this myself. The RAF, the Royal Air Force, well, I guess you couldn't call it friendly fire if you wanted to get technical. They ought to be fucking disbanded. These are assholes who claim they could cover their forces anywhere, and they don't have near the capacity to do so. That's why the British ships, the Repulse, the HMS Prince of Wales, got sunk out in Asia, because they had no air cover of their own, because the Royal Air Force said they could cover them. Of course, this is the same Royal Air Force said they could cover people at Dunkirk, etc. Honestly, they're a force in disgrace and shame. The only thing that keeps them going is Churchill's propaganda myth of their finest hour. Yeah, that may have been their finest hour. That was the only hour they ever fucking had. Now, understand what happened. The Cap Arcona is when the Royal Air Force decided they were going to sink an aircraft full of Jews because they didn't want 4,500 concentration camp prisoners relocating to Britain and becoming British citizens. So they destroyed a ship with 4,500 concentration camp prisoners aboard. That was the worst case of friendly fire in history for you. Let me try and put this into perspective. On the afternoon of May 3rd, 1945, a squadron of Royal Air Force Typhoons began their descent to attack Axis shipping in Neustadt Bay, Germany. And below them, the former luxury liner SS Cap Arcona was laden with over 4,500 concentration camp prisoners who had been evacuated to the coast. And at around 3 p.m., the Typhoons from the 2nd Tactical Air Force launched their assault. The result was one of the world's worst maritime disasters, leaving the concentration camp inmates, along the ship's crew, struggling for survival in the icy Baltic waters. An estimated 4,000 prisoners perished immediately. More than 70 years on, well, at this point, 80 years, well, like I said, 76. Here we are, 76 years on from the tragic sinking, and there's never been a single question answered regarding the role of British forces in the final days of the Second World War. Now, in terms of all of this, the British records related to the incident, I believe they were all publicly released in 1972 after the Public Records Act of 1967, the year after I was born. It reduced the amount of time they were to be kept secret. So, basically, in the immediate aftermath of the war, Britain's focus was on attempting to prosecute Nazi war criminals, and investigations into British misadventures were sidelined. What a surprise. And shortly after that, attention shifted east as the Cold War gathered pace. But vis-a-vis the archival files, in terms of an endgame, Heinrich Himmler's last order concerning the fate of Germany's remaining camp prisoners was that no concentration camp prisoner must fall alive into enemy hands. But as the Nazi camp system continued to contract, or the constellation of Konzentrationen, or concentration camps, began to, the lights went out in each camp, or the torch lights went out one by one, or I would say the gas lights in the ovens, okay? Started going out one by one. It would be wrong to assume that it was the real driving force behind the evacuation at Neuengamme camp. Now, Neuengamme was near Hamburg, was largely unique within the Nazi camp system. Local politicians, in particular the Nazi Gauleiter, or district administrator Karl Kaufmann, had developed close business links with local industrialists, and supplying slave labor from the camp to nearby businesses became a profitable enterprise. But by early 1945, the Allied advance placed increasing pressure on local politicians and complicit businesses to eradicate any evidence of slave labor from within Hamburg city limits. The problem had to be moved elsewhere. In the absence of another option, let's just put it this way. Kaufmann made arrangements in March of 1945 to requisition a passenger liner to act as a temporary holding camp for Neuengamme's prisoners. Any long-term planning was simply non-existent. Indeed, once the camp was emptied in mid-April, the local politicians no longer concerned themselves with the fate of the prisoners now held in squalor aboard the Cap Orcana in nearby Neustadt Bay. Nevertheless, the prisoner hierarchy continued on board the ship itself. The prisoners remained segregated according to nationality and religion. In addition, SS troops stayed on board to supervise the prisoners. This indicated that the Orcana was intended as a temporary extension of the original Neuengamme, albeit one that was largely out of sight and out of mind. So then what happened was, following the Allied Yalta Conference of February in 1945, the British military policy was geared towards a swift advance to the Baltic coast. There were two reasons for this. First, Britain wished to halt the Soviet advance as it swept ever further west. To achieve this, Lübeck on the Baltic coast was considered the strategic goal. The second, by halting the Soviets there, British forces would be able to liberate Denmark and restore the Danish monarchy. And with the monarchy restored, Britain would gain a valuable ally in the months ahead. But the speed of the Soviet advance meant that the normal protocols and procedures that had been well established throughout the war fell to the wayside as British troops raced for their objective. To make matters worse, communication lines became completely strained, and intelligence was not always processed in any thorough and timely manner. On the afternoon of May 2nd and the morning of May 3rd, two pieces of intelligence were handed to British commanders. The first was handed to the liberating forces of Lübeck, the 11th Armored Division, by an International Committee of the Red Cross delegate, the ICRC. The second was presented to British forces by the Swedish Red Cross delegate. Both informed the British that camp prisoners were being held aboard ships in Neustadt Bay. So the British knew damn well what they were doing. And As the German Reich contracted, British forces remained heavily engaged in an important battle to reach their objective on Germany's north coast. But while the German retreat was often marked by disorder, Britain's military campaign became completely frantic and chaotic, particularly in the final weeks. A breakdown in efficient communication and intelligence sharing meant that the frontline forces were often ill-prepared for the actual situation ahead of them. In this case, the latest intelligence on the ships in Neustadt Bay never reached the pilots who attacked them because the commanders were given orders by Churchill to retain them. And as they made their final descent, the airmen likely believed they were attacking bona fide hostile targets. This is because Churchill didn't want any goddamn Jews becoming British citizens in his care. Now that is a crime against humanity. And anybody who thinks Churchill is a hero, you can eat shit, bark at the moon, and fucking die. Now, in terms of the time we have remaining, which is not that much, I hope you've been suitably educated in the kind of world you live in. Today, France's military is a powerful but fragile ally against Russia. France fields a powerful military with sophisticated capabilities, including advanced jets, well-trained commandos, and nuclear weapons. But according to a study by an American think tank, the French military is also fragile, lacking reserves of munitions and manpower for a sustained conflict with the Russians. That's why they're integrating a new hypothesis. After a decade of counterinsurgency, plans are changing. The French armed forces are planning and preparing for high-intensity war. In the forests and plains of the Champagne-Ardenne region, where the Battle of the Bulge took place, where the great powers once clashed, the French armed forces are beginning to prepare for the return of a great conflict. And it's scheduled for 2023. That's how involved this war game is. Exercise Orion is a large-scale, division-level exercise that will last several days and probably based on the Suippes, Mailly, and Mourmelon camps. It will involve the entire French military capability on a scale that has not been tested in decades. The drill will include exercise in command posts, hybrid scenarios, simulations, and exercises with live fire. Some 10,000 soldiers will be involved, as well as the Air Force, and in a separate maritime sequence, the Navy. Belgian, British, and American forces will join. There are other signs that the French armed forces are in the midst of a generational transformation. In January, the General Staff quietly created 10 task forces to examine the country's readiness for a high-intensity war. French generals consider they have a decade or so to adapt. The groups encompass everything from ammunition shortages to societal resilience, including whether citizens are, to quote one participant, prepared to accept a level of casualties that we have never seen since World War II. The specter of high-end war is now so widespread in French military thinking that the scenario has its own acronym, HEM, or Hypothèse d'Engagement Majeur, or hypothesis of major engagement. The presumed opponents are unnamed, but analysts point not only to Russia, but also Turkey or a North African country. These are all changes in French military strategy. That represents a radical change for the French forces themselves. 30 years ago, they were basically engaged in peacekeeping operations. In the last decade, they focused on the fight against insurgency and terrorism. either in national territory, as in Operation Sentinel, or abroad, as in Operation Barkhane in the Sahel itself being the eco-climatic and biogeographic realm of transition in Africa between the Sahara to the north and the Sudanian savanna to the south. Having a semi-arid climate, it stretches across the south-central latitudes of northern Africa between the Atlantic Ocean and the Red Sea. All across Africa in a belt. However, in his strategic vision for the year 2030, published but yesteryear, General Thierry Burkhard, the chief of the French army, underscored the need to prepare for a high-intensity interstate conflict. At present, France maintains 5,100 soldiers in the Sahel as part of Barkhane. Future operations could involve several brigades or a division, that is between 8,000 and 25,000 soldiers. The need to change scale in the next decade, as the General Burkhard himself confirms, calls for a combination of reforms: more demanding recruitment, investment in modern equipment, simpler organizational structures to make the military more agile, and tougher training for a major conflict. This requires what he calls a hardening of the army. General Burkhard recently warned The Economist, the British magazine, "We have to prepare for a more dangerous world. We will be tested more and more brutally. We have to face it. Technology is never 100% effective. Soldiers must always be able to fight in a degraded way when the technology no longer works." When Emmanuel Macron was elected president of the Fifth French Republic in 2017, some doubts were raised within the military about his commitment to military spending. After imposing a series of short-term cuts, he had, with General Pierre de Villiers, then head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a public discussion that led to the resignation of the military. Since then, however, Macron has kept his campaign promise to invest heavily in his soldiers. The defense budget for the period from 2019 through 2025 received a big boost. Annual spending will reach 50 billion euros by the end of the period, at which point it will be 46% higher than in 2018. Favored in recent years, the budget allows military planners to think ahead, buy material, and reorganize. To quotist Francois Heisbourg of the Foundation for Strategic Research, this is the first time that a reasonable fit between planning documents and the allocated budget has been remembered. And it also allows France to now fulfill its commitment to NATO to spend at least 2% of its gross domestic product on defense. The core of French military modernization is the Scorpion program, a 6 billion euro project to replace virtually all of the Army's frontline motorized and armored vehicles, upgrade the Leclerc tank from the 1990s, and connect them all through one new digital network. The idea is that a first fully equipped Scorpion brigade will be ready in 2023. Rémi Himej, a French officer and researcher, says that in the 15 years between 2010 and 2025, the Army's equipment will have changed more than in the 4 decades between 1970 and 2010. In many respects, France's approach to the war of the future differs from the technological vision recently put forward by Great Britain. While Grand Britannia is cutting soldiers and armor, France maintains a number of soldiers that exceeds 60% of those planned by Great Britain, and 50% or 50% more tanks. France has been relatively slow in acquiring and assembling drones. A report by the Montaigne Institute, a think tank, forewarns there is a great risk of being left behind as automation on the battlefield accelerates. In fact, French officers tend to be more skeptical than the British or Americans of the technological transformation of the battlefield. This does not mean that France is dedicated to ignoring the new areas of war. Space, in particular, is a priority. They have their own independent space launch capability on the tropical equatorial line, thanks to French Guiana. In September yesteryear, the French Aero Forces became the Air and Space Force, following the creation of a new military space command in Toulouse. The French armed forces are also expanding their capabilities in computer and cyber warfare. In December of 2020, Facebook and Instagram removed a network of 100 bogus accounts linked to the French armed forces after a clash with other Russian-backed accounts in retaliation to the Central African Republic and Mali, among other African battlefields in which both countries, Russia and France, are vying for influence and where their forces have seen combat with each other. So, unlike anyone else on Earth, other than the Americans with combating the Russians in Syria, the only other people seeing combat with the Russians firsthand are the French. However, as France begins to prepare its armed forces for all these new forms of warfare, there are also a number of major challenges. The experience in the Sahel is an undeniable strength. In a vast area of semi-arid scrubland, soldiers and special forces engage in high-risk combat operations that are both technically and tactically challenging. The French military has reported 57 deaths since 2013. However, Barkhane is a highly asymmetric conflict in which the French enjoy air supremacy without interference in communications or threats from drones, missiles, or cyber attacks. The other problem is that the French forces are being pulled in several directions at the same time. In mid-March, a dozen French tanks, 160 armored vehicles, and 300 soldiers reached Tapa in Estonia. They are the latest French contribution in NATO battle groups. Well, their contribution to comprise NATO battle groups deployed in Poland and the Baltic countries to act as a deterrent against Russian attack. In fact, military personnel take it for granted that future clashes will take place alongside other allied countries, if not with NATO, at least with the United States or a coalition of willing countries. Modernization efforts are consistent with NATO priorities and also with Macron's expressed desire that Europe strengthen its indigenous defenses. Although it is true that France and other countries continue to depend on the support of these United States in fundamental capacities, such as air transport and air defense. In addition to Eastern Europe, France is increasingly concerned about the South. In the Eastern Mediterranean, France and Turkey have clashed over Libya, Syria, and Cyprus, with President Macron sending 2 warplanes and a frigate to Greek waters last August to deter the Turks. In addition, France is heavily involved in the Indo-Pacific, a region in which its overseas territories have 1.6 million French citizens and 7,000 soldiers. France has maintained a constant naval presence in area. The problem is that the Navy only has 15 major surface ships to deal with all these matters. Admiral Pierre Vendier, chief of the French Navy's General Staff, has gone on record to state, "All Europeans are on thin ice. Our forces have to strive to do well in the Atlantic, do well in the Mediterranean, do well in the Gulf, and do well in the Indo-Pacific. We will have to choose, that's for sure." Prioritizing between those scenarios is no longer the responsibility of the armed forces, but is a political decision by President Emmanuel Macron himself or his successor. In this context, France's Civil War warning tells us much about the French military, Islam, and the far right, which would bring us right back to these United States. Understand that 2 open letters discussing the possibility of a civil war in France have sent shockwaves throughout Europe. These letters, written first by retired generals and then by anonymous serving soldiers, have raised questions about whether French President Emmanuel Macron is losing control of his country's military. These 2 open letters, warning of a potential civil war, have once again put Islam at the center of the political agenda in France. Instead of viewing French Muslims as a unique threat to the security of the country, politicians and the armed forces would be better served by focusing on France's secular security problems. Despite the furor, there are few reasons to worry about the French military itself. The rank and file remain apolitical and loyal to their jobs. Indeed, neither letter specified that the military either wanted or would initiate a civil war, but only that it stood ready to intervene to protect the integrity of France itself should widespread unrest occur. And rather, these remarkable interventions told us more about the historical context of the French armed forces, their difficult relationship with civilian rule, and the dangers of instrumentalizing Islam in political discourses at the cost of tackling secular security problems. I brought up before about how France was conquered by Charles de Gaulle in coup d'etat. We'll start next transmission with the historical context of the French military in terms of their experience with Islam. That will bring us back into Nostradamus' prophecies, not only for war in France, which we'll wrap up very quickly with our next transmission, and get into the other predictions he made